Chapter 1. The heavens were abruptly torn asunder, and a golden list emerged into the world, ranking the 10 unsettled monarchs. As the golden list materialized, in the grand palace of Xianyang, Qin, Emperor Qin Shi Huang was profoundly shaken by the contents of the celestial decree. This must be a divine revelation. Could it be that heaven is subtly indicating to me that I am a tyrant? I ascended to the throne in my youth, vanquished the 6 states, and unified China. I established a common script, standardized transportation, and constructed the Great Wall to fend off the incursions of the Xiongnu. I waged campaigns against the southern tribes, expanding our territories. I laid the foundations for an everlasting empire, bringing an end to the centuries of chaos since the Warring States period, sparing the populace from the ravages of war. How could I be deemed a tyrant? My achievements are unparalleled in history, unmatched by any successor. I cannot possibly be a tyrant. My vision reaches heights that others have yet to attain. I am the first emperor. My great Qin shall endure for millennia. At this juncture, a newfound confidence radiated from Qin Shi Huang. He resolutely rejected the notion of being a tyrant and took immense pride in his accomplishments. Nearby, Zhao Gao and Li Si looked upon him with utter admiration. "This is our sovereign. Congratulations, your majesty. The great Qin shall surely last for countless generations." Meanwhile, in the realm of the Han dynasty, Emperor Gaozu, Liu Bang, gazed at the contents of the sky. He was utterly convinced that he would not be included in the list. I, who brought down Qin and vanquished Chu, established the Han and preserved the unity of China. I abolished the harsh decrees of the Qin dynasty, instituted regulations, and fostered peace, earning the love of the people. Even a formidable adversary like Xiang Yu chose to end his own life before me. In the strategies of war, I surpass even the likes of Zifang. I have governed the state, cared for the people, provided them with rations, and ensured the supply lines. I am not inferior to Xiao He, leading 100,000 troops to victory in battle, capturing cities without fail. I am not as great as Han Xian. All 3 are extraordinary figures, yet they willingly stand by my side. If I do not seize this world, who else can? My dream in midlife was to be an emperor akin to Yingzheng of Qin. This list of unresolved grievances will not include me, nor will include my descendants. Emperor Wu of Han, Liu Che, sat solemnly upon his dragon throne. The Han had reclaimed the Hetao region. The Hushi corridor was secured. At this moment, the national strength of the Han had reached its zenith. Yet, Liu Che harbored a tinge of regret. Ultimately, he had not been able to advance further. He gazed at the sky, his expression imbued with a sense of authority. Divine signs remind me of that brilliant young general, as dazzling as a shooting star. Let me see who among the unsettled monarchs is listed. In the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin looked up at the suddenly manifested golden list. He self-deprecatingly remarked, "Is even heaven mocking me now? I have barely been emperor for 2 months, and already rebellions have erupted across the Tang. Khan Xieli has descended with an army of 100,000. They have advanced to within 20 miles of Chang'an. What a disgrace! Already burdened by accusations of fratricide and patricide, I now endure this humiliation. Have I truly erred? Is it as the people say, that heaven is punishing me?" Seeing this, Empress Chongzhen quickly embraced Li Shimin, comforting him. "My dear, you must regain your spirits. The Tang dynasty still awaits your leadership. Regardless of how the world perceives you, in my heart, you are always right. Whether as emperor or prince, you are the mightiest in my eyes. This truth, you must know and affirm more than anyone else. Your name shall surely be etched in history. Your reputation shall rival that of any other." Li Shimin was deeply moved, grasping Empress Chongzhen's hand tightly. "You speak wisely. My setbacks are but temporary. I must rise again. I shall strengthen the Tang under my reign, stronger than it ever was under my father." In the Song dynasty, Zhao Kuangyin had essentially unified the Central Plains. The decades of turmoil following the fall of the Tang had finally ceased. In the eastern capital of Kaifeng, Zhao Kuangyin and his ministers were merrily feasting on wine and meat. Upon witnessing the golden scroll in the sky, they could not help but laugh. Prime Minister Zhao Pu remarked, "Your Majesty, In my humble opinion, our Song Emperor shall undoubtedly not be found among the ranks of unsettled monarchs. Our Song inherits the martial virtues of the Tang, and under your Majesty's leadership, we shall conquer the world. Zhao Kuanyin wholeheartedly agreed with Zhao Pu's words. Indeed, I shall become a figure akin to Qin Huang and Han Wu, fulfilling the aspirations left unaccomplished by my predecessor, Emperor Chirong. I shall realize this ambition myself. I will position the Song at the pinnacle of Eastern culture. I will conquer the lands north and south of the Yangtze, unifying the realm. In the southern Song, Wang Yango had successfully relocated the Song capital from Kaifeng to Linen. The renowned General Yu Fei had met a tragic end. Wang Yango pledged fealty to the Jin Emperor, promising annual tributes of silver and silk, each amounting to 250,000. Thus commenced a brief period of peace between the Jin and Song. Wang Yango looked disdainfully at the golden list in the sky. What a ridiculous endeavor, ranking the 10 unsettled monarchs. Is this merely a distraction from my performances? Someone disregard this and continue with the music and dance. In the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang gazed skyward with firm conviction. Our Ming's fortune flourishes, heralding an era of revival. Such auspicious signs suggest that within the century, no unsettled monarch shall arise. Zhu Yuanzhang was highly satisfied with his son, Zhu Biao, and grandson, Zhu Xiongning. With Zhu Biao in this position, he had no concerns for the future of the nation. Zhu Biao would undoubtedly excel beyond his own achievements. This was the successor nurtured by Zhu Yuanzhang himself. Internally, he could command the officials. Externally, he could govern the princes. During the Yongle era of the Ming, Zhu Di had just moved the capital to Beiping. He gazed at the golden list above. Will I, the Emperor of Yongle, who has pacified the northern deserts, ventured to the western seas, compiled the great encyclopedia, and ushered in a prosperous era, find my name among the listed? In the era of Qin Shi during the Qin dynasty, having reigned for over 50 years, Emperor Qin Shi looked upon the golden list. He was filled with confidence. Aizenjoro Xuanye was indeed a timeless emperor. The great Qing would never produce any unsettled monarch. Our Qing is the foremost power on land. In terms of territorial expanse, which Han dynasty can compare? He was eager to see who the 10 unsettled monarchs ranked by heaven would be. Across the skies of all realms, the golden list appeared. It immediately captivated countless emperors and citizens. For every emperor, there was a desire to remain unlisted among the ranks of unsettled monarchs. For to be included could signify a failure in their imperial duties. The golden list unfurled slowly across the heavens. A vague silhouette, accompanied by an echoing voice, emerged, ranking the 10 unsettled monarchs. The 10th is the great Emperor Yongle of the Ming. The great Emperor Yongle, in his sovereign majesty, stationed troops at the border, establishing the precedent of emperors guarding their realms and kings perishing with their states. During his reign, the great Emperor Yongle conducted extensive maritime voyages, sending Zheng He to the western seas to proclaim the might of the Ming. The Ming fleet circumnavigated the oceans, heralding an era of nations coming to pay homage. During his reign, the great Emperor Yongle led 5 campaigns against the northern deserts, fortifying the borders. He fractured the internal divisions of the northern Yuan, establishing the Nurkan Duchy. He founded Guizhou province and incorporated Annam into the Chinese realm. The great Emperor Yongle brought Tibetan forces to submission and established diplomatic ties with certain factions in Xinjiang, thus expanding the Ming's territory. The borders of the Ming dynasty reached their zenith during this period. The great Emperor Yongle initiated the Yongle era of prosperity, compiling the Yongle Encyclopedia, which comprised 370 million characters. Its contents spanned classics, history, philosophy, and literature, encompassing astronomy, geography, medicine, divination, Buddhist and Taoist texts, drama, crafts, agriculture, and more. It encapsulated the intellectual wealth of the Chinese civilization over millennia. The imagery of the Yongle Encyclopedia gradually materialized, echoing with achievements worthy of being inscribed in the annals of history. This was merely the beginning of the ranking. Yet the denizens of all realms felt an unprecedented wave of astonishment. They failed to comprehend why the illustrious Yongle Emperor, despite his remarkable achievements, finds himself listed among the tragic monarchs in the Golden Roster. During the Hongwu era of the Ming Dynasty, Biao quickly look, it is our Ming Emperor. Our Ming Emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang, filled with exuberance, exclaimed as his name appeared first on the golden list. A jolt of apprehension coursed through his heart, for he feared that the Yongle Emperor might be a licentious tyrant, hence his inclusion in the list of tragic rulers. However, upon discovering the Yongle Emperor's numerous commendable feats, he was left astonished. Is this truly the designation of a tragic figure? Congratulations, father. My heartfelt wishes to you. Yet, I remain perplexed how can the Yongle Emperor, with such accomplishments, be included in the list of tragic rulers? Zhu Yunzhang's reverie was interrupted by Zhu Biao, who shared his initial trepidation upon seeing the Golden Roster recount the deeds of the Yongle Emperor, dreading the prospect of an infuriating revelation. Instead, he was met with an array of the Yongle Emperor's illustrious achievements, leaving him speechless in shock. His emotions were a tempest, oscillating between joy and bewilderment as he struggled to comprehend how such a sovereign could be classified among the tragic rulers. It baffles me, for a monarch who has expanded territories and fostered a flourishing era should undoubtedly be celebrated as a paragon of virtue throughout the ages. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Yuanzhang replied, I too am at a loss, however. If heaven has deemed him a tragic figure, it must be for a reason. Let us continue to observe. With a shift in tone, Zhu Yuanzhang playfully inquired, Biao, do you suppose this Yongle Emperor might be one of our future descendants? Given your penchant for peace, I believe this Yongle Emperor is likely our great-grandson, Zhu Xionging. Ah, the title of Yongle Emperor is indeed splendid, exuding an air of grandeur that I find quite appealing. The thought of his esteemed great-grandson, Zhu Xionging, brought a smile to Zhu Biao's face, mirrored by the beaming expressions of the ministers present. Our Ming Emperor, the Crown Prince, and the royal descendants each a dragon among men, imbued with mutual trust, a rarity throughout history. The courtiers exclaimed, Long live our Ming dynasty! In the realm of the Western Han, excellent, excellent, excellent. As the Golden Roster commenced its enumeration, the fervent aspirations of Emperor Wu Lu Che ignited within him, prompting him to cheer in approval. Lu Che believed that the divine ruler of the empire ought to embody such achievements, commanding the 9 provinces and instilling awe across the seas. During the Zhongtong era of the Yuan dynasty, which emperor in China is this Yongle Emperor? I, Khan, have devoted my youth to studying Han culture and perused countless historical texts, yet I have not encountered this individual. Kublai Khan furrowed his brow, searching his mind for any record of the Yongle Emperor, only to find none. Thus, he turned to the Han minister, Liu Bingzhong, beside him. Liu Bingzhong, bowing in Mongolian fashion, replied, Great Khan, the roster mentions the achievements of this Ming dynasty sovereign in repelling the Mongol Yuan, indicating that it is a dynasty that follows ours. Kublai Khan narrowed his eyes, a chilling aura emanating from him as he regarded Liu Bingzhong. Ah, I see now this Ming dynasty is indeed the successor to our Yuan dynasty. Does this imply that the forces destined to overthrow our Yuan empire might very well be the Ming? Impossible, utterly impossible. Kublai Khan drew in a sharp breath, shaking his head fervently. My Mongolian cavalry is invincible across the realm. How could we possibly face defeat? Liu Bingzhong, unperturbed, responded calmly, Great Khan, it is not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. Do not forget, your ascent to the position of Great Khan of Mongolia and Emperor of China was made possible by the Han military. Your formidable Mongolian cavalry, once invincible, has been vanquished by your coalition with the Han people. The mention of past filial piety. Kublai Khan's expression stiffened. The past, like the wind, should not be dwelled upon. In any case, the Mongolian cavalry of my Yuan Empire shall never be easily defeated. The examination of the imperial list continued, and the once blurry figure became increasingly distinct on one hand. The Yongle Emperor expanded territories and created a prosperous era as a sagacious ruler. On the other hand, he was a monarch who ascended as a vassal king, deemed a tyrant by his officials. Upon ascending to the throne, the Yongle Emperor embarked on his journey of territorial expansion. For the 5 campaigns to the northern deserts, the Yongle Emperor expended countless human and material resources, bringing the nation's finances to the brink of collapse. His son began to misunderstand him. Officials started to dissuade him, and many even stood in opposition to him. Faced with the skepticism of all, the Yongle Emperor experienced an unprecedented sense of solitude and fatigue. There was a fleeting moment when he even regretted taking on this position. Yet, the Yongle Emperor profoundly understood one truth. Some wars he would not fight would inevitably fall upon his descendants. He always felt that the bloodshed of one generation sufficed, in the year of his 65th birthday. Confronted with yet another incursion from the northern nomads plundering the people, despite his frail body, he chose to lead his troops to the northern frontier, trampling upon the enemy. In this battle, he succumbed to illness on the way back to the camp. In his final moments, the Yongle Emperor could not let go of the Ming dynasty and its people, nor could he ease the regrets within himself. With his last breath, he lamented, "Life is short." In this realm, how could one not be nostalgic? As the recounting concluded, the portrait of Zhu Di was vividly captured upon the imperial list. During the Hongwu era of the Ming dynasty, the smiles on the faces of Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Biao, and all the ministers froze at that moment. The exaggerated laughter of the ministers rendered their expressions momentarily immobile, their lips twitching comically. They could never have anticipated that this Yongle Emperor would be none other than the Prince of Yan. At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. He was bewildered. How could the 4th son don our robes? Was he not guarding the frontier? How could he become emperor halfway through his duties? For a moment, Zhu Yuanzhang even doubted his own eyesight. He inquired with a slightly trembling voice to Zhu Biao beside him, "Is it possible that I am mistaken? How could that chubby face on the imperial list so resemble the 4th son?" Zhu Yuanzhang called out to Zhu Biao for a long time without response, only to turn and find his eldest son also in shock. Zhu Biao stood with his mouth agape, staring blankly at the imperial list. His eyes filled with disbelief. Zhu Yuanzhang hastily waved his hand before his son's eyes. "This child, has he been rendered speechless?" Zhu Biao suddenly snapped back to reality, shivering all over in response to his father's query. He replied in a daze, "Father, I too wish you were mistaken. Yet, that chubby face on the list, he does not merely resemble the 4th. He is indeed the 4th, after all these years of sparring. How could one mistake him?" But the question lingered. How could this Yongle Emperor be the 4th son? It is unreasonable. The throne should not fall to him. I cannot comprehend. Zhu Yuanzhang, equally perplexed, wondered how Zhu Di could possibly ascend to the throne. This was inconceivable. Where were his 3 elder brothers? Could it be rebellion? But even if there were rebellion, with his meager forces, he would surely be subdued by the local commanders before even reaching the capital. Zhu Yuanzhang could not fathom it. With Zhu Biao present, and with his cousin Zhu Xionging around, how could the 4th son claim the throne? This outcome baffled Zhu Yuanzhang. He even pondered if Zhu Biao had abdicated in favor of Zhu Di. Yet, this cunning eldest son did not seem the type to make such a decision. Regardless, Zhu Yuanzhang found it hard to accept this outcome. He had meticulously arranged for Zhu Biao to be the figurehead, while Zhu Di was to be the subordinate. Instead, the subordinate had successfully turned the tables. But what of his eldest son? Curiosity compelled Zhu Yuanzhang to overlook Zhu Di's achievements. He was solely intent on uncovering how Zhu Di transitioned from being a vassal king to the emperor. It was utterly fantastical. Zhu Yuanzhang wore a stoic expression, but the more he contemplated, the more the courtiers around him dared not breathe. Who among the subjects of the Ming dynasty did not know that Zhu Yuanzhang's sons were only Zhu Biao and a few others? Those familiar with Zhu Yuanzhang understood that he was teetering on the brink of fury. Someone was bound to face the consequences as long as the eldest was alive. The 4th would surely have no opportunity. Rebellion would be even more improbable. Although Zhu Biao lacked the combat experience of the 4th, the elder's prestige was formidable, and the 2nd and 3rd brothers were no pushovers either. How then could the 4th son become emperor? Zhu Yuanzhang's brows furrowed in deep thought, struggling to comprehend. The difficulty of Zhu Di ascending to the throne was unfathomable to others, but to Zhu Yuanzhang, the paramount authority of the Ming dynasty, it was evident he championed primogeniture and had structured a system of checks among the vassal kings. The 4th son had no chance. Meanwhile, Zhu Biao was equally perplexed, questioning how his younger brother had usurped the position that was rightfully his. What transpired? Had the fourth brother indeed rebelled? Even if he did, he had no grounds for victory. Zhu Biao recalled that his father had long considered this issue when appointing the vassal kings, capping their troops at 20 to 30,000 soldiers. Moreover, local court officials kept a watchful eye on their every move. Hence, vassal kings could not even dream of rebelling without prior notification to the court. Even if local officials colluded with the vassal kings, how many troops could they muster? 30,000, 50,000. The Ming court commanded over 100,000 troops. How could such a disparity lead to a successful rebellion? Father and son began to suspect that the imperial list might be erroneous. The difference in military strength was at least a factor of 20. Did Zhu Di possess divine intervention? After a moment of silence, Zhu Biao remarked, based on the military distribution of our Ming dynasty, it is impossible for a vassal king to seize the throne through rebellion. That I believe unforeseen circumstances must have transpired, allowing the fourth to attain the position of the supreme ruler. Zhu Biao's reasoning was sound. Zhu Yuanzhang acknowledged it with a grunt, accepting his son's explanation. Yet, he remained troubled by the implausibility of the situation. For Zhu Di to ascend by force, it would require the deaths of himself, Zhu Biao, Zhu Xiangying, and all his founding ministers. Otherwise, Zhu Di had no chance of succeeding in rebellion. With this thought, Zhu Yuanzhang broke into a cold sweat. Such a notion was utterly impossible. How could he entertain such a fantastical idea? He quickly dismissed it with a muttered curse. Yet, his curiosity was uncontrollable. Regardless of the cause, Zhu Di's actions had captured his attention. If Zhu Di had forcibly usurped his elder brother's position, he would not be forgiven. Zhu Yuanzhang clenched his fists, thinking, this wretched boy, how could he betray his brother, who has treated him so well? Nevertheless, Zhu Di's ascension was an undeniable fact. The more Zhu Yuanzhang pondered, the angrier he became. He resolved to vent his frustration with a good thrashing. Zhu Yuanzhang commanded those around him. It seems this Zhu Di ought to revisit the lessons of his youth. 3 days without discipline, and the roof will be raised. Summon the Prince of Yan to the imperial court at once. Upon the issuance of Zhu Yuanzhang's command, the imperial guards hastened towards the residence of the Prince of Yan. At this moment, the atmosphere in the forbidden city of the Ming dynasty was frigid to the core. The matter pertained to the heir apparent, prompting the ministers to lower their gazes to their shoes, eager to avoid any repercussions. As if I have never set foot here. In the waning years of the Hongwu period, Prince Qin Shi Huang was taken aback, rising to his feet with a fierce glint in his eyes. How can it be the fourth brother? In the preceding years, his elder brothers had passed away in succession, and the generals in the court had been ruthlessly purged by their father. Zhu Qian had initially plotted to seize the opportunity for a rebellion once his father had departed this world and the new emperor ascended the throne. He was aware that the strategist beside Zhu Di, Yao Guangxiao, harbored similar ambitions. Yet, he was unafraid of Zhu Di. Once the uprising commenced, it would be a contest of prowess. But now, the Golden List proclaimed that Zhu Di had become emperor? How could this be? Did it not imply that Zhu Qian was no match for Zhu Di? However, Zhu Qian's forces frequently ventured into the northern deserts, proving to be no less formidable than Zhu Di's Yan army. Zhu Qian found himself utterly confounded. In stark contrast, another realm presented a wholly different tableau. In the Great Qin, what a magnificent Yongle emperor! What a blood-soaked era it had been! What a campaign across the northern deserts! What expeditions to the western seas! When Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng heard these words, a fervor surged through his veins as if he had returned to the days before unifying the 6 states. Filled with ambition and purpose. To Yingzheng, the strong were always solitary. A monarch ought to possess such fortitude. What did it matter if the world misunderstood him? What if he were scorned by the populace? For Qin Shi Huang, had he not also been branded as a tyrant by the subjects of the Qin dynasty? Yet the Great Wall must still be constructed, and the Baiwei must be subdued. Otherwise, if the Xiongnu were to march south and the Baiwei returned to foreign dominion, would not the land of China once again be fragmented? If a sovereign could not expand his territory and cultivate a civil society, what use was he? The short-sightedness of the world was inconsequential. Even if reviled by the masses, so be it. Our deeds may be deemed transgressions in this age, yet they shall be lauded through the ages. During the Jingnan era of the Great Tang, this Yongle emperor had indeed achieved remarkable feats, just as Li Shimin had regained his composure and perused the contents of the Golden List. A competitive spirit ignited within him. If the Yongle emperor could expand his dominion and establish a prosperous age, why could not I, Li Shimin? In comparison to him, I am merely lacking in time. Li Shimin held this belief with utmost confidence. The content of the Golden List continued to unfold, transitioning to a scene of war and chaos. The common folk of China resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, their lives hanging by a thread. Once again, a commanding voice resounded. In the 20th year of the Yuan Zhijing era, on the 17th day of the 4th month, in a time of turmoil, the Yongle Emperor was born in Yingtianfu, the 4th son of Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang. The Yongle Emperor grew up in the military camps, fond of horseback riding and archery, displaying a keen sensitivity to military affairs. Consequently, his father Zhu Yuanzhang placed great expectations upon him, often subjecting him to rigorous military training. In the following year, Zhu Yuanzhang ascended to the throne in Nanjing, overthrowing the Yuan Empire, thus establishing the Ming dynasty. Amidst the flurry of responsibilities, Zhu Yuanzhang named his 7-year-old son Zhu Di. In the scene, the armies of the Yuan and Mongols clashed, blood flowing like rivers, wails echoing through the heavens that a contingent of Ming troops surged into the Yuan capital, where the grassland nobility had long since vanished. Upon the walls of the Yuan capital, banners of the Ming dynasty fluttered, symbolizing the reclamation of the 16 provinces of Yan and Yun, lost to the Han for approximately 4 centuries. The scene then shifted, freezing upon the moment Zhu Yuanzhang ascended the throne in Nanjing. In the Yuan Zhongtong era, upon witnessing the fall of the Yuan capital, Kublai's brows furrowed into a deep scowl. His once invincible Mongolian cavalry had been vanquished by the hands of the Han. Surely, this was absurd. Did he not know what the Han had been like during the Southern Song? 100,000 men had dared not fight to the death. Even with their emperor in tow, how could they have transformed so drastically in such a short span? It felt surreal, though Kublai had been prepared for the possibility of retreating from the Central Plain since the day he entered. When that day finally arrived, he could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. The great Yuan had indeed been extinguished. Very well, the people of the grasslands revere strength, since you have overthrown the Yuan dynasty. It proves your might. However, the descendants of the great Khan were not to be underestimated. The warriors of the grasslands were born for battle. One day, we shall descend upon the central plains once more. In the great song, Zhao Kuangyin clenched his fists tightly. What a splendid feat! The reclamation of the 16 provinces of Yan and Yun had been Zhao Kuangyin's lifelong dream. Upon his ascension, he had intended to move northward to annihilate the Liao dynasty at the earliest opportunity. Yet, due to various circumstances, his strategic focus shifted southward towards the southern Tang. Now, witnessing the Ming army reclaim the 16 provinces of Yan and Yun, he could not suppress his cheers after the exuberance. Zhao Kuangyin felt a sense of dissonance. The Ming dynasty, it seemed, was a successor to his great song. What was going on? Had the 16 provinces of Yan and Yun fallen into another's hands once more? Or had he, Zhao Kuangyin, never truly reclaimed them? The imagery of the Golden List began to shift again, revealing Zhu Biao. From the establishment of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Biao, the elder brother of Zhu Di, was designated as the crown prince. Zhu Biao received an excellent Confucian education from a young age, with dozens of founding figures as his mentors, making him the ideal candidate as the heir to the empire. Subsequently, Zhu Yuanzhang, in preparation for border security, conferred titles upon his sons as vassal kings, each assigned to govern a region. Due to Zhu Di's exceptional military talents, he was bestowed with the title of Prince of Yan and assigned to guard the northeastern borders of the former Yuan capital. In the 9th year of Hongwu, Zhu Yuanzhang began to psychologically challenge Zhu Di. Zhu Di and his brothers returned to their ancestral home in Fengyang, which during the early Ming period was referred to as Zhongdi. This place was the burial site of Zhu Di's grandparents, as well as the location where Zhu Yuanzhang herded cattle and sheep as a child for wealthy families. Indeed, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Yuanzhang started as a mere coward. Unable to afford food, he revolted, beginning with a single bowl, ultimately ascending to the throne. In the Great Yuan, Kublai had come to terms with the reality of the Yuan Empire's demise. Yet upon seeing this, he could no longer remain seated. He was unconvinced. His great Yuan had fallen to a coward. Would this not provoke laughter? It was too abstract for him to fathom. Kublai could not have imagined that the great Yuan would ultimately succumb to a cowherd's hand. Motivated by the simple need for sustenance, the great Han, upon witnessing this, Liu Che's mouth twitched. What an extraordinary individual Zhu Yuanzhang is. A mere cowherd from a landlord's family, unable to afford food. rises in rebellion and becomes emperor. What a divine script this is. Liu Che is willing to regard Zhu Yuanzhang as the greatest founding ancestor in the Eastern Han. Liu Xiu was taken aback by Zhu Yuanzhang's ascension. I had thought myself sufficiently outstanding, yet I did not anticipate someone even greater. Beginning with a bull, culminating in a dragon robe, Liu Xiu could not help but exclaim, "Remarkable, Zhu Yuanzhang." The review of the Golden List continued. Zhu Di spent 4 years in his hometown of Fengyao. These 4 years of civilian life profoundly influenced Zhu Di. He immersed himself among the common people and understood their needs in the 13th year of Hongwu. Zhu Di was in theft and Beiping. A war fanatic. He launched 2 large-scale campaigns into the north, subjugating the Mongolian nobility, including near Buka, and capturing the northern Yuan general Sulin Timur, thereby gaining fame across the realm. In the subsequent years, Zhu Di's brothers also received their enfeoffments beyond the frontier. The first-generation vassal kings of the Ming dynasty possessed extraordinary combat prowess, leaving the enemies of the north utterly defenseless. Zhu Di and the brothers stationed at the northern frontier were collectively known as the 9 Great Border Kings. With formidable generals and the enlightened ruler Zhu Biao within, the Ming dynasty was undoubtedly flourishing, brimming with promise for the future. Yet, the unexpected calamity struck in the 25th year of Hongwu, when Crown Prince Zhu Biao fell gravely ill upon returning to the capital after an inspection of Xi'an. Soon succumbing to his illness, the sound of the examination list reverberated, the mournful notes of the Suona echoed. A fortune of 10,000 taels, the scene froze at Zhu Biao's funeral. A profoundly tragic spectacle. The entire Ming court, composed of civil and military officials, wept uncontrollably, unable to find solace in sleep. The last time they experienced such profound grief was on the day of Empress Ma's passing. In the waning years of Hongwu, the officials could not help but shed tears upon witnessing this sorrowful moment. Overwhelmed by their emotions, many buried their faces in their hands and wept aloud, lamenting, "Oh, Crown Prince, do you know how we have endured these years since your departure? 5 long years. Each day, several officials perish in this court, and our lives have become unbearable. We must prepare our last words before every court session, drafting our wills, for who knows if we shall return from the court as we arrived." At that moment, the highest-ranking officials of the Ming court wept as if they were bereaved wives. Their sorrow palpable. Zhu Biao, who had been perplexed by Zhu Di's ascension to the throne, was taken aback. It was all so sudden. Was it truly so easy for me to fall ill? Just like that. I am gone. Has heaven truly forsaken me, refusing to grant me a few more years of life? Is it jealousy of talent that has brought about my untimely demise? Zhu Biao muttered to himself. Consumed by despair, for he had yet to fulfill his ambitions, he could not accept such an outcome. Could they not have allowed me to reign for a mere 2 years before my end? Beside him, Zhu Yuanzhang was equally stunned by the news. Just moments ago, we were contemplating the conditions under which the fourth would rebel, and now he has truly departed. Curse it. Biao, how could you abandon us after all the years of nurturing? Did you not owe us that much? Upon seeing the news of Zhu Biao's untimely death on the examination list, Zhu Yuanzhang found it unbearable. He had expended an inordinate amount of energy to cultivate Zhu Biao, bestowing all of Ming's resources upon him alone. Now, with Zhu Biao's passing, he had no strength left to raise another successor. Hearing his father's lament, Zhu Biao felt a deeper sorrow. "Father, could you not hold some hope for me? Who in their right mind would seek death? I am merely exhausted from overwork. From this day forth, I shall only labor for 5 hours daily. I shall rise with the sun and rest with its setting. No longer shall I toil over memorials until the break of dawn." Zhu Yuanzhang paused, ready to retort, but Zhu Biao continued, "Old man, if you disagree, I shall rebel. Father, I am granting you face. You must accept it." Zhu Yuanzhang's face lit up with excitement. "Biao, do you speak true? A man's word is as good as a promise. Let us fetch the dragon robe prepared by your mother for you. And here, take an extra garment for the cold." Zhu Biao responded with a bewildered expression. The examination list continued its grim recounting. Following the demise of Crown Prince Zhu Biao, Zhu Yuanzhang's temperament underwent a profound transformation. At that time, Zhu Biao's legitimate grandson, Zhu Xionying, had already passed away, and the young Zhu Yuantang, his legitimate second grandson, was too immature. The position of Crown Prince thus fell to Zhu Yunwan. the legitimate grandson from the branch of a secondary son in order to pave the way for his grandson Zhu Yuan to ascend the throne. Zhu Yuanzhang executed all the esteemed ministers who posed a potential threat to imperial authority. Figures such as Lan Yu, Feng Sheng, and Fu Yude, known for their contributions to the founding of the empire, were executed in succession. The scene depicted Lan Yu facing execution, while Fu Yude, unwilling to suffer dishonor, chose to end his own life. Following Zhu Biao's death, a massacre commenced in the 25th year of Hongwu. Lan Yu, having just won a victory and preparing to return to court, read the announcement and was seized by a chilling realization. My life is forfeit. He quickly felt his head, relieved that it remained intact. I must touch it a bit longer, lest I lose it forever. A month prior, he had received news of the crown prince's illness, which he had dismissed as a minor ailment, believing there were ample court physicians to attend to him. Yet, upon learning of Zhu Biao's demise and realizing Zhu Yuanzhang's intent to eliminate him for the sake of his grandson, despair overwhelmed him, and he could not help but weep bitterly, both for Zhu Biao and for his own grim fate. After Zhu Biao's death, no one could compel his loyalty willingly. Zhu Di was out of the question. Given their fraught relationship, and Zhu Yuan, a mere secondary grandson, could hardly command his respect. The general is destined for death. Shall we not rise against him? Just then, Lan Yu's deputy spoke up, causing a flicker of intrigue in Lan Yu's heart. However, he quickly quelled that impulse, for the only one capable of successfully rebelling against Zhu Yuanzhang had been Zhu Biao. Seeing Lan Yu's hesitation, the deputy pressed further, but Lan Yu shot him a glare, stating, "This is not yet a deadlock. Once we return to the capital, we will devise a plan to elevate the young Zhu Yuantang to the position of crown prince, and maneuver accordingly." In Lan Yu's eyes, only Zhu Yuantang, a brother of Zhu Xiangying, merited his allegiance, while Zhu Yuan was merely a bookish sycophant. None among the martial leaders of Huai she would ever truly respect him. With a heavy sigh, Lan Yu lamented, "Alas, crown prince, why did you depart from us?" In the ensuing years, Zhu Di's elder and younger brothers, King of Qin Shi Huang and King of Jin Zhu Jian, passed away in succession, elevating Zhu Di to the forefront among the princes and garnering special favor from Zhu Yuanzhang. In the waning years of Hongwu, King of Qin Shi Huang was astonished by the heavens. Did Zhu Laosi conspire to bring about my demise? King of Jin Zhu Jian echoed his shock. What sorcery is this that Zhu Laosi has also orchestrated my end? Only now did they grasp why Zhu Di, rather than themselves, had succeeded in rebellion. It dawned on them that they had both prematurely reported to the underworld. Curse it, there is foul play afoot. Zhu Di's fortune had proven remarkably fortuitous, having orchestrated the downfall of all. At this moment, Zhu Biao felt utterly despondent. "Old man, have your lips been blessed by fate? I must seek my mother to complain." Zhu Yuanzhang whispered, "This surpasses our expectations. Zhu Laosi is indeed the child of destiny. All those stronger than him have perished. Am I next? After my passing, it seems Zhu Laosi may truly ascend the throne." Zhu Biao, resigned, responded, "Old man, even if we were to perish, there remains no rationale for him to claim that position. Did not the announcement declare your intention to pass the throne to Yuan? Indeed." Zhu Yuanzhang too found the situation perplexing. Could it be that Zhu Laosi truly plotted and succeeded in becoming emperor? With his meager forces, how could he possibly achieve this, without a just cause for rebellion? Who would dare follow him? After all, rebellion is a matter of life and death. In the days when Zhu Yuanzhang could scarcely afford a meal, he never contemplated rebellion. It would only be a last resort when all else was lost. How could Zhu Laosi, a mere prince, find himself in such a position? As the scene shifted, the image of Zhu Yun when ascending the throne emerged. Subsequently, Zhu Di, alongside his brother Prince Zhou Zhu Li and the powers of Qi, Dai, and Ning, grew increasingly formidable, commanding the northern garrisons at that time. The Ming dynasty, in preparation against the northern Yuan, had stationed a significant portion of its military forces in the north, leading to a stark disparity in military strength between the north and south. In the 31st year of the Hongwu era, following the demise of Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Di's eldest nephew Zhu Yunjin found himself sleepless, tormented by the sight of his uncles wielding substantial military power. Consequently, he convened a secret meeting with Qi Tai, Huang Ziqing, and others to deliberate on the reduction of the feudal lord's powers. Since the inception of the Zhou dynasty, numerous kings, including those of Zhou, Dai, Min, and Xiang, had their powers curtailed, with the king of Xiang ultimately committing self-immolation, while the rest were relegated to commoners. The final scene freezes on the tragic moment of the king of Xiang's self-sacrifice during the Hongwu reign of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Yuanzhang nearly choked on his own blood in disbelief. He lamented the grave misjudgment he had made regarding Zhu Yunjin, who feigned benevolence and filial piety before him, only to reveal a ruthless ambition to eliminate his own uncles immediately upon his departure. These were his blood relatives. How could he bear to reduce his uncles to commoners, especially when they had not raised a hand against him? This was not merely a reduction of power. It was a brutal act driving them to desperation. Zhu Yuanzhang expressed his frustration, asserting that even if Zhu Yunjin feared rebellion from his uncles, he should have waited until his reign stabilized before taking such drastic measures. Moreover, if he was indeed fearful of insurrection, he could have merely stripped them of military authority while preserving their dignity and wealth. The situation had devolved into utter chaos, leaving Zhu Yuanzhang feeling utterly helpless. He had just contended that individuals would only rebel when left with no means of survival, yet Zhu Yunjin had acted precisely as such, leaving his uncles with no avenue of retreat. He was pushing his own kin to the brink of death, all for his own gain. What a farce beside him. Zhu Biao's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. If this was how Zhu Yunjin intended to reduce his uncles, it would have been more straightforward for him to offer them poison directly. How could they, as feudal lords of a nation, accept being rendered to commoners? If this was how he played the game of power reduction, then all should abandon the game altogether. Father and son remained perplexed. Zhu Biao stroked his beard, voicing his disbelief at Zhu Yunjin's actions, yet acknowledged that the court, after all, still held a significant military advantage, rendering a loss illogical. Unless, Zhu Yuanzhang pressed. Unless what? Zhu Biao replied helplessly. Unless the court undertakes some audacious maneuvers. Thus, the father and son could only anxiously await the results of the examination, fearful of further surprises. The scene continued to shift, revealing a disheveled man running frantically through the streets, pursued by a throng of officials and soldiers who pointed and gawked at him. During the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di observed this familiar scene, his heart sinking in dread. This was bad. How could the examination include such content? His dark past was about to be unveiled, the disheveled figure, embodying the very essence of madness, was none other than the Yongle emperor himself. Zhu Di felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, nearly causing him to lose composure. He had become a figure of ridicule, unfit to face the world. In the examination scene, Zhu Di ran barefoot, his hair a wild mess, darting about, while the soldiers followed closely behind, their brows furrowed in confusion as to whether he had truly lost his sanity or was merely pretending. Just as the soldiers hesitated over whether to apprehend Zhu Di, he made a sudden leap into a pigsty, landing amidst the feed with a tremendous splash that drenched the soldiers trailing behind him. The emperors watching the examination felt a chill run down their spines at the sight of such audacity. Who was this man's subordinate, displaying such reckless bravery? Soon, the madman stood, his nostrils and lips smeared with pig feed. Suddenly, he slurped loudly, and with a cough, gulp, the soldiers following Zhu Di could no longer contain their reactions and began to retch. The disheveled man beamed a naive smile, and through the examination, many started to vomit at the sight. They struggled to suppress their nausea in hopes of discerning the man's identity, only to be astonished to discover that he was none other than the Yongle emperor. The very subject of the examination. Simultaneously, the voice of the examination continued. The death of the king of Xiang did not soften Zhu Yunjin's resolve. Soon, his target for power reduction became Zhu Di, and the court had dispatched officials to oversee the military in Beiping. Zhu Di, sensing the court's determination to curtail power, resorted to feigning madness and even began eating pig feed in front of everyone. Fortunately, Zhu Di's sacrifice earned him invaluable time. In July of the first year of Zhangwen, Zhu Di rallied 800 loyal warriors at the Prince of Yan's residence, employing cunning to eliminate the officials sent by the court to oversee Beiping. Using the imperial edict left by his father Zhu Yuanzhang as a guise, he commanded the soldiers and proclaimed to the world that the emperor was misled by the treacherous Qi Tai and Huang Zicheng. There were no loyal ministers in court, only treacherous advisors beside the emperor. Zhu Di adhered to the ancestral laws established by his late father Zhu Yuanzhang, invoking the pretext of purging the treacherous advisors, and declared the Jingnan campaign. The news reverberated throughout the court, leaving the nation in shock. Defamation, defamation, he is defaming me. During the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty, a now 50-something Zhu Di nearly fainted from rage upon seeing the examination results displayed for all to behold. Visible even to the common folk of distant lands such as Annan in the south and the northern tribes, if this examination were to connect with the annals of history, Zhu Di would undoubtedly become infamous as the only emperor in history to have eaten pig feet. Beside him, Crown Prince Zhu Gaoqi struggled to suppress laughter, his face flushed red from holding it in. Meanwhile, Prince Zhu Gaoqi was no better off, as the embarrassing incident from over a decade ago involving his father resurfaced for all to see, provoking uncontrollable laughter among the onlookers. Who understands the plight of our family? This is social death. Great generals such as Zhang Fu, Yang Shiqi, Yang Rong, and Yu Qian remained motionless, akin to monks in deep meditation. Zhu Di, in his frustration, found no one to vent his anger upon. In desperation, he seized the most resilient of his kin, Prince Han, and gave him a kick. The kicked prince sprang back up swiftly. "Father, is this reasonable? You can't vent your frustrations on me every time something goes awry. Can't you pick someone else?" Zhu Di advanced slowly. "You better raise your rear." "I won't. I'm over 30, not a child. Especially not in front of so many ministers." "You will." "I won't. Someone come here. I'll do it." "Ouch. Father, be gentle with your feet. Don't hurt yourself." Oh, this Zhu Di certainly possesses the audacity of King Gojin of Yu. Determined to endure hardships, Emperor Qin Shi Huang expressed disdain, stating he could never stoop to eat pig feet in public. It must be said, Zhu Di's actions were beyond the reach of ordinary men. Bravo to Zhu Laosi. This was an ingenious method to avoid becoming a commoner. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a twinge of sympathy for Zhu Di, understanding that Zhu Di was acting out of desperation. Caught between rebellion and the threat of becoming a nonentity, reflecting on this, Zhu Yuanzhang could not help but chastise. "Why can't Zhu Yunjin comprehend my heartfelt intentions? You have a cadre of feudal lords safeguarding the realm, and all you need to do from the rear is monitor them to prevent rebellion." Such folly, truly such folly. Liu Bang of the Han dynasty suddenly lost his appetite upon witnessing the scene of Zhu Di consuming pig feet. He thought to himself, Zhu Di is quite the formidable character, though historically, those who achieve great things often overlook trivialities. This is rather excessive. He dares to eat feces. It was evident that Zhu Di was genuinely unwilling to be reduced to a commoner. At this moment, Liu Bang suddenly found himself curious about the flavor of pig feed. The scene on the golden list shifted once more. Within the tableau, Zhu Di, accompanied by tens of thousands of Yin troops, advanced southward, achieving victory after victory. At the onset of the Jingnan campaign, most of the generals in Beiping were Zhu Di's former subordinates, with many surrendering. Zhu Di's army faced little resistance, swiftly capturing cities such as Tongguo, Jizhou, and Huairou. In August of the first year of Zhang Wen, Zhu Yunwen hastily issued a proclamation to eliminate Zhu Di's royal status. That time, all capable ministers in the court had been eliminated by the late emperor, leaving Zhu Yunwen no choice but to appoint the aged General Geng Bingguan, over 60, as the Grand General to lead an army of 300,000 northward. Zhu Di confronted the opposing forces with 30,000 soldiers, while Geng Bingguan's vanguard met with disaster in Xiong County, resulting in the complete annihilation of 9,000 men. Geng Bingguan hurriedly set up a formidable formation in preparation for battle, but Zhu Di executed a cunning surprise attack, decisively defeating him. News of this initial defeat reached the capital, prompting Zhu Yunwen to replace his most trusted general, Li Jinglong, at the front, assigning him the title of Grand Marshal and dispatching an additional 500,000 troops northward. Li Jinglong, a childhood friend of Zhu Di, referred to him as uncle. Upon witnessing this situation, Zhu Di allowed Li Jinglong to besiege Beiping without interference. He then led his troops directly to Zhu Quan's city of Daming. Before long, Zhu Di returned triumphantly with 80,000 armored soldiers from Zhu Quan. During the Yongle era, the distant Prince Ning, Zhu Quan, in Nanchang, closed his eyes in anguish. Years earlier, Zhu Di had entered Daming alone, presenting Zhu Quan with a grand vision that he promised that the borrowed troops would be returned in full after the conquest, proposing a 50-50 division of the Great Ming's realm between the two brothers. Zhu Di's vision was so grand that Zhu Quan found it impossible to decline. Under pressure and temptation, Zhu Quan surrendered all the military forces and equipment of Daming to his fourth brother. However, After the conquest, Zhu Di informed him that the promise had been made by the Prince of Yan, and what did it have to do with the Yongle Emperor? The troops would not be returned as promised, and he saw not a single penny of the spoils. Not only that, but he was also imprisoned in the capital for several years. Regarding Zhu Di's actions, Zhu Quan could only conclude with caution, beware of familial deception to avoid the Ponzi scheme. On the golden list was the scene of Li Jinglong's 500,000 troops besieging Beiping. It was evident to all that Li Jinglong had lingered outside the city for 2 months without making any progress. When Li Jinglong attempted to breach the city during winter, the walls of Beiping were coated in thick ice. After 2 months of siege, there was still no advancement. At this juncture, Zhu Di returned with his army, and Li Jinglong's vanguard engaged in battle, suffering initial defeat. After this setback, Li Jinglong chose to retreat. He fled to Shandong, forgetting to notify the 100,000 central troops still besieging Beiping, who ultimately fell under Zhu Di's command. In this battle, Li Jinglong led 500,000 troops, yet failed to capture a mere empty city, delaying the campaign, prompting several ministers to demand Li Jinglong's execution to restore morale. Emperor Yunwen ignored their pleas and, in April of the second year of Zhengwen, gathered the strength of the nation to assemble another 600,000 troops for Li Jinglong to march northward. Zhu Di and Li Jinglong clashed once more at the Baigo River, with both sides experiencing victories and defeats. At a critical moment, a great wind summoned by a magical mentor swept through. Zhu Di raised his arm, and a fierce wind arose, scattering Li Jinglong's banners and causing chaos among the court's troops. Li Jinglong faced defeat again and hastily retreated to the capital. And in this battle, Zhu Di gained an additional 100,000 elite soldiers. In this encounter, Li Jinglong lost another 600,000 troops, inciting the fury of the ministers who once again united to petition for his execution. Yet Emperor Yuan refused. As punishment, Emperor Yuan stripped Li Jinglong of his title as Grand General. What madness! What folly! How could Li Jinglong not be executed after losing nearly 1 million troops? Lu Che, upon seeing the contents of the golden list, felt an unbearable pang of sorrow. It was indeed a loss of 1 million soldiers. It was no exaggeration to say that with sufficient provisions, they could have vanquished the Xiongnu. Yet, all was squandered under the command of Li Jinglong. What manner of war god was this man? And what kind of foolish emperor was Zhu Yunwen to allow such a talent to lead? Moreover, how could he not execute Li Jinglong for such grave mistakes? In any dynasty, such errors would warrant the extermination of 3 clans. During the Jingguan era of the Tang, Emperor Taizong marveled at Zhu Di's repeated victories against overwhelming odds. Unable to restrain his applause, you see how Zhu Di conducts his military endeavors. I dare say none of you could match him. Emperor Taizong, having led campaigns since the tender age of 17, felt a kinship with Zhu Di, lamenting the missed opportunity to recognize a kindred spirit. Qin Shi Huang and Yu Qigong laughed heartily. Your Majesty, you overestimate us. Such feats of victory against 100,000 troops are beyond our capability. During the Hongwu era of the Ming, Zhu Yuanzhang's fury knew no bounds. His 4th son had merely occupied a city, yet the old General Gung Bingwen had been worn down after a single setback. Yunwen could not contain his impatience to change commanders. Did he not understand that changing generals mid-battle is the gravest folly? Why did he not replace him with someone else? Instead, he chose Li Jinglong. That was 1 million troops, the very foundation he had amassed throughout his life. Just like that, it was all lost. Curse Li Jinglong. How could a man like Li Wenzhong produce such a useless son? And curse Zhu Yunwen. I swear I will never allow you to ascend to the throne again. At this moment, the young Zhu Di was terrified as he was brought into the palace. Zhu Yuanzhang immediately berated him. And you, Zhu Lao Si, what a mess. What kind of nonsense have I given birth to? Zhu Yuanzhang scolded vehemently. Look at what you have done. You rebelled during the Jingnan campaign. Who gave you the audacity? Kneel before me, lest I strike you down. The young Zhu Di could only remain speechless, fully aware of the contents of the golden list and understanding his father's anger. Yet he wished to retort. This is all the doing of Yongle Di. What does it have to do with me, the Prince of Yan? Moreover, it was your grandson who instigated the conflict. I merely wished to survive. What wrong have I committed? Direct your anger at him, not me. Is this not bullying the innocent? I am but a child. Of course, these words he could only keep to himself, daring not to voice them aloud. His father's love was as overwhelming as a mountain, too heavy for him to endure once more. Zhu Yuanzhang was so enraged he nearly fainted, infuriated by the incompetence of Zhu Yunwen and Li Jinglong. These two were utterly hopeless. What kind of emperor was this? What kind of general was that? Yingzheng of the Qin dynasty wished he could traverse time to slay both Zhu Yunwen and Li Jinglong. 1,000,000 troops. In my Qin, we established our nation through military might and meritocracy. If the national strength supported it, what were the Xiongnu to us? 1,000,000 troops in my command could obliterate the 6 states. Yet under your Zhu Yunwen, you cannot even quell an internal rebellion. It is no wonder they seize your throne. Liu Bang could not comprehend how Li Jinglong, having squandered nearly 1,000,000 troops, was not executed. Was he to be preserved for the new year? Liu Bang discerned that Li Jinglong was blatantly undermining Zhu Yunwen. That wasn't Li Jinglong's behavior merely delivering warmth to Zhu Di. Could Zhu Yunwen truly be so oblivious? If a defeated general is treated with such leniency and is spared punishment, what then becomes of your imperial dignity? How could anyone be willing to serve you? An emperor of such character? In the Song dynasty, I initially believed that Li Jinglong was a mere fool, yet it appears that this Emperor Zhu Yunjian is even more of a simpleton. What kind of fate unites these two inept individuals, making the fall of the nation almost inevitable? Zhao Kuangyin exuded confidence, asserting that the emperors of the Song would never commit such egregious errors. In the Sui dynasty, the foolish monarch is indeed foolish. This Ming Emperor Zhu Yunjian is utterly blind. Yang Jian was seething with rage, feeling incensed by the incompetence of others in military matters. Li Jinglong's dereliction of duty warrants the execution of his entire clan, yet this foolish monarch has chosen to retain him. How can he justify this to the brave soldiers who perished on the front lines? It is no surprise that Zhu Yunjian lost his empire. At this moment, even Zhu Yunjian himself could hardly believe his eyes that he gazed at the contents of the imperial edict, speechless that Li Jinglong had squandered 1,000,000 troops in 2 battles. And despite this, I still spared his life? Impossible. If this were true, I would be rendered a foolish monarch myself. The assessment of the imperial edict continued. The scene shifted to the Ming dynasty during the Jingnan era. Zhu Di advanced southward once more, launching an assault on Shandong, instilling terror wherever his army marched. Another great battle was about to unfold that in September of the 2nd year of Jingnan, the court promoted Tai Xian to the position of governor of Shandong, replacing Li Jinglong with Sheng Yong as the grand general. Sheng Yong is no ordinary man. This was the first defeat experienced by Zhu Di since he began his campaign. In December, Sheng Yong led his forces to engage Zhu Di's army at Dongchang, achieving a resounding victory over him. In this battle, the general Zhang Yu from Zhu Di's ranks was slain. Zhang Yu, who had been but 17 years of age, was cherished by Zhu Di, who had wed his daughter to him. Zhang Yu's daughter became the beloved consort Zhao Yi, while his granddaughter married Zhu Gaoqi, becoming consort Zhang Jing. Every time they marched into battle, Zhang Yu would serve as the vanguard, fighting on the front lines with unwavering loyalty. For Zhu Di, losing Zhang Yu was akin to losing his right arm. Zhang Yu was indeed his trump card general, much like Lan Yu was to Prince Zhu Biao. In the Ming Hongwu era. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a slight easing of his spirits, contemplating that there were still capable individuals within the Ming to shoulder the burden. In his eyes, Zhu Yunjian could lose the empire. After all, the meat rots in the pot. Regardless, the emperors of the Ming dynasty are all descendants of the Zhu lineage. However, he could not afford to lose the throne in such a disgraceful manner. After all, he represented the Ming court. The assessment of the imperial edict continued. Seeing the front lines achieve a great victory, Emperor Yunjian reinstated Qi Tai and Huang Ziqing to their positions in the 3rd year of Jingnan. In February of the 3rd year of Jingnan, Zhu Di once again marched south. In March, he defeated Sheng Yong at the Huta River and subsequently vanquished Wu Jie at Gaozi. Emperor Yunjian, perceiving the precarious nature of the situation, hastily dismissed Qi Tai and Huang Ziqing in a bid to quell Zhu Di's resolve to advance south. During the Ming Hongwu era, Zhu Biao was left speechless by Zhu Yunjian's erratic maneuvers. What is this? Zhu Yunjian, are you playing house? If you did not wish to engage in conflict, why not have sent Qi Tai and Huang Ziqing to the 4th prince from the outset? Why drag this out? Your uncle is waiting for an opportunity to strike, and you are merely stalling. Zhu Biao could not fathom how such a brilliant mind could give rise to such a foolish offspring as Zhu Yunjian. He resolved that once the assessment concluded, he would return to teach Zhu Yunjian a lesson to vent his frustrations. Despite Zhu Yunjian still being a mere child, the assessment of the imperial edict continued. At that time, although Zhu Di had more victories than defeats, his losses were nonetheless significant. Meanwhile, the Ming court boasted abundant resources and ample personnel. The cities that Zhu Di had captured in Hebei and Shandong were swiftly reclaimed by the court. Until a turning point arrived at the end of the third year of Zhang Wen, an inner court official reported from the capital, claiming that Nanjing was vulnerable to attack. Zhu Di resolved to alter his strategy. Marching directly toward the capital, and in the first month of the fourth year of Zhang Wen, following the Spring Festival, he led his forces south. This campaign saw Zhu Di advancing with unstoppable momentum. In April, he decisively defeated Yifu and Ping An's forces. In May, he captured Xizhou and Yangzhou. At this point, Zhu Yunjian, already in disarray, hastily dispatched envoys to seek peace and territorial concessions, but Zhu Di refused to comply. In June, Zhu Di's army crossed the river and descended upon Zhenjiang, pressing directly toward Nanjing. In a state of chaos, Zhu Yunjian urgently ordered the princes in the capital to defend the city gates and appointed the defeated General Li Jinglong as the commander of the Jinchuan Gate. On the 13th day of July, Zhu Di's forces arrived at the Jinchuan Gate, where Prince Zhu Yao and Li Jinglong opened the gates in surrender, leading to the fall of Nanjing. Flames erupted within the palace, and Zhu Yunjian's whereabouts became unknown. The scene depicted Zhu Di's military campaign, as flames engulfed the imperial palace of Nanjing for 3 days and nights, the beginning of the fourth year of Zhang Wen. Huang Ziqing and Qi Tai, who were recruiting troops outside, were left utterly despondent upon witnessing the outcome. The capital had fallen, leading to their defeat. The inferno depicted in the scene resembled demons unleashed from hell, consuming the forbidden city of Nanjing, along with the loyal hearts of those serving Zhu Yunjian. They could scarcely accept this outcome. After a long silence, Huang Ziqing and Qi Tai suddenly erupted in fury, shouting at Zhu Di's edict, rebellious traitor, before collapsing, bloodied and unseen. Simultaneously, in the early fourth year of Zhang Wen, the troops of Yan, having just descended from Beiping, were brimming with morale. Zhu Nun galloped ahead, raising the Yan army's banner high and proclaiming, "Soldiers, do you see? Our prince is destined to be emperor. Today, we shall achieve great feats and earn titles and honors." The Yan army's spirits soared as they echoed, "Today, we shall achieve great feats and earn titles and honors." Their roars pierced the heavens. In the Ming Hongwu era, news of an inner court official's report regarding Nanjing's vulnerability reached Zhu Yuanzhang, that Li Jinglong and the 19th prince had opened the gates in surrender. Zhu Yuanzhang was left dumbfounded. Surely, this reads like a tale from a novel. He burst into laughter, incredulous at how the throne of the Zhu family had devolved into such farce at the hands of these uncle and nephew. However, Zhu Yuanzhang realized that the act of stripping power from the princes had irrevocably tarnished Zhu Yunjian's reputation. Meanwhile, Zhu Biao was even more infuriated. Zhu Yunjian's actions were utterly nonsensical. He analyzed the situation seriously. If Li Jinglong had suffered defeat, he might soon face impeachment from the court and struggle to protect himself. At that moment, sending him to guard the city gates would surely lead him to surrender to the fourth prince to save his own life. Moreover, Li Jinglong had previously dispatched numerous troops to the fourth prince. Did Zhu Yunjian never suspect Li Jinglong's disloyalty? Furthermore, Zhu Yunjian's stripping of power was overt. His uncles must surely harbor deep resentment toward him. Yet he dared to entrust them with the city's defense. How audacious! In the Tang dynasty during the Jingnan era, one ought to seize the opportunity and gamble boldly. Li Shimin could deeply empathize with Zhu Di's sentiments. When he led his troops from Taiyuan straight to Chongzhen, and later during the Xuanwu Gate incident, he executed a lightning-fast strategy to seize the capital in the Han dynasty. Emperor Liu Che laughed heartily within the palace, exclaiming, "Zhu Yunjian has indeed lost his throne. He has truly squandered the Ming dynasty." During the reign of Emperor Gao of Han, it became evident to me that Zhu Yunjian held true affection for Li Jinglong. Even after being so severely betrayed, he still chose to rely on this man to defend the city, leading to this outcome, which can be deemed reasonable. Liu Bang, upon witnessing the ultimate disappearance of Zhu Yunwen, could not help but exclaim, "As an emperor, Zhu Yunwen lacks both cunning and vision, indulging in trivialities that in Liu Bang's estimation. While an emperor may be devoid of numerous skills, he must possess the ability to utilize and govern his people. Without the acumen for personnel management and the understanding of checks and balances, the imperial throne is destined to be unstable." How splendidly he has squandered the realm. Zhu Yunwen's foolishness is such that even under his reign, the Ming dynasty is unlikely to see a resurgence. Qin Shi Huang interjected, Zhu Yunwen's performance is even inferior to that of Fu Su. He is bereft of capability and compassion. What loyal subjects would serve such a ruler? Even if the realm does not fall into the hands of Zhu Di, it will inevitably be surrendered to another. Qin Shi Huang harbored no fondness for such an inept emperor as Zhu Yunwen. I observe that Zhu Di possesses all the qualities befitting an emperor. During the Kai Wang era of the Sui dynasty, Zhu Yunwen was merely a flower sheltered within a greenhouse. He dares to employ a talent like Li Jinglong. Yet, the latter refers to Zhu Di as uncle, acknowledging his prowess. Yang Jian, witnessing Zhu Yunwen's conduct, found it utterly laughable. He thought, were I in Zhu Yunwen's position, commanding a million-strong army, I would lead a personal expedition. Zhu Di would not dare to stir even the slightest turbulence. Zhu Yunwen has truly squandered a winning hand. From the perspective of the Mongols, is this the fall of the great Ming under my reign? I refuse to accept it. Kublai gazed at the roster detailing Zhu Di's uprising against the chaos, feeling incredulous. What is this? The million-strong army of the Ming could not quell its internal strife. How could such a Ming defeat the Mongolian cavalry? He had initially believed the Ming would flourish like the Tang dynasty, its military prowess commanding respect throughout the East. Had that been the case, even in defeat, he would have accepted it with grace. However, based on Zhu Yunwen's demonstrated strength, he could not concede. My sons of the grasslands have always bowed only to the strong. What merit does this feeble Ming have to triumph over my warriors? Kublai addressed his Mongolian army. Do you respect such a Ming? The atmosphere among the Mongolian cavalry ignited instantly. This Ming, unworthy of their esteem, prompted them to raise their curved blades in defiance, shouting, "We do not yield. We do not yield." During the Hongwu era of the Ming, Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, though I am angered by the rebellion of the fourth son, given that both the second and third have perished, and Yunwen proves inadequate, I could accept that the throne falls to the fourth. Zhu Yuanzhang observed Zhu Yunwen's demeanor and turned to Zhu Biao, who nodded in agreement. Based on the performance of Zhu Yunwen on the roster, it would indeed be preferable to pass the imperial mantle to the fourth son, who at least could maintain order in the absence of his elder brothers. Moreover, the fourth son demonstrated considerable capability. Hearing his father's words, Zhu Di, kneeling on the ground, could hardly contain his mirth, nearly bursting into laughter, his face flushed crimson, his shoulders trembling. Zhu Yuanzhang cast a sideways glance, revealing a dangerous smile. Zhu Di hurriedly suppressed his laughter, lowering his gaze to avoid meeting Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes, wishing he could hide his head in his trousers due to his short neck. In the Jiangwen era of the Ming, Zhu Yunwen slumped on the dragon throne. A visage of bitterness. Li Jinglong, again Li Jinglong. Why? On the roster, I have repeatedly pardoned his transgressions, yet it culminates in betrayal. This group of Huaishi nobles are kin to my fourth uncle, yet I am not related to them? Faced with incessant provocations to his limits, Zhu Yunwen could no longer contain his fury. Bring me Li Jinglong. Execute him, confiscate his estate, and exile his family to the northwest. Moreover, investigate swiftly who among my entourage has been relaying messages to Beiping. Confronted with his dire circumstances, Zhu Yunwen had no choice but to prepare for the worst. After conquering Nanjing, Zhu Di, having resisted the persistent urging of his supporters for several days, proclaimed the 4th year of Jiangwen as the 35th year of Hongwu. Thereafter ascending to the throne with the reign title Yong, to solidify his rule, Zhu Di executed over 800 officials from the Jiangwen court, including Qi Tai, Huang Ziqing, and Fang Xiaoru. During the Hongwu era of the Ming, Zhu Yuanzhang's worldview was once again challenged. What does this mean? Yu Zhu Lao Si, proclaiming the 4th year of Jiangwen as the 35th year of Hongwu, ascending to my throne. Did I rise from my grave to bestow my position upon you? Zhu Yuanzhang reproached the kneeling Zhu Di. You, Zhu Lao Si, have resolved to declare a rebellion and have caused your nephew to vanish, and now you concern yourself with your reputation? Is this not akin to undressing to relieve oneself? An exercise in futility? Young Zhu Di, feeling helpless, waved his hand. What can I do? Since ancient times, isn't it customary for a courtesan to erect a monument for herself? If I do not do this, those insufferable scholars will accuse me of lacking legitimacy. Even if I usurp my nephew's throne, it is the scholars who force my hand. In the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin contemplated whether to follow Zhu Di's example and alter historical records to obscure the facts surrounding the Xuanwu Gate incident, positing that his father, Li Yuan, had only him as a son, dismissing Li Jianxing and Li Yuanji as non-existent. The sole legitimate son of Gaozu, Shimin, is exceptionally gifted, proficient in both literature and martial arts. Succeeding his father as the revered ruler, Li Shimin shook his head. No, too far-fetched. Moreover, how could my father, a libertine, possibly have only one legitimate son? What if he modified the account of the Xuanwu Gate? Li Shimin's expression stiffened, shaking his head repeatedly. Forget it. This notion, if known to Wei Zhong, would surely lead to my demise. During the Jiangwen era of the Ming, upon witnessing the unfolding events, Zhu Yunwen collapsed once more to the ground. Uncle, your heart is ruthless. Not only have you usurped my throne, but you also seek to erase all traces of my reign. Zhu Di's actions were beyond Zhu Yunwen's imagination. Despite his excesses, he had commanded his army not to bear the burden of patricide. Yet he did not foresee that Zhu Di, upon ascending, would abolish his era name. The roster continued to be reviewed. After ascending to the throne, Zhu Di continued to implement his father Zhu Yuanzhang's policies, eschewing the approach of Zhu Yunwen that sought to win over powerful landlords. Instead, he intensified control over and suppression of the wealthy landlords. This time, under the pressures of governance, Zhu Di began to establish the position of Grand Scholar. Akin to the emperor's secretary, which later evolved into the cabinet within the court, the cabinet effectively fragmented the powers of the chancellor, selecting less seasoned officials to participate in administrative matters, thus addressing the vacancies left by the abolition of the chancellor's Ministry of Personnel. Unlike the chancellor, they possessed only advisory powers. During the Hongwu era of the Ming, Zhu Yuanzhang grew increasingly displeased, kicking Zhu Di aside. What the devil, Zhu Laosi? After expending such effort to eliminate the chancellor's position, you dare to establish a new gathering of chancellors? This infuriates me. Beside him, Zhu Biao shook his head, still in favor of the fourth son's approach. Observing the furious Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Biao thought, Father, do you think everyone possesses your resilience? Your physique is as robust as iron. You handle memorials until dawn and still manage to sire over 20 sons. Simultaneously, Zhu Di placed great emphasis on the Eastern Depot and the Jinyue. Zhu Di relied heavily on eunuchs dispatched to various regions, assigning them to oversee officials, military affairs, garrisons, and civilian matters in the Qin dynasty. Upon reading this, Qin Shi Huang felt an ominous premonition. The heavy reliance on eunuchs is no trivial matter. That group of individuals is truly loathsome. In those days, he nearly lost his life at the hands of a eunuch. Fortunately, he managed to survive that. As for that eunuch, he has already met a gruesome end. Torn apart by his own forces, during the Tang dynasty, the notion of favoring eunuchs, Li Shimin narrowed his eyes. This Zhu Di is utterly foolish, with so many precedents of eunuchs meddling in politics. Why would he choose to tread the path of self-destruction? The Han dynasty was ravaged by eunuchs. Li Shimin was well aware of the notorious 12 great eunuchs and the 10 regular eunuchs. In the Song dynasty, the mention of eunuchs prompted Zhao Kuangyin to feel a deep sense of unease that a glance at the Han and Tang dynasties reveals the pattern. Either eunuchs held power or the imperial relatives did. In their fervor, they would even dare to slay emperors, plunging the empire into chaos. Zhu Di places great importance on managing the north, compounded by the fact that the Nanjing region is largely populated by Zhu Yunwen's former subordinates, who are a constant hindrance. Thus, in the 7th year of Yongle, Zhu Di commenced the construction of the Chongling tomb on Mount Tianshou in Beijing, demonstrating his determination to establish a foothold in the north. Simultaneously, faced with the remnants of the northern Yuan forces in the northern deserts, Zhu Di adopted a strategy of both appeasement and military action. Combining benevolence and authority, he sought to win over smaller tribes while combating the larger ones. This strategy led to a gradual fragmentation of the northern Yuan into various factions such as the Tatars and the Walla, resulting in severe internal strife among the Mongolian tribes, who found themselves reliant on the Ming court for survival. In the scene, many Mongolian tribes, unable to protect themselves due to their divisions, were compelled to submit to the Ming dynasty, the Great Yuan. This Khan could hardly contain his outrage. Kublai Khan, upon witnessing this, could not restrain his curses, calling Zhu Di a beast. Are we to bow down to you, Zhu Di, on our vast steppes? I have tolerated much. Yet, do not push your luck. You may drive us back to the steppes or slay me without a word. But to instigate division within our Mongolian ranks and fragment our tribes into countless factions is utterly intolerable. Do you not realize the immense effort my grandfather, Genghis Khan, expended to unite the Mongolian tribes? You are committing an act of treachery. A unified Mongolia and a fractured one are not the same concept. The account of the Ming dynasty's developments continued in the 14th year of Yongle. Under Zhu Di's firm leadership, the infrastructure of the Ming Empire commenced, with the construction of the Forbidden City in Beiping, by the 19th year of Yongle. Zhu Di officially relocated the capital of the Ming dynasty to Beijing. In the visuals, the imposing walls of the Forbidden City appeared, with its grand gates and solemn halls, majestic, resplendent, and dignified. At that moment, the emperors found themselves at a loss for words to adequately describe this palace. Save for its somewhat diminutive stature, during this period, Zhu Di embarked on the lifelong ambition of all emperors to expand territories and establish an unprecedented legacy, in the 4th year of Yongle. By a stroke of chance, civil unrest broke out in Annam, prompting the royal descendants of the Qin clan to seek aid from the Ming, hoping Zhu Di would dispatch troops to assist in their restoration. Zhu Di readily assented, appointing Duke Chengguogong Zhu Neng as the commander, with Marquis Shi Pingmu Shenwei as the left deputy general and Marquis Xine Qingzhong Fu as the right deputy general, to march into Annam. That same year, the entirety of Annam fell to the Ming forces. Annam was renamed Jiaoji, and a governing body was established for Jiaoji, along with supervisory and command offices, the 15 prefectures. 36 states and 181 counties of Annam were incorporated into the Ming territory in the early years of Yongle in the Ming dynasty. At this moment, on a riverboat on the Yangtze, a young man gazed at the contents of the imperial decree, his face a mask of confusion. He was Qin Tianping, the last remaining bloodline of the Annam royal family, following a rebellion led by the prime minister in Annam. All royal kin had been slaughtered, and the regime usurped. In desperation, Qin Tianping had to journey to the Ming capital to seek assistance. However, before he could reach Nanjing, he discovered this news on the imperial decree. He had assumed that Annam was a vassal state of the Ming, with the Ming having both the reason and obligation to aid in his restoration. He harbored great hopes, but little did he realize he was inviting a wolf into his home. Annam had become a mere Jiaoji of the Ming. Was Zhu Di not coveting his homeland? This was despicable. At that moment, Qin Tianping was on the verge of emotional collapse. There was no turning back for Annam. And with such an attitude from the Ming, it seemed the Qin lineage of Annam was doomed. Overwhelmed by sorrow, he broke down in tears on the boat, drawing the attention of all around him. In the Ming Hongwu period, Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed, "This Zhu Laosi has clearly set his sights against me. When I decreed that eunuchs should not meddle in politics, Zhu Laosi employed them. When I advocated for primogeniture, Zhu Laosi instigated the Jingnan rebellion. When I directed him east, he stubbornly went west. When I told him to raise sheep, he insisted on tending to chickens. This boy is filled with rebellion beyond measure." As the saying goes, one must educate children early. Zhu Yuanzhang withdrew his jade belt, casting a glance at the kneeling youth, Zhu Di. Ultimately, he could no longer restrain himself. "Eldest, you must hold him down." Zhu Biao hastily restrained Zhu Di's arms. Eager for his father to unleash his wrath, the young Zhu Di struggled with all his might. At that moment, he was more difficult to subdue than a pig destined for slaughter. Zhu Biao alone could not manage, and it took several imperial guards to finally pin Zhu Di down. Zhu Di gazed at the contents of the imperial decree above, feeling a mix of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from his destiny to become an emperor, while the sorrow lay in the possibility that he might not live to see that day. Young Zhu Di resolved to reserve his sadness for himself, allowing the joy of Yongle to carry on. The paternal love of Zhu Yuanzhang arrived as expected. Painful, oh so painful. The cries of the young Zhu Di echoed throughout the palace. After a brief pause, the scenes in the imperial decree resumed. Flashing by like slides, the focus settled on the Great Wall, where Zhu Di, mounted on a red steed, appeared with great vigor. That a mere Annam cannot satiate Zhu Di's grand ambitions. He is acutely aware that his true foes lie to the north. Those formidable tribes dominate the steppes, and one day they will inevitably invade the Ming. The bloodstains of the past, trampled by those from the steppes, have yet to dry. Zhu Di understands all too well their warlike nature, and he will not allow them to harm his people. In the 7th year of Yongle, a Ming envoy was slain in the Tatar region. Merely a few years later, the northern Yuan could no longer restrain their belligerent instincts. Since the Qin dynasty, China has been continually invaded by foreign tribes. Submission, pleas for mercy, and displays of weakness have failed to halt their aggressive advances. Throughout history, there has been but one method to oppose them: to fight to the death. That day, Zhu Di made the most monumental decision. No more marriages for peace, no reparations, no territorial concessions. Zhu Di's resolute actions gradually evolved into the uncompromising stance of the later Ming dynasty: no peace marriages, no reparations, no land cessions, and no tribute. When the nomads of the northern steppes sought to invade the south, Zhu Di knew only to fight, to contend to the end. Death was the only outcome. And what was there to fear? In the Tang dynasty, when Li Shimin read the declaration of no peace marriages, no reparations, no land cessions, and no tribute, every hair on his body stood on end. If the Ming could truly uphold this decree, how monumental would their legacy be in history? Merely contemplating this made Li Shimin's blood boil. Yet, his expression soon dimmed at this moment. Our Tang dynasty is not at its zenith. The power of Tubo and others looms large. Even if he wishes to combat them with military force, the current strength of the Tang cannot support such an endeavor. Just based on the refusal of peace marriages alone, Li Shimin already felt he had been bested by Zhu Di in the imperial decree. After these 3 campaigns against the northern steppes, the Mongolian tribes fully grasped one fundamental truth: never again provoke the Yongle emperor. This man is a madman. Thus, during Zhu Di's 4th expedition to the northern deserts, before the Grand Army had even set forth, the Tatar and Wala tribes had already retreated 1,000 miles away. The 5th expedition to the northern deserts was no different. The Grand Army advanced over 1,000 miles into the wilderness, yet astonishingly, not a single soul was encountered in the era of the Tang dynasty. During the Jingnan period, Li Shimin was deeply moved upon witnessing Zhu Di leading the charge against foreign tribes, personally commanding an army of 500,000 northward. He could not suppress his astonishment. Feeling a chill run down his spine, as if the very hairs on his body stood on end, such a magnificent sight. How many among the emperors of China could boast of such valor? After a moment of contemplation, Li Shimin suddenly broke into a smile that ha ha ha. This is how one should confront foreign foes, vowing not to return until the enemy is vanquished. Only through proactive strikes can we spare our Chinese populace from the ravages of war. Had I not just successfully overthrown the regime, I would certainly lead a 1,000,000-strong force to pillage the territories of Tubo and the Turks. Li Shimin's competitive spirit was ignited, and he resolved to venture into Turkic lands the following year. In the Hongwu era of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang was equally astonished by the might of the Ming army. Zhu Laozi has truly inherited the profound teachings of his father-in-law Suda. He possesses remarkable prowess in warfare, managing to instill such cohesion among 500,000 troops. However, Zhu Yuanzhang soon began to feel a pang of concern. Zhu Laozi, what are you thinking? Why deploy such a massive force against the already waning northern Yuan? Is 10 or 80,000 troops not sufficient? You spendthrift, when I overthrew the Yuan dynasty, I did not mobilize such a multitude. The logistics alone for 500,000 troops in the northern deserts would deplete resources beyond measure. After 30 years of hard work, must I allow you, this reckless fool, to squander it all? Zhu Biao expressed his disbelief as well, lamenting the exorbitant costs of Zhu Di's campaigns. 500,000 troops throughout history. It required at least 20 years of peace to muster such a force for a single expedition. His 4th brother seemed utterly unperturbed, having launched 3 northern campaigns within a decade, totaling over 1,000,000 troops. Coupled with the earlier Jingnan conflict, had the Ming not been financially robust, these battles might have led to the collapse of the empire. Moreover, as an emperor, to lead the charge personally, what was he thinking? Was he courting death? Zhu Di appeared to place little value on his own life. If he were to fall in battle, the Ming dynasty would surely descend into chaos. With a sigh, Zhu Biao felt it unwise to voice too many concerns. For by the time Zhu Di ascended, the Ming had few martial leaders left, and the vassal kings possessed no military power. When the Tatars encroached upon the borders, someone had to confront them. Otherwise, they would only grow bolder. Zhu Biao reflected on the severe internal strife plaguing the Ming. He resolved to take better care of his health. As long as he survived, no one could stir up trouble in his presence. As for Zhu Di, he might as well serve as the general of the northern campaigns. In the Song dynasty, The Emperor Wan Yango could hardly believe the scenes depicted on the Golden List. Why was it that the Ming army, composed of Han people, exhibited such unity and courage to take the initiative? Why, when the Song army engaged, did they scatter like leaves in the wind? Was it perhaps because the Song emperor did not lead the charge himself? Zhao Guo pondered this conundrum, feeling it to be a blind spot in his understanding. Liu Bang was filled with excitement, exclaiming, "This Zhu Di has truly grasped the essence of warfare. This is how battles ought to be fought. When I faced Xiang Yu, did I not also outnumber him? If 10,000 could not defeat 20,000, then it was 20,000 against 10,000, or even 100,000 against 10,000. The advantage lies with me." Liu Bang understood that the world of martial affairs was not merely about fighting. It was about human relationships and leveraging one's advantages. After all, one has but one life to cherish. Lest it be squandered like Xiang Yu's, who perished under the weight of his own burdens. During the Yongle period, the Walla leader Muhammad also observed the Golden List, witnessing the formidable Ming soldiers. He felt powerless, questioning if he had ever seen a ruler like Zhu Di in battle. What he witnessed was not a battle but a mob assault, 10 against 1, with only a few tens of thousands of capable warriors among his tribe. How could he face 500,000 troops descending upon him for mere cattle and sheep? The logistics alone must have consumed more than 10,000 livestock. Was this not an excessive response? Muhammad had never encountered an emperor as stubborn as Zhu Di. 500,000 against my 50,000. Was this not bullying the innocent? At the same time, Alutai closely monitored the Golden List. Watching the Ming soldiers rallying for battle with a resigned expression, he thought it would be better to wait until Zhu Di passed before making his move if he could not defeat Zhu Di. How could he contend with Zhu Di's descendants? This strategy of inflicting 1,000 casualties while suffering 800 in return, was this not madness? Mobilizing 50,000 troops for a skirmish, who could afford such a conflict? Even Kublai Khan could not sustain such a drain. With so many Han people, a 2-for-1 exchange would exhaust his pastoral warriors. Alutai gritted his teeth in frustration, declaring, "If I cannot afford to fight, I can at least evade. Once you, Zhu Di, are gone, I shall descend southward." During the Jiangwen period, Zhu Yunwen had never seen the Ming army display such strength. Rarely visiting the barracks, he felt a surge of fear as he sensed the overwhelming bloodlust exuding from Zhu Di even through the screen. Gazing at the spirited Zhu Di, Zhu Yunwen astonishingly thought that perhaps his fourth uncle was more suited to be emperor than he. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Zhu Yunwen panicked. "Oh no, my imperial heart is wavering. Should I still consider suppressing the Prince of Yen?" The Golden List continued its review. Although the fifth expedition to the northern deserts did not eradicate the threat posed by the north, it afforded the Ming a rare period of peace. Peace is invariably accompanied by stability, and the development of stability inevitably gives rise to a flourishing era. Throughout China's millennia, there has been no shortage of prosperous periods, among which Zhu Di's reign is noteworthy. Today, let us witness the unique era of prosperity belonging to Zhu Di in the Qin dynasty. Qin Shi Huang found himself curious. Prosperity? Does my Qin not count as a flourishing era? In the Hongwu period, Zhu Yuanzhang's countenance brightened with joy. Indeed, Zhu Laosi has performed admirably as emperor. Under his governance, the Ming has entered a prosperous age, and it is known that in historical records, such flourishing periods are few and far between. In the Tang dynasty, during the Jingnan period, Li Shimin felt a profound sense of envy. The prosperous Tang, with nations coming to pay homage. "This is my ideal, my goal." In the Song dynasty, Zhao Kuangyin lamented, "A prosperous age. Since the flourishing Kaiyuan period, it has been ages since China experienced such prosperity." He wondered if any descendants of the Song would ever create a glorious era, achieving the monumental feat of enshrining Mount Tai. In the Yuan dynasty, Kublai Khan was increasingly intrigued by this Zhu Di at a prosperous age for the Han people. "This Zhu Di is quite captivating," he mused in the Qing dynasty. Kangxi could not help but scoff. A prosperous age? What prosperity did the Ming ever achieve? In the annals of history, only my era, the Kangxi era, can truly be termed prosperous. In terms of territory, military strength, and population, I surpass all others. The Golden List transformed once more, revealing not scenes of clashing steel or opulent palaces, but rather an endless expanse of ocean, serene yet tumultuous like a chasm. Upon the horizon floated great vessels adorned with the Ming military flag. Equipped with cannons capable of conquering the world, China's prosperity should command the respect of all nations. It rightfully belongs to the Celestial Empire. This is the ultimate aspiration of every idealistic ruler. And it is also Zhu Di's goal. After 3 decades of governance under Zhu Yuanzhang, the Ming dynasty had established a remarkably strong foundation, with the populace living in peace and prosperity, and the national treasury brimming with revenue. Thus, the illustrious voyages of Zheng He to the western seas commenced, traversing half the globe and exploring the nations of the West, reaching the distant shores of the ocean. The advanced shipbuilding techniques of that era provided ample conditions for Zheng He's grand maritime expeditions. In the 3rd year of the Yongle era, the esteemed eunuch Zheng He officially embarked on his voyages to the west. This marked the first large-scale maritime exploration in Chinese history, signifying China's inaugural conquest of the vast oceans. Zheng He commanded a fleet comprising 62 treasure ships, manned by over 30,000 troops. The largest of these vessels measured an astonishing 44 zhang in length and 18 zhang in width, representing the pinnacle of shipbuilding technology at the time. Upon hearing of such grandiose ships, Qin Shi Huang could not contain his excitement within the grand hall of the Xianyang Palace, pacing back and forth as if to measure the dimensions of the vessels. These ships surpass even my grand palace in magnificence. The Ming dynasty possesses such remarkable technology. He had never before encountered such colossal ships, leaving him profoundly awestruck. Ha! Splendid. How could I worry about the prosperity of my China? Liu Bang, upon learning of the ship's dimensions, summoned carpenters to sketch the measurements within the palace. Witnessing the enormity of the vessels, he was filled with disbelief. How could such a colossal creation be constructed? Moreover, how does it navigate the waters and maintain its course? Liu Bang was enveloped in confusion and admiration, pondering how his Han dynasty could conquer the vast seas if only they possessed such magnificent ships. Kublai Khan, too, was left in awe at 44 zhang long and 18 zhang wide. What a marvel of naval engineering! My Mongolian forces suffered greatly during our 2 expeditions to Japan due to the inadequacy of our vessels against the tumultuous seas. If only I could acquire such technology, the pirates would have been vanquished long ago. He begrudgingly acknowledged the Han's prowess in weaponry. Zhu Yuanzhang marveled at the sight of numerous ships adrift upon the ocean. Astonished by their scale, which far surpassed that of Chun Yuliang's fleet, the Ming Navy set sail from Suzhou, traversing through Kampa, Malaysia, Java, and Sumatra, leaving in their wake a trail of nations trembling before the might of the Ming Empire. Ambassadors from various countries flocked to pay homage and present tributes, marking an unprecedented era of international recognition for a feudal dynasty. Li Shimin, witnessing the Ming fleet's ability to command the submission of nations, rose from his dragon throne. I, too, shall realize the dream of universal tribute. I shall not be outdone by you. Zhu Di, his wife, Empress Chongzhen, gently reassured him, My lord, your aspirations shall surely be fulfilled, and I shall remain by your side. Li Shimin was deeply moved, feeling that with such a wife, he needed nothing more in the realm of the Han. The prospect of universal tribute filled Emperor Wu, Liu Che, with fervor. What grandeur it is to witness the Ming dynasty achieving such heights, while my Han remains ensnared by the Xiongnu. Relying on marriage alliances for peace. What a disgrace, he lamented, that had his youthful general still lived, the Xiongnu would have surely been vanquished. Kublai Khan, filled with confidence, proclaimed, the Yuan dynasty is equally worthy of universal tribute. Who among the neighboring nations would dare defy us? Yet, Liu Bingzhong interjected, Your Majesty, you are mistaken. Beyond the pirates, what other nations could you reach? As the scene of foreign envoys presenting tributes to the Ming concluded, an expansive map of China during the Yongle period emerged, illustrating the vast territories under its dominion. That a prosperous era necessitates a vast expanse of territory. It was noted, the Yongle era stretched from Korea in the east to Tibet in the west, encompassing Annam in the south and extending to the Great Desert in the north, with dimensions of over 11,700 li east to west and 10,900 li north to south. Such a prosperous era must also be supported by robust diplomacy, akin to the Silk Road of the Han and the tribute system of the Tang. The nations of the world acknowledged the Ming as their suzerain. Drawn by its advanced industry, thriving trade, mature political system, and superior military technology, during the Yongle period, for kings from distant lands even crossed the seas to pay their respects. with 3 choosing to be interred in China. Furthermore, during Zheng He's 6th voyage, the fleet returned with over 1,000 envoys and their families from various nations. The true prosperous era is intrinsically linked to the well-being of its people. Only when they thrive can one genuinely speak of prosperity. Under the Yongle reign, the populace enjoyed affluence, agricultural stability, and a secure livelihood, with annual tax revenues reaching 30 million dan. Additionally, the income from the military and agricultural colonies set up by Zhu Yuanzhang exceeded 23 million dan. In the realm of handicrafts, significant advancements were achieved in mining, textiles, ceramics, papermaking, and printing. A prosperous era must also rest upon a formidable military foundation. To safeguard the northern frontiers, Zhu Di relocated the capital to Beijing. Confronting foreign threats directly, this strategic relocation was paramount for the Ming dynasty, as a powerful dynasty must be positioned closest to its adversaries. Understanding the importance of military might, Zhu Di established 3 major military camps in the capital: the 5 Armies Camp, divided into infantry and cavalry; the 3,000 Camp, primarily composed of Mongolian cavalry; and the Divine Machine Camp, an infantry unit equipped with firearms. Kublai Khan, upon learning of this, was left incredulous. Why are the cavalry forces under Zhu Di composed of Mongolians? My Mongolian horsemen will never submit. Liu Bingzhong retorted, Your Majesty, is it naive to think that having Han troops excludes the possibility of Mongolian forces? Isn't it simply a matter of who offers better conditions for service? The Han, witnessing the vast territories and formidable armies of the Ming, felt a renewed vigor. Yet, they lamented the absence of the Silk Road within the Ming map, recognizing that their youthful general had once been more accomplished in this regard. At this moment, Liu Che felt an immense pride due to the Hishi corridor conquered by Huastubing. The vast territories of the Ming dynasty displayed on the Golden List left Qin Shi Huang utterly speechless, as they surpassed those of his own Qin dynasty by a remarkable margin. Soon, however, Qin Shi Huang swiftly regained his composure. He did not succumb to feelings of inferiority, for no other emperor had achieved the unification of the 6 states as he had during the late Warring States period. Even Zhu Di would not fare better. Just as Qin Shi Huang lamented the extensive dominion of the Ming, he noticed the proclamation that true prosperity could only be defined by the wealth of the common people. At that moment, the words on the Golden List resonated deeply within Qin Shi Huang's heart. Indeed, how eloquent! It is only when the populace is well-fed and warmly clothed that a genuine golden age can be declared. Only when the nation stands strong can a true era of prosperity be claimed. Alas, my great Qin still has a long road ahead. The east and west stretch for 11,750 li, while the north and south span 10,900 li. Li Shimin was once again profoundly struck by Zhu Di's accomplishments. The under 30 Li Shimin felt an urgent need to expand his territory and create a flourishing era that could rival Zhu Di's. Zhu Di relocated the capital to Beijing and faced foreign tribes head-on. What makes me any different? Our capital is Chongzhen. Also, the first line of defense against the incursions of Tubo, the Son of Heaven guards the nation's gates. A king dies for his realm, and so shall I. How could the lands conquered by the 4th be even more formidable than mine? At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang was once again deeply moved. The 4th had provided him with countless surprises as a fellow emperor. He knew how difficult it was to achieve such feats, especially after Zhu Di had subdued various feudal lords. He had single-handedly upheld half of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze involuntarily turned to the young Zhu Di beside him, and he patted Zhu Di on the shoulder. 4th, I have indeed given you far too little attention over the years. From now on, I shall focus on you in this regard. Recently admonished by his father and still reeling from the lesson, the young Zhu Di was utterly moved by Zhu Yuanzhang's words. His heart swelled with joy at last. I, Zhu Di, shall rise to prominence. The ancients do not deceive, for gold will always shine. Father, do not worry, and brother, you need not fret. Once I, Zhu the 4th, become the crown prince, I will undoubtedly treat both of you well, the young Zhu Di vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao looked at Zhu Yuanzhang in utter bewilderment. Father, do you wish to hear what Zhu the 4th is saying? Zhu Yuanzhang was equally perplexed and smacked Zhu Di on the head. What the hell, Zhu the 4th, when did we ever say we would make you the crown prince? Zhu Di scratched the back of his head in grievance. Did you not say you would pay special attention to me? Indeed, special attention. Zhu Yuanzhang replied, I think it would be splendid for you to serve as the general of the northern expedition. Having such a capable son to assist me and the eldest brings me great comfort. What say you, eldest? Zhu Biao immediately raised both hands in agreement. Father, you are absolutely right. The general of the northern expedition is none other than the fourth. Zhu Di was left utterly dumbfounded. Wait, why must I be the one to do all the dirty and laborious work? This is quite unfair. Brother, in your presence, I often feel as though I am not your father's true son. Smack. The young Zhu Di received another slap. What the hell? Zhu the Fourth, how could you become a feudal lord if you were not of our blood? During the Jiangwen era, Zhu Yunwen was restless. His fourth uncle had achieved such remarkable feats that, in comparison, he felt like a complete failure. This simply would not do. Having just ascended to the throne, his power was unstable, and he must strike first before his uncle could react. Thus, Zhu Yunwen promptly issued a command to the Ministry of War to mobilize troops from Beiping. He resolved to act immediately and capture his fourth uncle before the night grew long and dreams turned to nightmares. Observing this, Fang Xiaoru hastily urged Zhu Yunwen not to act too rashly. Using the Chuhan contention as a cautionary tale, that he advised that one must be fully prepared. Zhu Yunwen, filled with rage, retorted, I do not understand. I have already discerned the reason for my impending failure. Why must my teacher warn me with tales of the Chuhan contention? It is as if, on this battlefield of the Central Plains, I am inherently at a disadvantage against my fourth uncle. This time, I shall not rely on Li Jinglong or Su Huizhuai in terms of military strength. It is 100,000 against 30,000. The advantage lies with me. During the Yongle era, a true golden age had indeed arrived. Approaching 50 years of age, Zhu Di was overwhelmed with joy as he called out to his sons. Zhu Gaoqi and Zhu Gaoxiu, eldest, second, do you see? I have decided to send Zheng He on a voyage to the west, reclaim Annan, compile the Yongle Encyclopedia, and launch military campaigns in the northern deserts. All these efforts have not been in vain. Heaven has not forsaken me. Zhu Di, you both share in this achievement. His son Zhu Gaoqi had previously urged him on several occasions to rest and allow the people to recuperate. Once, he had nothing to say in response, but now he could finally refute his son, asserting that all he had done was recognized by the heavens. Seeing his father so joyful, Zhu Gaoqi could not help but tear up. Over the years, his father's burdens stemming from guilt had taken a toll on him. He witnessed it and felt it deeply. Meanwhile, the recently chastised Han Wang wore a gloomy expression, like a wronged wife. Yet there was a flicker of emotion on his face, for the vast territories of the Ming dynasty included his own indispensable contributions. In the 22nd year of the Yongle era, while marching to Yumuchuan, Zhu Di reached the end of his life. He exerted his utmost effort to open his once murky eyes, gazing skyward and letting out a gentle sigh. His life would be assessed through the golden list. And whether met with scorn or praise, he would feel relieved as this moment approached. He never expected that he would meet his end this very night. That I, Zhu Di, have not lived in vain. My actions bear no shame before the common people, nor before the world, and I remain true to my own heart. Throughout this life, I have lived splendidly. The compilation of the Yongle Encyclopedia, the relocation of the capital to Beiping, the defeat of the Tartars and the Walla. During these 20 years, I have ensured at least 50 years of peace. This life is enough, more than enough. Alas, how I yearn for the Ming dynasty. On the 18th day of the 7th month in the 22nd year of the Yongle era, the weary Emperor Yongle, Zhu Di, closed his tired eyes. The scene returned to the golden list, and the sound of assessment continued to resonate. Fate is often astonishingly similar. The duration of a dynasty's golden age is always fleeting, akin to a person's life, and no matter how great or brilliant, it will ultimately succumb to the passage of time. After the peak, decline is inevitable. In the 22nd year of Yongle, at the venerable age of 64, Zhu Di embarked on his 5th military expedition to the northern deserts. This time, Zhu Di had transformed from a spirited emperor into a frail old man on the brink of decay. During the 20 years of his reign as emperor following the Jingnan rebellion, the guilt towards his father and elder brother propelled Zhu Di to continuously expand his territory, seeking to create a golden age. Zhu Di's pride compelled him to prove to the world that he was not inferior to his nephew. He was indeed correct. He was both the chosen one and the only one. Zhu Di succeeded in transforming the Ming into a powerful dynasty, yet he was no longer the formidable self he once was. The days of waging war and purging the deserts were indeed alluring. But years of combat had long left him weary of such a life. Zhu Di still dragged his weary body to embark on one final expedition to the northern deserts. He resembled his father, Zhu Yuanzhang, in his final moments, still thinking of what he could do for his descendants. Let him fight for his people once more. As a sovereign, the realm belongs to his subjects. This was his mission. A task entrusted to him by his father, Tio purged the northern deserts and vanquished the enemy forces, born amidst the flames of war and perishing in the same. On the 18th day of July in the 22nd year of Yongle, Zhu Di concluded his tumultuous life en route back to Camp de Tio the world. The demise of an emperor while on the march is a lamentable and arduous affair. Yet, for Zhu Di, it is a unique kind of romance. Historically, Zhu Di resembles a great general more than an emperor, and he is the sole ruler to have tamed the wolf at Mount Wulong and quenched his horse's thirst in the vast sea. This achievement is unparalleled in the annals of emperors. People often ponder, what manner of man was the Yongle emperor, Zhu Di, from a prince's rebellion to ascending the throne, then 5 campaigns to the northern deserts and 6 voyages to the western seas, heralding the prosperous era of Yongle. Such an emperor must surely be a formidable figure, a person capable of conquering the heavens and the earth. However, we have reason to believe that the true Zhu Di was a man of both fragility and strength. Reflecting on his life evokes a sense of unresolved sorrow. Ascended through the Jingnan rebellion, he faced scorn from the world, haunted by these voices that condemned him, which forced him to live in guilt. He feared dissenting opinions, for such voices could rise up, much like the former Prince Yearn, to overthrow his reign. Thus, Zhu Di silenced all opposition, obliterated Zhu Yunwen's imperial title, and altered the traces of history in an attempt to conceal his transgressions. Yet history remains inexorable and impartial, documenting the facts clearly, his crimes, his fears, and the voices that opposed him. Achievements can never overshadow past sins, but they can transcend them. Peering behind the veil of history, one can distinctly see the man seated upon the dragon throne, an insecure, pallid, middle-aged man, akin to a startled bird. Burdened by the stigma of usurpation, he dared not halt his relentless pursuit, never pausing for a moment. Riding forth to expand territories and dismounting to govern the nation, the Yongle emperor. As the sound of inventory faded away, the final image of the golden list was etched against the vast sky. In his twilight years, Zhu Di rode a white horse, his spirit arriving at the Nanjing Forbidden City. Entering the Grand Hall, he stood before the portrait of Zhu Yuanzhang. In that moment, Zhu Di resembled a lost child, quietly confiding in his father the grievances he had buried deep within for years. "Father, I shall soon see you. I have become the enduring rebel of our Zhu family. You won't blame me, will you?" Zhu Di sighed softly, and at the brink of his demise, it seemed he had a multitude of words to express. Yet, when he opened his mouth, only a gentle sigh emerged. "Father, I am rather afraid of meeting you." After uttering these words, Zhu Di chuckled self-deprecatingly, departing the palace with poise. Turning towards Zijing Mountain, he stood at the summit, gazing upon the illuminated Ming dynasty, as if once more the spirited youth he once was. He spread his arms wide, yearning to seize the winds of the past, to grasp the fleeting sands of time. Yet, ultimately, it proved futile. "O Ming, the future generations know not of my sleepless nights and struggles on the battlefield. But you understand all too well. Even if I were to stand alone, I would never allow them to step 1 inch into the Great Wall. I, Zhu Di, have lived a life of warfare. And that is enough." The desolate silhouette of Zhu Di evoked an unprecedented solemnity among all present before the golden list. "Throughout my life, I have committed great errors yet also achieved monumental feats. For decades, I have tread cautiously, never enjoying a single day of ease. Can my lifetime of accomplishments absolve me of the sins of Jingnan?" With his final soliloquy, Zhu Di cast a glance towards the north, his figure gradually fading from the last frame of the golden list. That expression of regret brought tears to many sovereigns. During the Hongwu era of the Ming, Zhu Yuanzhang remained silent for a prolonged period. He opened his mouth, wishing to speak, yet something seemed lodged in his throat, causing him to choke back tears. After a long while, Zhu Yuanzhang finally patted the shoulder of the young Zhu Di. The youthful Zhu Di, gazing at his future self, could not help but weep. Tears streamed down his face. Moreover, the ministers of the court remained speechless, and Crown Prince Zhu Biao sighed, lowering his head in shame. In the first year of Jiangwen, After Zhu Yunwen issued the decree proclaiming his superiority, his generals hastily fled to the north. Those who ran swiftly would claim the glory of the dragon. The emperor was obstinate. They were unwilling to be equally, so that a true gentleman knows when to yield and when to stand firm. If one does not act for oneself, heaven and earth will conspire against them. Even many civil officials began to waver in their beliefs. Zhu Yunwen observed this with concern, but realized there was little he could alter. Among the common folk of the Ming, it was unclear when their tears had already flowed down their cheeks, soaking their garments. Loneliness enveloped them as they sensed an unprecedented solitude emanating from Zhu Di. This feeling of isolation was suffocating. They realized their emperor also bore such moments of uncertainty, wiping their tears. They bowed deeply. We bid farewell to the Yongle Emperor of the Ming. We bid farewell to the Yongle Emperor of the Ming. In the Han Dynasty, Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, poured 2 cups of wine on the table. One cup was for himself, the other, a tribute to the Yongle Emperor's fellow sovereigns. They shared a mutual respect. Lu Che raised his cup and drank it all in one go. Then he poured the other cup's fine wine before the window, murmuring, I, Lu Che, salute the son of heaven of the Ming to I end the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin clenched his fists tightly. Very well, Zhu Di, your life of territorial expansion and eternal renown is more than sufficient. Cheng Yaojin, Fang Xianling. What say you? Fang Xianling bowed his head and replied, Your Majesty, since following you, few have caught our discerning eyes. Zhu Di is indeed a true hero. I believe he rivals your Majesty in many respects. Cheng Yaojin scratched his head. I feel the same. Ha ha ha, splendid, Li Shimin declared solemnly. I am not lonely in this life. In the 22nd year of Yongle, chaos reigned in the capital of the Ming. Upon seeing the golden list proclaiming Zhu Di's death on the return march of his army, the faction of the Prince of Han could no longer restrain themselves. With the Crown Prince's greatest support fallen, if not now, when, amidst the uproar in the court, ready to erupt into violence, an elderly figure quietly appeared in the grand hall, none other than Zhu Di himself. Instantly, the court fell silent. Zhu Gaoqi, filled with curiosity, gazed upon him, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Father, you are not dead? I knew it. The content of the golden list is all false. It is all a deception. You are the true son of destiny, destined for eternal longevity. The crown prince Zhu Gaoqi, with his substantial frame, rushed to Zhu Di, his expression filled with longing. Zhu Di, having led his army on expedition for a year. Upon seeing the golden list, Zhu Gaoqi had thought he would never see his father again. When did you return to the capital with the army? Why was there no news? I had no time to prepare a victory banquet for you. Zhu Di, slightly embarrassed, gazed at his eldest son's weary visage and said, In this expedition, I did not even catch a glimpse of those Tartars, so there is naturally no talk of a victory celebration. Zhu Gaoqi discerned his father's low spirits and hurriedly reassured him. Father, our Ming is flourishing. Against the northern Tartars, we need not rely solely on victory in battle, with a strategy of appeasement and might. We shall eventually resolve the northern threat at your age. You needn't rush into battle. Allow yourself some respite. Each generation has its own mission. Why should you bear all the burdens alone? Zhu Di, observing his son's heartfelt expression, felt a warmth soften his previously stern countenance. Although he had never favored his eldest, he felt a pang of compassion for him. The weight of governance had indeed taken a toll on Zhu Gaoqi. Zhu Di surveyed the assembled officials, exuding an air of authority without anger. What is this? Weren't you all quite loud just a moment ago? Why the sudden silence? Continue your ruckus. The eldest is the heir I personally appointed, destined to be the future emperor. What is this? Each of you seems eager to rebel. The ministers fell silent, while some supporters of the Han Wang party appeared ashen-faced. This golden edict, does it not imply that His Majesty has passed away? Is the golden edict lying, or has the emperor risen from the dead, for the first time, being defended by his father in front of the ministers? Zhu Gaoqi could not contain his overwhelming joy and wept tears of happiness. He had long awaited this day, and the wait had been excruciating. Zhu Di turned around, his voice laden with guilt. Then why, dear eldest, your health has suffered due to my burdens. I was stubborn, fearful of the rumors that might circulate about me. These years of relentless campaigns nearly brought the Ming dynasty to its knees. I leave behind this mess for you to tidy up over the next decade. Zhu Gaoqi wiped away his tears, responding with elation. Father, What you say is unwarranted. We are father and son. Although I am not yet emperor, I possess over 20 years of experience in governance. Rest assured, within a decade, our Ming will surely thrive." Zhu Di nodded in appreciation. My dear, I have faith in you. Though I have seemed indifferent these past years, you understand the reasons behind my demeanor, as do I. You have endured much, my child." Zhu Gaoqi once again succumbed to tears. Zhu Di grasped Zhu Gaoqi's arm, leading him to the upper hall, where he firmly seated Zhu Gaoqi upon the dragon throne. Instinctively, Zhu Gaoqi sat upright. "Father, what are you doing? How could I dare occupy this position?" Zhu Di laughed heartily. "You are the crown prince, the designated successor. This position is yours by right, whether you accept it or not, and my haste in returning was to personally conduct your enthronement ceremony." Zhu Gaoqi stood frozen, unable to believe the reality before him. Yet, the seriousness etched upon Zhu Di's face left no room for jest. In the grand hall of the palace, before all the ministers, Zhu Di's words brooked no levity. Zhu Gaoqi exclaimed with excitement, "Father, since it is a ceremony to heaven for your enthronement, we must choose an auspicious date. Is this not rather rushed?" However, Zhu Di had already summoned someone to drape a dragon robe over Zhu Gaoqi's shoulders. "It is cold. Put on some clothing. An auspicious date is irrelevant. Every day is a good day for our Ming, that we have centuries of prosperity ahead of us." Zhu Gaoqi ceased to resist. Thus, in the grand hall, Zhu Gaoqi accepted the minister's kneeling homage and ascended to the throne. And on the 18th day of the 7th lunar month in the 22nd year of Yongle, Zhu Gaoqi was enthroned, adopting the era name Hongxi. After the enthronement ceremony, Zhu Di was honored as the retired emperor. Zhu Gaoqi was filled with joy, expressing his gratitude to Zhu Di. With a smile, Zhu Di gradually faded from the grand hall, as if everything that had just transpired had been a dream. Zhu Gaoqi gazed at the dragon robe draped across his shoulders, and a sudden pang of sorrow struck his heart, as if he had lost something of great importance. Tears streamed down his face, unbidden. In a frenzy, he searched the grand hall for his father's figure. "Father, your majesty, father." Yet, within the vastness of the hall, the Yongle emperor was nowhere to be found. During the mid-Yongle period of the Ming dynasty, the civil and military officials were particularly elated. Yang Shiqi, Yang Rong, Yang Fu, Yu Qian, and Zhang Fu were all filled with excitement. All officials of the Yongle reign bowed in reverence. They felt immense pride in their sovereign. The Yongle era was marked by the ability to recognize and utilize talent, fostering unity between the ruler and the subjects, thus establishing an era of prosperity. The Minister of Revenue, Xia Yuanji, was equally gratified, feeling his efforts for Zhu Di had not been in vain. After toiling tirelessly to amass wealth for Zhu Di, his struggles had not been for naught. In the year 22 of Yongle, across the boundless fields, a farmer, engaged in transplanting rice seedlings, set down his work. That he walked to the edge of the field, wiped away his tears, and knelt on the ground. His father had once fought alongside the founding emperor to establish the realm. He often recounted the chaos during the late Yuan dynasty, when the people suffered greatly. The Yuan rulers conspired with landowners to exploit the peasantry, robbing them of their lands. During that time, a Han person's life was worth less than that of livestock. In desperation, the common folk revolted. It was the founding emperor who led the people to expel the brutal Mongol oppressors, distributing sufficient land for their sustenance. Being of humble origins, the founding emperor understood the plight of the common people and was a compassionate ruler. No corrupt official found favor under the founding emperor's reign. With the governance being transparent and the people at peace, their lives improved steadily. The Yongle emperor emulated the founding emperor's principles, resisting the Mongol incursions and treating the common folk with unparalleled kindness. How could such a sovereign not be beloved by the people? They were but ordinary folk, unaware of concepts like tyranny or usurpation. They only knew that the emperor treated the people well. And that was enough. Thus, this old farmer bowed his head to honor his Ming emperor. Such scenes unfolded continuously throughout the corners of the Yongle era. "Long live your majesty, long live." It was unclear who initiated the chant, but the words spread from south to north, from the fields to the mountains, reaching the city of Beijing. They echoed in the military camps of the northwestern deserts. The eunuchs of the purple forbidden city knelt in unison, their voices resonating throughout the palace. "Long live your majesty." In the northwest, countless soldiers guarding the borders stood atop the city walls, shouting with resounding voices, Long live your majesty. Long live the Ming. This proclamation reverberated throughout the entire Ming dynasty, as if it connected to the heavens, even reaching the ears of the northern tribes at the same time. Emperors from countless historical realms seemed to hear this exhilarating cry simultaneously on the Mongolian steppe. The leader of the Wala tribe, Mahamu, gazed southward. The resounding shouts left him momentarily dazed. After a pause, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze. He had believed that with Zhu Di's death, the Ming dynasty's territory would be within his grasp. However, it now seemed that this sudden golden edict had united the Ming people even further. Did the Ming still hold any opportunities for him? Mahamu found himself engulfed in deep confusion. In the Yuan dynasty. A glimmer of fervor shone in Kublai Khan's eyes as he spoke to Liu Bingzhong. Do you know what I admire most about your Chinese civilization? Liu Bingzhong smiled faintly. Loyalty and righteousness. Kublai Khan clapped his hands. Indeed, throughout Chinese history, dynasties have risen and fallen due to loyalty and righteousness. Strength has been derived from these same virtues. When faced with a foolish emperor, loyalty and righteousness may lead to one's demise. While under a wise ruler like Zhu Di, they become the empire's most formidable fortress. As he spoke, a hint of envy flickered in Kublai Khan's eyes. Unfortunately, the concept of loyalty and righteousness only exists within your Han culture. In the hearts of the Mongols, only the strong and the violent prevail. In the Song dynasty, Zhao Kuangyin pursed his lips, a shiver running down his spine. How could someone like Zhu Di not be admired? He understood the essence of sacrifice. Just as those gathered to witness the Golden Edict mourned Zhu Di's passing, lines of text gradually appeared on the Golden Edict, ranking the 10 most unresolved emperors. The 10th position goes to the Ming Yongle Emperor, Zhu Di. Evaluation, excellent. Unresolved index, 9 points. Reward 1. 20 additional years of life. Instant effect. For the next 20 years, certain ailments will be exempted, and unless fatal injuries are sustained, all wounds will heal automatically. Reward 2. 1 million stones of improved seeds, such as potatoes and sweet potatoes. Potatoes and sweet potatoes are resilient crops that thrive in arid climates, maturing in 60 days, with yields reaching up to 3,000 pounds per acre. Reward 3. An increase in national fortune for 20 years. For the next 20 years, the climate in China will be favorable, free from natural disasters. Reward 4. A dialogue across time with Zhu Yuanzhang, lasting 3 minutes. The reward can only be granted in one time period, chosen as the 22nd year of Yonglud. In this moment, the officials within this era erupted in fervor. An additional 20 years of national prosperity, 20 years of favorable weather, along with the introduction of crops like potatoes and sweet potatoes. Oh, the excitement was palpable. What of the Tartars? What of the pirates? In the face of absolute national strength, they were mere trifles in the 22nd year of Yongle. The populace, who had recently mourned the passing of their emperor, now erupted in cheers once more. Not only would the Yongle emperor live for an additional 20 years, but he also brought the reward of potatoes. Moreover, they were blessed with 20 years of bountiful harvests. Our Ming dynasty will flourish, indeed. At this moment, all farmers and soldiers once again bowed in reverence. Long live our Ming dynasty. Long live the emperor. Our good days are coming. Far to the north, Mahamu's expression grew increasingly pained. With Zhu Di living an additional 20 years and bringing 20 years of prosperity to the Ming, what was there left to play for? He had to either hastily pack for Siberia or surrender immediately. Mahamu was certain that once Zhu Di was revived, he would permanently reside in the northern expanse. With wealth, manpower, and an endless supply of troops and public support, Zhu Di would have no reason not to confront the north in the southern expanse. Alutai clearly recognized the gravity of the situation. His lack of fear towards Zhu Di stemmed from the latter's need to return for supplies after a maximum of 6 months in the field. Thus, during each of Zhu Di's campaigns, Alutai would advance northward, retreating to his original territory only after Zhu Di returned to the Ming. Now that Zhu Di had acquired potatoes and sweet potatoes, which could thrive in arid conditions, what if he decided to settle in the south? Venturing further north would lead him in a sheer desert, where even grazing would be impossible, let alone finding a blade of grass. At this moment, Alutai donned a mask of despair. It's over, truly unplayable. In the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin couldn't help but envy Zhu Di. Potatoes, sweet potatoes. Our Tang needs these as well. If only we had potatoes and sweet potatoes. Our citizens would no longer suffer from hunger. Li Shimin became utterly frenzied. I too shall ascend the golden list. I, Li Shimin, shall not be left unacknowledged. I, Li Longji, shall also ascend the golden list. I too wish to live for an additional 20 years. I, Kublai Khan, shall ascend the golden list as well. I too desire to live for another 20 years. I, Zhao Kuangyin, shall ascend the golden list. With such a terrifying boon of national fortune, I shall surely reclaim the 16 states of Yin and Yun. I, Lu Che, shall ascend the golden list. I too wish to live for another 20 years. In an instant, all emperors were set ablaze with fervor, except for the Qing dynasty this time. The Qing had already acquired potatoes and naturally understood their significance for a feudal dynasty. Qianlong and another historical version of Kangxi both pondered the same question. With potatoes, starvation would become a rare occurrence. If there was sufficient food, there would be no peasant uprisings. Without the peasant uprisings at the end of the Ming, the dynasty would not have fallen, or at least not so swiftly. The wheel of history was being rewritten. Would there still be a Qing dynasty then? As the crowd erupted in excitement, the golden list began to shift, revealing Zhu Di's soul illuminated upon it. The visage of Zhu Yuanzhang gradually emerged on the golden list. He, the venerated Yongle emperor, upon seeing his father, he lowered his proud head. Father, Zhu Di whispered nervously. Is it truly you? You have come. How could I genuinely see my father once more? Zhu Di glanced down at himself, a hint of guilt washing over him, tears nearly spilling forth. That I did not intend for the Jingnan campaign. I never meant to wrong my father and elder brother. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled and patted Zhu Di's shoulder with a tinge of compassion. Old four, lift your head, you're a grandfather now. Why are you crying? We do not hold it against you. Neither does your brother. You have done well. You are a source of pride for both your father and brother. Zhu Yuanzhang's silence only served to comfort Zhu Di, lifting the burdens of decades from his shoulders, and tears gushed forth. The results of decades of effort had finally earned his father's acknowledgement. In this moment, Zhu Di's heart brimmed with a myriad of emotions yearning for release. Zhu Yuanzhang approached, wiping away the tears from Zhu Di's eyes. Yet the more he wiped, the more they flowed, impossible to stem. Ultimately, old Zhu found himself at a loss, and simply embraced Zhu Di, whispering in his ear, Old four, cry for a while. The contents of the golden list are visible to all. That if you keep crying, I fear I might lose control and slap you. Zhu Di abruptly halted his tears, nearly forgetting that his father was a formidable character. When Zhu Di regained his composure, he realized he had somehow found himself in his father's embrace, causing his face to flush. Oh dear, I am a grandfather. How could I, the illustrious Yongle emperor and a mighty warrior, display such behavior? Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Di with a hint of disdain. Now you decide to feel shy? Why didn't you feel shy when you were shedding tears? Confronted with his father's scornful gaze, Zhu Di suddenly felt a sense of abandon. Father, I have missed you and my elder brother so much over these years. Sometimes I think I am simply not fit to be emperor. If my brother were here, I could have focused on the northern campaigns, perhaps achieving even greater victories, and the Ming would be stronger than now. Perhaps I would not be so weary. Upon hearing Zhu Di express his longing, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a soft spot within him struck, leaving his eyes feeling a bit moist. What the hell? When did old Zhu Si become so sentimental? He was never like this. The 3 minutes swiftly approached their end. Zhu Yuanzhang stepped forward and pinched Zhu Di's chubby face, reminiscent of when he was a child. Old four, be a bit more confident. Hold your head high. Among my sons, there are no weaklings. Even if your brother were here today, he wouldn't dare claim to be better than you. The reward on the golden list is remarkable. That I look forward to your greater achievements in these 20 years. Zhu Di nodded earnestly, only to notice Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes had already turned red. Father, you are crying. You miss me too, don't you? Zhu Yuanzhang lifted his chin defiantly. With so many people watching, where would you have me put my face if you say that? I am not crying. Why would I miss you? You're not a young maiden. Your eyes are red. Zhu Di countered. That I got sand in my eyes and rubbed them. Zhu Yuanzhang's expression darkened further. Where would there be sand on the golden list? Father, you truly have been crying. What is there to be embarrassed about in front of your own son? A glimmer of amusement appeared in Zhu Di's eyes, nostalgic for this delightful banter with his father. Decades had passed, and he had nearly forgotten what this feeling was like. Damn it, Zhu old four. Let me say it once more. I am not crying. Zhu Yuanzhang awkwardly attempted to scratch out a 3-room apartment on the golden list. Father, you. Zhu Di began once more. Do not provoke me into slapping you on the golden list. Zhu Yuanzhang shot him a dark look, just as the time for their transcendent dialogue came to an end. Zhu Yuanzhang glared fiercely at Zhu Di, his face a mask of reluctance as he gradually faded away. Zhu Di watched his father's figure vanish, tears of relief streaming down his face. Father, I will not let you down. I shall strive to make you proud once more. The image on the golden list gradually fades away, and the dialogue between father and son comes to an abrupt halt. This inventory of unresolved matters has concluded. The next inventory will commence in 7 days. Please stay tuned. Immediately, the shattered heavens of all dynasties are restored to their original state. In the fleeting moment that the golden list vanishes, in the 22nd year of the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Di slowly opens his eyes. Surrounding the military camp are heaps of potato seeds. The accompanying officials, including Zhang Fu, Yang Rong, and Jin Yuzi, are overwhelmed with emotion upon witnessing Zhu Di awaken, shedding tears of joy. Zhu Di smiles faintly, recalling his father's words, his spirits lifted. Why weep? Am I not alive? Zhu Di sits up, and Zhang Fu hurriedly steps forward to assist him. Leaning against Zhang Fu's shoulder, Zhu Di languidly remarks, "It is indeed strange. Although I have perished, I am aware of everything that transpired on the golden list. My father said it is not our fault. We have brought him great comfort. Ha ha ha. I even had a dream, where my soul returned to Beijing to hold the grand coronation ceremony for the crown prince. Ha ha." Upon hearing Zhu Di's words, Zhang Fu can no longer restrain himself and bursts into tears. Heaven bless our Ming dynasty. Zhu Di regains some strength. Feeling rejuvenated, at least a decade younger, he rises to stretch his limbs and laughs. Indeed, heaven has granted me this opportunity. The Ming shall prosper. Zhu Di steps out of the tent. Outside, hundreds of thousands of Ming soldiers await with bated breath. Witnessing such a scene, Zhang Fu cannot contain his exuberance, exclaiming, "Our Ming shall flourish." Thousands of soldiers echo in unison. The Ming army is mighty. His Majesty is mighty. Zhu Di strides forward, raising his right hand. "Warriors, your emperor has returned. I shall lead you to forge an even greater era." The soldiers chant in unison. The Ming dynasty shall endure. "The sun and moon shall shine upon our rivers and mountains." Zhang Fu, Yang Rong, and Jin Yuzi join in the chorus. "The Ming dynasty shall endure. The sun and moon shall shine upon our rivers and mountains." Their gazes are fixed upon their sovereign, filled with belief that, in the not-so-distant future, His Majesty will guide them to create an even more splendid era for the Ming. 7 days later, in the Qin capital of Xianyang. The golden list descends from the heavens as scheduled. It immediately captures the attention of figures such as Qin Shi Huang, Li Si, Zhao Gao, Fu Su, and Hu Hai. Ever since the last inventory concluded with Emperor Yongle Zhu Di, they have been pondering who the 9th emperor would be. Ing Zheng is particularly eager to see his name on the list, hoping for a reward of an additional 100 or 80 years of life. He gazes at the sky and turns to Fu Su and the others, inquiring, "Do you think I shall appear on this golden list?" Li Si, Fu Su, Hu Hai, and Zhao Gao respond hastily, "Your Majesty's achievements are unparalleled. There are still unresolved matters regarding the subjugation of the commoners and the unification of the 6 states' ideologies. Surely, there will be a place for your Majesty on the golden list, if your Majesty is included. It will undoubtedly reward you with 100 years or even 1,000 years of life, ensuring our Qin's prosperity." Qin Shi Huang bursts into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. Well said. While my inclusion on the list is indeed for longevity, it is more so for the sake of our Qin that I do not wish to live excessively long. That would be tedious. 100 years is sufficient. In that time, I shall conquer the seas and pacify the 9 provinces." In Chongzhen of the Han Dynasty, Liu Che has been unable to eat or sleep well in recent days. The rewards from the last golden list have left him restless. If he could also obtain 20 years of national fortune, he would be confident in leading the Han to expand its territories once more. Liu Che feels he lacks not in lifespan, but in national fortune. Meanwhile, emperors and citizens from all parallel worlds are closely monitoring the content of the inventory. The golden list unfurls slowly across the sky, shining resplendently under the glow of the evening clouds, both sacred and majestic. Soon, the first words appear on the golden list. Inventory of the top 10 unresolved emperors. The 9th. The emperor of the Tang dynasty during the Jingnan era. The Jingnan era is renowned for producing one of the most formidable emperors in Chinese history, whose brilliance rivals that of any protagonist in modern literature. If I were to describe his extraordinary life in a single word, it would be exhilarating. During his reign, he waged wars north and south, expanding territories. The emperor of Jingnan ruled with a civil approach, uniting the monarch and his subjects, leading to a prosperous and peaceful Tang dynasty, a golden age known as the Jingnan prosperity. He expanded his dominion, successively defeating the eastern and western Turks, Shui Yintoa, Gaochang, Kucha, and the various western regions. Moreover, he launched 3 campaigns against Goguryeo, compelling northern ethnic minorities to pay tribute, thus earning the title Heavenly Khan. It is no exaggeration to say that he is one of the most luminous stars among the multitude of emperors in Chinese history. Concurrently, during the Wuda era of the Tang dynasty, Li Yuan, Li Jianxing, and others, who are intently watching the inventory, rise in excitement. Wonderful, wonderful. This time the subject of the inventory is the emperor of our Tang dynasty. When the Golden List announces that the subject is the emperor of the Tang dynasty, both Li Yuan and Crown Prince Li Jianxing are genuinely elated. This signifies that once the inventory concludes, their Tang will also receive the rewards of the Golden List. Just the thought of it fills them with immense anticipation, especially upon seeing the renowned legacy of the Emperor of Jingnan. They are even more joyful, pondering that the rewards their emperor may receive could surpass those of Zhu Di, the Yongle Emperor of the Ming. Consequently, Crown Prince Li Jianxing engages in a heated debate with Li Yuan over how many generations removed they are from the Emperor of Jingnan. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Tang court is filled with warmth, and Li Jianxing frequently casts provocative glances at Li Shimin, teasingly remarking, "Come now, little brother. Your elder brother will always be your elder brother." You cannot dispute that he finally feels emboldened to stand firm before Li Shimin. What if you, Li Shimin, are bestowed the title of Tianzi General? What if your military exploits are numerous? We may not measure up to you, but our descendants shall not be lacking. The frequent exchanges between the two brothers do not escape Li Yuan's notice. He does not intervene. Rather, he feels a sense of relief. Li Shimin's accomplishments have grown so immense that it now requires the combined efforts of the Emperor of the Tang, the Crown Prince, and Prince Qi to keep him in check. This is not the situation Li Yuan wishes to see. He has no intention of changing the Crown Prince. After all, Li Jianxing has held the position for nearly a decade without any major blunders. Li Yuan muses that if the rivalry between Li Jianxing and Li Shimin continues, he might consider dividing the Tang dynasty between Chongzhen and Luoyang, granting each brother half. The officials and nobility loyal to Crown Prince Li Jianxing, upon seeing the content of the Golden List, are overjoyed. Their Crown Prince's descendants are truly remarkable. This is assured. As their gazes shift to Li Shimin's face, dark as coal, the nobility can hardly contain their glee. What sort of subordinates does Li Shimin have? Most of them are merely rough warriors skilled in combat. How many of them belong to the esteemed families? Those who ascend through military merit find it utterly incomparable to this united clan of aristocrats. At this moment in the grand court of the Tang dynasty, it can be said that everyone was elated except for Li Shimin. Prince Qin, Li Shimin, was decidedly displeased. His discontent was entirely justified. He had devoted himself wholeheartedly to ensuring that Li Yuan could ascend to the throne. From the tender age of 17 or 18, he had relentlessly fought to carve out their dominion. And yet, what was the outcome? The empire they had built was usurped, and he was unceremoniously cast aside. The Tang dynasty's realm had ultimately become the possession of Li Jianxing and his father, a reality that Li Shimin found exceedingly difficult to accept. These two indulged in pleasures in Chong'an, reveling in women and wine, yet they were elevated to the status of the most esteemed rulers of the Tang dynasty. How could this be justified? Li Shimin harbored a deep sense of resentment, especially upon witnessing the beaming smiles on the faces of his elder brother Li Jianxing and their father Li Yuan. He truly wished to strike these two with a swift blow, bursting their joyful bubble. During the reign of Hongwu in the Ming dynasty, the young Zhu Di could not contain his excitement upon seeing Li Shimin featured in a retrospective. "Oh, my idol, the passionate Sir Li Shimin. Brother, father, look quickly." Zhu Yuanzhang was taken aback, a frown etched on his forehead. "Fourth son, why do you idolize Li Shimin?" Zhu Di, unable to restrain himself, exclaimed, "Li Shimin's life is so inspiring. From the age of 16, he fought for his cause, and by his 20s, he orchestrated the Xuanwu Gate incident, eventually becoming the heavenly Khan before turning 30. What vigor! What youthful exuberance! Is this not the very essence of youthful ambition? Should not the emperors of China aspire to such achievements as their benchmark? Zhu Yuanzhang found himself in agreement with Zhu Di's sentiments. You may emulate Li Shimin in all aspects. Just do not follow his path at Xuanwu Gate. Otherwise, I shall discipline you severely. Zhu Di nearly choked on his father's words. Father, brother, what do you take me for? Our Ming dynasty has always been characterized by filial piety and brotherly love. Any minor disputes are merely familial disagreements, not something to dwell upon. The discussion of the imperial list commenced. Today, let us delve into the life of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, in the year 598, during the Kaiwang era of the Sui dynasty. Emperor Taizong was born in a villa in Wugong County, Langzhou. It is said that at the moment of his birth, the heavens displayed unusual colors, and two great dragons descended from the sky. Circling around him for several days before departing to the tender age of 4, he encountered a fortune teller who, upon observing his visage, was astounded, proclaiming that he possessed the countenance of a dragon, a sign of celestial favor, and predicted that by the age of 20, he would surely bring peace and prosperity to the realm. Thus, his parents bestowed upon him the name Shimin. As the recounting concluded, the venerable visage of Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin, illuminated the heavens. During the reign of Emperor Wu De, Li Yuan and Li Jiansheng, who had just been reveling in merriment, were left utterly dumbfounded, their smiles frozen in place. Li Jiansheng trembled in shock. What? Li Shimin? How could the emperor of the Jingnan era be Li Shimin? Is there another person in the Tang dynasty bold enough to bear that name? Does this not imply that this emperor? The crown prince Li Jiansheng, unable to contain his emotions, cried out in disbelief. Li Erlang, you must give me an explanation. At that moment, Li Jiansheng's eyes glistened with red, on the verge of erupting with fury. The enmity over the succession was a matter of life and death. He had guarded against this for over a decade. How could he have failed? His emotions were akin to a roller coaster. The heights of joy he had just experienced plummeted into depths of rage. He had been relentlessly pursued by Li Shimin, and not a single restful night had graced him. Just moments ago, he had believed that the emperor of the Jingnan era would be one of his descendants, ensuring the stability of his own claim to the throne. Yet, in mere seconds, the imperial list revealed that the name of the Jingnan emperor was indeed Li Shimin. Damn it, Li Shimin, he thought. I truly despise that name. He nearly convinced himself that he had misheard, but after repeated confirmations that the image on the list was unmistakably that of Li Erlang, he could no longer suppress the terror and fury swelling within him. This was utterly absurd. At that moment, Li Yuan, seated upon the imperial throne, wore an expression of disbelief. Erlang, how did you become the sovereign of our Tang dynasty? Li Shimin was equally bewildered. You ask me? I have no idea what has transpired. Yet, beneath his confusion, Li Shimin felt a surge of exhilaration. He had indeed become the future emperor of the Tang dynasty. The plans of men could not rival the designs of heaven. Despite the overwhelming pressure from his father and elder brother, he had still ascended to the throne. This was a testament to his formidable strength. What could this be termed? The son of destiny. There was no escaping the ordained fate. Once the excitement subsided, Li Shimin became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. His father and brother were both alive and well. How could it possibly be his turn to become emperor? Was there some unforeseen calamity? It was well known that his father had always opposed his aspirations for the title of crown prince, even diminishing his military authority. Now, unexpectedly becoming emperor, he feared that both his father and brother would harbor even greater suspicions toward him. He might not even retain the title of Prince of Qin. At present, Li Shimin's strength was insufficient to confront the emperor of the Tang dynasty directly. He could only feign weakness. While pondering how he had become the emperor of the Tang, he cautiously responded to his father's inquiries. Father, regarding the contents of the imperial list, I too am bewildered. As you know, I am a filial son. I am just as confused by this occurrence. However, I implore you to trust me. There must be some misunderstanding. Among the civil and military officials, those who had openly supported Li Jiansheng's claim to the throne were equally astonished. Upon hearing Li Shimin's response, they could only think, a misunderstanding. What a preposterous notion. The fact that Li Jiansheng had not ascended to the throne was a monumental loss for them, signifying that their years of investment had gone to waste. All their efforts over the years seemed to have been in vain. Almost simultaneously, the Li, Wang, Zheng, Lu, and Shui families, along with Crown Prince Li Jianqing, cast their gazes toward Emperor Li Yuan. After all, Crown Prince Li Jianqing and Li Yuan had been collaborating to suppress Li Shimin. Under the combined forces of the Crown Prince and the Emperor, even if Prince Qin Li Shimin enjoyed immense popular support, he could scarcely hope to claim the title of emperor. They could only conceive of two scenarios wherein Li Shimin might become emperor, one being that Li Yuan had changed his allegiance, and the other, a rebellion, which they deemed improbable. Li Yuan had even contemplated confining all territories north of Luoyang to Li Shimin. There was no reason for Li Shimin to rebel. Although Li Yuan was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, he could not escape the uneasy scrutiny from the unified aristocracy. If the crown prince and these aristocrats decided to unite against him, the Tang dynasty could swiftly crumble, akin to the fate of the Sui dynasty. However, the dignity of the emperor forbade him from revealing any signs of weakness. He could only maintain his facade of authority and calmly declare, "Do not be alarmed, my dear son, that I love you dearly. And you understand our father-son bond. Let us first examine the details of the imperial list to ascertain the truth of this matter. The ascension of heir Lang to the imperial throne is bound to be a gradual process, and we shall first examine the proclamations inscribed upon the golden list. At this moment, Li Yuan finds himself in a state of profound helplessness. He can only strive to maintain a semblance of stability between his two sons. Crown Prince Li Jianqing oversees the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works, as well as the majority of the clans that have pledged allegiance to the Tang dynasty. Meanwhile, Prince Qin Li Shimin wields the power of appointment and dismissal within the Ministry of Personnel and commands the elite troops of the Tang. These two, one governing internal matters and the other external, if they were to fall into discord, it would spell disaster. Whether in warfare or financial endeavors, the slightest act of defiance could lead to dire consequences. This, indeed, is Li Yuan's greatest pride, having two remarkable sons. Yet, their excellence has perhaps become their flaw. Each of the three men harbors ulterior motives, and the atmosphere within the court grows increasingly tense. It is evident that the spirits of Li Yuan, Li Jianqing, and Li Shimin are all far from buoyant at this time. Outside the Tang Palace, the imperial guards, including Yu Qigong, Hou Junji, and Chongzhen Wuji, gaze upon the golden list with palpable excitement. They are all officials of the Prince of Qin's residence. If Li Shimin ascends to the throne, they too shall rise in rank and status, potentially elevating from mere subordinates to esteemed ministers within the court. In an instant, their joy is overshadowed by a sense of foreboding, since Prince Qin was elevated to the title of General of Heavenly Strategy. His accomplishments have overshadowed his lord, making him unpopular with Li Yuan. How, then, could he have become the emperor of the Tang? Chongzhen Wuji, quick-witted, is the first to grasp the implications. His expression shifting dramatically, he instructs Yu Qigong and Hou Junji. You two must swiftly head to the Prince of Qin's residence and gather troops to besiege the palace. A wave of apprehension washes over Yu Qigong and Hou Junji. What does Chongzhen mean by this? The cold sweat beads on Chongzhen's brow as he whispers to them. What else could it mean? It is common knowledge that Prince Qin is not favored. It is also well known that the emperor cannot replace the crown prince. Yet, despite this, Prince Qin has become emperor. Can you explain why? Yu Qigong's face pales in realization. Could it be that Prince Qin has consented to our rebellion? Damn. Yu Qigong is certain that Li Shimin has indeed agreed to the plot for rebellion. For apart from insurrection, he has little recourse to ascend to the throne of the Tang. Ever since Yu Qigong defected from Lu Wuzhou's ranks to Li Shimin, he has repeatedly urged him to vie for the position of crown prince. Following the apparent impossibility of Li Shimin becoming the crown prince, Yu Qigong and the other officials of the Prince of Qin's residence began to counsel rebellion. They, in essence, are all bound together with Li Shimin. Their fates entwined. Once Li Jianqing is crowned, their prospects would be grim. As Chongzhen Wuji elaborates, Yu Qigong suddenly comprehends the unfolding situation, nearly exclaiming in excitement. The rebellion was his own conception. If Li Shimin ascends to the throne, he would be credited with the achievement. In that case, he would stand one step below the emperor, above all others. Chongzhen Wuji, startled by Yu Qigong's outburst, quickly gestures for Hou Junji to silence him. Yu Qigong, lower your voice. Do you wish to condemn your entire clan? Realizing his reaction had been overly fervent, Yu Qigong hastily calms himself. You two must say nothing. Go at once to muster troops while the crown prince and the emperor remain oblivious. Surround the palace. The guards at Xuanwu Gate are closely aligned with Prince Qin. We must bribe them to enter the palace, seize control of the central authority, and compel Prince Qin to ascend the throne, relegating the emperor to a position of a retired sovereign. Upon hearing Chongzhen's words, Hou Junji instinctively inquires, should we inform Prince Qin beforehand? Chongzhen Wuji decisively responds, there is no time. Once the golden list is finalized, either our Prince Qin becomes the emperor of the Tang, or all of us within his residence will meet a tragic end. This winter in Chong'an is particularly frigid. We can only provide Prince Qin with an extra layer of clothing. Whether he can leap over the Dragon Gate now rests upon this moment. Yu Qigong and Hou Junji are acutely aware of their Tang King's temperament that a son indulged as excessively as Qi Wang Li Yuanji, who could murder hundreds yet face no repercussions, means that even if Li Shimin were to rebel, he would likely only face house arrest without any threat to his life. However, the fate of the officials of the Prince of Qin's residence is less assured. They could well face extermination of their entire clans. With this realization, the two waste no time in returning to the Prince of Qin's residence to mobilize troops, given the gravity of the situation. Whether Prince Qin desires to be emperor or not, he must now take up the mantle. Meanwhile, within the palace, Li Yuan awaits the results of the Golden List's assessment. He is eager to discover how Li Shimin has risen to become the emperor of the Tang. Crown Prince Li Jiansheng, alongside Qi Wang Li Yuanji, is similarly preoccupied with pondering the means by which Li Shimin has secured the throne. Unbeknownst to them, outside the Tang Palace, a tempest brews. The Golden List continues its evaluation. Li Shimin's father, Li Yuan, hails from the distinguished Guanlong lineage, having lost his father at the tender age of 8, inheriting the title of Duke of Tang. The founding emperor of the Sui dynasty, Yang Jian, is Li Yuan's uncle, while the second emperor, Yang Guang, is his cousin. Li Shimin's mother, Dou Shi, boasts a lineage comparable to Li Yuan's. Dou Shi's father was a general of the northern Zhou dynasty, her mother a scion of the imperial family, and her maternal grandfather was Emperor Yuantai, the founder of the northern Zhou. The starting point of Li Shimin's life is, indeed, at the pinnacle of this world, during the reign of Emperor Gao of Sui. Initially, the era name of the Tang did not attract Yang Jian's attention. It was only with the emergence of Li Yuan's name during the era name of Sui Day, along with many other familiar names, that Yang Jian began to sense something amiss. He looked towards his nephew, Li Yuan, and mused, this Li Shimin, he cannot possibly be your second son. Can he? What is happening? Yang Jian demanded, advancing to seize Li Yuan's garments, his breath coming in ragged gasps. You had better provide me with an explanation, dear nephew, or I shall have you executed. Li Yuan, paralyzed with fear, sat up in a panic, realizing he had unknowingly become a spectator to his own downfall. This was disastrous. His uncle is an emperor, his cousin is also an emperor, and now his own son has become emperor as well. What kind of script is this? Is this fate coming for me? Will I not survive this? Can there be any good fortune left for me? Faced with the wrath of Yang Jian, Li Yuan trembles as he attempts to soothe him. Dearest uncle, if I were to claim ignorance of the situation, would you believe me? Yang Jian delivers a powerful slap. Your son has become emperor, and you still dare to feign ignorance of the circumstances. Do you think I believe you? Another slap follows. That I may be old, but I am not foolish. Li Yuan, clutching his face in despair, offers no defense against Yang Jian's onslaught. Uncle, you've misunderstood. It's a misunderstanding. Please, let us discuss this calmly. That we are all family. After all, there is no need for violence. The evaluation of the Golden List continues. With such exemplary parents, Li Shimin received an excellent early education. In his youth, Li Shimin often accompanied his father on journeys across the land, traversing through Guangzhou, Hebei, the northwest, and Hedong, encountering countless individuals of diverse backgrounds. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books is not as enriching as traveling thousands of miles, and traveling thousands of miles is not as enlightening as meeting countless people. His journeys across the vast expanse of the land have endowed young Li Shimin with insights and perspectives that transcend the ordinary. At this juncture, he is already capable of standing on his own. When Li Shimin turned 16, he rescued Emperor Yang Guang, besieged by hundreds of thousands of Turkic troops at Yanmen Pass, thereby revealing his potential. At the tender age of 18, Li Shimin found himself amidst a world in chaos, in pursuit of greatness. He began to instigate his father, Li Yuan, to rise against the Sui dynasty by joining the peasant uprising in Jingnan. Meanwhile, Li Yuan, under siege, grasped at this lifeline with desperation. "Uncle, spare me," he pleaded, "that I have discerned the true instigator of this turmoil. It is my second son, Li Shimin. Behold, it was he who incited my rebellion." Seizing the moment, Li Yuan declared, "Uncle, my loyalty to you is as steadfast as the heavens themselves. I shall summon my son from Taiyuan for you to deal with as you see fit. Is this not a testament to my loyalty? To sacrifice my kin for the greater good? Please, show me mercy." Yang Jian responded with a swift blow. "You are a wretch. Even a tiger does not devour its own cubs. How dare you betray your son?" Li Yuan, overwhelmed, covered his face in despair. "I had no desire to forsake my son, but this boy has compelled me to rebellion." Yang Jian, however, refused to hear Li Yuan's excuses. "Rebellion? When I rose against the Sui. You were but a child in swaddling clothes. You truly believe you can lead a revolt against the might of the Sui with its million-strong army. It is not that I scorn you, but rather that you lack the capability to at that moment." Yang Jian focused intently on the final remarks of the proclamation. The realm is in turmoil, and uprisings are rampant. Confusion washed over him. Was not the Sui dynasty stable? What had transpired? He kicked Li Yuan to the ground. "Kneel before me. Summon Yang Guang at once. Let him elucidate the reasons behind this chaos." The proclamation continued in the latter days of the Sui dynasty. The populace was beleaguered by their livelihoods, and battlefields were strewn across the land. With bandits rampant, and the court enforcing draconian laws, Li Yuan was tasked with quelling the rebels in Jingnan for months, achieving countless victories. Yet the uprisings persisted at this critical juncture. Emperor Yang Guang, seeing Li Yuan's ineffectiveness, sought to hold him accountable in the face of dire peril. Li Shimin urged his father thrice to take up arms against the Sui and join the insurrection. Li Yuan, however, wavered in uncertainty. After conferring with Pei Ji, Li Shimin selected several concubines from Yang Guang's palace. That very night, their carriage sped at a breakneck pace of 180 miles per hour. Li Yuan, having consorted with women of the palace, found himself compelled to rebel. During the Qi Huang era, when Yang Guang was summoned to the palace by Yang Jian, he caught sight of the proclamation revealing Li Yuan's indiscretions. He struggled to contain his fury and nearly lashed out at Li Yuan. However, considering his own reputation, he concealed his rage and, prostrating himself at Yang Jian's feet, began to weep. "Father, you must take action on my behalf. Li Yuan and his son not only conspire against the Sui, but he dares to covet my concubines. If he can lay claim to my women today, tomorrow he will set his sights on your concubines. Father, such a man cannot be permitted to live." Li Yuan hastily interjected, his demeanor righteous. "I did not. It was not me. Cousin, do not speak falsely. That if blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon Li Shimin. The proclamation states that I acted out of desperation. Everyone knows I, Li Yuan, have never been a man of lust. I was forced into this." Turning to Yang Jian, he continued, "Uncle, this Li Shimin is a calamity. He must not be spared. I would prefer to return to Taiyuan and personally enact justice upon him." Yang Guang, alarmed, swiftly intervened. "To allow you to return to Taiyuan is to unleash a tiger back into the mountains. Father, we must not allow my cousin to return. He undoubtedly harbors rebellious intentions." Li Yuan persisted in his rebuttal. "I did not. It was not me. Cousin, do not speak falsely. My loyalty to uncle is evident to all." Yang Guang had never encountered such audacity. "Your loyalty to my father is clear as day. Is this Li Shimin not your own son? Is it not you who seeks to rebel?" Li Yuan asserted. "Li Shimin is Li Shimin, and I am but a dutiful nephew to my uncle." Yang Jian, unable to endure any longer, interjected, "Enough of your bickering. Li Shimin, I will execute. I will also deal with my good nephew. But first, let the crown prince explain himself that my Sui is prosperous, with the people living in peace and contentment. How is it that under your stewardship, they are beleaguered and chaos reigns, with uprisings erupting everywhere? You must understand, the wealth I have bequeathed rivals that of Emperor Wen and Emperor Xian of Han. The size of my army far exceeds that of the Han, even in the time of Emperor Wu. The Sui could not be toppled. What is your explanation? Are you who high?" Yang Guang shrank under the barrage of questions. "That I do not know. How could I foresee such turmoil? He continued. Father, you do not suspect my governance skills. Do you? I am quite capable. Yang Jian, witnessing Yang Guang's bewilderment, lost his temper in his eyes. Yang Guang had performed adequately. He was obedient. Yet Yang Guang could not fathom how stability had so abruptly plummeted from the Qin Shi Huang era into chaos. The proclamation continued. Simultaneously, Emperor Yang Guang provided a perfect justification. Lu Wuzhou, the colonel stationed at Ma-Yi under Li Yuan's command, has rebelled. Lu Wuzhou has slain the prefect of Ma-Yi, Wang Rengong, and has declared himself emperor while conspiring with the Turks to seize control of the realm. Furious, Yang Guang sought to condemn Li Yuan for his inability to quell the rebels. On the 15th of May, after asserting that he was left with no choice but to rebel against the Sui, Li Yuan took up arms in Taiyuan. He joined the tide of the insurrection against the Sui. During the Qin Shi Huang era, Yang Jian, having momentarily quelled his fury, found it reignited. He kicked Li Yuan once more. You dare to defy my Sui dynasty. Who gave you the audacity? Seize him and execute him. Li Yuan nearly burst into tears. It was Shimin who has wronged me. It was all a misunderstanding. Uncle, let us discuss this civilly. Do not resort to violence, for that would be a disgrace. Seeing Li Yuan's struggles and anguish, Yang Jian delivered yet another blow, causing him to exclaim, By the heavens, you are my nephew. Have I not treated you well? I cannot fathom why. In this tumultuous time, you do not aid in quelling the rebellion, but instead lead your own insurrection. Li Yuan clung to Yang Jian's leg. Trembling. I dare not. Uncle. I do not dare. Yang Jian seized Li Yuan's chin. Give me a reason not to execute you. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan solemnly replied, I am not the same Li Yuan as the one mentioned in the proclamation. Is that so? Yang Jian delivered a slap that rendered Li Yuan unconscious. You think you can deceive me due to my old age, do you? You dare to mock me with such excuses? Meanwhile, during the Day era, Yang Guang shouted at the proclamation, This traitor, Li Yuan, is a wretched rebel. I knew his family harbored treachery. At this juncture, the Sui dynasty was utterly in chaos. Wang Shichong and the Wagong army, among other peasant rebel forces, had carved out their own territories. The ruling power of the Sui dynasty had significantly waned. Yang Guang was compelled to retreat to his stronghold in Jiangdu, seeking to evade the onslaught of the peasant rebels and to spend his remaining days in peace. However, scarcely had he departed from Chongzhen when Li Yuan rebelled from Taiyuan. Upon receiving the news of Li Yuan's insurrection, he nearly fainted from fury. Hastily dispatching the Sui generals Song Laoxing and Xi Tuatong to station troops along the Yellow River. Hoping to mount a final resistance, he had presumed that the more than 30,000 hastily assembled soldiers under Li Yuan posed no real threat to Chongzhen. But it now appeared that the reality was starkly different. Li Yuan's second son, Li Shimin, had ascended as the emperor of the Tang dynasty, which signified Li Yuan's successful rebellion. Yang Guang, already incensed, found his anger intensifying. He deeply regretted not executing Li Yuan at the outset and allowing him to become the governor of Taiyuan. At this moment, Yang Guang's eyes reflected both terror and helplessness. Why did these lowly commoners revolt against him? The first emperor of Qin Shi Huang, suddenly found himself intrigued. How fascinating it was to witness a son compelling his father to rebel and seize the throne. This Li Shimin truly aspired to surpass his father. The golden list began to reveal scenes from the twilight of the Sui dynasty. In the opulent palaces of Luoyang, Emperor Yang Guang languished in a drunken stupor. Far away on the Grand Canal, hundreds of thousands of laborers toiled like soulless husks, dragging enormous dragon boats. In the northwest, the western Sui forces suffered heavy casualties in their battles against the Tian. The Sui troops in Liaodong, after several unsuccessful campaigns against Goguryeo, saw most of their soldiers perish along the way. These images, displayed on the golden list, struck a profound blow to all who beheld them, particularly when they witnessed the extravagant lifestyle of Emperor Yang Guang. Many commoners bore expressions of clenched teeth and ire. During the era of the Sui Daji, Emperor Yang Guang mobilized vast human and material resources to establish Luoyang as a secondary capital. Meanwhile, he commenced the construction of the Grand Canal. These two undertakings, which should have taken decades to complete, were ordered by Yang Guang to be finished within a mere decade. Concurrently, Emperor Yang Guang waged continuous wars against Tian and Goguryeo, ultimately compelling the populace to rise in rebellion. In the twilight years of the Sui dynasty, the ruler's insatiable demands left the common folk struggling to survive. North of the Yellow River, smoke signals of war surged. While south of the Jianghuai, civil unrest erupted frequently. The realm was thrown into disarray, and heroes and warriors began to emerge. First came Gao Shida and Dou Jianda from Hebei, wreaking havoc in the central plains. Soon after, the Wagong army from Hunan also revolted. Then, the Minister of Rights, Yang Xinggan, rose in rebellion against the Sui in Hunan. Upon witnessing this, Emperor Yang Jian's face turned ashen, nearly spitting blood in fury. Yang Guang, you had better provide me with an explanation. Were you not supposed to be frugal? Is this your version of frugality? Yang Jian kicked furiously at Yang Guang, forcing both him and Li Yuan, the cousins, to scramble for safety. Are you not skilled in governance? Is this how you govern? Who in the world instructed you to relocate the capital to Luoyang, construct the canal, and wage war all at once? You wretched fool! I had just remarked that Han Wudi's methods were a poor precedent, and yet you outdid him. Han Wudi never dared to undertake such drastic measures while at war, relocating the capital and constructing canals simultaneously. If you had done them one at a time, it would have been one thing, but you chose to do them all at once. Are you in such a rush to die? Are you eager to be reborn? Yang Jian's fury escalated. He drew his sword, and upon seeing this, Yang Guang's beard bristled in terror. Yang Guang desperately clutched Li Yuan, shielding him with his own body. Yang Jian thrust his sword, and Li Yuan felt as though he was being trampled by a stampede of 2,000 wild horses. What has this to do with me? No, no, dear uncle, let us discuss this amicably. Yang Jian felt an unprecedented rage surging within him. Discuss amicably. This is your son we are talking about, and you cannot even manage that. Yang Jian kicked Li Yuan again, sending him sprawling to the ground in a feigned death. Yang Guang was left dumbfounded. Was I not here to partake in Li Yuan's misadventures? How did I become the jester in this scenario? Witnessing Yang Jian's grim countenance, he felt as though he were being subjected to 1,000 tortures. Yang Guang promptly resolved to take the brunt of the blame. During the era of Sui Daji, Yang Guang once more beheld the scenes from the twilight of the Sui dynasty. His face ashened. As an emperor, what is wrong with constructing canals, relocating the capital, and expanding our territories? Do these ministers not comprehend my intentions? Do the common folk not understand me? Does the heavens not comprehend my purpose? Yang Guang observed the accusatory tone directed at him in the golden list regarding the construction of the canal, the relocation of the capital to Luoyang, and the waging of wars. He was overwhelmed with disappointment. Is it not necessary to construct this grand canal to prevent the south and north from fracturing into two nations? Given that Chongzhen, as the capital, has limited arable land and water sources and is perpetually besieged by foreign tribes, is it not imperative to relocate? The Tuan and Goguryeo, those barbaric tribes, constantly provoke our great sway and encroach upon our territory. Should we not retaliate? Each of these matters weighed heavily on Yang Guang's mind. Am I to ignore them? To witness foreign tribes insult our great sway? To watch as China fractures once more? To see our capital, Chongzhen, fall time and again? Yang Guang's tone grew increasingly urgent, bordering on madness. Revolt. Then, revolt against me. If I do not construct this grand canal, who among future emperors will have the audacity to undertake such a feat? Can I afford to wait while China waits? If I do not relocate the capital, who will? Am I to let the royal family of the Sui endure the incessant invasions from Tubo and Tian? Failing to act will only lead to more deaths. Let me bear the burden of this eternal sin. At that moment, Yang Guang audaciously laughed, his laughter filled with derision for the rebels and scorn for the world. Yet, in that moment, he appeared more disheveled than anyone else. The first emperor of Qin, witnessing Yang Guang's antics, found himself perplexed. I had thought myself remarkably adept at large-scale infrastructure projects, yet it seems Yang Guang surpasses me in audacity. Whose subordinate is this? I, the illustrious first emperor, find myself outdone. Yang Guang's series of state policies left Yingzheng astonished. Had the Qin adopted such policies, the remnants of the Six Nations would not have labeled it the brutal Qin but would have instead called it Qin or nefarious Qin. Yingzheng reflected on his own experiences. In unifying the Six Nations, he had to standardize measures and weights, incurring the wrath of the nobility, scholars, and common folk alike, were it not for the deep foundations laid by the Qin over generations. The realm would have revolted long ago. The Sui dynasty lacked the centuries of wealth that the Qin possessed, Yang Guang's fervent pursuit of canal construction and grand infrastructure projects seemed either foolish or reckless. Ing Zheng, brimming with confidence, thought even his youngest son, Hu Hai, could not have executed such ambitious plans at this moment. Liu Bang felt a profound sympathy for the commoners of the Sui dynasty's twilight. Alas, Liu Bang sighed deeply. What difference is there from the chaos of the late Qin? If the brutal Qin does not perish, how can one speak of home? The tyrannical regime of the Sui dynasty persists, leaving one to ponder the very essence of home and family. Liu Bang, having endured the brutal oppression of the Qin dynasty, profoundly empathizes with the sentiments harbored by the common folk during such tumultuous times. Rebellion becomes an inevitable course of action. Could the current court possibly be worse than it already is? Ultimately, death looms on all sides, rendering the question of insurrection moot in the face of the suffering populace. The heart of Zhu Yuanzhang, a humble cowherd by origin, swells with empathy for their plight. The unbearable conditions render existence itself untenable, that he recalls the haunting memories of his parents and elder brother succumbing to starvation before his very eyes. A despair that has shadowed his early life, in the despair of the commoners at the end of the Sui, he finds a kindred spirit. Yang Guang, the Sui emperor, stands as a key architect of this turmoil. Zhu Yuanzhang regards him as significantly culpable. Indeed, his aspirations for eternal glory are evident. Yet, he fails to regard the common people as anything more than instruments of his governance, with decrees morphing into mere tokens of oppression in the hands of corrupt officials. The attitude of Yang Guang, compounded by the avarice of his bureaucrats, renders the absence of rebellion among the Sui subjects rather perplexing. Had Zhu Yuanzhang been in their position, he too would have taken up arms. Thus, upon founding the Ming dynasty, he resolutely prohibits the exploitation of the populace by corrupt officials, vowing to eliminate any who dare to oppress. During the Qing dynasty, upon witnessing the grim realities laid bare on the Golden List, Qianlong's brow furrows in concern. The suffering is indeed profound that he muses internally, acknowledging that the Qing dynasty excels in its concern for the common people, as there are no reports of starvation under its rule. The Golden List shifts to reveal the imagery of Li Shimin and Li Yuan embarking on their campaign. Yet, the expressions of these two figures are not entirely confident. Rather, they are tinged with uncertainty. Many can empathize with their internal struggles, for they know that with this step taken by the father-son duo, the outcome will be a matter of victory or defeat. After raising the banner of revolt, Li Shimin and his father Li Yuan lead their forces to attack Chong'an Point one after another. They vanquish Song Laoxing stationed in Hoi and Xiutu Tong in Hedenji in merely a few months. They secure the aid of Princess Pingyang and seize control of the capital and the Guanlong region. At this juncture, the size of Li Yuan's army swells to an impressive 200,000. Upon entering Chong'an, Yang Guang is assassinated by the imperial guards in Jiangdu. 2 months later, Li Yuan formally declares himself emperor in Chong'an, adopting the title of Tang Gaozu. During the Kaiwang era of the Sui, Yang Jian, pursuing Yang Guang with sword in hand, finds himself frozen in place, his expression blank. A torrent of frustration surges within him. What the hell? When Li Yuan initiated his rebellion, he commanded merely 30,000 troops, having bolstered his ranks through the surrender of rebel forces during his suppression of peasant uprisings. Yet, within a year, he stormed into Chong'an with an army of 200,000. This astonishing speed is unparalleled in the annals of history. Yang Jian mutters in awe, suddenly realizing that this is Li Yuan's insurrection. I admire your audacity. He ceases his pursuit of Yang Guang and turns his horse around. Yang Guang finally gains a moment to catch his breath. Panting heavily to Li Yuan, my good brother, I must rely on you to draw the fire away at this critical juncture. I owe you my gratitude. A sudden epiphany jolts Yang Guang to attention that I no longer possess my forces. And Li Yuan claims the throne. I should thank him indeed. In a fit of rage, Yang Guang joins Yang Jian in retreat. You scoundrel, come face me. At this moment, Li Yuan observes Yang Jian wielding a sword and Yang Guang brandishing a staff, both advancing toward him, and he feels an overwhelming sense of impending doom. The Golden List has betrayed me. It is Shimin who has ensnared me. Li Yuan bolts in panic. Dear uncle, cousin, let us speak civilly. There is no need for weapons. Such disgraceful conduct is utterly unbecoming. During the Daxing era of the Sui, as Li Yuan ascends to the throne and Li Shimin is conferred the title of Prince of Qin. The deranged Yang Guang suddenly regains clarity in this timeline. The father-son duo has just proclaimed their rebellion. From Taiyuan to Chong'an, they faced the Sui's garrison, separated by the formidable Yellow River, with seasoned generals Song Laosheng and Su Tu Tong dispatched to counter them. He never anticipated the formidable combat prowess of Li Yuan and his son, who managed to capture Chong'an within mere months. Their 30,000 troops had swelled to 200,000, leaving Yang Guang bereft of tears. These rascals, taking advantage of my escape from Chong'an to plunder my domain. In the Han Dynasty, upon reading the contents of the Golden List, Emperor Lu Che, is left utterly astounded. What on earth? What level of statecraft is this? To seize a capital mere months after raising an army, and to swell his forces to 200,000. How exaggerated. This prowess rivals that of his youthful prodigy, Huaqubing.as. The Golden List continues its recounting. Li Shimin matures with age, his campaigns unfolding before the lens this time. The Sui dynasty falls, and the Tang dynasty rises, with Li Shimin being conferred the title of Prince of Qin. This year, at the tender age of 19, a magnificent journey toward emperorship has just begun. Yet, as the Tang establishes itself, their home in Jingnan is besieged by Lu Wuzhou this moment, Li Yuan's fourth son. Li Yuanji is tasked with guarding Jingnan, a vital stronghold, Li Yuanji, in the exuberance of youth, free from the constraints of his father and elder brothers, indulges himself without regard for Jingnan's defenses. He amasses hundreds of women, indulging in unrestrained revelry, and on particularly spirited days, entertains multiple at once. Growing weary of his escapades, Li Yuanji turns to role-playing, commanding his concubines to don battle attire for mock duels, and on a whim, he joins in, striking down a girlfriend with each playful blow, until one day, Lu Wuzhou and Song Jinggang, allied with the Turks, launch an assault. Upon receiving the urgent missive, Li Yuan dispatches Li Zhongwen and Jiang Baoyi for reinforcement, only to return empty-handed. Subsequently, he sends his confidant Pei Ji, a cowardly man who abandons the army at the front lines to save himself, resulting in a complete rout of the Tang forces. Li Yuan, in his desperation, finds himself bereft of capable generals. While Li Jing is indeed a competent commander, Li Yuan hesitates to entrust military power to an outsider. Thus the weighty task of quelling the rebellion falls upon his son, Li Shimin. During the Jingguan era of the Tang, Li Jing, upon perusing the Golden List, cannot help but spit in derision. What nonsense! He cannot bear to entrust military power to outsiders. He is simply still brooding over my report to Yang Guang about his rebellion. Li Shimin, rising to the occasion, leads an army of 30,000 to relieve the siege of Jingnan. In a matter of months, he achieves 10 victories, bringing Lu Wuzhou to tears, crying out for his parents. In this battle, Li Shimin also recovers a formidable general, Yu Qigong. In the early years of the Tang Wuda, Lu Wuzhou, having fled to the territory of the Turks, gazes upon the contents of the Golden List and cannot help but sigh. He swears that henceforth, even in death, he shall never again engage in battle with Li Shimin. It is simply impossible. I am wholly overwhelmed. Amidst the strategic maneuvers at the Qinhuang mansion, Wei Qigong chanced upon a moment of reflection. Recalling the events of yesteryears in those days, he served under the command of Song Jingnan, rising alongside Lu Wuzhou to initiate a rebellion aimed at seizing Jingnan. During the nascent stages of the conflict, Wei Qigong, with his remarkable command abilities, succeeded in capturing Yuxi, Pingyao, and Jiaxiu, effectively encircling Jingnan strategically. He then went on to vanquish numerous generals of the Tang army. However, his fortunes shifted when he encountered Li Shimin, leading to a series of defeats that left him utterly demoralized, devoid of any will to resist. Li Shimin consistently anticipated his military tactics, fortifying his defenses in advance. Following a crushing defeat, Wei Qigong found himself besieged in Jiaxiu. Resigned to his fate, believing death was imminent to his surprise, Li Shimin sent envoys to persuade him to surrender, allowing him to retain command of his original troops as a gesture of trust. It was impossible for Wei Qigong not to feel moved. From that moment forth, he resolved to become a loyal vassal of the Qinhuang. The roster of achievements continued to evolve during the early years of the Tang dynasty's Wuda. The fragmentation of power following the Sui dynasty was exceedingly intricate. The battlefield was a realm of constant flux, with several factions contesting against Li Yuan's Tang. following the establishment of the Tang dynasty. Only regions like Guangdong and Heshi were under its control, while Hunan and Hebei remained in the hands of Wang Shichong and Dou Jianda at that time. The Tang generals tasked with defending Hunan and Hebei faltered one after another, leaving Wang Shichong and Dou Jianda's forces poised to threaten Chong'an, causing Li Yuan's sleepless nights. Tio neutralized the threats posed by Wang Shichong and Dou Jianda. Li Yuan resolved to first eliminate Wang Shichong, followed by Dou Jianda, intending to dismantle their forces one by one. Li Shimin, as his father's most capable general, naturally assumed this formidable responsibility. Thus, at the age of 22, Li Shimin once again led troops to campaign against Wang Shichong. Although Wang Shichong's strength paled in comparison to the Tang army, he commanded the entire Luoyang region and had subdued formidable warriors from Huagongzai, rendering him not weak. This was expected to be a battle of near equals. Yet, the outcome revealed that the Tang army, under Li Shimin's leadership, swept through Wang Shichong's forces with astonishing ease. In just 3 months, over 50 states in Hunan capitulated to the Tang, leaving only Luoyang as a solitary stronghold. Seeing the predicament of Luoyang, Dou Jianda, fearing for his own survival, immediately mustered an army of 100,000 to attempt a rescue. At this juncture, Dou Jianda had just vanquished Yu Wenhua and reabsorbed the elite Xiaoguo army, matching the Tang's might. However, what transpired next was utterly unforeseen. Within a matter of days, Li Shimin, with a mere 3,500 men, delivered a crushing defeat to Dou Jianda's 100,000-strong army at Hulaguan. In the Warring States period, the renowned General Bai Qi, upon witnessing Li Shimin's triumphs, could not contain his astonishment. How many? Am I seeing things? 3,500 defeating 100,000. Surely this is no jest. A battle cannot unfold in such a manner. 3,005 against 100,000, with the advantage resting with 3,005? Even if the opponents were mere wooden dummies, it would take 3 days and nights to slay them all. Wouldn't it? What nonsense is this? Bai Qi found it hard to believe. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the Three Kingdoms era, upon learning of Li Shimin's achievements, Sun Quan was equally astonished. By heavens, this young man. I once thought Zhang Baobao was invincible. Little did I know, someone could match his valor. Sun Quan was filled with envy, wishing to implore, "Dear Sir Li Shimin, please offer a tutorial. I would study it earnestly." The roster continued to unfold. With this mere 3,500 men, Li Shimin captured Dou Jianda and seized 5,000 of his soldiers. Dou Jianda's army collapsed entirely. Li Shimin paraded Dou Jianda around Luoyang. Upon witnessing Dou Jianda's capture, Wang Shichong lost all hope and surrendered without hesitation. Thus, with this singular battle, Li Shimin subdued both Dou Jianda and Wang Shichong, an outcome that even Li Yuan had not anticipated. Following this engagement, nearly all of China was effectively absorbed into the Tang dynasty. The momentum for the Tang's unification of the realm became inexorable. The Battle of Luoyang marked a pivotal moment in the founding of the Tang dynasty. Had it been lost, the Tang might well have faced annihilation. Winning solidified the dynasty's path to unification. Therefore, as the commander of this decisive battle, Li Shimin deserved the lion's share of the credit. During the reign of Tang Wuda, upon seeing his accomplishments listed, Li Shimin proudly straightened his posture and cast a glance at his father, his eyes brimming with pride. "Well, what do you think, father? Am I not impressive?" Seated upon the dragon throne, Li Yuan instinctively averted his gaze upon meeting Li Shimin's eyes. To be honest, he was aware of Li Shimin's exploits. Li Yuan dared not deny his achievements. Yet, the Crown Prince Li Jianqing had also made significant contributions. The logistics of military provisions and various operations were primarily managed by Li Jianqing. And being the eldest son was a further reason why Li Yuan hesitated to replace the Crown Prince. The cautionary tale of Emperor Wen of Sui forcibly changing his heir loomed large. In Li Yuan's view, the downfall of the Sui dynasty was directly attributable to Yang Jian's insistence on changing the Crown Prince. In the Han dynasty, upon witnessing Li Shimin's triumph of 3,000 over 100,000, Liu Bang could not help but exclaim, "What the hell?" Defeating an army of hundreds of thousands with merely 3,500 cavalry and capturing the enemy commander along with over 50,000 troops. How on earth was this accomplished? Were you Xiang Yu in disguise? Xiang Yu's prowess in battle could not have surpassed this. In the Qin dynasty, observing Li Shimin's repeated victories against overwhelming odds, Qin Shi Huang inhaled sharply. This Li Shimin is simply terrifying. He is akin to a divine being descended from the heavens, a true force of nature. Ing Zheng could only exclaim, "This Li Shimin is truly remarkable." During the Kaiwang era of sway, Yang Jian and Yang Guang were engaged in conflict against Li Yuan. At that moment, the three shared a tacit understanding, halting their actions to gaze in astonishment at the roster. Yang Jian could no longer contain himself. 3,000 against 100,000, and he subdued 50,000. Li Yuan, are you certain this is your son? Li Yuan, having just endured a thorough beating, was equally bewildered. This person is my son? Is my son truly this formidable? It was evident that Li Shimin had successfully captured Yang Jian's attention. As the emperors pondered, the roster continued to unveil in the establishment of the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin played an integral role in the inaugural year of the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin defeated Xue Zhu of Longxi. Upon his return, Li Shimin was appointed as Grand Marshal, the Minister of the Eastern Shaanxi Circuit, and the Grand General of the Left Martial Guard, overseeing Liangzhou. Among these, the position of Grand Marshal held the highest rank, being a first-class official. The other titles represented additional powers bestowed upon Li Shimin by Li Yuan. Subsequently, Li Shimin triumphed over Lu Wuzhou at the Heshi border. In this instance, Li Yuan elevated Li Shimin's rank to that of Minister of the Yizhou Circuit. Although this was merely a second-class position, it wielded substantial authority, allowing direct oversight of all affairs within the Yizhou Circuit. Then came Li Shimin's victories over the formidable Wang Shichong and Dou Jinda, solidifying the foundation of the Tang dynasty. At that time, Li Shimin already held a first-class position, and with the title of King of Qin, second only to the Crown Prince, he was nearing a point of being without further titles to bestow. Advancing further would necessitate a change in the Crown Prince, a course Li Yuan was reluctant to pursue. Thus, after much deliberation with his ministers for over 2 months, Li Yuan devised a position called Tan Sishang Jiang, which superseded all officials. This title could be described as one beneath the heavens, above all others. From that point onward, Li Yuan and Li Jianxing found themselves compelled to regard Li Shimin with caution, as his presence began to threaten their positions. During this period, Li Shimin became a somewhat idle prince. However, regrettably, shortly thereafter, Lu Haitu, a subordinate of Dou Jinda, rebelled once more following Dou Jinda's demise. Lu Haitu was also a fierce warrior, vowing retribution against anyone who harmed his elder brother. After Li Yuan's execution of Dou Jinda, Lu Haitu sought to rise against the Tang dynasty. The troops dispatched by the Tang to quell the rebellion found themselves no match for Lu Haitu. At this moment, throughout the Tang dynasty, aside from Li Shimin, there was no one capable of subduing Lu Haitu. Of course, Li Jing could, but Li Yuan was unwilling to relinquish power to outsiders. Ultimately, the formidable task of quelling Lu Haitu fell squarely upon Li Shimin's shoulders. There is no doubt that Li Shimin achieved another resounding victory in this battle. Following this confrontation, Li Shimin's authority reached its zenith. Even his father, Li Yuan, found it difficult to easily unsettle his wings. During the reign of Emperor Wu of the Great Tang, Lu Haitu, who was preparing to rise against the Tang, felt a profound sense of discontent. What does this mean? I have barely begun my campaign and already faced defeat. How did I lose? Do elaborate, so I may take precautions. Yet you merely gloss over it. Am I not worthy of more than a few words? Who do you look down upon? Do I not possess the strength to contend with Li Shimin? During the reign of Emperor Wu of the Great Tang, Yu Qigong and Hou Junji had already rotated the guards of the 2 gates of the imperial palace. Aside from that, the guards at other gates remained under the control of Emperor Li Yuan. Chongzhen Wuji led Yu Qigong and several hundred men, disguised as eunuchs, towards the imperial hall that he instructed Hou Junji to remain at the city gate, to ensure an escape route in case their coup failed. He aimed to place Prince Qin on the throne in the shortest possible time. Observing the tally on the gold list, he sensed that the critical moment was approaching. In this timeline, Li Shimin had already been conferred the title of General of Heavenly Strategy. The constraints they faced were not something the officials of the Prince Qin's residence were willing to witness. The Prince Qin could retreat, but they could not. Should they falter, they would surely be eliminated one by Li Yuan and Li Jianxing. Chongzhen gritted his teeth. The outcome hinged upon this decisive moment. Suddenly, the scene shifted. The text tally vanished. Above the firmament appeared a pitch-black tableau, featuring a majestic imperial city. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this was the Xuanwu Gate of the Tang Imperial Palace. The camera zoomed in abruptly. Strangely, An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, two riders appeared within the frame. Li Jiansheng was astounded to discover that one of them was himself, while the other was Li Yuanji. Just as he was trying to comprehend the situation, the camera suddenly zoomed out. In the farthest reaches of the shot, someone was mounted on a horse. This individual drew a bowstring taut, aiming directly at the figure of Li Jiansheng in the gold list. Li Jianqing realized that this horseman bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Shimin. No, it was not merely a resemblance. It was indeed Li Shimin. Li Jianqing's expression shifted dramatically. This person was none other than Li Shimin. He was wielding ABOW. At that moment, the Li Jianqing of the Wu De era, observing the gold list, suddenly grasped the entirety of the situation. Oh no, this Li Shimin intends to kill me. He seeks to end my life. Cold sweat enveloped Li Jianqing as panic seized him. His mind went blank. He turned to look at Li Shimin, who was equally present in the hall, and found him wearing an expression of disbelief. In his anxiety, Li Shimin's hands gripped the chair tightly, to the extent that his knuckles turned pale from the pressure. Indeed, at this moment, it was evident that Li Shimin had no intentions of rebellion. Li Jianqing redirected his gaze towards the gold list. His heart screamed incessantly. "Run, Li Jianqing, you fool! Your dear brother seeks to eliminate you." Clearly, the Li Jiansheng within the gold list remained oblivious to his silent cries. Li Shimin released the arrow with precision, striking true and sending him tumbling from his horse. Li Jianqing's eyes closed in death, his expression still one of disbelief. The Li Jiansheng of the Wu De era was left in shock. Nearly losing control of his bodily functions, he immediately knelt before Li Yuan, weeping. "Father, my brother has slain me. He truly sought to end my life." Upon witnessing this, Li Yuan's temper flared instantly. He roared at the Li Shimin below. "You heartless boy! Jianqing is your own brother. Have you truly forsaken familial bonds for the sake of the crown prince's position? Someone, seize Li Shimin and execute him." Li Yuan's personal guards rushed forward, surrounding Li Shimin. They prepared to drag him away for execution. However, upon seeing this scene, Li Yuan quickly altered his decree. "Wait, never mind. Strip Li Shimin of his title as Prince Qin and place him under house arrest. Execute the officials of the Prince Qin's residence, and as for Li Shimin, confine him for now." The fallen Li Jiansheng was left stunned. "My life has been forfeited. Will father truly let this pass?" Li Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Come now. I shall dismantle the entire power of the Prince Qin's residence. What threat could merely one Li Shimin pose to you? They are brothers. Can you not spare his life? Is your heart so narrow?" Upon hearing this, Li Jianqing felt as if his teeth might shatter. "You urge me to spare Li Shimin, yet he showed no hesitation when he aimed at me. He is my brother, yet he has dealt me a grievous blow." Nevertheless, Li Jianqing acquiesced to Li Yuan's reasoning. For Li Yuan was indeed a father who doted on his sons excessively. It was inconceivable that even if Li Shimin had harmed Li Yuan, he would not have the heart to execute his own son. The scene froze at this moment. The text tally commenced. As time progressed, the relationship between Li Shimin and Crown Prince Li Jiansheng reached a complete rupture. Li Shimin's influence within the military grew ever stronger, surpassing that of Crown Prince Li Jianqing. At this juncture, he required the combined forces of his father, Li Yuan, Crown Prince Li Jiansheng, and Prince Qi Li Yuanji to maintain a delicate balance. Li Shimin recognized that the Crown Prince's position was utterly beyond his grasp, and sought to carve out an alternative path, appealing to his father to allow him to depart from Chongzhen to reside in Luoyang. Crown Prince Li Jianqing understood that should Li Shimin relocate to Luoyang, it would be akin to releasing a tiger back to the mountains. Under the Crown Prince's insistence, Li Yuan declined Li Shimin's request to move to Luoyang. In that year, Li Shimin was 27, and he no longer wished to bide his time. Moreover, during this period, Crown Prince Li Jiansheng had made multiple attempts on his life. Thus, under the orchestration of Yu Qigong and others, Li Shimin instigated the Xuanwu Gate incident. He bribed ministers to accuse Crown Prince Li Jianqing and Prince Qi Li Yuanji of illicit affairs with the imperial consorts. Li Yuan, infuriated, summoned the Crown Prince and Prince Qi to an audience. Li Shimin lay in ambush at the Xuanwu Gate, striking down the two princes. From that point onward, Li Yuan was left with only Li Shimin as his legitimate son. 2 months later, Li Yuan abdicated, and Li Shimin ascended as the second emperor of the Tang Empire, adopting the era named Jingnan. During the Kaiwang era of the Sui dynasty, Li Yuan, enduring a beating, could hardly believe his eyes. "What the hell? My second son nearly led to my extinction. He has committed fratricide. Yang Jian, witnessing this, released Li Yuan's arm. This Li Shimin is rather intriguing. Li Yuan, your rebellion skills leave much to be desired. Look at how unbalanced your situation is. Your second son has slain your eldest, accepting the reality of the Sui dynasty's collapse. Yang Jian began to revel in Li Yuan's misfortune. Li Yuan, shocked at nearly being extinguished, yearned to retort to his uncle with a biting remark. As if you managed to keep everything balanced, did you not also depose your eldest son for the sake of your second? During the reign of Emperor Wu of the Tang, Li Jiancheng, witnessing Li Shimin not only slay him, but also force Li Yuan to abdicate, felt a surge of joy in his heart. Surely now, father will finally muster the resolve to eliminate Li Shimin. He lifted his gaze towards his father, and Li Yuan's face had long since turned a deep shade of crimson. He hastily fanned the flames. Yet, how could he dare to compel you to abdicate? Such actions are unbecoming of a filial son as the eldest brother. It is my duty to assist you in teaching him a lesson. With that, Li Jianxing attempted to enlist Li Yuanji to join him in confrontation. Why involve Li Yuanji in the fray? Simply because he was no match for Li Shimin. Li Yuanji, too, was filled with indignation. For when Li Shimin had slain Li Jiancheng, he had also met his untimely end. Consequently, before the two brothers could react, Li Yuan erupted in fury. He rose abruptly from the dragon throne, rushed to Li Shimin's side, and delivered a swift kick that sent him sprawling. Then, mounting him, he rained down a flurry of blows upon Li Shimin, exclaiming in a tempest of rage, "Damn you, Li Heir, you have slain your brothers and yet dare to demand my abdication? Do you truly think I would hesitate to kill you?" At this, Li Jiancheng and Li Yuanji clenched their fists. Had their father finally resolved to take Li Shimin's life? Anticipation surged within them, especially for Li Yuanji, who found a sense of relief in witnessing his father assault Li Shimin. Damn it! You, Li Heir, have been coveting my wife daily. You deserve to die. However, in the next moment, Li Yuan's tone shifted dramatically. You fool! You are mistaken. Did you not tell me you would not dare to rebel again? Would you still dare to slay your own brother? Li Yuan even removed his shoe and hurled it at Li Shimin's face. Damn it! Speak! Admit your error and vow you will never commit fratricide again. Speak, and I shall spare your life. Li Jianxing hesitated. 6. Li Yuanji echoed. 6. Pei Ji chimed in. 6. The court officials collectively murmured. 6. Li Shimin, with no option left, surrendered beneath his father's oppressive authority, gritting his teeth as he declared, I was wrong. Father, I should not have rebelled, nor should I have slain my brother. I was wrong. Li Yuan, satisfied, retracted his fists at Lang, Lang. You have heard what Shimin has confessed. Let us not dwell on these matters any longer. Observing Li Jiancheng and Li Yuanji's silence, Li Yuan's ire flared anew. What? You two brothers are still alive and well. I have already disciplined Erlang. What more do you desire? Do you wish for his life? Li Jiancheng and Li Yuanji stood frozen, their teeth nearly cracking from tension. Father, we understand. With that, Li Yuan returned to his dragon throne. Content with the situation, for Li Yuan, this was an advantageous outcome. With Li Shimin's power diminished, Crown Prince Li Jiancheng could securely occupy the throne, freeing Li Yuan from the turmoil between father and son. Yet, at that moment, Li Jiancheng was far from pleased, and neither was Li Yuanji, nor Li Shimin. Li Jiancheng immediately signaled the commander of the imperial guards he had placed within the palace. If Li Shimin could slay his brother and coerce their father, then so could he. Thus, the commander swiftly surrounded the entire court. Li Yuan's expression turned to one of alarm. Lang, what are you doing? Li Jiancheng, panting heavily, replied, What do you think? I intend to eliminate Erlang. Once, an opportunity for reconciliation lay before you, father, yet you failed to cherish it. Now, I must act in your stead. Li Yuan felt his authority challenged. Trembling as he pointed at Li Jiancheng, I am already working to curtail Shimin's influence. The position of crown prince has always been yours. Why do you persist? Before Li Yuan could finish, Li Jiancheng interrupted. I cannot sleep until Erlang is dead. At that moment, Li Shimin gazed at the encroaching guards, enveloped by despair. Just then, a throng of eunuchs rushed forward, positioning themselves in front of Li Shimin. To his astonishment, the foremost among them was Wei Qigong. Wei Qigong, too, had not anticipated such upheaval within the palace. Chongzhen Wuji draped a dragon robe over Li Shimin's shoulders. Your Highness, success or failure hinges upon this moment. Li Shimin nodded. He had no path of retreat left. Consequently, the private armies of Li Shimin and Li Jianqing clashed violently within the court. Li Yuan, nearly fainting from rage, screamed hysterically, "Cease! Cease! You must stop fighting. I am the emperor of the Tang. Do you not heed my command?" Alas, Li Yuan's cries were drowned out by the cacophony of battle. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Qin, Emperor Yingzheng found himself perplexed. Why would Li Yuan not bequeath the crown prince position to Li Shimin? After all, it was Li Shimin who had fought to secure this realm. He was the rightful heir. If Li Yuan truly wished to avoid passing the title to Li Shimin, he ought not to employ him so frequently. Otherwise, it would be grossly unjust. How else could Li Shimin have rebelled? In the Han dynasty, Liu Bang was equally troubled. Were he in Li Yuan's position, he would be at a loss regarding whom to select. After all, the legitimate eldest son was the preferred choice among most court officials. How could one simply discard him? Just as his legitimate eldest son, Liu Ying, though lacking in exceptional talent, had garnered considerable support. During the Sui dynasty's day era, Yang Guang had become utterly despondent that it mattered little now. The demise of the Sui dynasty was inevitable. He had done all he could. Let fate take its course. Initially, he felt no emotional turmoil. However, upon witnessing Li Shimin's fratricide and rebellion, he could not help but burst into laughter. Karma, oh karma, this is your retribution, Li Yuan. The records continued. Following the Xuanwu Gate incident, the former crown prince and the remnants of the Qi King's faction successively rebelled against the Tang, igniting conflict, which Li Shimin diligently suppressed. Simultaneously, the Eastern Turkic Khaganate, led by Keguli, upon learning of the Tang capital's vulnerability, mustered an army of 10,000, advancing to within 20 miles of Chongzhen. The 10,000-strong Turkic forces arrayed on the northern banks of the Wei River, their banners fluttering for miles. With the capital's defenses weakened, Chongzhen fell into a state of alarm at this moment. The capital housed merely a little over 10,000 imperial guards, utterly incapable of withstanding the Turkic cavalry. In this dire situation, Li Shimin devised a ruse, personally leading Gao Shilian, Fang Xianling, and 6 cavalrymen to the banks of the Wei River. Before long, tens of thousands of Tang imperial guards arrived at the riverbank. Beating drums in anticipation, both sides experienced victories and defeats. Ultimately, Li Shimin and Keguli reached a stalemate at the Wei River Bridge, agreeing to a truce and withdrawing their forces to end the first year of the Jingnan era of the Tang. Keguli, already having retreated, found himself dumbfounded. What? The Tang capital, Chongzhen, is utterly exposed. Does this not mean I have squandered a prime opportunity to invade Chongzhen? That audaciously bold Li Shimin. He truly dared to leverage the might of the tiger, bringing along merely 10 to 20,000 Tang soldiers to negotiate an alliance with me. What Keguli found most intolerable was that he had been duped by Li Shimin. What a disgrace. Ordinarily, it would not matter if he had been deceived, as no one would know. Yet today, this folly had been recorded, and his reputation within the Turkic ranks would suffer greatly. Some minor leaders would likely stir trouble again. Keguli lamented in despair. During the Yongle era of the Ming, upon witnessing this, Zhu Di felt utterly speechless. Previously, during the siege of Emperor Yang of Sui at Yanmen, Li Shimin had once again outwitted the Turkic forces with a ruse. Now, as they besieged Chongzhen, they had fallen for Li Shimin's stratagem once more. Were the Turkic people devoid of intelligence? If there truly were sufficient troops near Chongzhen, could they have advanced so easily to the capital? At this moment, Zhu Di was filled with envy. Why was it that, despite being a nomadic people, the Tatars possessed such acumen? Even mastering the 36 stratagems, the Turks found themselves, rather foolishly, elevated among the ranks of the esteemed. A vivid map of China sprang to life upon the canvas, as a banner of the Tang army was suddenly planted within the northwestern territories of the Turks. Concurrently, the unparalleled heavy-armored soldiers of the Tang dynasty made their grand entrance. Surrounding the Tang forces were numerous auxiliary troops composed of various minority ethnic groups. Thus began the far-reaching renown of the great Tang Empire. Upon ascending to the throne, Li Shimin officially embarked on his own invincible path, which was also the path of invincibility for the Tang dynasty. Following the Treaty of Weishui, he felt deeply ashamed, dedicating himself to training the elite Tang troops while secretly inciting internal strife among the forces of the Khagan of the Turks. Biding his time for retribution, soon, opportunity arose to end the second year of the Jingnan era, Severe natural disasters struck Eastern Turks, while tribes such as Xianzhuo rebelled against them. Additionally, the Khagan of the Turks found himself embroiled in internal conflict with his subordinate, the Khagan of Tuli. Heaven had granted a fortuitous chance. Li Shimin immediately commanded the Tang army to advance northward and besiege the warlord Liang Shidu, who was allied with the Turks. The Khagan had no choice but to dispatch cavalry for a rescue. However, internal strife had severely weakened the Eastern Turks, rendering them incapable of mounting a formidable defense. Soon, Liang Shidu was assassinated by his cousin Liang Luoren, leading to the collapse of his forces. The Hetao region was thus returned to the Great Tang. Observing how effortlessly the Tang army reclaimed the Hetao region, Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, felt a wave of shame wash over him. The results of generations of effort from the Han dynasty seemed to be child's play in the hands of Li Shimin. After all, this was the Hetao region, adjacent to the Hushi corridor of the Great Song. Zhao Kuangyin could not help but feel humiliated as well. The prowess of others was enough to incite envy. Witnessing Li Shimin's ease in warfare was akin to experiencing a divine spectacle. He effortlessly obliterated a nation. Meanwhile, his own endeavors felt unbearably frustrating. Even capturing a single city required immense effort, just as the Hetao region was reclaimed. The banner of the Great Tang was once again firmly planted within the territory of the Eastern Turks. This sight cast a pall over the hearts of the Eastern Turks who had gathered to witness the imperial examination during the Wuda era. A sudden sense of dread enveloped them. In the fourth year of the Jingnan era, Li Shimin ordered Li Jing to lead 30,000 iron cavalry from Dingxiang to defeat the Eastern Turkish forces, resulting in the surrender of the great Turkish general, King Su. The Khagan of the Turks, realizing the tide had turned against him, fled with his defeated troops. Fleeing to the Yanshan Mountains, he was ambushed by Li Jing, who destroyed the Turkish encampment. The Khagan made another desperate escape to the west, seeking refuge with the Tuhan, only to be intercepted and annihilated by Li Ji, leading to the near-total destruction of the Turkish army. Subsequently, he continued westward, only to collide with Li Daozong, who captured him, leading to his lifelong imprisonment in Chongzhen. From that moment forth, the Eastern Turks lost a Khagan, while Chongzhen gained a dancing king. The Eastern Turkish Khaganate was thus annihilated, and the southern desert regions were annexed into the territory of the Great Tang, which replaced the Turks as the preeminent power in Central Asia. In that year, Li Shimin was revered as the Heavenly Khagan by numerous nations of the western regions. The title of Heavenly Khagan symbolized the complete submission of the nations of the western regions to the Emperor of the Great Tang. At this moment, Li Shimin was not merely the king of the Tang, but the king of all under heaven. In the fourth year of the Jingnan era, the Khagan of the Eastern Turks was escorted back to Chongzhen, merely 4 years after Li Shimin assumed power. The Turkish Khaganate, which had circled the heart of East Asia for a century, officially declared its demise. Within the confines of the prison cart, the Khagan gazed vacantly at the imperial examination list, tears of humiliation streaming down his face. This Khagan, he lamented, how could the Great Tang possess so many despicable individuals? These filthy people from the Tang dynasty clearly covet my grace and dance. They desire my very being. They are base. Were it not for the remnants of chrysanthemum petals strewn upon the ground, the Khagan's smile would not have faded. He would never submit. Hearing the Khagan's wails, a Tang general approached and delivered a resounding slap. Quiet down. Is your backside itching? The Khagan ceased his tears at the reprimand. In the realm of the Qin, the Heavenly Khagan was the king of all. What an imposing title it was. Yingzheng could not help but reflect on his own achievements. Having unified the 6 states, he was dubbed the first emperor, while Li Shimin, through the conquest of foreign tribes, was revered as the Heavenly Khagan. What a remarkable legacy! At this moment, Yingzheng felt a genuine sense of joy. Meanwhile, the Tang forces, still engaged in various battles, were filled with high spirits, rallying and chanting. Heavenly Khagan! Heavenly Khagan! The soldiers of the Huibei who accompanied the Tang army looked on with envy at the Tang generals shouting for their lord. In their Huibei tribes, a saying had long been passed down, follow the Tang army and you'll avoid the lash. Not only did they avoid punishment, but they also returned home with bountiful spoils that owe them. The Tang army was akin to divine beings descending from the heavens, undefeated in battle. They often returned laden with treasures. The invincibility of the Tang army signified the invincibility of the Huibei. As such, they enjoyed immense prestige throughout the northwestern regions. Merely collecting the spoils left behind by the Tang forces was enough to amass wealth. At this moment, nations existing concurrently with the Great Tang watched in trepidation, fearful that the Tang banner would be planted within their own territories. Under the watchful gaze of the masses, the Tang flag was hoisted in the territory of Tian. The nobles of Tian during the Jingnan era were instantly engulfed in despair. Please, do not engage us, great lord. We surrender. Let us speak amicably. Please, do not resort to violence. In June of the 8th year of Jingnan, Li Shimin once again commanded Li Jing to lead an army against Taiyuan. In April of the 9th year of Jingnan, Li Jing, alongside Li Daozong, gathered their forces and effortlessly defeated the main contingent of the Taiyuan army at Kushan. Subsequently, the Tang forces split into two routes, pursuing the defeated Taiyuan forces. Both armies achieved victory after victory. The Taiyuan ruler, Morong Fuyun, found himself cornered and ultimately took his own life. His son, Morong Fushun, surrendered to the Tang forces. And Taiyuan subsequently became a vassal state of the Great Tang. Following Taiyuan's submission, tribes such as the Dongxiang and Bailan also submitted to the Great Tang, leading to the establishment of the Tang Songzhou governor's office. During the Yongle era, Zhu Di was stirred by excitement upon reading this. The methods of conquest employed by Li Shimin differed greatly from his own. The Tang dynasty directly penetrated the western regions with overwhelming military force. While he primarily focused on enfeoffment and surrender, this was unavoidable, given the formidable remnants of the northern Yuan that he had to contend with. All his energies were devoted to eradicating the Mongols. In the realm of the Qin, Yingzheng could not deny his envy for the combat prowess of the Tang forces. His descendants ventured abroad to conquer others, while he remained preoccupied with quelling the remnants of the Six States and the savagery of the southern Yu. The stark contrast left him feeling quite unsettled that moment. During the Jingnan era, the Tang generals convened for a celebratory feast. Among them were several eminent figures such as Li Jing, Li Ji, Cheng Yaojin, and Yuqi Gong. To be seated at this table, one must have claimed numerous victories and extinguished several smaller nations. What? You've won many battles? Go play in the mud. To boast of a few victories was to invite ridicule. Just then, the Tang flag on the examination list fluttered once more, eventually being planted within the territory of Tubo during the Jingnan era. By the heavens, exclaimed Songzhan Ganbu. Didn't we just establish friendly relations with the Great Tang last year? In the interest of fostering goodwill, I even proposed marrying a Tang princess. How could this sudden aggression occur? The documentation began in the 10th year of Jingnan. Songzhan Ganbu dispatched envoys to Chongzhen to request the hand of a Tang princess, which Li Shimin refused. Consequently, Songzhan Ganbu used this as a pretext to lead 200,000 troops to invade Taiyuan. At that time, Taiyuan had clearly expressed its submission to the Tang. Songzhan Ganbu's actions were indisputably a slap in the face to Li Shimin. The Heavenly Kagan. Thus, in August of the 12th year of Jingnan, Li Shimin commanded Hou Junji, Zhi Shisili, and Niu Jinda to lead 50,000 infantry and cavalry to aid Taiyuan. Niu Jinda led the vanguard of the Tang army to launch a night assault on the Tubo camp, advancing with unstoppable momentum, decapitating 1,000 Tubo soldiers. Upon witnessing the formidable might of the Tang forces, Songzhan Ganbu realized victory was unattainable and promptly ordered a retreat. Not long after Songzhan Ganbu returned to Tubo, he grew apprehensive about possible retribution from the Tang dynasty. Consequently, he dispatched envoys to Chongzhen to express his contrition. Following this, until the demise of Songzhan Ganbu, Tubo consistently adopted a policy of allegiance towards the Tang. Upon reading this, Zhao Kuangyin felt a twinge of regret. Although this battle resulted in a victory for the Tang, ultimately, Li Shimin arranged for his distant niece, Princess Wenqing, to wed Songzhan Ganbu, despite the Tang army repelling the Tubo forces. The Tang dynasty had gained a deeper understanding of Tubo's strength. Thus, in the years following Princess Wenqing's marriage to Tubo, there were no further large-scale military confrontations between the two nations. After Tubo, the banner of the Tang army once again fluttered, advancing directly into the territories of the western regions where lay the Tibetan Plateau, a region never conquered by the Qin, Han, or Sui dynasties. The noble families of the Qiang and Tibetan powers were taken aback, exclaiming, "Do not approach." In the 13th year of the Jingnan era, Li Shimin commanded generals such as Hou Junji and Shui Wanjun to lead an army of 10,000 infantry and cavalry. Simultaneously, he brought along the Tang's vassal states, including the Turks and Chibi tribes, to partake in an expedition to Gaochang. The chieftain of Gaochang, Chu Wentai, upon witnessing the Tang forces at his gates, was so struck with terror that he foamed at the mouth and passed away on the spot. Thus, his son, Chu Jisheng, was compelled to inherit his father's position and continue the struggle against the Tang army. Regrettably, this endeavor was akin to striking a rock with an egg. Before long, the Gaochang forces suffered a crushing defeat. And seeing no hope of recovery, Chu Jixing had no choice but to surrender, leading to the fall of the Gaochang kingdom. Subsequently, the Anqi Protectorate was established, incorporating the eastern regions of the Western territories into the Tang's dominion, thus reopening the Silk Road and expanding Chinese influence into the heart of the continent. Qin Shi Huang remained silent, gazing at the ever-changing expanse of Tang territory listed on the golden tablet. Since Li Shimin ascended to the throne, the Tang dynasty had expanded outward with an unstoppable momentum. This was a phenomenon he found incomprehensible, especially as the Tang banner was planted in regions he had never heard of before. Far from the lands of the Qin, he never imagined that future generations of China could extend their military might to such distant territories. The realm governed by Li Shimin far surpassed that of his own Qin. At this moment, Sui when Emperor Yongjian also fell into a prolonged silence. The center of the continent, such a place was beyond his wildest dreams. Just moments ago, he had mocked Li Yuan for his son's fratricidal ambitions. But now, the laughter had faded. If only he could have such a son, who could commit fratricide and parricide without hesitation. He simply could not fathom that within a mere decade of Li Shimin's rule, he had advanced to such lengths. Was this Li Shimin truly human? It felt as though he were a celestial being descended to witness the relentless expansion of the Tang dynasty. Kublai Khan held a profound admiration for Li Shimin, considering him one of his favorite Chinese emperors. His civil and military accomplishments were unmatched in history. During the Qianlong era of the Qin dynasty, Emperor Qianlong reclined on his dragon throne, murmuring, "The achievements of Emperor Taizong Li Shimin are indeed beyond reproach. Yet, in comparison to my Qing, his civil and military prowess falls short. After all, my Qing's territory encompasses nearly half the world." Standing nearby, Yishin immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Your Majesty speaks the truth. In the hearts of your subjects, you are the eternal emperor. No one in Chinese history can rival your greatness." Qianlong was thoroughly pleased by Yishin's flattery. He was particularly fond of Yishin, a handsome man with a silver tongue, who could resist such charm. Just as the emperors began to think that after years of territorial expansion, the Tang dynasty needed to recuperate, the Tang banner once again thrust into even more distant western lands. Yingzheng, Liu Bang, Liu Che, and Yongjian, the emperors preceding Emperor Taizong, were left utterly astonished. Are we to continue fighting? Do you intend to conquer the world? During the Wuda era of the Tang dynasty, within the imperial palace, the factions of Li Shimin and Li Jianshang were still engaged in fierce conflict. Unable to mediate, Li Yuan chose to abandon the matter altogether. After all, both Li Shimin and Li Jianshang were ensconced behind their own supporters, thus remaining unharmed as long as his sons were safe. He cared little for the fates of others. Li Yuan and Pei Ji sought refuge in a secluded corner, observing the tally of achievements on the golden tablet. At that moment, Li Yuan comprehended just how formidable his second son, Li Shimin, truly was. He was utterly astounded. Just as Li Yuan fell into contemplation, Pei Ji cautiously leaned in. "Your Majesty, the imperial guards have surrounded the palace, their numbers exceeding those of both the Prince of Qin and the Crown Prince combined." Li Yuan was instantly incensed. "What are we waiting for? We must regain control of the situation and instruct them not to harm my favored sons." Pei Ji was at a loss for words. "You consider the actions of the Crown Prince and Prince of Qin as favorable? Is that how you define a good son?" The tally of achievements commenced. In the 16th year of the Jingnan era, the skies cleared, the rains ceased, and the Khan of the Western Turks felt emboldened. Thus, he promptly detained Tang envoys while inciting the Chuiyue and Chumi tribes to invade the Tang. They sought to test their strength against the Tang army. Regrettably, this news had not yet reached Chongzhen. Already, Tang generals stationed in the heart of the western regions had led 2,000 light cavalry to engage, defeating tens of thousands of Turkic soldiers and subduing the Chuiyue and Chumi tribes. In the same year, Li Shimin established the Lingyan Pavilion in Chongzhen, a tower constructed to honor meritorious officials, adorned with their likenesses. The Lingyan Pavilion comprised 3 levels. The innermost level depicted the highest-ranking ministers, the middle level portrayed the noble officials, and the outer level featured other distinguished contributors. Li Shimin's Lingyan Pavilion is quite splendid. Liu Bang immediately commanded, "Bring forth my orders. I too wish to establish a pavilion for meritorious officials, to immortalize figures such as Han Xin and Ping Yu. These are the heroes of my Han. Let them come to receive their accolades." Xiao He inquired, "What reward shall they receive?" Liu Bang replied, a reward of severed heads in the Qin dynasty. Qin Shi Huang also found the concept of the Lingyan Pavilion commendable. Akin to his military merit system, contributions would be recorded and rewards granted accordingly. In the Song dynasty, upon hearing of the Lingyan Pavilion, Zhao Guangyin felt an overwhelming envy. Li Shimin had countless talented generals under his command. And yet, looking at his own retinue, he had but one capable commander, Qiao Bin. During the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di also felt a deep admiration for Li Shimin. Ever since his ascension, the vassal kings had essentially been stripped of their military power. The generals who had rallied to his cause, Zhu Ning and Xiu Fu, were not exceptional commanders. The only notable figure, Zhang Yu, had perished during the Jingnan campaign, leaving Zhu Di with a retinue largely devoid of martial talent, save for the civil officials. Speaking of which, Zhu Di did possess a fierce general in Han Wang Zhu Gaoxiu, but he dared not employ him recklessly for fear that Zhu Gaoxiu might one day overshadow him, becoming another Li Shimin. Alas, Zhu Di sighed, recognizing that he was likely one of the most beleaguered emperors in history. Even waging war required his personal involvement. During the Hongwu era of the Ming dynasty, witnessing this scene, Zhu Yuanzhang fell silent. His founding generals were no less remarkable than Li Shimin, Li Wanzhong, Li Shanchang, Su De, Chang Yuchen, Feng Xing, Tang He, Lu Bowen, each a figure of extraordinary talent. Regrettably, they had all departed, leaving only a few generals like Lan Yu and Fu Yud. Due to the early demise of the crown prince and the inability to suppress the imperial grandson, he had exhausted his resources. Did he truly err? Zhu Yuanzhang did not believe he had made a mistake. Could a ruler who could not control his ministers still call them ministers? Ultimately, it was the untimely departure of his firstborn, Zhu Biao, that proved to be the crux of the matter. Had he lived longer, with capable generals within and loyal vassals under his command, our Ming dynasty would have flourished in unprecedented strength. At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang resolved even more fervently to nurture Zhu Biao, determined to ensure that the empire would rise and be revitalized under his son's stewardship. Although Zhu Di's Ming was formidable, it was not sufficient. Had Zhu Biao lived for another 20 years, the Ming would have attained even greater glory. Zhu Yuanzhang was profoundly convinced of this truth. The banners of the Tang dynasty once again began to flutter on the battlefield, this time directed towards Liaodong and Goguryeo. In the 17th year of the Jingnan era, Li Shimin personally led an army of 60,000 to reclaim Liaodong, embarking on his third campaign against Goguryeo. One after another, he captured Chuanda City, Hengshan City, Gamou City, Momi City, Liaodong City, Baiyin City, Beisha City, Maigu City, Howang City, and Yinshan City. 70,000 inhabitants were relocated from Liaozhou, Gaizhou, and Yinzhou to the Central Plains, while over 40,000 enemy soldiers were decapitated. In the 19th year of Jingnan, the Goguryeo minister, Quan Gaisuan, seized control of the administration and engaged in a protracted tug-of-war with the Tang forces, ultimately dragging the conflict into December. Heavy snow fell, and the roads froze. With no choice left, the heavenly Khan, Li Shimin, was compelled to retreat. This battle cost Goguryeo more than 10 cities. Yet, in the eyes of Quan Gaisuan, this was a grand victory. He had withstood the Tang onslaught, which filled him with immense pride. What heavenly Khan, what invincible Tang. Even with an army of 60,000, they failed to conquer Goguryeo. Is this the Tang army that supposedly annihilates nations at will? Hardly so. At this moment, in the eyes of the Goguryeo people, the Tang had vanquished the Turkic Khaganate and subdued the Tiuhun and Tibetans, yet they could not destroy Goguryeo. Does this not imply that Goguryeo is mightier than Tibet and stands as the second strongest nation in the world? The tally continued. The Tang banners pressed forth into the northwest. In the 18th year of Jingnan, the Yinji tribe betrayed the Tang, oscillating between the Western Turkic Khaganate and the Tang. The court and the people were outraged, prompting Li Shimin to order Guo to lead 3,000 infantry and cavalry on a night raid against Yinji. In the 21st year of Jingnan, Li Shimin once again commanded Tang generals such as Ashina Shizhi, Chibi Helu, and Guo to mobilize an army of 100,000 to subdue Yinji in the state of Kucha. The Tang forces, prized for their swiftness and undefeated in battle, overwhelmed Yinji, capturing King Long Shui Panah. Subsequently, after nearly 40 days of fierce combat in Kucha, the Tang army ultimately captured the city, and King Baihili Bushir was taken prisoner. Thereafter, the Tang established the 4 garrisons of Anxi and relocated the center of the Anxi protectorate to Kucha. From that point onward, the Tang army faced no rivals throughout the entire western region. On the roster, a vast Anxi protectorate divided the entire Qinghai Tibet region and the northern desert into two. This spectacle profoundly astonished the emperor and the populace before the roster. The visual impact of this scene was overwhelmingly powerful. In the Qin dynasty, Yingzheng was left speechless, repeatedly shaken by the territorial extent of the Tang. His eyes were filled with envy. Truly, comparing one person to another can be fatal, and comparing goods can lead to dispossession. The Han Emperor, Liu Che, gaped in disbelief. I can't believe that Li Shimon's Tang has advanced this far. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have never believed it. The display of strength was simply astounding. Wei Qin and Hui Zubing could not compare in the Sui dynasty. Yang Jian was once again stirred. He pulled up Li Yuan. This rebellion is remarkable. If your nephew had not rebelled against me, and your son had not revolted against you, where would such a powerful China be? At this moment, Yang Jian had entirely forgotten the affairs of the Sui, fully absorbed in Li Shimon's expansion of territory. What emperor could possibly refuse such a perfect script? Li Yuan. Yang Guang. During the years of the Sui, the already defeated Yang Guang unexpectedly began to anticipate Li Shimon's next actions. Would Li Shimon's path of territorial expansion cease here, or would it continue to achieve glory? Under the scrutiny of the onlookers, the Tang flag once again danced, deeply penetrating the northern grasslands. There lay the vast desert. In the 20th year of Jingnan, the Khagan of the Shuiyan tribe, Duomi, declared war on the Tang. Li Shimon ordered generals such as Qiao Shi Huang and Ji Shirli to repel the invaders. In this battle, the Shuiyan forces were defeated, with over 2,000 captured. Afterward, the Tang army split into 3 routes, launching a campaign to annihilate the Shuiyan tribe, resulting in a severe blow to Duomi, who was killed during his flight. In his final moments, Duomi deeply understood an old Chinese saying, "Rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but words must be carefully spoken." Thus, the Shuiyan Khaganate was declared destroyed. Subsequently, all tribes in the northern desert submitted. Li Shimon established the Anbei Protectorate in the northern desert, extending the Tang's territory to encompass the area around Lake Baikal. In the Han dynasty, Liu Che attempted to speak, yet was rendered speechless by his astonishment. The territory of the Tang was vast, so immense that his eyes could scarcely comprehend it. West to Kucha, north beyond Lake Baikal. What concept does this imply? The Han Emperor Liu Che understood better than anyone. He almost lost his life merely trying to open the Hushi corridor against the Xiongnu. Yet Li Shimon could easily dispatch a few unknown generals to obliterate entire nations. This is no mere jest. In the 13th year of the Jiading era in the southern Song, the legendary warrior Genghis Khan gazed up at the roster, his eyes reflecting keen interest. This man who conquered the world longed to meet Li Shimon and compare whose cavalry was superior, the Tang's iron steeds or his undefeated Mongolian cavalry. Alas, they existed in different temporal realms. During the Wuda years of the Tang, Li Yuan had already apprehended all the subordinates of Li Shimon and Li Jianqing. The two glared defiantly at each other, ready to clash at any moment should Li Yuan not intervene. Li Yuan was deeply conflicted. Should he depose the crown prince Li Jianqing and elevate Li Shimon? Beside him, Pei Ji cast a perplexed glance at Li Yuan, his expression one of disbelief, as if to say, "Brother Li Yuan, the correct answer lies right before you, and yet you hesitate." Li Yuan gritted his teeth and made a resolution, unable to bear the sight of Li Jianqing's expression. He turned his back. Let it be proclaimed that from today forth, the position of Crown Prince Li Jianqing is abolished, and Prince Qin, Li Shimon, is to be established as the new Crown Prince. Upon hearing this, Ho Junji, Chongzhen Wuji, and Wei Qigong immediately erupted in cheers. In stark contrast, Li Jianqing, filled with rage, bit his lip until it bled. He looked bewilderedly at his father's back, and then at Li Shimon, who was grinning like a blooming flower. Unable to catch his breath, he fainted. Li Yuan, feeling a pang of sympathy, ordered the guards to carry Li Jianqing back to his residence, then turned to Li Shimon. Erlang, you have obtained all that you desired. I have but one request. Do not harm your elder brother and fourth brother, allowing them to live as vassal kings in comfort. Li Shimon readily agreed. Meanwhile, the tally on the roster entered its final stage. In the 22nd year of Jingnan, the Tang diplomat Wang Xuanzi led over 50 riders to the land of Tianzhu, seeking to establish diplomatic relations. During the Jingnan era of the Tang, the king of Tianzhu, Aluo Nazhan, looked upon the contents of the roster with pride. Establish relations? Establish what relations? What status does Tianzhu hold? What status does your Tang dynasty possess? To seek a partnership with me, do you deem yourself worthy? Aluo Nazhan, seeking trouble, dispatched 2,000 troops to ambush Wang Xuance's envoy. After a fierce battle, only Wang Xuance and one attendant managed to escape. Wang Xuance sought aid from Songzhan Ganbu in the Naboluo kingdom, gathering over 8,000 troops to launch a war of vengeance against Tianzhu. In the battle at Chaju and Luoqing, Wang Xuance decisively defeated Tianzhu's elephant army, decapitating over 3,000, while over 10,000 Tianzhu troops perished in the Ganges River. In the end, Wang Xuance escorted Aluo Nazhan, along with over 2,000 of his royal family and court, back to Chongzhen as captives. From that moment on, the once unified kingdom of India under the reign of the Juri dynasty fell into utter collapse, plunging into centuries of fragmented warlordism. During the Jingnan era, the Indian king, Aro, was left in a state of disbelief. How could it be that, after reigning over India for years, a mere envoy from the Tang dynasty could borrow 8,000 soldiers to annihilate my kingdom? What nonsense is this? Furthermore, who in their right mind would provoke an envoy from the Tang dynasty? Do you wish to court death? I certainly do not wish to meet my demise so soon. It is I who has brought this upon myself. Well then, never mind. I shall be more cautious in my next life. The king of India felt an unprecedented wave of terror. He immediately instructed his subordinates to avoid provoking any individuals from the Tang dynasty in the future. Even monks who came from Tang to seek scriptures must be treated with utmost hospitality. The grand tapestry of the Tang dynasty vanished from the golden list, replaced by the image of a monk. In the 23rd year of Jingnan, Li Shimin was already 51 years old. That year, Wang Xuance returned from India with a monk, rumored to have lived for 200 years, such an obviously fabricated tale. Yet Li Shimin believed it, and even had this Indian monk concoct elixirs for him. That very night, after consuming the golden pill, Li Shimin met his end. Newly ascended to the throne, Li Shimin was taken aback. What is this? This is no celestial pill. It is clearly a lethal poison. This turn of events is far too sudden. At that moment, in the land of Qin Shi Huang was gripped by an ominous premonition. What? The efficacy of this celestial pill is so potent. Consuming it leads one to immortality. It makes no sense that Li Shimin perished after just one dose. How is it that I have consumed them for years without consequence? Ingzheng pondered. It must be that Li Shimin's method of consumption was flawed. Or perhaps he ingested a counterfeit celestial pill, leading to his untimely demise. Yes, that must be it. Ingzheng chose to deceive himself. In the Ming dynasty, Emperor Jiajing observed Li Shimin's demise due to the celestial pill and thought to himself, the practice of alchemy must be handled personally. What kind of place is India? A people who use the same finger for both wiping and eating. And you dare consume their celestial pills. As for elixirs, the Taoist only trusts those he has personally crafted, for they are truly harmless. Rich in various vitamins, the Golden List then presented a final commentary. Generally speaking, prolonged warfare with foreign nations inevitably leads to domestic instability, causing immense suffering for the populace and even the rise of rebel factions. Yet during this period, the Tang dynasty experienced none of this. 2 decades of warfare not only failed to exploit the common people, but instead fostered economic and cultural prosperity. This can be attributed to Li Shimin's governance. Upon his ascension, he was known for his integrity, employing upright ministers like Wei Zheng, establishing a commendable standard in the court. Moreover, the early Tang dynasty was meticulous in appointing officials, ensuring a thorough evaluation of their capabilities before granting them positions. When faced with the frank advice of his ministers, Li Shimin was always open to their counsel. Additionally, Li Shimin undertook discreet visits among the common people, dismissing numerous corrupt officials, swiftly stabilizing the tumultuous situation of the early Tang. He commanded ministers like Fang Xianling and Li Jing to inspect the nation, immersing themselves within the populace. He personally selected reliable individuals to oversee local affairs, documenting the actions of local officials for future promotions and penalties. Furthermore, he mandated that officials of the 5th rank and above work in shifts, facilitating his ability to address state matters at any hour and ensuring swift communication of edicts from the capital. In response to the development of commerce, Li Shimin radically changed the previous dynasty's oppressive stance towards trade, no longer discriminating against merchants, but treating them equally, transforming the Tang dynasty into a global trade epicenter. This spurred the growth of numerous cities, with the standard of living for the populace rising dramatically. The most evident effect of the Jingnan era was the increase in population from 2 million households during the Sui dynasty to over 380,000 households by the end of the Jingnan period. Upon witnessing this, The citizens of Chongzhen bowed in reverence to their emperor, but in their hearts, Li Shimin was not merely an emperor, but a sage. When had the common people of Chongzhen ever been well-fed and warmly clothed? Yet under Li Shimin's governance, every household had surplus grain, and every family had a home. What a remarkable achievement! They were even willing to send their children to serve in the Tang army. For their children were not only safeguarding the honor of the Tang dynasty, but also protecting their own families. This is why the soldiers of the Tang dynasty were particularly united. During the Jingnan era, all officials away from the capital knelt in homage to their emperor. Despite facing criticism, Li Shimin was undeniably a commendable emperor at the onset of his reign, to empathize with the hardships of the common people. He led civil and military officials to toil in the fields, setting an example to admonish officials and citizens alike who were already suffering. This was done to foster genuine empathy among officials for the common folk. Another scene appeared on the Golden List. Within the walls of Chongzhen, tranquility reigned, and the atmosphere was one of familial bliss. Against this backdrop, the golden age of Li Shimin's Jingnan era arrived as anticipated. During the Jingnan era, doors remained unlocked at night, and no items were lost from the streets in the fourth year of Jingnan. Only 29 prisoners were sentenced to death nationwide, by the sixth year. The number of death sentences rose to 290 at the year's end. The prisoners returned home to settle their affairs, returning in the autumn of the seventh year for execution, in the autumn of the seventh year. All 290 prisoners returned, with not a single one escaping. What? Qin Shi Huang was greatly astonished. The Tang dynasty had only dozens of criminals in a year. What does this signify? Jingnan contemplated. First, the citizens of the Tang dynasty did not suffer from hunger or thirst, thus had no need to resort to theft or robbery. Secondly, the laws of the Tang dynasty were stringent, and citizens were not compelled to risk their lives over trivial matters. In the Qing dynasty, Emperor Qianlong finally tempered his views on Li Shimin. With only dozens of criminals nationwide in a year, the Qing dynasty could not compare to the Jingnan era in this regard. It is well known that the Qing dynasty was rife with peasant uprisings. This era of the Tang dynasty was truly a leader in societal trends, with neighboring nations dispatching envoys to learn from its culture. During this period, people around the world took pride in their Tang identity, spoke the Tang language, wore Tang attire, and esteemed Tang culture. In reviewing the world, Li Shimin's literary and martial prowess has ushered in an unprecedented era of prosperity for China. At this moment, far in the western regions, Tang merchants adorned in luxurious silks drew envious gazes from the foreign merchants lining the roads. Yet they dared not act upon their envy, for should they raise a hand, their nations would face annihilation. In the city of Qin, outside the city gates, Tang people dressed in Tang garb, speaking the Tang language, mingled with Western merchants, capturing the attention of various powers. This was the base of the Tang army's Anqi protectorate, the most prosperous city in the western regions, a veritable city that never sleeps, bustling with markets showcasing Tang silk, handicrafts, and more. The city also hosted beautiful women sent as tributes from various Western nations. Furthermore, individuals from various nations could learn about Tang culture in Qin and to some extent, gain Tang citizenship. For the nations of the Western regions, Qin was a place shrouded in mystery and reverence. First and foremost, entry into the city required Tang citizenship. Additionally, only merchants or laborers were permitted. Common folk had no opportunity to set foot in the city and behold the splendor of the Tang dynasty. If given the chance, they would go to great lengths to obtain Tang citizenship, just to witness the prosperity of Chongzhen with their own eyes. Moreover, during Li Shimin's reign, he subdued the foreign tribes and unified the populace. Under Li Shimin's rule, the Tang dynasty expanded its territory more than any previous emperor, compelling the various states within the 9 provinces to pay homage. In the realm of military affairs, he engaged in numerous campaigns, successfully quelling the Turks, Xianchuo, Huigu, Gaochong, Yanqi, Kush, and Tian, thereby extending the prestige of the Tang dynasty far and wide. Geographically, during the Jingnan era, the territory expanded west to the Caspian Sea, east to parts of the Korean peninsula, north to Siberia, and south to the Indochinese peninsula, encompassing an impressive area of over 12 million square kilometers. In terms of diplomacy, Li Shimin regarded the world as one family, invoking the principles of benevolence and righteousness, alongside military conquest and political trust, which led various nations to submit to the grandeur of the Tang dynasty. Politically, Li Shimin further refined the sway system, perpetuating the 3 departments and 6 ministry structure at the central court, and enhancing the significance of the imperial examination system. At the local level, he maintained the two-tier administrative system of commanderies and counties established by the Sui, dividing the nation into 10 circuits for more efficient governance. At this juncture, only a few descendants of the Turks remained within the jurisdiction of the Anbei Protectorate. Upon witnessing the content of the Golden List, I find myself at a loss for words. What benevolence and righteousness are being spoken of? It is nothing but sheer military conquest. If I do not heed the words of your Tang dynasty, I shall not see the light of day tomorrow. You think I desire to submit to the Tang? We are left with no choice. The Sui dynasty. Yang Jian was not pleased. It turns out that Li Shimin was merely replicating the answers of the Sui dynasty. The 3 departments and 6 ministries, the imperial examination system, all of it was borrowed from the Sui. After all the toil of Emperor One of Sui, he ended up crafting a wedding garment for the Tang. Under Li Shimin's governance, the national territory continued to expand, and the lives of the common folk improved significantly. However, the later years of Li Shimin were fraught with unhappiness. Many of his contemporaries had passed away. His beloved departed, and his children had turned against him. Those comrades who once fought alongside him and the ministers with whom he had heated debates had all become dust. Even former adversaries had vanished without a trace. At this point, Li Shimin stood atop the world. At this moment, Qin Shi Huang could deeply empathize with the state of Li Shimin in his later years. It mirrored his own condition after unifying the 6 kingdoms. Aside from Li Si, scarcely anyone could comprehend his thoughts. The loneliness. It was unbearably lonely. The Han dynasty. Emperor Wu of Han, Liu Che, hung his head in silence. Even a powerful emperor like Li Shimin could feel the pangs of solitude. Indeed, at his age, contemporaries had successively passed away. His rivals were no longer present. One could truly lose the meaning of life. Furthermore, with only the younger generation around, many conversations could not find common ground. In such circumstances, the sense of isolation would only intensify. It was akin to his state after having slain the crown prince. Life felt devoid of meaning. Li Shimin's life was exceedingly complex. As an emperor, he was remarkably successful, unifying the nation, penetrating the western regions, and reclaiming the northern deserts. He subdued all surrounding enemies, ushering in the era of Jingnan. On the other hand, Li Shimin was profoundly unsuccessful. The fratricide and patricide rendered him a subject of eternal infamy. His favoritism towards Li Tai led to enmity among his sons, culminating in grave errors. At this moment, Prince Qi, Li Yuanji, wholeheartedly endorsed the content of the Golden List. It was indeed accurate. Li Shimin's fratricide and patricide revealed him to be no virtuous man. Not only did he commit fratricide and patricide, that villain even coveted my wife, attempting to frame me. Did he think my family resided on the vast grasslands? In the 5th year of the Jingnan era, Li Yuan, who had already been confined deep within the palace, caught sight of the content of the Golden List. Unable to suppress a mocking laugh. The heavens operate on the principle of retributions. Who can escape the judgment of fate? The trials I endured in my time must now be reenacted upon you, Li Shimin. This is poetic justice. Li Yuan recalled his other 2 sons. Over the years, he had been driven to madness, intermittently haunted by visions of the severed heads of Li Jiansheng and Li Yuanji before him. He still could not come to terms with this outcome. Having lost his father at a young age, he held familial bonds in high regard and showered affection upon his sons. Why, in the end, must it result in such a tragic fate? The greatest mistake of Li Shimin in his twilight years was his excessive favoritism towards Li Tai. For an extended period, Li Shimin unconditionally favored Li Tai before the civil and military officials. So much so that Li Tai developed ambitions regarding the throne, continually provoking and scheming against the crown prince. Instead of curbing this behavior, Li Shimin, driven by Li Tai's desire to be in theft, further indulged him. During the Wu period of the Tang dynasty, Li Jianqing observed this familiar scene, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. How splendid! What a remarkable Li Shimin! You and your father are indeed 2 of a kind. The methods of loving your sons are strikingly similar. I shall watch your children fall into enmity. Witnessing the rift between Li Chongzhen and Li Tai unfold, Li Jianqing felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. You dare to kill me. Your youngest son would dare to slay your eldest, Li Shimin. This is poetic justice. Under the relentless pressure from Li Tai, Li Chongzhen conspired to assassinate him, yet the plot was exposed, placing his own position in greater peril. At this critical juncture, the demise of his mother, Empress Chongzhen, occurred. While she lived, Li Chongzhen was the perfect crown prince, but at this moment, He no longer aspired to perfection. He resolved to rebel, to slay his biased father and the brother who sought his life. Yet at the crucial moment, he hesitated, and hesitation signifies failure. During the Wu Di years of the Tang, Li Jianqing sighed heavily. Ally Qingqian, "O Li Qingqian, why must you hesitate? Would it not be better to slay Li Shimin? Do you hold familial ties in higher regard than the throne?" Li Chengqian's failure to eliminate Li Shimin filled Li Jianqing with profound regret. If only he could witness the moment they drew their swords against one another. Li Jianqing could only imagine the exhilaration he would feel. During the Jingnan era of the Tang dynasty, the aged Li Shimin beheld this scene from the golden list, weeping bitterly. Li Qingqian was born in the Taiji Palace. Within the Qingqian Hall, he named the child Qingqian, signifying the reception of the mandate of heaven. Upon his ascension, Li Qingqian, as the legitimate eldest son, naturally became the crown prince. This child, bearing the hopes of both him and the officials, gradually grew into adulthood. As the crown prince, he was destined to endure immense pressures that few could fathom. From the day Li Chengqian was established as crown prince, he was afforded a 10-to-1 teaching ratio. His instructors were the foremost scholars selected by the Tang dynasty, holding esteemed positions. Among these were Confucian masters like Lu Deming and Kong Yingda, as well as prominent officials such as Fang Xianling and Wei Zheng. Li Chengqian demonstrated remarkable intelligence and maturity from a young age, never failing to meet expectations, taking on military and national affairs by the age of 12, pleasing all with his performance. This had once been his greatest source of pride. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized the grave error of his ways. At 12, an age meant for innocence, Li Chengqian had already lived like an adult, rising at 4 in the morning and finishing classes at 9 in the evening. Enduring an almost ceaseless schedule, this was hardly the life of a child. The wet nurse had once told him that during his leisure, Li Chengqian would play games with his subordinates, only to be criticized by his teachers, who even likened him to a tyrant. At the time, he dismissed their comments, but now he could only imagine the despair he must have felt. Even his father was unwilling to support him. Who, then, could he rely on? He could not even withstand one Wei Zheng, while Li Chengqian faced 10 Wei Zhengs alone. In this moment, Li Shimin finally grasped the magnitude of his mistakes. At this time, Li Chengqian, already demoted to Qianzhou for his rebellion, gazed vacantly at the golden list, a hint of cruelty lingering at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, he had gone mad. Given another chance, he would still choose to rebel. Li Tai, you have forced my hand. You aspire to the title of crown prince? Very well, I shall spare no effort to thwart your ambitions. The true regret I harbor is my failure to eliminate you. During the reign of Wu De and the Tang dynasty, the elderly Li Yuan observed the rift between his sons, Li Shimin and Li Jianqing. He had anticipated joy at their discord, yet upon witnessing the reality, his heart was enveloped in desolation. Is it the fate of imperial families to lack paternal affection? Concurrently, Chongzhen Wuji, relegated to Qianzhou, contemplated the assessment of the golden list, his heart heavy with sorrow. The crown prince, Li Chengqian, had been deposed, while Li Tai was forced to vacate the capital. Lig ascended the throne and shockingly wed his own stepmother, Wu Zetian. Together, this couple played their roles, one as the benevolent figure, the other as the stern enforcer, ultimately ousting him, their own uncle, from power. Such treachery. Li Ji fails to recognize the immense support he received in becoming heir apparent. Were he granted another chance, he would surely conspire with Li Tai to rid themselves of the wretched Li Ji. Emperor Qin Shi Huang lamented the twilight years of Li Shimin. For every sovereign, no matter how formidable, must eventually confront the inevitable decline of age. Once, Li Shimin had urged his father to rebel, only to later commit fratricide and coerce his father into abdication. Now, his own son mirrors the same treachery, rebelling in kind. Reflecting on these events, Qin Shi Huang could only contemplate 2 words: karma. The seeds of discord were sown by none other than Li Shimin himself. In the waning years of Zhu Yuanzhang, he too gazed upon the golden list, mindful of the lessons from the Tang dynasty. This is precisely why Zhu Yuanzhang staunchly advocated for the primogeniture system. If anyone could ascend to the throne, each transition of power would inevitably usher in chaos. Even if the vassals desired no throne, their advisors would compel them towards that path. As long as one bears the imperial surname, exploitation is unavoidable. No dynasty can withstand such internal strife. Only the firstborn son ensures a stable transfer of power. Safeguarding national strength to the greatest extent, China's millennia-long history has left behind countless figures whose fates are fraught with sorrow. Some devoted their lives to their country, yet encountered unworthy rulers. Others, brimming with ambition, met untimely ends. Whether heroes, tyrants, or ruthless leaders, their narratives pale in comparison to that of Li Shimin. Throughout his life, he fought valiantly in his youth and devoted himself to governance in his prime. Leveraging his abilities to fortify the Tang dynasty, he exerted every effort to place his father on the throne, yet the desired outcome eluded him. Ultimately, Li Shimin was left with no choice but to slay his own brothers to seize the throne for himself. For this, he faced relentless condemnation throughout his life. Nevertheless, he bore the weight of the Tang dynasty's legacy, experiencing firsthand the endeavors of both civil and military officials, often laboring late into the night. His reign marked an unprecedented era of prosperity for the Chinese populace. Emperor Taizong of the Tang, Li Shimin, shall be remembered as a sage ruler for the ages. The Golden List rated his accomplishments as excellent. With a sorrow index of 8 points, Reward 1. A perfect life script, wherein Li Shimin returns to the age of 30 with all his memories intact. Reward 2. 30 years of national fortune. Reward 3. 2 million stones each of improved potato and sweet potato seeds. Reward 4. 10,000 copies of a Tang Dynasty world map, including marked territories. Reward 5. A pharmacy named Renha, capable of treating most ailments, equipped with Tang Dynasty formulated medications with a 5-year shelf life. The pharmacy will operate for 5 years. The rewards are to be distributed in the second year of the Jingnan era. Distribution is currently underway. This inventory has concluded. The next assessment will commence in 7 days. Anticipate eagerly. As the inventory concluded, the sky reverted to its normal state, in the moment the Golden List vanished. During the reign of Gaozong of Tang, Li Ji reveled in his embrace of Wu Zetian. Upon seeing the rewards of the Golden List, a sudden chill gripped his heart. Could it be? Was his perfect script one of paternal affection and fraternal harmony? If his elder brother and fourth brother did not vie for power, how could he seize the opportunity to become emperor of the Tang? Would it not imply that in that timeline, he might lose both his throne and his stepmother? Such a fate was unacceptable. Where would he find another capable stepmother? Even a lantern would not suffice for the search. Meanwhile, the emperors watching the live broadcast found themselves largely in agreement with the assessment of Li Shimin on the Golden List. For throughout history, few sovereigns have matched Li Shimin's prowess in expanding territories and fostering a flourishing civilization. Regrettably, the later years of Li Shimin were marked by unrest within the royal family due to his failure to maintain equilibrium. In the second year of the Jingnan era, Li Shimin surveyed the grand pharmacy within the palace, brimming with seeds, while clutching a Tang Dynasty world map. Still bewildered by the situation, a sudden jolt struck his mind, akin to a steel saw piercing his brain, accompanied by a violent turmoil. The pain caused Li Shimin to roll his eyes and collapse to the ground. Excruciating. After several minutes, he was aided to his feet by Empress Chongzhen. Meeting her concerned gaze, he was filled with disbelief. He had traversed time, returning to the age of 30, with all his memories intact, granted a second chance at life. With renewed determination, Li Shimin resolved to make everyone aware of the truth. What goes around comes around. Wait a moment, he suddenly sensed something amiss. It seemed he had grasped the wrong script. What did 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West mean? Both the East and West belonged to him. His current task was to rectify his past regrets against the backdrop of civil governance and military prowess. Contemplating his regrets, Li Shimin turned to Empress Chongzhen, discarding the map, and strode confidently towards the inner palace. Resolved to love her well in this lifetime, as Empress Chongzhen was pulled along, she could not help but question, what are you doing in broad daylight? My lord, Prince Qingxian is still present. Li Shimin chuckled, casting her an understanding glance. The child knows nothing of our affairs. Allow me to cherish you properly. Meanwhile, the 9-year-old Li Chongqian, witnessing his mother being whisked away by Li Shimin, erupted into tears. Mother is mine. You cannot take her away. During the reign of Emperor Qi Huang of Sui, Yang Jian contemplated how to deal with Li Yuan, whom he deemed treacherous. Li Yuan knelt, motionless, while Yang Guang stood nearby, relishing the spectacle. Yang Jian's brow furrowed deeply as he reflected on the tumultuous times at the end of the Sui dynasty. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Li Yuan, I command you to summon your son, Li Shimin. I may spare your life. Li Yuan was taken aback. Could it be a case of leaving the child to save the father? If you proceed thus, I shall bear no guilt. After all, Li Shimin dared to slay his brother and coerce his father. Yang Guang was displeased. Father, Li Shimin must die, and so must Li Yuan. Their rebellion cannot go unpunished. Yang Jian shot Yang Guang a glare before breaking into laughter. Who said I intend to kill Li Shimin? From this day forth, he shall be known as Yang Shimin, the crown prince of my Sui dynasty. I shall be his new father, Yang Guang exclaimed. Then shall I take my leave? Li Yuan interjected. Uncle, the compensation must be increased. During the reign of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, the various khans surrounding the empire wept bitterly upon witnessing the rewards bestowed by Li Shimin. Who among our family understands? They lamented. How can we, proud khans of a great nation, be reduced to the status of entertainers in the Tang court? A week later, under a clear sky and radiant sunshine, Qin Shi Huang rose from his slumber. Attended by Zhao Gao, though there would be no morning court session that day, civil and military officials still flocked to the palace, for it was time for the regular assessment of the realm. Yingzheng decreed that every 7th day would be a day of rest, during which all would gather to witness the compilation of the Golden List, enabling future generations to learn governance from the successes of the past. In the Han dynasty, the aging Liu Bang summoned his son, Liu Ying, to observe the proceedings alongside him. Meanwhile, his other children, such as Liu Rui and Liu Chong, were also called to join. The officials of the Han sat in reverent anticipation, eager for the assessment to commence that moment. Liu Bang held the enchanting and exquisite Lady Qi in his embrace. Lady Qi, the mother of Liu Rui, had enjoyed Liu Bang's favor immensely in recent years. Seizing the opportunity, she endeavored to please Liu Bang, hoping that one day her son, Liu Rui, might be named heir apparent. Lady Qi had broached the subject of elevating Liu Rui to the position of crown prince on more than one occasion. Liu Bang entertained the thought but dared not act upon it, while the officials feigned ignorance. This hesitation stemmed primarily from Liu Bang's first wife, Empress LG, whose influence was well known throughout the Han. Her authority even surpassed that of the crown prince. While Liu Ying was nominally the heir, should Liu Bang pass away, LG would undoubtedly assume the role of the true emperor of the Han. In the presence of all the officials, Lady Qi suddenly entertained a devious notion. Your Majesty, I believe Rui would make a more suitable crown prince than Liu Ying. Why not designate Rui as the heir? Upon hearing this, Liu Rui's expression instantly shifted to one of alarm. Mother, I am still but a child. I wish to live. His mother's reckless words might draw the ire of Empress L. And what fate would await him then? Simultaneously, the officials averted their gazes, scandalized by the scene. It was an affront to decorum that the esteemed emperor would so openly jest with a woman from the harem before his officials. They felt powerless to intervene. Who would dare speak up? Should Liu Bang take offense, they might find themselves in dire straits. Even facing the emperor's wrath, Lady Qi's words hung in the air. Liu Bang narrowed his eyes but refrained from chastising her. Instead, he turned to the crown prince, Liu Ying, and inquired, "What do you think of Lady Qi's suggestion?" Liu Ying merely lowered his head and replied, "If father believes Rui suitable, I would willingly relinquish my claim to the throne." Liu Bang's eyes squinted even further, nearly choking on his frustration. How can you, as the crown prince, not stand your ground? Liu Ying's temperament was far too docile for someone in his position. If it weren't for LG, he would have stripped Liu Ying of his title long ago. Meanwhile, Liu Rui was drenched in sweat. Father, I am still young and lack the capability to be the crown prince. I only wish to assist my elder brother in achieving greatness. Lady Qi's countenance darkened at her son's words. How could he betray her ambitions? She turned to Liu Bang. Your Majesty, since the crown prince himself has consented, why not proceed with naming Rui as the heir today? Before Lady Qi could finish, her words were cut off by a chilling voice. Who said the crown prince agreed? Was it you? The speaker was none other than LG. Liu Ying, Liu Rui, and the officials quickly bowed, while even Lady Qi had to lower her head in submission. LG paid no heed to their gestures, her gaze fixed coldly on Liu Bang, devoid of warmth. Is it true that you intend to change the crown prince? Liu Bang's lips twitched in displeasure. How dare she question him in the court? Yet, LG's steady gaze demanded an answer. I have no such intention. I will not alter Ying's position, nor will anyone else. After a moment of silence, Liu Bang managed to articulate his stance. LG's emotionless reply was, "That is for the best. I believe Rui is of age and should be sent to govern a fief." Liu Rui's expression faltered. Liu Bang opened his mouth to speak, hesitating for what felt like an eternity before finally saying, "Rui is indeed of age. It is time for him to take on responsibilities in the fief." Lady Qi was immediately displeased. Your Majesty, you are the sovereign of the Han. Why should you fear her? At her mere whim, you would send our child away. Liu Rui, terrified, dropped to his knees. Mother, could you please refrain from speaking? If you continue, I might not even be able to become a feudal lord. LG's icy stare seemed to drop the temperature in the hall. Liu Bang's expression grew dark. This Lady Qi was truly foolish. Daring to utter such words. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Liu Bang hastily commanded the eunuchs to intervene. Take Lady Qi away for her insolence towards the Empress. After Lady Qi was forcibly removed, the atmosphere in the hall turned awkward. At that moment, a tremendous sound echoed as the skies darkened and a rift tore open, heralding the commencement of the Golden List assessment. Liu Bang breathed a sigh of relief as he warmly invited LG to sit beside him. Do not let the matters of the harem trouble you. Rest assured, no one shall threaten Ying's position while I am here. The assessment is about to begin. Let us enjoy it. Elshi discreetly withdrew her hand, revealing a hint of a smirk. Very well. Before the gathered audience, the Golden List was unveiled. The assessment of the 10 most turbulent emperors. 8th place, Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang. The mention of the Tang. Li Yuan felt an ominous premonition. Emperor Xuanzong? How profound is this Xuanzong? Fear gripped him. Could this Xuanzong bring him further surprises? Li Shimin, now the crown prince, was equally engrossed in the assessment. Unsurprisingly, this Xuanzong must be one of his descendants. Li Jianqing and Li Yuanji, standing nearby, resembled scorned wives, stripped of all titles and reduced to powerless princes. They did not wish to attend the assessment, yet Li Shimin coerced them, asserting their familial ties and urging them to maintain decorum. How pitiful these two brothers were, forced to feign fraternal respect before the officials. Towards the end of the Jingnan era of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin, Li Tai, and Li Ji gathered to observe the Golden List. In his later years, Li Shimin had deposed the rebellious Li Chongzhen, leaving Li Tai and Li Ji as the only viable heirs to the empire. Li Tai felt confident regarding the crown prince position. Having already outmaneuvered the former heir, almost all the officials in the Tang court were aligned with him. As for the young Liu, he was merely an insignificant contender, a mere child who could not possibly wrest the crown from his grasp. It is utterly impossible, absolutely inconceivable. The mere thought of soon becoming the crown prince has imbued Li Tai with an invigorating sense of joy. His appetite has noticeably increased, and his already corpulent figure is on the verge of resembling a sphere. Meanwhile, the scheming Li Ji kneels submissively before his father and elder brother. Feigning innocence at his tender age, he never envisioned himself ascending to the throne. In truth, not only Li Ji, but the entire court of the Tang dynasty was taken aback by the prospect of Li Ji being named heir apparent by Li Shimin. In the grand hall, the three were engrossed in observing the Golden List, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Li Shimin was deeply troubled, contemplating the selection of a successor, should he choose Li Tai. There was a palpable risk that he might eliminate both Li Chongqian and Li Ji. Conversely, opting for Li Ji posed its own challenges. The youth was still rather inexperienced and lacked any significant political backing, raising concerns about his ability to govern effectively. After much contemplation, Li Shimin resolved to let fate dictate its course. He decided to first observe the current situation of the Tang dynasty. Zhu Yuanzhang, well aware of the historical significance of Tang Xuanzong, had witnessed the rise and fall of the glorious Tang. Initially, the era thrived, only to later descend into chaos. The Golden List began to unveil the splendid panorama of the Qiyuan era. During this time, a dough of rice cost a mere 5 won, and a household's annual expenses amounted to only a few taels of silver. The Tang dynasty, drawing resources from surrounding nations, enjoyed remarkably low prices, resulting in a prosperous populace. The common folk could save several taels of silver each year after covering their expenses. The Emperor Xuanzong of Tang led the once dwindling dynasty to the pinnacle of glory, earning the title of sage. Through diligent governance and years of effort, he revitalized the Tang dynasty's grandeur, ushering in the Qiyuan era and elevating the nation to unprecedented heights, reclaiming lost territories and restoring the Tang to its former splendor. On the other hand, Emperor Xuanzong was also a man of indulgence, inheriting the ambitions of his forebears, lavishly spending to win the smiles of beautiful women. The Tang flourished under his reign, yet also faced decline through his hands. What a remarkable figure of resurgence! Before Li Yuan could fully express his astonishment, he read the final line of the assessment. The Tang flourished under his reign, yet also faced decline through his hands. What could this possibly mean? Li Yuan's heart raced with anxiety. In stark contrast, Li Jianqing and Li Yuanji's eyes gleamed with excitement. This evaluation of Emperor Xuanzong hinted at delightful surprises. As descendants of Li Shimin, they could revel in the misfortunes of the early years of the Tang's Jingnan reign. Li Shimin furrowed his brow, quickly discerning the nuances, rebuilding the Tang's grandeur. What does that imply? Has the Tang truly fallen into disarray? Could it be that a foolish ruler emerged in between? How could the Tang, once invincible, be anything but supreme? Enraged, Li Shimin vowed to uncover the truth about how his beloved Tang had faltered, and how it might rise once more. At that moment, a formidable aura emanated from him, causing the air to tremble. When the emperor is enraged, the consequences are dire. Liu Bang, the founder of the Han, could not help but express his disbelief. You claim that the Tang after Li Shimin is so powerful, conquering all foes, yet still faces decline. Liu Ji was equally perplexed, choosing to remain silent, for, based on the previous assessment of Li Shimin, it seemed there were no formidable forces to rival the imperial family, nor any external threats to the Tang. How then had it fallen into decay? Suddenly, a relationship chart appeared on the golden list, depicting the intricate ties within the Tang royal family. Before we proceed with the official assessment, let us examine some pertinent information. Li Shimin, the second emperor of the Tang dynasty, historically known as Emperor Taizong. Li Ji, Emperor Gaozong of the Tang, the third emperor and the third legitimate son of Emperor Taizong. Li Shimin. Wu Zetian, the emperor of Wuzhou, a consort of Emperor Taizong Li Shimin, and the stepmother of Emperor Gaozong Li Ji, who also became his empress. In the early days of the Tang, Li Yuan was left utterly astounded, his mouth agape. What a chaotic affair! My grandson and my daughter-in-law are entangled. What kind of absurd narrative is this? Meanwhile, Li Jianxing and Li Yuanji could hardly contain their glee. If this is the case, I shall not be in the least bit drowsy. Look at you, Li Shimin. Today you face the consequences of taking another's wife. Today, your own wife has been claimed by your son. Truly outrageous. Revenge indeed. How amusing. At that moment, Li Shimin stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. How could the plot twist so dramatically? He was being cuckolded, and by his own son, no less, a son named Li Ji, who was merely 26, while Li Chengxian was just 5. The realization that he would be betrayed by a son yet to be born struck him with profound shock. What on earth was this unexpected revelation? The news inflicted a heavy emotional toll on his tender heart. That he pondered, perhaps it would be best to prevent the birth of this child named Li Ji. And as for that woman, Wu Zetian, he resolved to investigate who dared to bestow such a humiliation upon him. The thought of this being recorded in history books was unbearable. At the end of the Jingnan era, Li Shimin was still grappling with whom to bequeath the throne, only to discover on the golden list that Li Ji had become the emperor and had married his own consort. The shock was overwhelming. His astonishment did not stem from Li Ji marrying his consort. After all, what harm could a mere consort bring to Li Ji? Rather, it was the unsettling realization that his consort had become the so-called emperor of Wuzhou. This was chillingly perplexing. A Tang empress had ascended as the emperor of Wuzhou, who had usurped whose position? Infant. Suddenly, Li Shimin's thoughts were interrupted by the plump Li Tai, whose eyes were red with rage. With a thunderous shout, he lunged at Li Ji. Explain to me how you became emperor. How does that leave me? Where am I in this mess? Li Ji, equally bewildered, barely comprehended the whirlwind of titles. Emperor, stepmother, consort, empress, Wuzhou. All he saw was a massive figure hurtling toward him, causing him to leap in fright and flee. Fourth brother, I have no idea what is going on. Please, act rationally. Hearing Li Ji's plea, Li Tai removed his shoe and hurled it at him. Li Ji, you dare ask me to be rational? You've just lost the position of crown prince, and you expect me to be calm? One fled in desperation, while the other chased frantically. Li Shimin had never witnessed such a spectacle from Li Tai. When had this chubby boy become so sprightly? Watching the two engage in their comical chase, Li Shimin felt a sense of relief. It seemed he had indeed chosen Li Ji as his successor. After all, the lad appeared to value familial bonds more. Father, save me. Fourth brother has lost his mind. At that moment, Li Ji's voice, laced with tears, interrupted Li Shimin's thoughts once more. Raising his gaze, he saw Li Ji's tiny legs flailing desperately, with Li Tai, eyes ablaze, pursuing him like a ferocious beast. It was a sight reminiscent of Beauty and the Beast. Li Ji dove into Li Shimin's embrace, trembling as he exclaimed, Father, save me. Fourth brother wants to kill me. Li Shimin furrowed his brow, halting the relentless advance of Li Tai, and sternly reprimanded, Chike, what are you doing? Zen is merely your younger brother. Is it worth killing him over a throne? Li Tai's eyes turned red. Listen, does this even sound like human speech? Just a throne. then why not refrain from fratricide and paternal coercion? Such thoughts Li Tai could only mutter inwardly. After all, Li Shimin was not Li Yuan. He had a history of transgressions. Provoking him was tantamount to courting death. Faced with Li Shimin's furious rebuke, Li Tai, imitating Li Ji, threw himself into Li Shimin's embrace, tears streaming down his face. Father, as the elder brother, I have committed no grave sins. Why must you pass the throne to Xin? Is Xin your son? While Qin Ke is not. In response to Li Tai's probing, Li Shimin once again found himself entangled in a dilemma. Indeed, while Li Tai might be somewhat petty, he had not committed any significant misdeeds. Displacing the elder son for the younger was certainly inappropriate. Perhaps sensing Li Shimin's inner turmoil, Li Tai, undeterred, forcibly ejected Li Ji from Li Shimin's embrace. He then pulled apart Li Shimin's garments, mimicking an infant seeking nourishment. Attempting to awaken Li Shimin's paternal instincts, Li Shimin gently patted Li Tai's head, his expression a tumult of conflict. Observing this, Li Ji grew anxious. His lack of ambition for the throne did not equate to a lack of desire. He forcefully broke through Li Tai's corporeal blockade, squeezing into Li Shimin's arms. After tenderly calling father, he too adopted the infantile pose. Li Shimin found himself cradling one son in each arm, his head throbbing. How was he to choose? In the realm of the Qin Shi Huang was at a loss for words. Wait, let me sort this out. What was this about concubines and stepmothers becoming empresses? What sort of custom was this in the Tang dynasty? A woman serving two husbands, and both husbands were emperors. She herself was also an emperor. Astonishing. Perhaps I am too futile in my thinking. In the Han dynasty, Liu Bang was equally bewildered. This Li Ji was extraordinary. He had not spared even his father's women. What kind of Xiongnu behavior was this? The emperors of the Tang dynasty were exceedingly bold. Lji, beside Liu Bang, was similarly struck by the revelation. Liu Bang clearly noted this and was taken aback. Calm down, Your Majesty. You must remain composed. Licn, Tang Zhongzong, the fourth emperor of the Tang dynasty, was the third son of Li Ji and Wu Zetian. Li Dan, Tang Ruizong, the fifth emperor of the Tang dynasty, was the fourth son of Wu Zetian and Li Ji, the central figure today. Tang Xuanzong Li Longji is the third son of Tang Ruizong Li Di An. In other words, Li Longji is the grandson of Li Ji and the great-grandson of Li Shimin in the Eastern Han. Lu Xiao was thoroughly astonished. The Li clan's 6 surnames always seemed to eclipse the Lu clan's 6. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. The first husband was an emperor. The second husband was still an emperor. She herself was an emperor. Her sons were all emperors, and her grandson was also an emperor. What gives? Did her family monopolize the emperorship? Lu Xiao was eager to inquire whether she understood the immense effort he had expended to become an emperor. He had even resorted to the grand meteorite technique, while she effortlessly enjoyed the fruits of 6 emperors. Was there still a rule of law? The story begins with Wu Zhou. After the death of Emperor Taizong Li Shimin, Li Ji ascended the throne. Li Ji was a scheming emperor, yet he was highly capable. Under his reign, the Tang dynasty flourished even beyond that of Li Shimin. Li Ji took his father's concubine Wu Zhao as his empress, and, in a bid to balance the political factions, deposed his own empress and elevated Wu Zhao to empress. Over the course of several years, Li Ji and Wu Zetian systematically dismantled the dominant factions in the court, having accomplished his objectives. Just as Li Ji was about to enjoy his rewards, he passed away, and Wu Zetian was honored as Empress Dowager. In the aftermath, due to her son's inadequacy in handling affairs, Wu Zetian first forced the death of her second son Li Xian, and then deposed her third son Li Xian, reducing him to the status of king of Luling. She began to support her fourth son Li Dan for the throne. However, a few years later, Wu Zetian discovered that Li Dan's abilities were similarly limited. She promptly deposed Li Dan, proclaiming herself emperor, historically referred to as the Emperor of the Great Holy of Wu, and changed the name of the Tang dynasty to Zhou, thus known as Wu Zhou. In the late years of the Jingnan era, Li Shimin, caught in the quandary of choosing between Li Ji and Li Tai, found himself rooted in place. What had he just witnessed? His concubine, who had not only betrayed him as the emperor of the Tang, but had also caused the death of his own son, had now proclaimed herself emperor. He was bewildered. Who taught her to act in such a manner? Who instructed her to do this? The change of the dynasty's name signified the downfall of his Tang dynasty. Li Ji, who had been fervently sucking, suddenly found himself smacked on the head by his father. Confounded, he looked up, only to see the contents of the golden list. Li Ji was shaken. What, his Tang had become Wu Zhou? And it was his wife who had done this. could he expect to reap any benefits from this? Indeed, beside him, Li Tai had suddenly become very obedient. Li Tai kindly wiped the drool from Li Shimin's mouth, straightened his clothes, and gently urged, "Father, please show mercy. Zin is still young. Allow him to breathe." Hearing this, Li Ji's legs turned to jelly. "Fourth brother, listen to me. Thank you." At that moment, Li Shimin's expression was even more dismal than that of Li Tai, who had lost the throne. After all, Li Tai had merely lost a title, while he had lost an empire. "Zin, your father shall slay you." Li Ji turned tail and fled. "Father, please be rational. This is not my fault. I am already dead." Li Shimin had lost his sanity to Lig. "How am I to remain rational? You chose the perfect time to die, did you not? You seem to have a penchant for death. Father shall grant you your wish." Li Ji might outrun Li Tai, but he could not escape Li Shimin. Before long, his short legs were captured by Li Shimin. Li Shimin directly hung Li Ji from the beam of the room, binding him securely. Then, glancing around, he found nothing suitable to use and simply withdrew his own belt and swung it towards Li Ji. "Father, please be rational." Hearing Li Ji's cries, Li Shimin showed no intent of sparing him. The loving father wielded his belt upon his younger son. Watching from the side, the stout Li Tai was immensely entertained. "Rational? Zin, how could you expect your father to remain rational, if it were you? You too would be incapable of rationality." In Li Tai's view, this was a genuine instance of Wu Zetian losing her grip on the situation, having lost Li Ji. Minutes later, Li Shimin ceased his assault. Li Tai had also lost his composure. "Father, why have you stopped? Continue the beating." Li Shimin declared sternly. "What if he dies? Who then inherits the throne?" Li Tai was left dumbfounded. Given the circumstances, would he still pass the throne to Li Ji? "Why? Father, Zin has already jeopardized our empire. Why would you still pass the throne to him?" In response to Li Tai's inquiries, Li Shimin was not pleased. "Qinke, this is where you err. Your mind is narrow. But it must not be so narrow. Did you not hear the Golden List? Zin possesses capability. During his reign, the territory was even more expansive than that of Yeyat. This juncture, we must delineate matters precisely. We shall strive to avert what can be avoided, while for the unavoidable, we shall seek ways to effect change." After explaining to Li Tai, Li Shimin delivered a playful slap upon Li Ji's backside. "Child, Yi can assure you that you may take any of Yi's talented individuals that you favor, but you must not lay a hand on Wu Meinyang. She is beyond your grasp." Li Ji hastily nodded, exclaiming, "I shall not touch her. I shall not touch her. I, Li Ji, swear to the heavens that I shall never lay a hand on my stepmother in this lifetime." In the late Eastern Han period, Cao Cao was utterly astounded. He had believed himself to be beyond the confines of worldly norms, only to discover that Li Ji was even more audacious. Whose vassal is this man? Indeed, he is Chao Mengda's good wife. But it matters whose good wife she is: friends, superiors, subordinates, or rivals. However, this dalliance with a stepmother, Chao Mengda, remained too futile in my thinking, somewhat ahead of my time. To engage in such a liaison is one thing. To gamble away one's own empire is quite another. Impressive. Witnessing Li Ji's abstract actions, Cao Cao could hardly contain his admiration. An idol indeed. Engaging with a stepmother. This aligns him with the very faction he once championed. During the period of the Great Han, Liu Bang gasped in disbelief. Goodness, this Li Ji's dominion surpasses that of his father, Li Shimin. Are these father and son even human? Merely contemplating such an expansive realm left Liu Bang with a throbbing headache. How could one possibly govern such vastness? In the second year of the Yongchun era of the Great Tang, Li Ji passed away due to illness, leaving behind a decree that named Crown Prince Li Xian as his successor, thus becoming the emperor of the Great Tang, while also designating Wu Zetian to oversee state affairs. At this time, Wu Zetian truly held the reins of power within the Great Tang, before Li Ji's demise. Wu Zetian had already harbored ambitions of ascending to the throne. The decree left to her by Li Ji, which permitted her to assist her son in governance, provided Wu Zetian with a legitimate means to intervene in state matters. In the 7th year following Li Ji's passing, in the first year of the Zaichu era, the 67-year-old Wu Zetian deposed her son Li Dan, proclaimed herself empress, renamed the Tang to Zhou, and elevated Li Dan to the status of heir, granting him the surname Wu. The news of Wu Zetian's ascension reverberated from Chongzhen, plunging the realm into chaos. It was a profoundly shocking revelation.
All the family vassals capable of rebellion rose against it. During this period, the Great Tang was rife with internal strife. At that time, Wu Zetian, having gained Li Ji's trust, had long seized military authority, and the aristocracy within the court had been sufficiently subdued by Li Ji, rendering them devoid of substantial combat prowess. Thus, leveraging her own faction, Wu Zetian swiftly quelled and executed the rebellious vassals. Following the suppression by Wu Zetian's coalition, the internal turmoil of the Tang dynasty rapidly subsided. Yet, this engendered a critical dilemma at this juncture. Within the Li family, aside from the lineage of Li Ji and Wu Zetian, those with any semblance of martial strength were virtually extinguished. During the reign of Emperor Taizong, the imprisoned Li Yuan could scarcely believe his own eyes. His daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law was indeed ruthless. After ascending to the throne, she had slain numerous Li family vassals. Had the heavens sent her to bring ruin upon the Li Tang? Did this not imply that his years of striving to produce heirs had been rendered utterly futile by Wu Zetian? Was it all in vain? In that moment, Li Yuan was so incensed that he felt faint. Observing this, Li Jianqing rushed to support him, all the while seizing the opportunity to criticize Li Shimin. Erlang, do take a look at the deeds of your descendants. Have they truly squandered our great Tang's empire? When has our Li Tang royal family endured such humiliation? I propose you heed my counsel. Relinquish the position of crown prince, for you cannot manage it, and return it to me. Li Shimin clenched his teeth and uttered softly, "Do not compel me to strike you," as Li Jianshang prepared to retort. Li Yuan's roar interrupted. "Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Investigate this Wu Zetian's true identity. How dare she usurp the great Tang? How dare she slay my descendants? I demand her obliteration from this world." Li Jianqing, sensing the gravity of the moment, promptly fell silent. During the reign of Emperor Gaozong, while frolicking with Wu Zetian, Li Ji was taken aback. He could not fathom his eyes. He had expended great effort persuading the ministers of the Tang court to retrieve Wu Zetian from the nunnery. He had even gone so far as to depose his own empress for her sake, treating her with unparalleled kindness. Was this her way of reciprocating? After his demise, Wu Zetian declared herself empress and altered the name of the great Tang? At that moment, Wu Zetian's expression was one of utmost exhilaration. Is this truly my doing? I have become an empress. Is this real? Li Ji gazed at her coldly, uttering not a word. She did not rush to defend herself. Wu Zetian had long ceased to be the naive girl of yesteryear. She comprehended that justifying herself in this moment would yield no benefit. Soon, she regained her composure, reflecting on her current predicament. Li Ji undoubtedly harbored a seething rage, yet he could not eliminate her. More precisely, he found himself unable to do so, for she was a sword in his grasp, a weapon against the clans of Longxi and Hebei. The foundation of the Li dynasty was propped up by these clans, and any attempt by Li Ji to act against them would not only fail to garner support, but would also incite turmoil within the realm. Thus, Li Ji could only gradually cede authority to her, allowing her to confront the clans while he played the role of the amiable ruler. Presently, the conflict between the royal family and the clans had reached a fever pitch. Even if she wished for death in this moment, Li Ji would not permit it, for he lacked the time to cultivate another shrewd figure like Wu Zetian. He would not allow years of painstaking effort to be squandered in a fit of rage. Understanding Li Ji's mindset, she felt emboldened. "Your Majesty, I harbor no intentions of rebellion." Li Ji smiled faintly. "Are you implying that the proclamations on the golden list are false?" Wu Zetian lowered her head further, feigning a humble stance. "That I did not claim such a thing, nor do I dare to deny the contents of the golden list. However, who among those in high positions can guarantee they remain untempted by power? Your Majesty, can you assure me of that?" Upon hearing Wu Zetian's candid acknowledgement of his suspicions, Li Ji regarded her with newfound esteem. Indeed, who could guarantee that they would remain impervious to the allure of authority from such a position? Ultimately, Wu Zetian's assent was more a reflection of his own shortcomings. His frail health was one issue, and granting Wu Zetian excessive power to counter the clans was another. At this juncture, Li Ji had reached a resolution. Wu Zetian must not perish at this time, nor did he wish for her demise. Having foreseen these developments, he was determined to seek change. He planned to gradually diminish Wu Zetian's power following the downfall of the clans, ultimately demoting her from empress to concubine. However, outwardly, Li Ji maintained a cold demeanor. While he would not act against Wu Zetian in the immediate future, he would not easily let her off the hook. Wu Zetian, being several years his senior and well acquainted with him, had undoubtedly deciphered the thoughts brewing within this emperor of the great Tang. Thus, she once more adopted a submissive stance. Your Majesty, my actions merit death 1,000 times over. Yet, for the sake of the nation, I hope your Majesty can grant me a few more years. Once I have helped you topple the clans, I will gradually return power to the Li family. At that time, I shall leave my fate in your hands. Even if it means accompanying you to the grave, I would have no regrets. Wu Zetian's words struck a deep chord within Li Ji. Gripping him tightly, compared to his father, Li Shimin, Li Ji lacked much of the latter's resolve. Thus, confronted with Wu Zetian's sincere demeanor, his own imposing aura gradually subsided. This subtle shift did not escape Wu Zetian's keen observation. She recognized that she was temporarily safe. Li Ji stepped forward to assist her, speaking gently, "Your thoughts bring great comfort to my heart." Wu Zetian, in response, rose to her feet and nestled into Li Ji's embrace. "I shall never disappoint your Majesty." The two then resumed their music and dance, lost in a moment of mutual affection, seemingly untouched by any rift. Yet, in their eyes, each harbored differing sentiments. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Han, Liu Bang felt a sudden surge of anxiety and instinctively cast a glance towards LG. The crown prince, Liu Ying, was feeble and had never dared to oppose his mother, clearly, upon Liu Bang's demise. If LG harbored ambitions akin to Wu Zetian's, she could easily depose Liu Ying and ascend the throne herself. LG, being exceptionally astute, discerned Liu Bang's thoughts the moment she saw the content of the golden list combined with his gaze. Although she initially wished to ignore him, Liu Bang's unyielding stare lingered on her face. Despite his silence, she understood the gravity of the situation. If she did not respond, he would not relent. Thus, LG calmly declared, "Everything I do is solely for Ingos' benefit." Liu Bang's expression quickly relaxed, yet his gaze remained fixed. "You may not desire the throne, but what if those beneath you wish for it?" Liu Bang casually gestured towards the court officials, half of whom were supported by LZ. These individuals were not ones he could easily disregard. LG remained silent for a considerable time, causing Liu Bang to feel perturbed, though he dared not show it. After a lengthy pause, LG finally spoke, "You know I would never stoop to deceive you in this regard. If you do not believe me, there is little I can do. If you truly do not trust me, feel free to depose me." Liu Bang's lips twitched. "Depose you? Am I mad? If I had the power, I would have acted long ago. Why would I need your prompting? The L family is the largest stakeholder in the Han dynasty, contributing significantly during our rise. Even if I wished to, I could not depose you." He wrapped his fingers on the dragon throne and pressed further. "Empress, you are aware that my time is limited. You must give me a promise." LG's face remained impassive. "That I cannot offer you a promise." The memory of Liu Bang abandoning her and their child during his escape felt as fresh as yesterday, which fueled her perpetual coldness towards him. Sensing her demeanor, Liu Bang sighed deeply. "Empress, do you know why I repeatedly wished to change the crown prince?" LG remained unresponsive. Liu Bang, aware that she was listening, continued, "Inger is too weak. You know that a kind-hearted person cannot be a good emperor. While the Han dynasty is currently stable, look at those vassals, such as Han Exine, Qin Shi Huang, and Peng Yu. Though they seem to obey me on the surface, they are secretly amassing troops and provisions. What do you think they intend to do? After my death, can Inga manage them?" Liu Bang spoke cautiously, his voice low enough for LG alone to hear. As he delved into his feelings, he took LG's hand. "That I long to clear obstacles for Inger, but they are my old friends and the Han dynasty's heroes. I cannot act against them. Empress, can you understand? After I am gone, what will become of Inger?" Liu Ying, standing nearby, overheard fragments of their conversation and quietly remarked to his parents, "Father, Mother, you worry too much. Han Exine and the others are loyal ministers of our Han. They would not." Silence. Liu Bang shot a glare at Liu Ying, silencing him. LG, feeling a sense of loss, took a long time to reach a resolution. Liu Bang subtly smiled, knowing that once LG eliminated Han Exine and the others, it would inevitably disrupt others' interests, and at that point, the L family would no longer be united. It was a dual victory, not only thwarting LG's ambitions of becoming Wu Zetian, but also paving the way for the future of the Han dynasty. So clever was I. As all pondered their own schemes, the golden list suddenly shifted. A spirited 6-year-old boy appeared in the heavens above. At the time of these events, Tang Xuan's only Longji was merely 6 years old. As the heir of Li Dan, he was closely monitored by his grandmother from a young age. During his childhood, the Tang dynasty was riddled with chaos and severe factional strife. Longji's father, Li Dan, as a potential threat to Wu Zetian's throne, bore the brunt of various interest groups' torment, even facing assassination attempts. During the Wu Zhou era, the melancholic Li Dan, confined within the palace, glanced helplessly at the golden list, grumbling, "What is the purpose of torturing me? When my mother insisted I become emperor, I said I would rather my brother take the throne. Yet she insisted on deposing my brother and placing me in power. Now, having barely settled in, she deposes me again and takes the throne herself, and even insists I carry her surname. Now I find myself besieged by those bearing the surname Wu, who wish for my demise. It makes me feel as though I would gladly change my surname to Wu. If only I could complain to my mother, but she not only ignores my plight but also aids her nephew in tormenting me. I have never felt so speechless in my life. My father is gone, and my mother is a seasoned manipulator. Is it the son or the nephew who holds more sway?" Li Dan wished to express. "I am indeed useless, but how many of those named Wu are truly competent?" Wu Zetian significantly promoted her family members to positions of power within the Tang military to suppress dissent, even nurturing the ambition to pass the Li Tang Empire to her nephew rather than the Li family. During Wu Zetian's reign, the Wu clan was exceedingly arrogant. At the age of 7, Li Longji was publicly humiliated by the serving general Wu Yizong. Wu Yizong, a nephew of Wu Zetian, believed that the empire would inevitably bear the Wu name, as the Golden List recounted these events. An image materialized. In it, General Wu Yizong, flanked by the imperial guards, obstructed a young boy. Behind the boy trailed a ceremonial entourage granted by Wu Zetian. Undoubtedly, the obstructed child was Li Longji. In the scene, Wu Yizong wore a malicious grin as he commanded the guards to disperse Li Longji's entourage, intending to instill fear in the young prince. Such an act against a royal heir was exceedingly rare throughout history, yet this era was an exception, as the Wu clan felt entitled to humiliate those of the Li surname. The guards, fearing Wu Yizong, hastily scattered, leaving Li Longji standing alone before him to everyone's astonishment. The young Li Longji, far from being intimidated, leaped up and pointed an accusatory finger at Wu Yizong, exclaiming, "What business is it of yours in our court? Dare you to impede my retinue?" In the image, Wu Yizong was clearly taken aback, rendered speechless by Li Longji's rebuke, watching helplessly as the young prince strode away. In the Qin dynasty, one must acknowledge that such bravery displayed by Li Longji at such a tender age truly marks him as a worthy emperor. Destined for the Golden List, Emperor Qin Shi Huang unexpectedly perceived his own past reflection in the youthful Li Longji. This elicited a sense of concern for the young Li Longji, who, being of tender age and lacking any substantial backing, should ideally remain inconspicuous, especially considering his father's precarious situation. Regardless of any grievances towards the Wu clan, it would be unwise to express them openly. Defying the nephew of Wu Zetian could provoke her ire, possibly leading to dire consequences. Yingzheng believed that Li Longji should adopt a strategy of patience and self-preservation, biding his time to reclaim control of the empire gradually. During the reign of Wu De in the Tang dynasty, observing Li Longji's actions slightly alleviated the expression on Li Yuan's face. "What a clever lad. Well done," he mused. "This empire belongs to the Li family, not the Wu." The audacity of the Wu clan incensed Li Yuan. Yet he recognized that further anger would yield no fruit. The events had unfolded irreversibly. His hope rested on the shoulders of his descendant, Li Longji, to restore the grand Tang dynasty. However, achieving this aim was no simple feat. The princely lineage of the Li family had nearly dwindled to nothing, with the few remaining heirs being the sons and grandsons of Wu Zetian. Without external assistance, all depended on Li Longji's own efforts. Simultaneously, the Li Shimin of this timeline bore a grave expression. Even Li Longji's appearance failed to lighten his mood. He found himself engulfed in a tumult of emotions: anger, helplessness, desolation, and confusion, causing him to feel on the brink of madness. Generations of effort by the Li family to establish such a vast empire seemed to have been rendered mundane and effortlessly supplanted. It felt akin to nurturing fruit for years only for another to pluck it just before ripening. In the end, Li Er found himself reduced to a mere laborer. Damn it, if all I wanted was to be a laborer, would I have gone so far as to kill my brother and force my father? In the Qing dynasty, Empress Dowager Cixi of the Yehanala clan observed the spectacle of Wu Zetian assuming the throne. The Wu family wielded immense power, even daring to confront the Huang clan. Although they had never acted out, Cixi felt a surge of excitement within. My dear sister, to be candid, I too harbor ambitions of ascending the throne, but alas, my circumstances are not as favorable as yours. Our Qing dynasty is beset by internal and external strife. If I were to declare myself empress, those Han military factions would have just cause to rise against me. Oh, the plight of us sisters. Perhaps we could switch places, allowing me a taste of imperial rule, thus not rendering my life in vain. With these words, Cixi could not help but sigh. The Qing's tolerance paled in comparison to that of the Tang. Otherwise, she would have secured her position as empress. Even the arrival of Kangxi would not have retained her presence, so she proclaimed. In the Yuan dynasty, Kublai Khan keenly observed the imperial edicts. His fascination with the Tang dynasty stemmed from its unparalleled inclusivity in Chinese history. This inclusiveness embraced not only foreign cultures but also women. It was precisely due to the Tang's open-mindedness that Wu Zetian emerged as the sole female emperor in Chinese history. Regrettably, she remained the only one. Subsequent dynasties learned from this lesson, making it increasingly difficult for women in the harem to wield power. Numerous women throughout history possessed greater cunning than Wu Zetian, such as Lji and Princess Taiping. Yet only Wu Zetian ascended to the throne. This was because no other dynasty exhibited such remarkable inclusivity, and prior to her, no precedent had been set. As the account unfolded, each individual pondered their thoughts. Under the eager gazes of the assembly, the narrative continued. During the Wuzhou period, external forces capitalized on the turmoil within the Tang dynasty, rising in rebellion against it. The 4 garrisons of Anxi were completely occupied by the Tubo. At this juncture, Anxi was nearly a mere name. The Tang forces exerted tremendous effort to reclaim the 4 garrisons of Anxi, restoring the protectorate of Anxi in the western regions, after Wu Zetian regained the western territories. The northern Turks seized the opportunity to descend southward, reoccupying much of the eastern Turkic territories from the early Tang era. The Anbei protectorate, distant from the emperor, faced delays in support. The Tang generals stationed there were not particularly loyal to the Wu family. To maintain her rule, Wu Zetian chose to execute all disobedient Tang generals and dispatched her nephew to lead an army of 500,000 to reclaim the Anbei protectorate. The war yielded no results. Subsequently, Wu Zetian sent her trusted minister Di Renjia on a northern expedition, which also bore no fruit. After several years of stalemate, the Turks and Khitans declared independence. During Wu Zetian's reign, she achieved significant political accomplishments, such as refining the imperial examination system and assisting Li Ji in curbing the aristocracy. During the Jingnan period of the Tang, Li Shimin was taken aback. Why my grandmother? I have been scolded by Wei Zheng throughout my life. In the vast expanse of the northern deserts I fought for, how could they be allowed to claim independence? Although the Anbei protectorate was primarily desert, it encompassed a large portion of the grasslands. Regaining it would prove arduous. Li Shimin's countenance darkened, revealing his dissatisfaction with the loss of the Anbei protectorate. The account continued to unfold. As Wu Zetian aged, her vigor began to wane in her 70s, and she lost the formidable intimidation necessary to uphold her reign. This time, a dilemma plagued Wu Zetian. The question of succession. Should she pass the Li Tang Empire to her nephew or return it to the Li family? The ministers proposed their opinions, asserting that the Tang Empire rightfully belonged to the Li clan. Concurrently, some advised Wu Zetian that traditionally, only sons would honor their parents at their graves. It was unheard of for a nephew to honor his aunt. Ultimately, Wu Zetian renounced her intention to bequeath the throne to her nephew and decided to return it to her son. However, before Wu Zetian could voluntarily abdicate, new interest groups grew impatient. In the first year of the Qianlong era, the allure of power led Zhang Jianzhong and 4 other ministers to instigate a military coup, swiftly eliminating Wu Zetian's 2 favored consorts and toppling her authoritarian regime, reinstating Zhongzong Lixian. During the reign of Gaozong of the Tang, Li Ji astutely grasped the crux of the matter. If he had not misread the situation, he had indeed seen favored consorts mentioned, 2 at once. What a clever game! Li Ji turned pale as he rushed towards the harem, exclaiming in despair, Wu Meinyang, you had better provide me with an explanation. After Li Xian ascended, he lacked the necessary acumen. His childhood experiences rendered his character exceedingly timid. Following his ascension, the Tang dynasty remained shrouded in clouds of despair. The Emperor Li Xian was more of a puppet ruler, with all power concentrated in the hands of his empress, Wei, along with Wu Sanxi and the 5 ministers. Before long, factional strife erupted once more in the court, as Empress Wei eliminated the 5 ministers and other opposing forces, swiftly consolidating power. At this juncture, Empress Wei emerged as the second Wu Zetian. After Li Xian's poisoning, the factions led by Prime Minister Wei Wan and others, including Zhao Luan and Yi Jingyang, repeatedly petitioned, urging Empress Wei to follow in Wu's footsteps, aspiring to see her become the second female emperor of the Tang. During the reign of the Wuda era in the Tang dynasty, Li Yuan was so infuriated that he fainted, his eyes rolling back. He felt as though he were on the verge of spitting blood. Since Wu Zetian ascended to the throne, the Li Tang dynasty had finally returned to the Li family, yet he could scarcely find joy in this reversal of fortune. Just as he was about to allow a smile to grace his lips, the Golden List informed him that yet another individual aspired to emulate Wu Zetian and claim the title of Emperor of the Great Tang. Did these people treat the imperial throne of the Tang as if it were a mere plaything? Did they think they could simply take it at will? Li Yuan longed to inquire. Is there still a law? Is there still justice? The situation in the Tang at that moment was such that Empress Wei truly had the potential to become the second Wu Zetian. These recurring events continually tested Li Yuan's mental fortitude, and at last, he succumbed to despair and fainted, fearing that if he continued to witness such travesty, it might surely lead to his demise. In the latter years of the Jingnan era, Li Shimin once again withdrew his belt, hanging Li Ji from the door beam that Li was rendered numb, exclaiming, "Hey, didn't you say you wouldn't hit me anymore? This time, it's the Empress Li Xian who holds the power. Why don't you take it out on my son?" Li Shimin paid no heed to his pleas and continued to strike, leaving Li Ji bloodied and battered. Were it not for the fact that Li Ji was his legitimate son, he might have already committed murder. This all began with your actions. Li was well aware of the contents of the Golden List. Thus, he offered no resistance, only howling in anguish, hoping that his cries might awaken paternal affection. Meanwhile, he silently lamented, "It's all my fault. I should not have died so early. I've wronged my father. I deserve this." Li Ji never anticipated that after Wu Zetian's downfall, there would still be individuals yearning to become the next Wu Zetian. He felt utterly despondent. He had thought that with Wu Zetian's departure, peace would reign, and this chapter would close. Yet, this relentless group of empresses seemed to have no intention of ceasing. What did they mean? Were they suggesting that the emperor's position rotated among them? With this year being their turn, were they merely putting on a show? The grand stage of the Tang dynasty beckoned. If you have a dream, step forth, you finish your act, and I'll take the stage. How long would this go on? Enough is enough. Consider Li Ji's predicament. He only hoped that once Empress Wei was ousted, this farce would swiftly conclude. If a third empress were to emerge, he feared he could not withstand Li Shimin's wrath. He would surely be beaten to death. In the Sui dynasty, Emperor One of Sui, Yang Jian, was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. He summoned Li Yuan, urging him to gaze intently upon the Golden List, declaring, "This is retribution. Ever since you rebelled against my Sui dynasty, your Li family has been plagued by unrest. Your son revolted against you, and your grandson against your son. Now your granddaughter-in-law and great-granddaughters are joining the fray." Li Yuan, your family is quite amusing. Yang Jian could not contain his laughter, showing no regard for Li Yuan's ashen countenance. During the Sui Day era, Yang Guang danced with glee, exclaiming, "This Li Yuan not only rebelled against me, but also dallied with my women. Retribution has come, and it cannot be stopped. This is a sensational scandal within the Li Tang." He mused that he could discuss this for a lifetime. In the Qin dynasty, Emperor Qin Shi Huang was left speechless. What is this? Wu Zetian's fall and Wei's rise. I did not foresee that so soon after Wu Zetian's downfall, another empress would seek to follow in her footsteps. How intriguing. Does the status of the Tang empresses run so deep? This only proved that the Li heirs of the Tang were quite weak, lacking real power despite being emperors. In the Han dynasty, Liu Bang was astonished. Goodness, the empress usurping power again. Is Li Xian merely idling about? The cautionary tale of Wu Zetian stands before him. Does he not guard against his own wife? How audacious to grant her such authority. It would be no loss to poison you. However, Liu Bang wished to inquire. When will Li Longji, the protagonist of this inventory, make his appearance? As if summoned, Li Longji's portrait finally graced the Golden List. By this time, he had matured into a robust young man, clad in silver armor, gallantly engaging in battles, embodying vigor and spirit. The experiences of Li Longji's childhood left a profound impact on his soul, revealing to him the harshness of reality. He came to understand that strength is the ultimate truth. Especially within the Tang dynasty, the incessant coups were devoid of any rules. The only rule was that those who survived held the power of voice. At that moment, with Li Xian poisoned by Empress Wei, The throne lay vacant. Empress Wei, in her ambition to ascend to the imperial seat, plotted to eliminate the last heir of the Li Tang group, Li Longji's father, Li Dan. Once again, the Tang dynasty teetered on the precipice of destruction. At this juncture, Li Longji was 26 years old. Over the years, he had witnessed the tumultuous shifts within the court. In pursuit of knowledge and to cultivate loyal subordinates, Li Longji chose to venture out. While keeping a vigilant eye on the power center of the Tang, for years, Li Longji awaited an opportunity to penetrate the center of authority. Yet, instead of that chance, he was confronted with even more formidable challenges. As Empress Wei murdered Li Xian and cast her dark gaze upon his father, Li Dan, Li Longji found himself with no retreat left. He had entered a perilous situation. Li Longji resolved to fight with his back against the wall. There was no turning back now. The sole way to preserve his life was to instigate a military coup and eradicate the Wei faction. Unfortunately, at this time, Li Longji's strength was insufficient to dismantle Empress Wei's power base. However, fate intervened as another significant figure approached him, the one with influence second only to Empress Wei, his aunt, Princess Taiping, the daughter of Wu Zetian, a woman no less formidable than Wu herself. Through careful planning, Princess Taiping secured the loyalty of the imperial guards, enabling Li Longji to storm the palace and seize the Taiji Hall. When the coup transpired, Empress Wei was still in slumber. Unable to flee in time, and was slain by soldiers, that very night, Princess Annal, Wu Yinxiu, Shangwan Waner, and others also met their demise. From that point onward, the Wei and Wu clans were nearly annihilated. At last, Li Dan ascended to the throne of the Tang, and in that moment, Li Longji felt a surge of exhilaration. The internal strife within the Tang was finally at an end. During the Wuda era of the Tang, Li Yuan, just awakening, could not contain his excitement. His heart raced with J-O-Y.M. Family may be weak in sons, but our daughters are strong. In times of crisis, it is the daughters who prove reliable. Just like my daughter, Princess Pingong, Li Xiaoning, women can be as formidable as men. Hearing Li Yuan's words, Peiji nodded in agreement, while Li Shimin also felt a sense of relief. Thus, it seemed that the internal turmoil of the Tang dynasty, which began with Wu Zetian's reign, had come to a close. During the reign of Jingnan, upon witnessing the scene, Li Shimin gasped for breath, ceasing his actions and refraining from further striking Li Ji. Although his father had stopped the beating, the lingering pain compelled Li Ji to shudder involuntarily. His father had struck him with genuine severity, showing no mercy whatsoever, allowing Li Ji to profoundly grasp the essence of paternal love as formidable as a mountain. After a considerable time, Li Ji's body gradually regained some sensation. He realized he had finally endured the trial imposed by Wu Zetian. He felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Li Longji, as well as to Princess Taiping, thankful for his beloved daughter. Their efforts had not been in vain. They had brought an end to the internal strife of the Tang dynasty, absolved themselves of their sins, and rescued themselves from the clutches of their father. Truly, they were good people. May good people enjoy a lifetime of peace. At this moment, Li Ji was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. During the Daxing era of the Sui dynasty, Yang Guang wore an expression of lingering disappointment. Such a letdown. He exclaimed, "Why not continue the rebellion? I see Princess Taiping as a prime candidate for usurpation. There's a saying, a woman who does not aspire to be an empress is not a good woman." Indeed, that's the truth. Yang Guang could not help but mutter to himself. He had been thoroughly entertained, especially since it involved Li Yuan. However, when this amusement abruptly came to an end, he felt dissatisfied and needed to voice his grievances. He had yet to witness all the misfortunes that Li Yuan had encountered. In the Qin dynasty, Ing Zheng let out a sigh of relief. The internal chaos of the Tang dynasty had finally come to a close. The forthcoming period would surely belong to Li Longji's personal showcase. Ing Zheng eagerly anticipated how Li Longji would lead the Tang towards brilliance. That he wondered if he would be as twisted as Li Shimin in the Han dynasty. Liu Bang also gradually exhaled. Relieved that it was finally over, he had found the incessant internal struggles rather suffocating. What was the point of incessant infighting? True men should expand their territories. In the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang watched with gritted teeth. The Tang dynasty could have achieved even greater glory. After the reign of Jingnan, the strength of the Tang state was remarkably formidable. Alas, it was all squandered on internal strife. Fortunately, the Tang dynasty's power was robust. Otherwise, they would not have withstood generations of political infighting. Zhu Yuanzhang felt fortunate that his sister, Empress Ma, was different from these women. Otherwise, he might very well have wept bitterly. In the Song dynasty, Zhao Kuangyin grinned widely. He could easily imagine the expressions of joy and tears on the faces of Li Yuan and Li Shimin upon witnessing this. They could never anticipate that the internal strife of the Tang dynasty was not merely a matter of the empress's contention for inheritance. Their daughter also sought a share. He could hardly wait to see the astonished expressions on Li Shimin and the others when they discovered that Princess Taiping aspired to be Wu Zetian. Surely, they would be left speechless in shock. Zhao Kuangyin felt a tinge of regret for missing the opportunity to witness Li Shimin's astonished face that on the golden list, the scene continued to unfold. Li Dan sat upon the throne, flanked by Li Longji and Princess Taiping, while Li Dan's eldest son, Li Qingshi, stood in the central position among the three. After Li Dan ascended to the throne, a similarly thorny issue presented itself before him. Whom shall he designate as the crown prince? Li Dan's eldest son, Prince Song Li Qingshi, was still alive, and according to the principle of establishing the eldest son as the heir, he should rightfully inherit the throne. Yet, this throne was seized by Li Longji through force. Failing to appoint him as crown prince would result in a lack of public trust, and Li Longji himself would never accept it. Li Qingshi was astute enough to realize that even if he became the crown prince, he would merely be a puppet, destined to meet an untimely demise sooner or later in the Tang dynasty. The position of crown prince had always been a perilous occupation, with few surviving to see the retirement of the previous emperor. Thus, in a critical moment, Li Qingshi proactively stepped forward, addressing Li Dan. In times of national stability, the eldest son should be prioritized. In times of danger, the one who has rendered great service should take precedence. Should this principle be disregarded, the realm shall be left in disappointment, but I would rather die than occupy a position above Prince Ping. During the Kaiyuan era of the Tang dynasty, Li Qingshi indulged in a life of excess within his fiefdom. Observing the contents of the golden list, he felt immense relief. How clever I am! The position of crown prince in the Tang dynasty is indeed a perilous one. Whoever wishes to be the crown prince may do so. I, for one, shall not. Had I not sought the favor of my elders and refused the crown prince's title, would I have made it this far? Back then, both Li Longji and my aunt could have easily disposed of me. To this day, Li Qingshi remained thoroughly satisfied with his astute decision during the Kaiyuan era of the Tang dynasty. Upon reading the statement that the position of crown prince was indeed a high-risk profession, with few surviving to see the retirement of the previous emperor, Li Ying exhibited clear signs of panic. He nearly burst into tears. Who understands, dear family? Serving as crown prince under my father, Li Longji, is also a perilous occupation. I tread carefully, more cautiously than a dog, fearing that one day I might slip and meet my end. In the Yuan dynasty, Kublai Khan smiled knowingly at Li Qingshi's actions. This lad is truly clever. Otherwise, if he became the crown prince today, he might meet an inexplicable demise tomorrow. Excellent. Excellent. Li Yuan remained fervently excited. Now, both the emperor and crown prince were descendants of the Li family. The realm was finally secure. The text on the golden list continued to unfold. After some time, Li Dan began to feel awkward. He realized that he, as emperor, was just as much a puppet as his elder brother Li Xian. He was merely a pawn. His brother had relied on the 5 ministers and his empress to ascend the throne, while Li Dan owed his position to his son and sister. The same could be said for Li Dan. His childhood experiences had shaped his timid character. As the supreme decision-maker of the empire, he possessed no opinions of his own that time. All major affairs of state were determined by Li Longji and Princess Taiping. Li Dan's sole responsibility was to affix his seal to the documents. While Li Dan felt a degree of embarrassment, for Li Longji, the situation was far more serious. His aunt, Princess Taiping, was gradually eroding his authority. All matters of state required her prior approval before they could reach him. The crown prince, in other words, whatever Princess Taiping wished Li Longji to know, he would be informed. Whatever she wished to keep from him, he would remain oblivious. Princess Taiping's dominance instilled a profound sense of unease in Li Longji, as he gradually realized that his aunt was also aspiring to become Wu Zetian. During the Wuda era of the Tang dynasty, Li Yuan's smile froze upon his face. No, to be precise, Li Yuan had lost all control over his facial expressions. His cheeks twitched uncontrollably. It was unimaginable what sort of expression that would create. His face seemed to dance, and his mouth formed a shocked shape that by the heavens. Li Yuan suddenly erupted in fury, unable to catch his breath. and collapsed straight down. He had fainted from anger again. Li Jianqing hurriedly supported him, continually reassuring his father. There is no need for you to faint from anger twice in a single day. Father. Meanwhile, Li Shimin stood nearby, utterly perplexed. During the Jingnan era, as Li Ji had not yet finished applying his medicine, he caught sight of the golden list stating that Princess Taiping also aspired to be Wu Zetian. His lips twitched. Daughter, with a father like you, you truly are a burden. May good people enjoy a lifetime of peace. To hell with the notion of good people enjoying peace. Are there even any good people left in this world? Li Ji turned to glance at his father. His face contorted into a smile more ghastly than tears. Li Shimin returned the gesture with a smile, executing a charming head tilt in that moment. Li Ji's tears flowed freely. I, Li Ji, have ultimately misplaced my affections. I am weary. Let it all be destroyed. Hastily, Li Ji inhaled deeply. He yearned to confront the bleakness of life with a smile. Yet, the moment he managed to pull a semblance of a smile, it was involuntarily replaced by an expression devoid of hope. He forcefully attempted to smile once more, but tears betrayed him and streamed down his face. Determined to try again, he found himself thwarted by Li Shimin, who seized him and bound him tightly, suspending him once again from the door beam. At last, Li Ji could no longer contain himself and began to weep uncontrollably. Father, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please, no more beating. I beg you, do not strike me again. I cannot bear it. Li Shimin, indifferent to his son's lamentations, stuffed a rag into Li Ji's mouth. Leaning close to his ear, he murmured softly. Breathe deeply. A bit of pain at first is quite normal. Endure a few more times, and you shall grow accustomed to it. While Li Shimin endeavored to educate his son, the inventory continued to advance. Since Wu Zetian ascended the throne, the powerful women of the Tang dynasty have harbored aspirations to emulate her, desiring to become emperors themselves. For decades, the Tang has been ensnared in a web of continuous coups. The Shenlong coup has just concluded in the Wuzhou. Before long, figures such as Empress Wei, Princess Annal, and Shang Wanwana, women with imperial ambitions, began to rise. They possessed scheming minds rivaling that of Wu Zetian. Thus, they set their plans into motion. Regrettably, they lacked an emperor named Li Ji to pave their paths. Their failure was inevitable. After the downfall of the Wei faction, the Tang experienced a brief respite. But soon, the even more cunning and calculating Princess Taiping emerged. As Wu Zetian's daughter, in certain respects, Princess Taiping surpassed her mother. At this juncture, the relationship between Li Longji and his aunt had fractured. Since Li Longji ascended to the position of crown prince, Princess Taiping increasingly perceived him as a grave threat. Initially, she did not oppose his ascension, viewing him as a brash youth whose inexperience she could easily manage. However, as time wore on and Li Longji assumed the crown prince's role, he exhibited a posture that suggested he could rival her. Consequently, Princess Taiping resolved to unseat him from his position for those she could not control. She chose to eliminate. Subsequently, she spread rumors, detailing Li Longji's faults. From that moment forth, the subtle and overt clashes between Li Longji and his aunt never ceased. As time progressed, their conflicts intensified. Li Dan finally recognized that if the situation continued to evolve in this manner, another coup would erupt within the Tang. Thus, he resolved to abdicate in favor of Li Longji, entirely severing Princess Taiping's aspirations of claiming the throne and bringing an end to the decades-long turmoil surrounding the Tang. In the Great Qin, upon reading this, Qin Shi Huang felt a renewed sense of apprehension. Surely, by this point, Li Longji possessed sufficient strength to navigate the obstacles on his path to the throne. In the Han, Liu Bang furrowed his brow. Surely not. Again, enough is enough. You have been at this for far too long. Li Longji is nearing 30, and you are still embroiled in internal strife. In the song, Zhao Kuangyin rubbed his hands together with excitement. She is coming, heading towards her own demise. Alas, what a pity. I wonder what expressions the old Lis will wear upon reaching this point. Ha ha ha, they must be furious. Not only does their daughter-in-law wish to be emperor, but their daughter harbors the same ambition. Unfortunately, in the Tang, there is but one throne. In the Sui dynasty, during the Day years. Yang Guang felt invigorated. The golden list understands me best. It brings forth exactly what I wish to see. Let the gossip commence. Yang Guang promptly vacated the dragon throne and settled onto a small stool outside the hall. All the while savoring a handful of 5 spiced melon seeds. At last, an opportunity has arisen. On that day, celestial phenomena heralding renewal appeared in the sky, prompting Li Dan to finally resolve to issue an edict of abdication. Thus, the 28-year-old Li Longji ascended to the imperial throne. However, at that moment, a portion of power still resided with Li Dan and Princess Taiping. During this time, Li Longji was not yet prepared for a direct confrontation with his aunt. This suited Princess Taiping perfectly. After a year of power struggles, Li Longji and Princess Taiping became akin to the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each demonstrating their unique talents. Initially, the Tang court comprised 7 chancellors, 4 of whom were aligned with Princess Taiping, while 3 supported Li Longji. After considerable effort, Li Longji succeeded in reducing his 3 chancellors to 2. However, after some time, he grew increasingly alarmed upon discovering that Princess Taiping's influence had infiltrated the Imperial Guard. In the Tang, it was evident that whoever commanded the Imperial Guard would control the palace and, in turn, seize the highest power of the empire. At this point, Princess Taiping's influence reached its zenith. During this period, the Tang court was rife with turbulence. With a change in regime looming ever closer, the anticipated storm had finally arrived. Following the calm before the tempest, another upheaval would sweep through the Tang dynasty. Li Longji received word that on the 4th day of July, Princess Taiping intended to instigate a coup. Resolutely, Li Longji made his move a day prior, seizing the opportunity to execute a bold gambit, capturing and eliminating the entirety of Princess Taiping's faction while they were lost in dreams of grandeur at Ayan the Han. Liu Bang watched with bated breath as Li Longji executed his daring maneuver. What a gamble! Just like me, a true gambler. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Liu Bang found himself quite fond of Li Longji. Upon hearing news of the upheaval, Li Dan was consumed by dread and, from that moment on, ceased to involve himself in state affairs, allowing Li Longji to emerge as the sole helmsman of the empire. Under Li Longji's iron-fisted suppression, the internal strife that had plagued the Tang for decades finally ceased. Princess Taiping could not bear the crushing reality of her defeat. She fled to a monastery in the Jingnan mountains, where she concealed herself for 3 days and nights. After 3 days, Princess Taiping returned to Chongzhen. Accepting the truth of her failed power struggle. On the same day, her 2 sons and all her supporters were executed. In December of that year, the Tang dynasty adopted the era named Kai Yuan. At this moment, the common folk of the Tang were unaware that this would become an era name surpassing Jingnan, forever etched in history. Bravo! My great-great-great-grandson Li Longji has executed his duties splendidly during the Wuda years of the Tang. Li Yuan felt elated. He had never perceived the skies of the Tang to be so clear. After enduring decades of internal strife, his Tang had finally emerged from the shadows into the light. This scene moved him to tears, lamenting that at his age, he still had to endure such mental torment. In the great Qin. Ingzheng slammed his palm on the table. He had awaited this moment for far too long. After quelling the internal strife, it was undoubtedly Li Longji's merit. Anticipation. In the Han, Liu Bang was filled with profound emotion. Had this been my Han, the foundation would have crumbled long ago. Upon reaching this point, Liu Bang felt compelled to devise a comprehensive strategy to ensure Liu Ying's smooth ascension. In the Tang during the Jingnan era, Li Longji reclaimed the realm, and Li Shimin finally felt at ease. Otherwise, he would truly pass from this world with lingering regrets. Thus, he hastily ceased his punishment of Li Zi. This moment, Li Ji was on the brink of collapse, the numbness overwhelming his senses. Apart from the awareness of his own existence, he perceived nothing else. Observing Li Ji's condition, Li Shimin could not help but feel a twinge of concern. I hope I haven't broken him completely. Li Shimin extended his palm and waved it before Li Ji's eyes. The originally vacant gaze of Li Ji instinctively followed the movement of Li Shimin's hand. Witnessing this scene, Li Shimin felt a slight alleviation in his heart. Then, he delivered a sharp slap on Li Ji's rear dell. Li Ji let out a cry of despair. Li Shimin felt completely reassured, as long as the young lad could still express himself. All was well. The inventory on the golden list continued. After enduring the baptism of blood, the Tang Empire finally returned to the hands of the Li clan. At this moment, nearing 30, Li Longji stood atop the weathered yet majestic Xuanwu Gate, faintly recalling the grandeur of the Jingnan era. Upon his ascension, he wielded a thunderous hand to strike down disloyal court officials, ensuring that the Tang court recognized but one sovereign, and that sovereign was Li Longji. He emulated the example of Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin, welcoming the wise and heeding counsel, often attending to state affairs until the depths of night. rectifying the accumulated corrupt practices of decades and curbing extravagant consumption. Advocating for frugality in all matters. Soon, with the unwavering support of a cadre of virtuous ministers, Li Longji forged an era of political clarity, rejuvenating the populace, fostering economic prosperity, ensuring societal stability, and cultivating a culture of inclusivity. Prior to the Kaiyuan era, the selection system for officials in the Tang was exceedingly chaotic, with the royal family, consorts, princesses, and queens frequently peddling titles. Local officials were often mere puppets of powerful landlords. After Li Longji ascended, he explicitly declared that civil officials must pass examinations, while military officers must possess meritorious achievements. Otherwise, the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of War were prohibited from granting titles arbitrarily. With the promulgation of such edicts, the masquerade of incompetent officials was unveiled, and those lacking achievements and military feats were summarily dismissed. This not only enhanced the efficiency of the government, but also significantly reduced national expenditures. Simultaneously, Li Longji issued an edict to reform the bureaucracy, mandating annual evaluations of governors and county magistrates' performances to determine the promotion and demotion of officials based on their assessments. As a result of this decree, local officials, eager for advancement, were compelled to vigorously develop the livelihoods of the populace. Moreover, Li Longji also issued a military training edict, commanding the military garrisons in the northwest to expand their forces and intensify training. In tandem, he ensured a robust supply of horses for the Northwest Army, thereby guaranteeing their mobility. The strength of the Northwest forces soared to unprecedented levels. Additionally, to address logistical issues for the army, he ordered the expansion of arable land for the Northwest troops. At this juncture, the tribes north of the Great Wall, witnessing the unassailable might of the Tang army, hastily dismantled their independent regimes and reattached themselves to the Tang dynasty. Thus, the Tang dynasty regained control over the territories north of the Great Wall and the vast northern grasslands. Furthermore, the morale of the Anxi army was restored and solidified, allowing its prestige to once again dominate the entire western region. Having accomplished all this, Li Longji turned his attention to internal reforms. To augment the treasury, he relentlessly targeted the land-grabbing gentry. The Tang court conducted thorough investigations into the lands held by landlords across various regions, confiscating all lands wrongfully appropriated by them, subsequently redistributing these lands to landless farmers. Before long, the Kaiyuan era flourished as anticipated. How can one adequately describe the prosperity of the Kaiyuan era? Let us reference the opening lines of a poem by the Tang poet Du Fu from the Kaiyuan period. Recalling the flourishing days of Kaiyuan, even small towns housed myriad households. Rice flowed like fat, and millet gleamed white. Granaries, both public and private, brimmed with abundance. No wolves prowled the roads of the 9 provinces. Long journeys required no auspicious days. Silk and fine linen adorned the carts in abundance. Men tilled the fields while women tended the silkworms, each fulfilling their roles. In the palace, the sage played melodies of worship to heaven and earth, binding friendships across the realm. For over a century, there had been no disasters, and the rituals of Shu Sun and the laws of Shao He prevailed. What does this signify? It conveys that since the flourishing days of Kaiyuan, even a single town in the Tang dynasty boasted a population of thousands. Agricultural yields were bountiful, grain reserves were ample, and granaries were filled to the brim. Social order was stable, and the realm enjoyed peace. Free from banditry, one could travel far and wide within the Tang territory without a care for personal safety. Moreover, during the Kaiyuan era, handicrafts and commerce thrived, with merchants' caravans bustling incessantly along the roads. Men tilled the fields, and women tended to silkworms, each engaged in their respective trades. In the palace, the emperor resonated with the harmonious melodies of sacrificial rites, embodying an era of tranquility and prosperity. The social atmosphere was commendable, with individuals treating each other with kindness and maintaining harmonious relations. For over a century, no significant calamities had occurred, from the beginning of Kaiyuan to the 13th year of Tianbao. It represented the zenith of the Tang dynasty, encompassing 321 prefectures, 1,538 counties, 16,829 townships, 906,954 households, and 52,488 souls. Historical records state, the population reached its peak during this time. In summary, the Kaiyuan era stands as the pinnacle of prosperity in feudal society. After the textual inventory concluded, A vibrant map of the Tang dynasty during the reign of Emperor Xuanzong emerged. Simultaneously, scenes of bustling streets in the Tang era appeared on the golden list. Magnificent carriages traversed ceaselessly, merchants drummed and proclaimed their wares, while the faces of common folk radiated with the glow of prosperity. The entire society basked in harmony. During the reign of Emperor Qin Shi Huang of Sui, Yang Jian quirked the corner of his mouth. After all this time, he realized that many of Li Longji's systems were remnants of his own, and the population boom was quite reminiscent of his own reign. This was akin to the flourishing days of the Han dynasty. Lu Che had awaited this moment for so long. The grandeur of the Yongle and the governance of Jingnan paled in comparison to the scene of the Kaiyuan era that left him awestruck. What did the prosperity of the Kaiyuan era signify? It embodied a united military stance against external threats, a well-developed internal infrastructure, allowing the subjects of the Tang to traverse any corner of their nation. They spoke a common language, shared a collective identity, utilized the same script, and harbored identical aspirations. Was this not the ideal flourishing era he had yearned for? Lu Che had mobilized the entirety of the Han dynasty against the Xiongnu. All for the day when such a scene could manifest upon Chinese soil. A Han dynasty where the populace could dwell in peace, free from the incessant suffering of war at that moment. Wei Qing cautiously approached. "Your Majesty, why are you in tears?" Lu Che instinctively wiped the corners of his eyes, only to realize that, unbeknownst to him, tears had already streamed down his face. Suddenly, Lu Che burst into laughter. Wei Qing was taken aback. "Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this?" Lu Che, amidst laughter, found himself crying again. "I am simply overjoyed. One day, I wish to witness the Han dynasty basking in the prosperity akin to that of the Kaiyuan era. I require your assistance." Wei Qing stood in stunned silence. He had never witnessed such genuine emotion from Lu Che. He seeks my aid. Good heavens. He had never imagined that someone as formidable as Emperor Wu of Han would ever seek assistance. This only affirmed Lu Che's earnest desire to quell the turmoil wrought by the Xiongnu. Once upon a time, this had also been Wei Qing's aspiration. Wei Qing knelt fervently before Lu Che. "I shall wholeheartedly assist you, Your Majesty, in recreating this grand endeavor." In the early Han dynasty, no wolves prowled the roads of the 9 provinces. Long journeys required no auspicious days. Liu Bang was stunned. Is this true? Can this world truly allow everyone to prosper, to uphold knowledge and propriety? Can this world genuinely be so accessible that all seas bow in submission? The scenes of the prosperous Kaiyuan era have profoundly reshaped Liu Bang's perception. The Ming dynasty, represented by Zhu Di, fell into a contemplative silence. In terms of accomplishments, Li Longji's achievements in expanding territories can certainly be likened to his. However, when it comes to civil governance, he far surpasses Zhu Di. Merely ensuring that the populace lives in peace and prosperity, with every household having surplus grain, is something Zhu Di could not accomplish. The prolonged wars imposed a heavy burden on the common people. Fortunately, he had a commendable son to prevent the treasury from running dry. During the reign of Wu De in the Tang dynasty, the once silently Shimin finally found the courage to stand tall before his father and elder brother. Li Jianxing. Delang. Do you have anything to say regarding our descendant, Li Longji? Faced with Li Shimin's triumphant demeanor, Li Jianxing retorted with a glare. You have a wife named Wu Zetian, and your son also has a wife named Wu Zetian. Li Shimin fell silent, and after a moment, replied with a hint of resentment. I have my great-grandson, Li Longji. Li Jianxing continued. You have a wife named Wu Zetian, and your son also has a wife named Wu Zetian. Li Shimin, now irritated, exclaimed, those are matters of the past. Now is the era of the Kaiyuan, and it is my great-grandson Li Longji's achievements that matter. In response to Li Shimin's outburst, Li Jianxing smirked once more. You have a wife named Wu Zetian, and your son also has a wife named Wu Zetian. Li Shimin conceded. Must we bring this up? Li Jianxing slowly uttered 2 words, cannot. Moreover, Delang is also a name you can use. Remember to call me elder brother from now on. Li Shimin. During the Kaiyuan period of the Tang dynasty, countless subjects observed the contents of the celestial scrolls with tears of gratitude. Saint? Oh saint! Li Longji was indeed their saint. Since his ascension, he vigorously developed the military, enabling the Tang people to stand tall once more. Simultaneously, the saint placed great emphasis on the conduct of officials, refraining from competing with the populace for benefits. This led to a burgeoning prosperity for the people. Not only that, the saint established academies, housing over 50,000 volumes of historical texts, The literati of the Tang dynasty often remarked that the collection of books during the Kaiyuan was unparalleled. Furthermore, the saint permitted the common folk to establish private schools, allowing even children living in remote valleys to access education. Naturally, with such a focus on etiquette, the Kaiyuan era saw a remarkable proliferation of poets and calligraphers, contributing to an extraordinary golden age in the eyes of the Tang populace. Li Longji was undoubtedly the saint. Yet, as prosperity reaches its zenith, decline is inevitable. With societal stability, Li Longji began to neglect governance, and treacherous officials gradually infiltrated the court, leading to increasing corruption. Li Longji seemed oblivious to the undercurrents, becoming a carefree monarch, indulging in a life of pleasure. After the death of his beloved consort, Wu Huifei, he felt an overwhelming emptiness. Thus, he forcefully took his son Li Zhao's wife as his concubine. Li Zhao's wife was named Yang Yuhuan. Yang Yuhuan was a beauty of ethereal grace. How exquisite was she! Another Tang poet, Li Bai, once penned 2 lines to describe Yang Guofei. Clouds suggest garments, flowers imply beauty, spring breezes caress the balustrade, dew on blossoms is dense. Seeing the brilliance of the clouds evokes thoughts of Yang Guofei's splendid attire, while the beauty of the peony reflects the radiance of her countenance. Such a beauty in his embrace. Li Longji became utterly enraptured in the realm of tenderness, spiraling into an uncontrollable descent. During this period, the prosperity of the Kaiyuan began to decline, and politics gradually fell into corruption. Li Longji's son, Li Zhao, gazed upon the content of the golden list, pondering, "Father, do you possess any decorum? Yang Yuhuan is your daughter-in-law. How can you speak of her as if she were merely a desire? It requires additional funds." Li Longji was completely immersed in their private world on the Qin festival of the 10th year of the Tianbao era. He stood alongside his beloved concubine, vowing, inspired by the tale of Niulong and Jinu, that they would be united as husband and wife for all eternity. This moment inspired future poets to pen a verse. On the 7th day of the 7th month at the Chongzhen Palace, during the midnight hour when no one else was present in the heavens, I wish to be a pair of winged birds. On earth, I wish to be intertwined branches, while heaven and earth may one day cease. This longing endures without end. Afterward, Li Longji grew increasingly enamored with the Guifei, to elicit a smile from her. He even spared no effort or expense to hastily transport fresh lychees from Jingnan to Chongzhen, an arduous journey of 800 miles. That it is known that lychees are extremely difficult to preserve. They change color in a day, lose fragrance in 2, and taste different in 3. Covering the distance of over 5,000 miles from Jingnan to Chongzhen was nearly an impossible feat. Nevertheless, he issued an imperial decree, commanding all relay stations along the route to provide full support with horses and ships for the transportation of lychees. Fortunately, after months of effort, at the cost of numerous lives, countless vessels, hundreds of steeds, and vast sums of gold, they successfully brought back lychees for the beauty, albeit only a meager 2 small jars. Truly, it could be said, a single rider kicks up dust, while the consort smiles, unaware that lychees have arrived. At that moment, the scene on the golden list shifted to Jingnan. In this tableau, a frail young man, accompanied by more than a dozen friends, embarked on the arduous journey from Jingnan to Chongzhen to transport lychees. They rode swiftly, day and night, with the common folk hardly catching a glimpse of their horses. When one heard the sound of galloping steeds, turning back would reveal only swirling dust. Such was the situation that countless horses perished along the way, and immense wealth was expended. Even when a friend fell ill, they dared not delay for a moment, forced to watch a precious life slip away. Finally, after traversing 5,400 miles from the original 10 men who set out from Jingnan, only the frail young man remained. Upon reaching Chongzhen, he sacrificed everything he had, losing family and friends, risking his life to deliver the lychees from Jingnan to the capital. However, the task of transporting lychees to the capital was not merely a singular endeavor. During the season of lychee ripening, fresh lychees had to be sent to the capital daily. This scene left the viewers of the golden list in solemn silence. Subsequently, the heavens shifted once more. The scene transitioned to the grand hall of the Chongzhen Palace. Inside, after a performance, Yang Yuhuan plucked a fresh lychee just delivered from Jingnan, gently peeling one and placing it delicately in her luscious mouth. The moment it touched her palate, the flesh was refreshing, and its sweetness was abundant that a honeyed aroma filled her mouth, leaving her yearning for more. Yang Gufei turned and smiled, her joy evident, for in that moment, she tasted not only the sweetness of the lychee, but also the unconditional affection bestowed upon her by Emperor Li Longji. Winning the heart of the beauty, Li Longji was naturally content. Chancellor Yang Guizhong was equally satisfied. The officials of the Tang were pleased as well. Yet, the common folk were not. When the burden of transporting lychees fell upon individuals, it became a tremendous calamity. Alas, since ancient times, heroes have struggled to surpass the charms of beautiful women. How lamentable indeed. In the Song dynasty, Zhao Kuangyin, living after the Tang, was well aware of the love story between Li Longji and Yang Guifei. To them, it was profoundly moving. However, behind this touching tale lay a significant cost. Transporting lychees from Jingnan to Chongzhen was an endeavor bordering on the fantastical. Even in the flourishing Kaiyuan era, achieving this was no simple feat. Moreover, compressing such a long journey into a matter of days was a daunting task that in Zhao Kuangyin's eyes. Li Longji's actions were excessively indulgent towards Yang Yuhuan. The diligence he demonstrated in the early days contrasted sharply with his later extravagance. Zhao Kuangyin couldn't help but sigh. The beauty of this world is always fleeting. A single rider kicks up dust, while the consort smiles, unaware that lychees have arrived. Thus commenced the decline of a once great empire. In the grand realm of the Qin dynasty, Yingzheng found himself utterly astounded by the magnificence of the Kaiyuan era. What a surprise! What did he behold? How long had the Tang dynasty even entered this flourishing period? Had Li Longji already begun to favor beauty over the state? After striving diligently for a lifetime, was he merely seeking to indulge himself? Yet, while indulgence is one thing, such extravagance is utterly wasteful. Although I am an emperor, it does not imply that my wealth is inexhaustible. What of the salaries for my officials? What of military expenditures? Should we neglect the maintenance of irrigation systems? Are we to disregard the need for disaster relief in times of calamity? There are countless demands on a nation's coffers. To think that he would squander such a fortune merely to win a smile from a lady, transporting lychees from Jingnan to Chongzhen. Even more absurd was his insistence on their swift arrival. Good heavens, if I provided you with a steed, how long would it take you, Li Longji, to run the distance? Jingnan is what we refer to as the 100 Yu in our Qin dynasty. The might of my Qin army would take several months to traverse such a distance from Xianyang. Isn't it exhausting to make such a journey back and forth? Yingzheng felt an urge to bellow in frustration. If you, Li Longji, truly have nothing better to do, why not repair the northern Great Wall? If you find yourself with excessive funds, send them to me, and I shall utilize them wisely. Qin Shi Huang. Demand financial support. In the era of Wu De, Li Yuan perceived that Li Longji's behavior was somewhat excessive. In matters of romance, he even found himself mocking Li Longji for his extravagant pursuits. No one has ever spent so lavishly in the pursuit of love. Even I, the founding emperor of the Tang dynasty, renowned for my own passions, never dared to indulge to such an extent. Beside him, Li Jiansheng glanced at Li Shimin, whose expression remained unperturbed. He prodded him. Erlang, are you not incensed by your great-grandson's reckless spending on a mere romance? Li Shimin chuckled, pride evident in his tone. My Longji, since ascending as the CEO of the Tang dynasty, has been diligent and virtuous. In just a few short years, the dynasty's performance and profits have soared in every aspect. The wealth we accumulate is more than sufficient to be spent. How much can one truly squander on romance? Our Tang is wealthy, abundantly so. What could he possibly send away from our realm? Li Jianxing instinctively remarked. That may be uncertain. Have you forgotten your wife? Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's eyes widened, as if ready to ignite with fury, and he abruptly interrupted. Silence. Do I grant you permission to speak? In the era of Jingnan, Li Shimin and Li Ji were engrossed in the live broadcast of the Golden List. Li Shimin was thoroughly entertained. He saw nothing amiss in Li Longji's lavish expenditures for the sake of romance. After all, no one is perfect. Emperor Li Longji is doing splendidly in his reign. Therefore, it is unnecessary to impose further expectations upon him. As an emperor, one understands. Who does not have a harem filled with beauties? It is quite rare for Li Longji to be so devoted to Yang Guifei. As for other emperors, who among them is not a notorious womanizer? Even if one desires to abstain, their ministers would not permit it. Nearby, Li Ji cautiously stole a glance at Li Shimin's expression. Noticing his brows lifted in amusement, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. At last, he would not face punishment. If this continued, Li Ji might lose his reason entirely. The Golden List continued its enumeration. Every October, Li Longji would take his beloved young Yu Huan to bathe in the hot springs of Lishan, relishing their world together. In the springs, they laughed, splashed, and swam. The air was filled with ethereal mist, creating an enchanting paradise. In the Qin dynasty, Zheng's fury ignited. This couple was indulging in their romantic escapades in the very place where he was constructing his tomb. Who taught them such indulgence? Yang Guifei's beauty is akin to that of a celestial being descending from the heavens, a rarity to behold, leaving Li Longji entranced and lost in reverie. In that moment, he was utterly oblivious to the passage of time. The images on the golden list revealed swirling clouds and mist, with the beauty appearing like a fleeting vision. Each glance and smile from Yang Guifei stirred the hearts of countless men. This agitation was not merely a surge of hormones, but evoked a profound sense of yearning and possessiveness within every man. In the twilight of the Eastern Han dynasty, Cao Cao's eyes sparkled as he beheld the golden list. He could not help but comment. Even in a different temporal realm, I can immediately discern that this young Yu Huan is truly exquisite. Gazing at her ethereal beauty, I cannot help but lament. This woman surely belongs among the celestial beings. How seldom does one encounter such a marvel on earth? In the era of Wuda, Li Yuan, too, was captivated by young Yu Huan's beauty, his eyes shining with admiration. Goodness, Li Longji possesses remarkable taste. Beside him, Li Shimin nodded in agreement. In his eyes, young Yu Huan surpassed even the beauty of his third brother Li Yuanji's wife, young Guimei. She was a living embodiment of charm. No wonder Li Longji could neglect court duties for her. Were it he, Li Shimin, he too would find himself remiss in attending to the morning audiences for a time. During the reign of Emperor Gaozong, Li Ji revealed his own lecherous tendencies, staring intently at the golden list. Nearly drooling. It is no exaggeration to say that if young Yu Huan were to emerge from the golden list, Li Ji would undoubtedly be the first to rush forward. Beside him, Wu Meinyong glared with jealousy, her eyes alight with hostility. Men are indeed no good creatures. They fall for every pretty face, especially those of the Li family. From Li Yuan to Li Shimin, Li Ji, and Li Longji, who among them is not infatuated? Particularly Li Zhi. The golden list continued its revelations. It stated, at this very moment, a grand conspiracy was already enveloping the entire Tang dynasty, threatening to plunge it into an abyss from which recovery would be impossible. And the architects of this impending doom were none other than Li Longji and his adopted son, and Lu Shan. In the Qin dynasty, the atmosphere grew tense. Zheng's greatest fears had come to fruition. As an emperor, he understood all too well the arduous task of nurturing a prosperous era. At times, a flourishing age requires the convergence of favorable timing, geography, and the people's resolve, alongside the diligent efforts of an entire generation. In times of turmoil, such prosperity is a rarity indeed. Yet, the destruction of such an era is alarmingly simple. Sometimes, it merely takes a single misguided decree from those in power or the misfortune of a failed war to bring about ruin. In that moment, Zheng's heart raced with trepidation. Oh, dearly, do not act foolishly. Meanwhile, during the reign of Wuda, the once radiant smiles of Li Yuan and Li Shimin froze upon their faces. They could scarcely recall how many times they had witnessed Li Longji's escapades in the golden list. Aside from the pleasant surprises of the Kaiyuan era, each segment brought forth grim tidings. Who could bear such a burden? Frustrated, they turned their attention to the brooding figure of Li Jianqing, who had become increasingly resentful since Li Shimin's rise to prominence. It was no exaggeration to say that his bitterness was more potent than that of a vengeful spirit. Yet, he found himself unable to challenge Li Shimin's authority, relegated to seizing any opportunity to subtly undermine him as a brother. However, at that moment, neither Li Yuan nor Li Shimin had the inclination to acknowledge Li Jianqing. Their focus was wholly captured by the ominous phrase abyss that loomed above them in the golden list. The mere invocation of such a term foretold dire circumstances for the Tang dynasty. Almost simultaneously, both father and son furrowed their brows, contemplating the terrifying implications of a dark fate approaching. Oh no, will the great Tang dynasty truly meet its demise? Liu Bang of the Han dynasty felt a pang of anxiety. Just a moment ago, he was basking in the immense satisfaction of the prosperous Kaiyuan era. Upon regaining his senses, he beheld the results of the imperial examination, and panic engulfed him. Could it be that such a flourishing Tang would plunge into the abyss? During the Ming dynasty's Hanwu era, Zhu Yuanzhang sighed deeply, promptly adding a stipulation to his ancestral decree. Henceforth, no emperor of the Ming shall indulge in the pleasures of women. Any emperor found to be so engrossed may be jointly punished by the ministers. Zhu Biao interjected. Father, did you feel no embarrassment in enacting such a rule? Perhaps you should first count the number of sons you have. Zhu Di concurred. Brother has a point. Zhu Yuanzhang responded. What? In the Yongle period of the Ming. Zhu Di lamented the lost glory of the Qiyuan era. The rebellion of Lushan should not have persisted for several years. Had Li Longji not executed Feng Chaqing and Gao Xianji on the battlefield, and Lushan would have never crossed Tong Pass. Furthermore, even in their absence, Geshuhan could have held the pass against the rebels, gradually wearing them down to in less than 2 years. The insurrection would surely crumble from within. Alas, the aged Li Longji frequently faltered, issuing numerous imperial edicts compelling Geshuhan to lead hastily assembled militias against the rebels in a desperate battle. Even Zhao Go could not help but exclaim at the folly. How could militiamen stand against the seasoned border troops? What a pity for such a vast and magnificent Tang. Zhu Di mused that if only Li Longji could have lived 20 fewer years. Yet, therein lies the allure of history. It knows no what-ifs or possibilities, only choices and outcomes. With countless examples of great dynasties faltering throughout millennia, Zhu Di's life felt akin to walking on thin ice. He feared that a single misstep could doom the splendid landscape of the Ming. Kublai Khan of the Yuan could not help but mourn for the Tang. Among all the dynasties in China, only the Tang inspired his admiration. Regrettably, from this point onward, the glory of the Tang would never return. Emperor Kangxi of the Qing meticulously scrutinized the imperial examination results, despite having learned of the Tang's Kaiyuan prosperity from history books countless times. Nothing compared to the vivid reality presented before him, as if he had personally experienced the decades of the Tang. This brought him a unique sensation. After a prolonged wait, Emperor Qianlong, the old man of tenfulness, finally reached this moment. He could not suppress a sardonic smile at the examination results. Chinese emperors often err, yet he, Qianlong, was different. His life was marked by achievements, suppressing the Xinjiang rebellion, refining governance over Tibet, and expanding the Qing's territories to unprecedented heights. In truth, his life bore no blemishes. This alone placed him above all previous Chinese emperors that he wished to remark to the emperors of China. Do you comprehend the significance of old man of tenfulness? The examination continued, revealing an image of a corpulent man, in Lushan, whose appearance was grotesquely unappealing, with a belly protruding larger than that of a woman in her 9th month of pregnancy. He resembled Zhu Ganglai from Journey to the West. Soon after, the examination began recounting his history. Lushan was born in the 3rd year of Wu Zetian's reign in Chongzhen. His father was a descendant of the Hu people from the western regions, while his mother was a Turkic shaman, who bore him after praying to the war deity Hengshan, hence his name. Later, his mother remarried a Turk named Yin, and he adopted the surname and, renaming himself Lushan. When it comes to Lushan, his rise to power is anything but ordinary. Fluent in 6 languages, one would expect such a talent to serve as a diplomat within the court, however, with no one to recommend him. He had to resort to trading goods along the borders of the Tang in his youth. In hindsight, abandoning his advantages as a translator proved to be an unwise decision, as his business acumen was lacking. Even by the age of 30, he barely managed to make ends meet, let alone amass wealth. By the 20th year of the Kaiyuan era, and Lushan, now in his 30s, was still struggling, perhaps too eager to get rich. He resorted to cheating while trading sheep, only to be caught and brought to trial for fraud. The local official, Zhang Shogui, initially intended to execute him. However, upon seeing his formidable physique, he deemed him suitable for military service and decided to keep him as a personal guard. Thus began Lushan's meteoric rise. It turned out that while he was inept in business, he was a military genius. In the early stages of his enlistment, he achieved remarkable feats for the Tang. Yet, fortune does not favor one person indefinitely. In the 24th year of Kaiyuan, after being promoted to the position of Pinglu Pacification Marshal, Lushan led campaigns against the Khitan and Xianbei, but his overconfidence from years of military success led to a disastrous defeat. According to protocol, Lushan should have been executed, yet Zhang Shogui, recognizing his bravery, could not bring himself to execute him. Instead, he sent him to the eastern capital of Luoyang, leaving his fate to the court's discretion. At that time, the Tang Chancellor Zhang Juling, upon seeing Lushan's unattractive visage, was convinced he was no good and fervently urged Li Longji to execute him. Yet, contrary to expectations, Li Longji not only spared Lushan but also promoted him. Wishing to emulate Taizong and demonstrate to the world that he, Li Longji, was capable of embracing talent, that the Tang was a dynasty that welcomed all. In the Tang dynasty, regardless of ethnicity, as long as one contributed significantly to the empire, they could attain high office. This strategy proved effective, as many from the Hu ethnic groups subsequently rose to leadership positions in the Tang military, achieving remarkable victories and causing distress to neighboring powers. In the Qin dynasty, upon seeing in Lushan's image, Yingzheng was jolted. What in the world is this? It startled me. He resembled a donkey. No wonder Chancellor Zhang Jiuling remarked that he did not seem like a good person. He embodied the quintessential villain. Old Li, you must heed this advice and find your way back. During the reign of Emperor Suzong of the Tang, the poet Du Fu gazed at the examination results, and a profound sense of tragic grandeur surged within him that he never imagined that the rebellion instigated by Lushan would mark the end of the Tang's golden age. In his heart, the Tang was invincible, a dynasty poised at the pinnacle of the world, a resplendent Tang where palaces opened to the skies and nations bowed in reverence, a Tang that would not allow the Hu cavalry to cross the Yin mountains. Regarding this rebellion, which none had foreseen, Du Fu's thoughts mirrored those of the common folk. Given the martial prowess of the Tang soldiers, the Hu cavalry following in Lushan would be swiftly subdued. No force could shake the Tang dynasty. To the mighty Tang, these rebels were but a speck of dust in the vast ocean. Despite in Lushan's fierce advance, swiftly crossing the Yellow River, the citizens of Chongzhen, including Du Fu, still believed that war was distant from their lives, until the emperor fled and Chongzhen fell, leaving the nation in shock. Subsequently, the people made a choice divergent from that of the emperor. The sage had forged a grand Tang for all, but now, as he aged and faltered, what of it? Were the people of the Tang mere spectators? Today, we must, with our own hands, safeguard the glorious Tang dynasty that once bestowed upon us immense honor. Like the majority, Du Fu aligns with our collective choice. The emperor has fled, yet we, the common folk, must not follow suit. We shall unite spontaneously to combat the rebel forces. This great Tang is the emperor's Tang, but it is equally the Tang of its people, and we shall not permit anyone to trample upon it with impunity. Alas, events have unfolded contrary to our wishes. The heart full of fervor does not guarantee victory. Countless commoners have suffered casualties, and even Du Fu himself has been captured by the rebels, regaining his freedom only a year later. Thereafter, the actions of Emperor Suzong have thoroughly wounded the hearts of the Tang populace. This Tang is no longer the Tang that dwells in the hearts of the people. The narrative continues. From this point forward, Lushan expressed profound gratitude towards Li Longji for his recognition, becoming Li Longji's confidant and a prominent figure in the Tang court. As the tale unfolds, a scene emerges, and Lushan enters the palace to pay his respects to Li Longji, with the crown prince also present. Yet, Lushan kneels only before Li Longji. Displeased by Lushan's disregard for the crown prince, a minister rebukes him. He quickly feigns ignorance, speaking in a Na'vi tone. I am but a Hu man, unfamiliar with the customs of the Central Plains, and I know not what rank the crown prince holds. Is he perhaps greater than the emperor? Li Longji, amused by his innocent demeanor, chuckles, thinking him genuinely oblivious to court etiquette, and explains, the crown prince is the future emperor of Tang. After my reign, this realm shall belong to him. Lushan feigns ignorance and defiantly replies, I have not heard of such. I have only known your majesty. Only then does Lushan reluctantly bow to the crown prince. Seeing Lushan's simple-minded behavior, Li Longji grows increasingly convinced of his lack of guile, placing greater trust in him. Lushan is quite adept at pleasing others. It is evident to all that Lushan is merely flattering Li Longji, yet no one dares to expose this, for most present have accepted Lushan's hush money. For Li Longji, Lushan's willingness to offend the future emperor to curry favor is a testament to his loyalty, which is indeed rare. Following this exchange, ministers received silver from Lushan, while Lushan was rewarded by Li Longji, who was pleased with Lushan's loyalty. All were content, and none dared to voice dissent. In this context, Liu Bang is left speechless. What is this? How can Lushan, with such childish antics, deceive an emperor of the Tang? The most troubling aspect is that Li Longji perceives Lushan as simple-minded. Liu Bang longs to inquire who the true fool is here. Lushan, in his 40s, could easily pass for a grandfather. How can he not understand? One need not be a fool to know what a crown prince is. Two individuals, one dares to speak, the other to believe. At this moment, Liu Bang cannot reconcile the foolishness of Li Longji with the ruler who once crafted the flourishing era of Qiyuan. Is this truly the same person? Could he have been possessed? As the narrative of the Tang dynasty unfolds, and Lushan himself observes the contents of the proclamation, he chuckles to himself. Li Longji grows increasingly senile. The court is rife with treachery, and the central army's combat capability deteriorates. His ascension to power over the Tang dynasty is imminent. The account progresses, subsequently, and Lushan transformed into a consummate flatterer. As long as Li Longji was pleased, he was willing to flatter anyone, even Yang Guifei, to win Li Longji's favor. And Lushan recognized Yang Guifei as his adoptive mother, addressing her as mother each time he entered the court. Despite being 16 years her senior, Liu Bang can scarcely fathom this scene. His eyes burn. This rotund man is older than Yang Guifei by 16 years. It is no exaggeration to say and Lushan could be her father. Yet, he dares to call her mother. His audacity knows no bounds. From then on, and Lushan would first kneel before the Guifei during each audience, before paying respects to Li Longji, the Tang king. The narrative continues, and Lushan, as an employee, possesses remarkable abilities, knows how to endear himself to his superiors, and exhibits unwavering loyalty, all commendable traits. No leader would reject such a subordinate. He is not an ordinary employee, but rather the dream companion of a poet. Thus, in Lushan's rise within the Tang court became increasingly smooth. In the 28th year of Kaiyuan, and Lushan was promoted to the position of Pingla military commissioner. In the first year of Tianbao, he rose to the rank of Pinglu Jedusherd. In the third year of Tianbao, he concurrently held the position of Fanyang Jedusherd. This juncture, and Lushan's ascendance is entirely reliant on the patronage of Prime Minister Li Linfu, who can elevate him but also cast him aside. Consequently, and Lushan remains in Li Linfu's shadow. Despite this suppression, and Lushan's influence continues to grow. He holds the titles of Jedushi for Hudong, Fanyang, and Pinglu, and is conferred the title of Shangshugwo, Duke of Luqing, and Prince of Dongping. Indeed, he is at the zenith of his power. Regrettably, human desires are insatiable. As and Lushan's power and status approach their zenith, he finds himself no longer content to be merely a subordinate. Thus, within his corpulent belly, there is no room left for loyalty to the Tang emperor. Instead, it harbors a wolfish ambition to usurp the Tang realm. At this moment, Li Yuan and his son Li Shimin hold their breaths in trepidation. This is bad, and Lushan plans to rebel. Having conceived his entrepreneurial ambitions, and Lushan secretly amassed over 8,000 warriors from the Xianbei, Khitan, and other tribes, forming his own foundational cadre. Simultaneously, he replaced most of the Tang generals under his command with individuals to achieve complete control over northern Tang. Yet, Li Longji remains utterly oblivious. Or rather, due to his trust in Lushan, Li Longji allows these events to unfold, believing in Lushan has been indoctrinated by Tang culture and has become a loyal subject. Coincidentally, during this period, a development in the Tang court further exhilarates in Lushan. The long-dominating Prime Minister Li Linfu has passed away. The newly appointed Prime Minister Yang Guozhong rose to power through his relationship with Yang Guifei's brother, lacking the necessary prowess to suppress Lushan. At this moment, Lushan's influence in the Tang court begins to overshadow that of Prime Minister Yang Guozhong. Eager to solidify his position, Yang Guozhong resorts to desperate measures, initiating hostilities against the Nanzhao kingdom. Under his command, tens of thousands of Tang troops ventured deep into Nanzhao, most perishing in the mountains and swamps, ultimately returning empty-handed. This campaign against Nanzhao resulted in tens of thousands of Tang soldiers slain, with repercussions felt far beyond the Tang borders. Fearing repercussions that could jeopardize his status, Yang Guozhong concealed the defeat and reported a fabricated victory. Li Longji, at this juncture, shows no interest in the battle's particulars. Taking Yang Guozhong's word at face value, the Tang army's defeat against Nanzhao not only reveals the Central Army's waning combat effectiveness to Lushan, but also exposes Li Longji's senility and the chaos within the court. Thus, Lushan hastens his entrepreneurial endeavors to this point. Yang Guozhong possesses no means to counter Lushan, yet fears Lushan might threaten his position. He thus informs Li Longji that Lushan harbors rebellious intentions. Now, the aged Li Longji, nearing 70, has become exceedingly senile. Despite numerous reports indicating Lushan's treasonous behavior, he steadfastly refuses to believe that Lushan would betray the Tang. He clings to the bond of trust between himself and Lushan. Unwilling to accept the possibility of treachery, Li Longji's obstinacy leaves all parties exasperated. Prime Minister Yang Guozhong devises a plan, suggesting that Li Longji issue a decree summoning Lushan to court. If he fails to appear, It would indicate his rebellious intent in Yang Guozhong's and the minister's minds, and Liu Shan would surely not dare to come. However, the outcome is that Liu Shan not only arrives but does so without delay. Traveling through the night, the vivid tableau of the Golden List, the scene of dialogue between Liu Shan and Li Longji reemerges upon entering the palace, and Liu Shan's first act was to lament to Li Longji, exclaiming, "I am but a human, favored by your majesty, elevated to a high position, yet envied by Yang Guozhong, who seeks to harm me. My life hangs in the balance." Witnessing Liu Shan, a man of 200 to 300 pounds, weeping like a child, with snot and tears streaming down his face, Li Longji found it increasingly difficult to believe that such a figure would conspire against him. Thus, feeling a sense of guilt, Li Longji rewarded Liu Shan with jewels before sending him back to the frontier. Following Li Longji's probing, Liu Shan was resolutely determined to rebel. He no longer wished to live as a dependent. He thus sped through the borders at an astonishing pace of 300 to 400 li a day, making a beeline for his homeland, Fanyang. Remarkably, despite Liu Shan's unusual behavior, Li Longji once again chose to turn a blind eye. The inscriptions on the Golden List momentarily paused, revealing the image of Liu Shan raising an army in Fanyang, before continuing to recount events. Finally, in the 11th month of the 14th year of the Tianbao era, the Ensure rebellion, instigated by Liu Shan, erupted. Liu Shan summoned his generals and declared to the Tang army in the northern three towns that he was acting under a secret edict from Li Longji to march into the capital to purge the treacherous minister Yang Guozhong. Simultaneously, Liu Shan assembled his private forces, comprising the Luo, Shi, and Chidan tribes, along with a formidable contingent of 150,000 troops from the northern three towns of the Tang, advancing southward in a grand campaign. Wherever they went, it was as if demons had descended upon the earth, plundering everything in their wake. At that time, the Tang dynasty had enjoyed decades of peace, and the populace had not experienced the ravages of war for generations. Thus, upon hearing the news of the Tang army's advance from Fanyang, they were left utterly astonished. Moreover, the military might of the Tang forces under Liu Shan was alarmingly formidable. They swept through northern Tang with an unstoppable force. Reports of frequent distress signals from the border defenses north of the Yellow River reached the court, with ministers repeatedly informing Li Longji of Liu Shan's treachery, asserting that he had already crossed into Hebei. Upon hearing this news, Li Longji's reaction was consistent with before. He wondered who was reporting maliciously against Liu Shan this time. Over the years, countless individuals had warned him of Liu Shan's potential rebellion. Yet each time it had proven to be mere rumors and exaggerated fears. Li Longji believed this instance to be yet another case of the wolf coming to the door, amidst the flourishing era of Yuan. The citizens of the Tang, living in the height of prosperity, were incredulous upon witnessing this scene on the Golden List. How could this be possible? How could the weapons of our Tang soldiers be turned against their own? They could not comprehend it. Even if Liu Shan were to rebel, how could over 100,000 Tang soldiers follow suit? Simultaneously, the ministers of the Tianbao era, upon reading the content of the Golden List, were engulfed by a wave of sorrow. Alas, our innocent Tang populace suffers from the ravages of war. For years, more than one person had advised the sage that Liu Shan would surely rebel. Yet he would not heed their counsel, stubborn as a mule. He was. How could the sage be so foolish? Liu Shan has already invaded Hebei, and yet the sage remains unconvinced, thinking the ministers are slandering him. At this moment, many officials felt the urge to exclaim, "What must happen for you to believe that Liu Shan is truly rebelling? Must you wait until he has a knife to your throat? And only then will you believe." In the Tang dynasty's martial virtue, Li Yuan's face turned pale with rage. He bellowed at Li Shimin, "Li heir, look at what your descendants have become." Has Li Longji, after decades as the emperor of the Tang, not established his own intelligence network? It would be one thing if he were unaware of Yang Guozhong's defeat at the hands of the southern Zhao with his hundreds of thousands of troops. But now, with Liu Shan nearly at Chongzhen, he remains oblivious. Fine. You may not know, but the ministers are clearly telling you. And Liu Shan has rebelled. Yet what is the result? Li Longji still refuses to believe, thinking the court officials are framing Liu Shan. Damn it. Has he not seen what Liu Shan looks like? Can such a man be good? It drives me mad. How could such a wise ruler become so foolish in his old age? Li Yuan's furious eyes were bloodshot, and he struggled to articulate his words. At this moment, Li Shimin found himself retreating from the spittle of Li Yuan, unable to muster a single retort in his heart. He too felt helpless. Damn it. How could I, Li heir, be so brilliant, yet none of my descendants prove reliable. In the Tang Xinguan era, Li Ji felt an ominous foreboding upon witnessing the outbreak of the Inshu rebellion. He hastily glanced at his father, as he suspected. Li Shimin's face was as dark as coal, causing Li Ji's heart to plummet. Father, please remain rational. I cannot bear the blame for Li Longji's missteps. There are several generations separating us. Oh no, I might be in deep trouble. Just as this thought crossed Li Ji's mind, Li Shimin's gaze shifted towards him, his face adorned with a warm smile. Li Ji, you want me to be rational? Li Shimin approached Li Ji with a smile, wielding a stick, and as he walked, he swung it through the air, producing a whistling sound. Instinctively, Li Ji shivered, feeling a pang of pain in his rear. He nearly pleaded with a quavering voice. Father, I have borne the blame for Wu Zetian. I should not have to bear the blame for Li Longji. Please, spare the child. Li Shimin let out a grunt and charged towards Li Ji. Once again, the halls of the Daming Palace echoed with the lamentations of Li Zhi in the Tang dynasty's Tianbao era. As Li Longji was engrossed in intimate moments with Yang Guifei, he suddenly found himself aghast at the contents of the golden list. His feet slipped, and he fell directly onto the favored concubine at that moment. He was at a loss for how to express his inner turmoil of fear and anger, merely muttering, "He has rebelled. And Lushan has truly rebelled. How could he betray me after all I have done for him?" The magnitude of this revelation struck Li Longji profoundly, rendering him momentarily unable to accept the reality. In the Qing dynasty, Kangxi understood that from the moment Lushan raised his banner, the outcome had been predetermined. The Hu people, fierce and warlike, possessed both strengths and weaknesses. However, mere belligerence could not endure indefinitely. If the Manchu were to remain like the Hu, only knowing warfare, they would forever be nomadic tribes. Thus, their ancestor Nurhasai preserved the warrior spirit of the nomads while embracing Han culture, by integrating both. The Manchu naturally ascended to become the rulers of the world, victorious in battle and invincible. Therefore, Kangxi held Han culture in high regard, albeit excluding the Han literati, whom he regarded with disdain, believing them to be of little worth beyond their sycophancy. At times, they would even resort to violent disputes over who could best flatter, a truly incomprehensible spectacle. Compared to the Song and Ming dynasties, the scholars of the Qing were the most spineless. In the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang scoffed at Li Longji's obstinacy. Li Longji, you still harbor hopes of reforming the barbaric outsiders. If these savages could be reformed, would the Song have met its demise? The Song dynasty invested centuries in aiding these northern tribes, yet what was the outcome? Humiliation, the shame of Jingnan, and annihilation. For these barbarians, the only viable method is to subdue them through force. Reform is an unattainable dream. Even after nearly a century of Sinicization, have those prairie bandits truly learned the ways of propriety and hierarchy? Did not the founder of the Yuan, Kublai Khan, rely on the assistance of the Han people to seize the throne? However, deep down, they have never regarded China as their home. They indiscriminately pillage and slaughter the common people that ask for the land. They have never shown any inclination to manage it. How pitiful it is that the fertile lands of China are treated by them as mere pastures for grazing. Even after becoming rulers of an empire, they remain entrenched in their violent ways, still believing that brutality can tame everything in this world. Zhu Yuanzhang, having personally experienced the tyranny of the Yuan, profoundly understands the violent mindset of these people. They are merely a group fixated on possession and plunder. Zhu Yuanzhang finds it difficult to comprehend Li Longji's current state of mind. How can a sovereign who has faced so many hardships in his youth still harbor such a sense of luck? The Song dynasty. Achio. Zhao Kuangyin sneezes several times in succession, instinctively exclaiming, "Alas, is someone discussing me? Why discuss me? Is not Li Longji the protagonist today?" The recounting of the imperial list continues to this moment. Urgent battle reports from Hebei and Hunan provinces poured into Li Longji's hands like snowflakes one after another. The messages bore the same content, and Lushan has rebelled. Surely, not all officials of the Tang court are in collusion with Lushan? At this point, Li Longji realizes the gravity of the situation and finally awakens. Yet, he cannot fathom why Lushan would rebel. He had once bestowed unparalleled trust and favor upon Lushan. So why has it culminated in such a result? No one can answer Li Longji's questions. In this moment, Li Longji feels a profound sense of disappointment, fear, and the rage of betrayal within his heart. Even now, the memories of the camaraderie he once shared with Lushan vividly replay in his mind. Mocking him for his later incompetence, Li Longji resolves to personally send Lushan to hell. On the imperial list, after it becomes a fact that Lushan has rebelled, Li Longji queries his ministers, asking who dares to quell the insurrection. In the entire Tang court, only Li Longji's voice resonates. When did the Tang court become so silent? Those ministers who usually engage in grandiloquent discourse now remain utterly mute. As if struck dumb, as Li Longji gazes around. He sees only sycophants. Which among them could possibly stand against Lushan? Cold sweat breaks out, and Li Longji collapses back onto the dragon throne, engulfed in unprecedented despair, trembling uncontrollably. When did his once mighty Tang court descend into such a state? Indeed, when did this begin? Reflecting upon it, he realizes he has not attended to state affairs for over a decade. At this moment, he is no longer the exalted emperor of the Tang, but rather resembles a helpless, solitary elder, just as Li Longji sinks into deep self-reproach. A voice tinged with an accent reverberates through the court that I, Minister Feng Chongqing, am willing to subdue the rebels. No image of Feng Chongqing could be found. The old book of Tang describes him as thin and short, with slanted eyes, implying he was lean, diminutive, and also a cripple. Instantly, an image of Feng Chongqing materializes on the imperial list. Within his slight frame lies immense potential, the martial virtue of the Tang. Li Yuan finally relaxes his tightly clenched fists. Feng Chongqing, a commendable name. Our Tang still possesses loyal subjects. Beside him, Li Shimin expresses no concern. Just a band of rebels. The Tang has never lacked in such adversaries. These matters are mere trifles to me. With the might of the Tang army, we can swiftly suppress the insurrection. What kind of tempest could they possibly stir? Although the rebels are formidable, our Tang enjoys the advantage of time. Terrain and manpower. I end this battle. Even with eyes closed, I cannot imagine losing. The advantage is ours. The Qin. I, Minister Feng Chongqing, am willing to subdue the rebels. Ha ha ha. Excellent, a willing contender. Qin Shi Huang stands confidently against the cold wind. His gaze fixed intently on the contents of the imperial list, his emotions tumultuous. China has never lacked loyal ministers. What is lacking is a wise ruler. Yet, at this moment, Li Longji can no longer be deemed a wise ruler. The Han, Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, rises in excitement. After holding back for so long, his emotions ignite at this moment. What a fine Feng Chongqing. With all the ministers quaking in fear, let me be the one to quell the rebellion. The Song Dynasty. Zhao Kuangyin sighs. It is a pity that a valiant general like Feng Chongqing, who fought valiantly for half his life, would ascend to the position of Anshi Jidushi, only to face potential obliteration in an instant. This Li Longji's manipulative skills are not inferior to Zhu Yunjian. Can't you entrust professional matters to professionals? What is the point of blind orders? Have you ever fought a battle? Zhao Kuangyin cannot help but voice his discontent. The Ming's Hongwu, Zhu Yuanzhang, is rendered speechless. Over a decade of neglecting state affairs, Li Longji is indeed a remarkable figure. What emperor can compare to you? Zhu Yuanzhang takes great pride in his diligent governance. Furthermore, when the imperial list recounts the performance of his fourth son, he is equally pleased. He hopes that his Ming will not produce a ruler who neglects state affairs for over a decade. Otherwise, he would surely be driven to high blood pressure. The recounting continues. Meanwhile, the image on the imperial list zooms into the Tang court. Although the voice is somewhat awkward, it resonates with strength, unmistakably belonging to a seasoned warrior. A glimmer of hope ignites in Li Longji's eyes as he turns toward the source of the voice. It is a man of average height, afflicted with a leg ailment. Feng Chongqing. Li Longji recognizes him. The Anshi Jidushi, he has long defended the western regions and is renowned for his martial prowess. The circumstances in the western regions are even more dire than in the northern borders. Thus, Feng Chongqing's military acumen surely rivals that of Lushan. Point 1. Feng Chongqing surpasses all the ministers in the court. Li Longji seems to see a reflection of his former self in Feng Chongqing. Yes, the Tang army should embody this spirited demeanor. Li Longji regains his confidence. Li Longji appoints Feng Chongqing as the new Jidushi of Fanyang and Pinglu, instructing him to proceed to Luoyang immediately to recruit soldiers against the enemy. Simultaneously, Li Longji appoints Guizi as the Shuofang Jidushi to encircle the rebels from a strategic position. This time, in Hunan, Li Longji establishes 3 defensive lines. The first line of defense consists of the 13 prefectures, including Chenlu, formed to slow the rebels' advance southward, allowing Feng Chongqing ample time to prepare defenses in Luoyang. Feng Chongqing will recruit soldiers in Luoyang to form the second line of defense. which will also serve as the main force to counterattack the rebels. Meanwhile, under the imperial decree of Li Longji, General Gao Xianji commands 50,000 men to guard Chongzhen as the third line of defense. The three lines of defense work in concert, mutually supporting one another. Having completed all this, Li Longji finally breathes a sigh of relief. The Tang still has warriors willing to fight, though there is no guarantee of victory against the rebels. Li Longji still feels that the three-tiered defense plan he devised is reasonably sound. With the might of the Tang army, this should be sufficient to deal with the insurrection. The Qin, faced with the tense atmosphere in the Tang court depicted on the imperial list. As Li Longji meticulously lays out his strategy, Qin Shi Huang becomes increasingly tense himself. These three lines of defense appear impregnable, yet they are all situated on plains. Can they truly hold the Tang? Li Yuan remains fixated on the imperial list, his brow furrowed deeply. Defending Hunan and Luoyang does not seem like a wise choice. Erlang, what do you think? He subsequently inquires of Li Shimin's opinion. Rarely serious, Li Shimin's expression turns grave. He speaks slowly, his voice heavy. This is dire. We should not defend Hunan. Hunan is a vast plain, lacking defensible terrain. The ideal strategy would be to hold Tongguan. By securing Tongguan, we can wear down the morale of the rebels and find an opportunity to strike decisively. After listening to Li Shimin's analysis, Li Yuan became even more agitated. Subsequently, Li Shimin further expounded. If it were the elite forces of our Tang dynasty, the outcome of defending Luoyang and Tongguan would be the same. However, if we rely on hastily recruited militias, Luoyang will be difficult to defend. The combat prowess of the Anbei army is no laughing matter. This battle will not be easy. Li Yuan sharply inhaled a breath of cold air. Even Erlang lacks confidence. Can Feng Chongqing hold Luoyang? During the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di furrowed his brow. The focus should be on preserving Chang'an, engaging the rebel forces in a war of attrition. The Li Longji and the Tang army of that era could hardly have anticipated the formidable strength of An Lushan's Anbei army. Misjudgments inevitably lead to disastrous outcomes. The tally on the golden list continued, revealing scenes from the battlefield in Hunan. The eye in the sky. The northern Tang army, led by An Lushan, surged forth with overwhelming might. Their military presence strikingly formidable. Once upon a time, these soldiers stood united against external threats. It is regrettable that Li Longji underestimated the border troops while overestimating the central army and the hastily recruited militias. The combat strength of the border troops is not something the central army and militias can compare with. This seemingly reliable triple defense plan was effortlessly shattered by An Lushan. On December 2nd, An Lushan's forces crossed the Yellow River and effortlessly captured Lingchong County the same day. The governor of Qinlu, realizing the futility of defending the city, promptly opened the gates and surrendered. The rebels occupied Qinlu, marking the collapse of the first line of defense. Within the scene, the rebel forces appeared robust and powerful. In stark contrast, the central army of the Tang dynasty in counties like Qinlu already displayed a diminished morale. On December 8th, An Lushan advanced westward, swiftly capturing cities like Xingyang. With only 100 miles separating Xingyang from Luoyang, the next target of the rebels was the eastern capital, Luoyang. But at this time, Feng Chongqing had completed the recruitment of troops with utmost speed and stationed himself at Hulao Pass, preparing a defensive stance. However, the central army had not encountered battle for so long that their combat effectiveness was woefully inadequate. Most of the tens of thousands he hastily recruited were untrained commoners. After their recruitment, they scarcely received any training to exaggerate. These militiamen could not even comprehend military orders. As a result, the first battle between the two sides unfolded without any surprises, leading to a complete rout of Feng Chongqing's forces. Unable to hold Hulao Pass, the imagery on the golden list shifted once more. Faced with the rebel forces charge, the defensive line composed of militias and the central army crumbled like fragile paper. A gaping hole torn open. Consequently, Feng Chongqing's army collapsed entirely, retreating in disarray. Yet Feng Chongqing was no ordinary individual. He swiftly adapted his strategy, gathering the remnants and retreating while engaging the enemy. Although he faced continuous defeats, he managed to hinder the rebels' advance southward. Before long, Feng Chongqing realized that the vicinity of Luoyang had been thoroughly ravaged by the rebels, leaving Luoyang on the brink of isolation, with no other options. To avoid a desperate struggle, he had to abandon Luoyang and lead the main forces to retreat to Tongguan. Before departing, Feng Chongqing ordered the destruction of all military supplies that could not be taken. Leaving the rebels with nothing, and led the remaining central army to hastily retreat to Shan County. Thus, the second line of defense, anchored by Luoyang, collapsed. The first two lines of defense were breached in just 10 days by Enlushan. On December 12, Enlushan's rebels entered Luoyang, pillaging and slaughtering without restraint. As the account continued, a dialogue appeared between Feng Changqing and Gao Xinji. Feng Changqing, having retreated to Shan County, reported the strength of the rebels to Deputy Marshal Gao Xinji. The rebels, after days of bloody combat, had become an unstoppable force, and it was unwise to confront them directly. Moreover, Shan County had no troops. If the rebels abandoned their attack on Hunan and headed straight for Chongzhen, the capital would be in peril. At this juncture, we should abandon Hunan and retreat to Tongguan to protect the capital. Given their friendship and the urgent nature of the situation, Gao Xinji accepted Feng Changqing's counsel, abandoning Shan County and hastily retreating to safeguard Tongguan. Strategically, their choice was sound. With no fortifications left in Hunan, should the rebels breach Tongguan, the court would find itself in a precarious predicament. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, confronted with the consequences of the Tang army's defeat, Li Shimin felt a sense of relief wash over him. He understood that the most perilous moment had passed. At this juncture, it was imperative not to fixate on the loss of a single city. One must consider the greater picture and engage the rebels in a prolonged struggle. Tongguan was indeed a formidable stronghold. Even Li Yuan, at his side, felt reassured. He was well aware of the challenges involved in breaching Tongguan. A defeat was inconsequential as long as they recognized their limitations and adopted the correct strategy. Eventually, they would reclaim their ground in the realm of the Qin dynasty, witnessing Enlushan leading the rebels with such relentless force. Yingzheng was left utterly astonished. He had presumed that the 3 lines of defense established by Li Longji were impregnable, yet they crumbled like paper. By the heavens, how astonishingly strong is this northern army! He exclaimed. How could they be so formidable? Wang Jian, what is your assessment? Can we prevail? General Wang Jian's lips twitched as he offered a response that lacked certainty. It's a 50-50 chance. The narrative continued. The Tang army faced consecutive defeats, leading to significant territorial losses for the Tang dynasty. This dire situation filled the 71-year-old Li Longji with profound fear and fury. After Enlushan's rebellion, Li Longji's authority suffered a severe blow. Now, the soldiers at the front disregarded his existence, unilaterally deciding to abandon several counties in Hunan. Li Longji. It seemed that the Tang generals no longer regarded him as their sovereign. The supervising eunuch Bian Lingqing reported to Li Longji, alleging that Feng Changqing had deliberately surrendered Luoyang and fled without a fight. He claimed that Feng Changqing incited Gao Xinji to abandon Shan County, spreading tales of the rebels' military prowess to bolster their spirits while undermining his own. In the report, Feng Changqing became the orchestrator of defeat. Upon reading this memorial, Li Longji's anger flared. He resolved to execute Feng Changqing and Gao Xinji before the army to serve as a warning. Within the Tang dynasty, Feng Changqing was left bewildered upon reaching this point. He had indeed uttered the words, "The rebel forces are unstoppable," but his statement was grounded in the understanding that the central army could not withstand the rebels. Moreover, at that time, Shan County lacked fortifications. Even if they were to forcibly defend it, the outcome would inevitably lead to total annihilation. Retreating to Tongguan was the most prudent choice at the time. Effectively capable of obstructing the rebel advance, the foolish Li Longji nonetheless issued a decree to execute Gao Xinji and Feng Changqing in the ranks and urgently summoned the ailing Deshugen, the military governor of Hishi and Lunjiou. In the unfolding scene, Gao Xinji and Feng Changqing were beheaded. As Feng Changqing faced death, he could not comprehend how the Tang sovereign, who had trusted him just moments before, could so suddenly turn against him. In the realm of the Qin dynasty, Qin Shi Huang reluctantly closed his eyes. A brilliant strategist, striving to save the Tang dynasty from peril, was executed before the ranks. Li Longji, oh Li Longji, how could you be so foolish? Yingzheng sighed. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Li Longji's decree plunged both Li Shimin and Li Yuan into a heavy silence. They had grasped the essence of the situation. This review by Li Longji was merely a call for retribution. There were no surprises, only disheartening news. During the Tianbao era of the Tang dynasty, Enlushan commanded his subordinates to assault Tongguan. At this moment, his eyesight was nearly gone, and he could only rely on the eunuch Li Zhuer's reports to understand the contents of the golden list. He learned of Li Longji's execution of Feng Changqing and Gao Xinji, causing him to erupt in jubilant laughter. Ha! With Li Longji's foolishness, the Tang dynasty is destined for ruin. relay orders for the troops to launch a fierce assault on Tongguan. If we capture Chong'an, the soldiers shall be permitted to pillage and plunder for 3 days. Simultaneously, during the Tianbao era of the Tang dynasty, the citizens of Chong'an, consumed by worry over the war, fell silent. To execute generals in the midst of battle. How can this be allowed? There is no hope left. The sage has become this foolish. If this continues, what will become of our Tang dynasty? The narrative resumed. Little did Li Longji expect that upon entering Tongguan, Ge Han would make choices mirroring those of Gao Xianji and Feng Changqing. He merely reinforced the defenses of Tongguan and refrained from any offensive actions. At this juncture, although Lushan's rebel forces were numerous, they had yet to breach Tongguan. Simultaneously, Guizi and Li Guangbi had repeatedly vanquished the western rebel commander Shi Siming. However, the rebel forces were beginning to show signs of fatigue. To bolster his authority, Lushan reluctantly declared himself emperor in Luoyang, naming his regime the Great Yan, and established a court of civil and military officials, formally opposing the Tang dynasty. It was anticipated that the siege of Tongguan would ensnare a significant portion of the rebel forces, allowing Guizi and Li Guangbi to strike directly at Fanyang, leading to the inevitable defeat of the rebels. Yet, in times of expectation, unforeseen events often arise. Upon seeing the news on the Golden List, both Li Shimin and his brother felt a jolt of apprehension. Would Li Longji once again meddle in affairs? After Ge Han entered Tongguan, Prime Minister Yang Guozhong had not enjoyed a single restful night. This Tang Prime Minister seemed to be suffering from a paranoia of being harmed that he believed that Ge Han might pose a threat to him. Consequently, he decisively took action, dispatching his trusted confidants to Tongguan to monitor Ge Han's every move. Should Ge Han exhibit any suspicious behavior, he would not hesitate to report it. During the Tianbao era of the Tang dynasty, the rebel forces were tirelessly assaulting Tongguan. Ge Han, already feeling overwhelmed, was further betrayed by his own people, leaving him understandably disgruntled. Ge Han thought to himself that he must find an opportunity to eliminate the confidants Yang Guozhong had sent to spy on him. To avoid suspicion, Ge Han killed Yang Guozhong's confidants. The scene left him in silence. Was it possible that he had truly slaughtered Yang Guozhong's men? Wouldn't that enable Yang Guozhong to whisper poison into the emperor's ear against him? During the same period, Ge Han's actions only intensified Yang Guozhong's panic. This Ge Han dared to kill my confidants today. Might he target me, the prime minister, tomorrow? No, I must find a way to eliminate Ge Han to prevent future troubles. At this moment, Yang Guozhong considered the stability of the Tang dynasty secondary to his own wealth and power. After his confidants were slain, Yang Guozhong forged a false intelligence report to present to Li Longji. The report claimed that the attacking rebels were not as formidable as rumored, consisting of merely over 4,000 elderly, weak, and sickly individuals. Li Longji promptly ordered Ge Han to launch an offensive against Tongguan, sending 20 envoys over 3 consecutive days to urge him to act decisively and crush the rebels. During the Tianbao era, upon seeing the contents of the Golden List, Ge Han was left in disbelief. What nonsense was this? The rebels were merely frail and sickly. Yang Guozhong would stoop to such fabrications to eliminate him. Such absurdity might as well be whispered to ghosts, for even they would not believe it. What kind of feeble, infirm individuals could defeat the Tang army as easily as slicing tofu? After half a month of conquering the entire Central Plains, Yang Guozhong dared to label these rebels as weak and sickly. Ge Han could no longer contain his frustration. If Yang Guozhong can't handle this war, let him come fight it himself. I'll handle the logistics. During the same period, Guizi, upon witnessing Li Longji's actions on the Golden List, felt overwhelmed. Has His Majesty lost his mind? At this moment, anyone could see that Tongguan must not fall into enemy hands. How can he trust Yang Guozhong's drivel, dispatching over 20 envoys in a mere 3 days to command Ge Han to attack? Is this an order a rational person would give? Guizi felt helpless. Why foolish emperor? Even Taizong would first avoid open conflict in this situation. Can you not heed my advice to be cautious? Meanwhile, Li Guangbi nodded in agreement, suggesting they write a letter to the emperor, urging him not to rush and to await their arrival. They did not need him to do anything else. If Ge Han could hold Tongguan, they would soon reach Fanyang. Guizi, hearing this, felt even more exasperated. How could they stop Li Longji from being reckless? If he were not reckless, he would not be Li Longji. The imperial edict is not to be defied. Ge Han reluctantly marched out of Tongguan. True to expectation, the 180,000 peasant soldiers led by Ge Han were ambushed as soon as they exited Tongguan, forced to cover their heads and surrender. Utterly unaware of the concept of fighting back. In an instant, over 100,000 troops were rendered to ashes. Tongguan fell to the rebels, and Gushuhan was captured. With the fall of Tongguan, the nature of the conflict shifted dramatically, leaving the gates of Chong'an wide open, now firmly in Lu Shan's grasp. In that fleeting moment of Tongguan's defeat, the citizens of Chong'an, who had been observing the Golden List, were suddenly engulfed in panic. It's over. The rebels are coming. Quick, flee. Take all valuables with you. If we don't escape now, it will be too late. Someone's cry set off a wave of chaos in the streets of Chong'an. Just the day before, the city had been bustling with life, and now it transformed into a scene of desperate flight. Run! The citizens scrambled for safety. But what if we all flee? Who will defend the Tang dynasty? At that moment, a distinctly different voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. Unexpectedly, the speaker was a frail scholar. Someone inquired, "Can Chong'an be defended? If it can be defended, we shall defend it. If it cannot, we shall still defend it." He replied. Another asked, "Warfare leads to death. Are you not afraid? Life is but a fleeting moment. Whether it weighs heavier than a mountain or lighter than a feather, to protect one's home and country is our duty." He answered fearlessly. The citizens fell silent for a long time before finally asking, "Your words resonate deeply. May I ask your esteemed name?" The man chuckled softly and walked away in the opposite direction. After a considerable distance, he turned back and declared, "I am Du Fu." In the Qin dynasty, Ying Zheng was left astounded. What sort of absurdity was this from Li Longji? How could he believe everything Yang Guozhong said? Was Yang Guozhong truly a virtuous man? Furthermore, was the Tang dynasty truly this weak? For 1,000 weak and sickly individuals dared to rebel against the Tang. Such claims would make anyone laugh until their teeth fell out. You may execute commanders in the heat of battle, but to command from the rear while the team is fighting at the front, with such a level of command, is it any wonder they faltered? Is this not sheer recklessness? The comrades were already striking at the enemy's homeland, yet he insisted on complicating matters further. This is madness. Ying Zheng had lived a long life and had never encountered such an absurd emperor as Li Longji. The disparity between Li Longji's actions before and after was striking. During the martial virtue era of the Tang dynasty, Li Yuan felt his blood pressure surge to an alarming level. I feel faint. My blood pressure is through the roof. In his hazy state, he seemed to see his great-grandmother waving at him. Have I truly died from anger? Li Yuan was startled, and his mind suddenly cleared. He quickly supported his forehead, cursing, "This is madness. I've worked myself into a hallucination. All of this was due to that wretched Li Shimin, who had birthed such troublesome offspring." With this thought, Li Yuan summoned all his strength and kicked at Li Shimin. The force of Li Yuan's kick was substantial, releasing all the pent-up grievances he had endured. Ouch! Li Shimin fell, sprawling on the ground, quickly scrambling to his feet. "Father, why are you taking your anger out on me?" "I have grievances too." Li Yuan glared, fuming. "How dare you vent your frustrations on others? Look at your descendants. None of them are worthy of pride." Li Shimin replied. In the Han dynasty, Han Xian was seething with frustration, slapping his thigh in anger. What a disgrace. This is not how battles are fought. Clearly, Li Longji's various antics on the Golden List left Han Xian utterly bewildered. Li Longji had avoided every correct course of action. What kind of level is this? He couldn't even stumble upon a right answer. The Tang army's defeat was simply unacceptable to the military sage Han Xian. It was more unbearable than death itself. What a remarkable figure Li Longji is, truly the unparalleled god of war of the Tang dynasty. Your martial prowess rivals that of Liu Bang. During the prosperous reign of Jingnan, Li Shimin cast a glance at the ailing Li Ji. His heart heavy with helplessness. "My son, it is not my desire to wage war against you. Yet, your grandson has proven to be lacking in ambition, leaving me no choice but to confront you. Fear not, for I shall ensure you are spared." Li Ji's vision darkened, and he muttered incoherently. Leaning closer, Li Shimin heard him softly lament, "Thank you for being there for me." At that moment, the news of the rebels breaching Tongguan appeared on the Golden List. Chong'an had become a solitary city, its defenses alarmingly thin, and its fall was merely a matter of time. Anxiety gripped the hearts of all present. The news of Tongguan's fall reached Chong'an, causing a profound upheaval in the capital. With the north in turmoil and the central plains in chaos, now even Chong'an has succumbed to disorder. Li Longji, witnessing this calamity, felt utterly powerless. The common folk fled in droves, the city gates of Chong'an besieged and impassable. In a bid to stabilize the court and populace, Li Longji proclaimed his intent to lead an expedition against the rebels, temporarily alleviating the fears of Chong'an's citizens. However, on the dawn of June 13th, the day meant for Li Longji's grand campaign, he absconded, abandoning the prosperous and affluent Chong'an, disregarding the plight of the Tang people. Accompanied only by Yang Guifei, Yang Guizhong, and the crown prince, he stealthily exited the city, shielded by the imperial guards. Yet, a pressing question lay before him. Where to flee? The north was off limits, the western regions uninviting, leaving only Bashu as his destination. Upon leaving Chong'an, Li Longji set his course for Bashu, where he could continue to indulge in wealth and luxury. With the emperor's flight, chaos in Chong'an intensified. And Lushan seized the capital of the Tang dynasty with virtually no resistance, plundering the citizens for days and amassing great wealth. During the Jingnan period of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin beheld this scene, his head throbbing with rage. Curse you, Li Longji, that wretched beast has fled. How could he abandon us? He brought about this calamity and then ran away. Li Ji, you have raised a fine offspring. The feeble Li Ji once more lost his grasp on sanity. Be irrational. Please. Li Shimin summoned all his strength to strike Li Zi. Lig. You implore me to be rational. How can I remain so when your wife, your son, and your grandson are all capable individuals? How can I be rational? The commanders surrounding Chong'an received word of the emperor's flight to Bashu, their morale plummeting, and most abandoned the city. Thus, the entire Tang dynasty was engulfed in flames of war, its realm fragmented. The once magnificent Kaiyuan era was reduced to ashes in an instant, utterly vanishing. Yet, Li Longji's journey to Bashu was fraught with turbulence. In his twilight years, he faced yet another military insurrection, orchestrated by the Tang generals and the imperial guards that in the Tang dynasty. The generals escorting Li Longji to Bashu were incensed upon seeing the contents of the golden list. They could not bear it. Their Tang dynasty deserved better. Yang Guizhong had compelled An Lushan to rebel, driven Ge Shuhan away, and now had plunged the Tang into disarray. What right did he have to live? Why should we escort him? The supreme commander of the imperial guards was the first to lose patience. Brothers, our nation is in ruins, our homes lost, all due to that scoundrel Yang Guizhong. If you're brave enough, join me in the palace to confront him. Let us end the life of that treacherous dog. This declaration ignited a fervor among the guards. Let us slay that treacherous dog, one stab for each of us. Let him be a porcupine. Faced with the wrath of the imperial guards, Li Longji chose to compromise. What other choice did he have? An Lushan's forces were right behind him, and he still needed the protection of the guards. Thus, Li Longji ordered the execution of Yang Guizhong. Yet, the guards remained unsatisfied. Their gaze turned to another, Yang Yuan. Unfamiliar with the gravity of the situation, Li Longji panicked. This cannot be. Yuan is my very life. How can I exist without her? The pain is unbearable. To take my beloved's life, one must pay dearly. A length of white silk, a gown of white, such was Yang Yuan's final fate. A beauty of her era, now extinguished. Yang Yuan's death was a price paid for her brother's actions and for Li Longji's folly. On the road to Shu, Yang Yuan beheld her impending fate. With a sigh, her gaze brimmed with reluctance. Yearning to return to the joyous days of your continue her love story. The verses echoed in her ears. In the heavens, may we be like birds of a feather. On earth, may we be entwined branches. Though time may sever, this longing shall endure. Even in her final moments, Yang Guifei exuded an air of nobility. During the reign of Tang Suzong, Li Longji, imprisoned by Li Hong, was overwhelmed with tears of regret. He lamented his own foolishness. How could I ever deserve the title of sage? In the heavens, may we be like birds of a feather. On earth, may we be entwined branches. My beloved, it is I who has wronged you. My ignorance has brought you to this end. If only I were given another chance, I would mend my ways and govern the Tang with diligence. Li Longji lay prostrate on the ground, weeping bitterly. Yet within the hall that confined him, no one could offer a response. During the Tianbao era of the Tang dynasty, Yang Guizhong, despite all his machinations, found himself met with death. Why? Why must they kill me? I have merely done what every treacherous minister would do. At that moment, Yang Guizhong seethed with indignation. If I had not brought ruin upon the nation, would I still be considered a competent traitor? The narrative continues. As Li Longji journeyed to Bashu, a rift emerged between him and his son, Li Hong, leading them to part ways, with Li Hong heading northwest to Lingwu. There, Li Hong could connect with his forces in the northwest. namely the Tang troops stationed at the Anxi Protectorate. After establishing contact with the Northwest Army, Li Heng engaged in negotiations with the Tibetan and Huige forces. The Tang troops were called back to quell the internal strife. They found themselves outmatched by the threats from the western regions. The Tibetans and Huige understood well that Li Heng's actions were aimed at pacifying the internal chaos of the Tang while relinquishing the western territories. In agreement with Li Heng's intentions, they demanded only the western lands, pledging not to join forces within Lushan to attack the Tang. With no further concerns, Li Heng ascended to the throne in Lingwu, donning a new robe and bestowing the title of Taishang Huang upon Li Longji, commencing the path to quell the insurrection of the Tang. This time, and Lushan possessed the most prosperous capitals of Chongzhen and Luoyang. Yet, he lacked ambition and governance, indulging only in pleasure. Under such circumstances, the rebel forces did not win the hearts of the people, who still hoped for the Tang army to swiftly restore order. Moreover, the internal discord within Lushan's rebel forces festered, with mutual suspicion between rulers and subjects and officials vying for power. From the moment Lushan rebelled, his fate was sealed. Violence can never endure. Before long, death approached. It is well known that Lushan suffered from a long-standing eye ailment, perhaps a divine punishment. Since his rebellion, his condition worsened, ultimately leaving him completely blind. Simultaneously, he was afflicted with festering sores. The dual torment of body and mind rendered Lushan a madman. Death loomed ever closer. During the Tianbao era of the Tang dynasty, as Lushan prepared to raise an army in Fanyang, he saw the contents of the Golden List and erupted with fury. What is this? What do you mean my expedition is destined for failure? Am I truly weaker than Li Longji? Who do I look down upon? I hold the title of military governor over 3 regions. My power is immense. After the psychological distortions of Lushan, he developed a peculiar obsession. Murder. When fatigued, he would kill to relieve his weariness. When enraged, he would slay to vent his fury. When troubled, he would take a life to ease his worries. In addition, Lushan offered no kindness to his close attendants, subjecting them to the same beatings and insults. In the first year of the Enshi rebellion, Lushan's personal eunuch, Li Zhuer, expressed his agreement with this sentiment. Encountering a boss as deranged as Lushan was indeed unfortunate. The day without murder left him feeling utterly restless. Li Zhuer feared the moment Lushan might turn on him with a blade. Perhaps resigning would be the best course. Yet, as a eunuch, particularly one castrated by Lushan himself, where could he find another job? Unemployment loomed as a grim reality. There seemed to be no other option. Li Zhuer contemplated. Perhaps he should seek a new master. Faced with such a tyrant as Lushan, his personal eunuch Li Zhuer began to scout for a new superior. And that individual was Lushan's legitimate second son, and Qingshi was astute. He knew Lushan had more than one son, and the throne was not necessarily his for the taking. So why not take decisive action? Let us execute a grand plan. Subsequently, Qingshi conspired with Li Zhuer to murder Lushan, forging Lushan's imperial edict to ascend as the emperor of the Great Yan. During the reign of Emperor Suzong of the Tang dynasty, in the eastern capital of Luoyang, Lushan, brandishing a whip, ruthlessly lashed at Li Zhuer. The sound of Li Zhuer's screams echoed as he was mercilessly beaten, his flesh torn and bloodied, all for the crime of pausing mid-report on the Golden List. Writhing in agony on the ground, clutching his head in despair, he did not intend to stop. The contents of the Golden List were perilous enough to cost him his life. If he were to report truthfully, wouldn't he face a fate worse than death? After what felt like an eternity, Lushan finally ceased his assault, seizing the opportunity to catch his breath. Li Zhuer thought perhaps Lushan had calmed down, but as he turned, he saw Lushan reaching for the knife concealed at the head of his bed. Terrified, he trembled, fearing for his life, and fled the palace. To his misfortune, he collided with the hastily approaching Yan Zhuang and Qingshi. Yan Zhuang intercepted Li Zhuer, feigning concern. Li Zhuer, what has happened? You are covered in wounds. Li Zhuer, pale as death, remained silent, desperate to escape. Yan Zhuang pressed further. Does the emperor know the contents of the Golden List? Li Zhuer's expression turned mournful. How could a servant dare let the emperor know? I am utterly loyal to the emperor. When have I ever harbored treasonous thoughts? The Golden List is a death sentence for me. With that, tears streamed down his face. Yan Zhuang persisted. Li Zhuer, you have served His Majesty faithfully for over a decade. Your loyalty is beyond question. Yet you are aware of His Majesty's temperament, executing several attendants daily. At this rate, Your life is in jeopardy. Li Zhuo replied, I know where the emperor hides his knife. The moment he reached for it, I fled. Yin Zhuang's expression turned grave. Li Zhuo, you are in a pitiful state, dealing with the Lord of Hell daily. Li Zhuo, connecting the contents of the golden list. Understood Yin Zhuang into Qin Shi's intentions, but was at a loss for what to do. Yin Zhuang continued, you have seen the contents of the golden list. We have no retreat left. Why not take decisive action against His Majesty? He made a slicing motion across his throat. Li Zhuo instantly turned pale with fear. Yin Zhuang added, if you refuse today, once the emperor learns the contents of the golden list, you will still face death. Rest assured, the new emperor will treat you well. And Qin Shi nodded vigorously in agreement. Finally, Li Zhuo acquiesced. He stealthily led in Qin Shi and Yin Zhuang to An Lushan's palace. Taking advantage of An Lushan's failing eyesight, they crept around to his back, and Li Zhuo plunged the knife into An Lushan's neck. An Lushan, feeling the pain, sensed a warm flow cascading down his abdomen. In a panic, he reached for the knife at the head of the bed, only to trip over a chair and crash to the ground, never to rise again. In his final moments, An Lushan roared in defiance. Which traitor dares to kill me? Which traitor dares to kill me? During the reign of Emperor Wu De, Li Yuan could only utter one phrase upon reviewing the golden list's contents, An Lushan deserves to die. This is retribution. Soon after, Li Yuan quickly composed himself, aware that after joy must come fear. What more awaited him? He urged, let us proceed. I am now impervious to blades and spears. I tell you, my heart is harder than a butcher's knife. What other demons and monsters dare to emerge? I can withstand them all. With that, he cast a disdainful glance at Li Shimin, his eyes filled with contempt. Beside him, Li Shimin remarked, what the hell? The review of the golden list continued. After An Lushan's demise, the then Tang Emperor Suzong, Li Heng, finally prepared for a comprehensive deployment in military matters. Li Heng ordered the gathering of the Anqi Army, the Biting Army, the Modeo Brigade, and other forces under the command of various military governors, totaling 150,000 troops for a northern expedition. Among these, the Anqi and Biting armies served as the primary forces. At this juncture, the Tang's military strength was not advantageous. Thus Li Heng sought assistance from the Yutian, requesting 5,000 troops, from the Hueha army another 5,000, from the southwestern tribes 5,000, as well as several thousand Arab mercenaries. The Khitan Khan stipulated conditions for their deployment. After the Tang recaptured the capital, they would be allowed to pillage Chong'an for 3 days. That Li Heng consented to the Khitan's terms to end the Qin dynasty. Ing Zheng remained silent. What would he have done? Choose the empire or the people? In this moment, the first emperor, who unified the 6 states, was filled with profound turmoil. During the reign of Emperor Wu De, Li Yuan's previously composed demeanor became strained. Li Heng's actions signified a choice to sacrifice the chariot to save the rider, forsaking the western regions to preserve the Tang dynasty. However, Li Yuan could not comprehend why, for merely 5,000 troops from the Khitan, he would agree to let them ravage Chong'an. Was the combat capability of the Khitan soldiers truly that significant? In the Han dynasty, Liu Bang narrowed his eyes. This Tang Emperor Suzong, Li Heng, was indeed ruthless. Trading the people for the empire, he was a formidable figure. During the reign of Emperor Jingnan, Li Shimin was consumed by a fiery rage. He felt as though he might spontaneously combust. His sorrow was not for the western regions he had fought so hard to secure, but for the common people of the Tang. All of this was the doing of that scoundrel Li Longji. Had he not neglected state affairs, blindly trusted in Lushan, and bestowed upon him such immense privileges, would the Insur rebellion have erupted? Were it not for his execution of Feng Chaqing and Gao Xianji, and his urging of Gu Shuhuan to leave Tongguan, how could Chong'an have fallen? Li Longji was indeed in Lushan's greatest enabler. Li Shimin bit his lip, his voice low and steely to Li Longji. The people are repaying you for your debts. In this moment, Li Shimin's heartache was beyond words. He could only hope that after retaking Chong'an, Li Heng would refuse to honor the Khitan's deceitful terms. Such a cost should not be borne by the people. Above the heavens, the review of the golden list continued. The progress bar was nearing its conclusion. Soon, the troops from Longyu, Heshi, and Anqi would converge in Fengxiang. The empire's comprehensive counteroffensive was about to commence. The Khitan Khan's son, Yi Hu, along with over 5,000 elite Khitan soldiers, arrived in Fengxiang. In the second year of Li Heng's reign. In late September, he ordered 150,000 Tang troops to set forth immediately for Chong'an to reclaim the capital. During the reign of Emperor Suzong of the Tang dynasty, Guizi furrowed his brow. He was deeply dissatisfied with Li Heng's conduct. The decision to counterattack the rebel forces was far from prudent. Li Heng was overly eager to secure his position through the recapture of Chongzhen and Luoyang. In doing so, he was willing to inflict 1,000 casualties upon the enemy, while suffering 800 losses himself. Guizi had earnestly advised Li Heng on multiple occasions, clearly elucidating the pros and cons, and explicitly warned him that engaging in battle with the rebels was too hasty, as many preparations were insufficient, likely resulting in excessive casualties. Yet, Li Heng adeptly showcased the traits of Li Longji. Remaining obstinate and disregarding counseled, Li Heng appointed his son, Prince Guangping Li Chu, the most beloved grandson of Li Longji, as the Grand Marshal of the imperial armies, dispatching him alongside Vice Marshal Guizi towards Chong'an. At this juncture, Emperor and Qin Shi of the Yin dynasty also received word and summoned an elite force of 110,000 rebels. Once, this formidable contingent of rebels was the most steadfast bastion of the Tang in the north. There is a saying that rings true. Only another Tang army can vanquish the Tang. Guizi led 150,000 Tang troops to the outskirts of Chong'an, where the rebel generals in Shozhong and Li Guiran commanded their 110,000 strong forces. Undaunted, the stage was set for war, heralding the commencement of the historically brutal Battle of Xiangji Temple. In the vivid tableau, outside the city of Chong'an, over 10,000 Tang soldiers stood in formation, stretching for miles, their might overwhelming, causing even the peaks of the mountains to shy away. Facing them, a mere few hundred meters away, the rebel forces extended for dozens of miles, an endless sight, with spears raised to the heavens and swords drawn. The gleaming silver armor of both factions shone brilliantly. This radiance pierced the firmament, reflecting vividly in the eyes of every observer, evoking a sense of awe, as many found themselves swallowing nervously. The spectacle was profoundly impactful. The sound of drums, the fervent shouts of encouragement, and the restless warhorses surged forward. At the command, a cacophony of slaughter erupted as hundreds of thousands charged like ferocious tigers at the enemy, blood spilling forth and staining the earth. While the clouds above turned a vivid crimson, a deluge of arrows descended like a torrential rain as the grand battle unfolded. A series of striking images began to resonate with the hearts of onlookers. Both sides were composed of the Tang's most elite border forces. There was no probing, no stratagems. Before the sheer might and armament, any cunning was rendered inconsequential. Hundreds of thousands roared as they surged forth. The vanguard of the Tang was led by Li Siyue, while the rebels were spearheaded by Li Guiran. In an instant, over 200,000 soldiers clashed, the scene resplendent, the din of battle echoing to the heavens. With a level of carnage unprecedented, it is no exaggeration to assert that the fighting prowess of these 200,000 troops could sweep away any force in this era, though they shared a common lineage. In the eyes of the Tang forces, the rebels had betrayed the Tang, an unforgivable transgression. Conversely, the rebels viewed the Tang court as corrupt, no longer the Tang of yore. They sought to cleanse the court and restore clarity to the realm. Each faction upheld its own beliefs, its own convictions. In this moment, reconciliation was a mere impossibility. The clangor of blades and the clash of armor resonated from dawn until dusk, the roars of battle persisting until sheer exhaustion set in. Devoid of any tactics or formations, one strike followed another, as brothers fell to the blades of their no one relinquished their weapons, nor did anyone retreat a single step. The Tang Empire, with each stroke, slowly inched towards decline. The records began to tally. Both sides exchanged blows, with the Tang achieving initial success. However, Li Guiran swiftly led the rebels to turn the tide in the second round at that moment. Despite the Tang's overwhelming numerical advantage, the hastily assembled coalition suffered a rapid decline in combat effectiveness. Lacking the cohesion that the rebels possessed, the Tang forces gradually faltered, beginning to find themselves on the back foot. The general quality of the Anqi troops was notably high. Even in death, none dared to retreat, for if one man faltered, fled, it would lead to a chain reaction, and the moment their momentum waned, the entire army would collapse. Should the army collapse, the Tang would be irreparably lost. At that point, the Tang would truly face annihilation. Yet, as the Tang situation continued to deteriorate, the rebels, hardened through trials, could not rely solely on willpower to compensate for their diminishing combat strength. The Tang's defenses began to crumble. In this dire moment, the Tang army yearned for a hero, one capable of turning the tide of battle. At this critical juncture, The vanguard commander, Li Siyue, stepped forth as the records continued. The focus shifted to Li Siyue. This man, Li Siyue, shed his battle cloak, revealing a chest stained with the blood of foes. Leading by example, he plunged into the midst of the rebels, wielding a broadsword. Vanquishing gods and demons alike, his face devoid of fear, regarding life and death as inconsequential. In that moment, Li Siyue resembled a celestial being, cutting through the ranks of the rebels with relentless vigor. Any rebel who dared to obstruct him met a swift demise. Simultaneously, Li Siyue's battle cry resounded throughout the Tang camp. Today, I lead the charge, and should I perish, I harbor no regrets. The morale of the Tang surged, igniting their final reserves of strength to counterattack, fighting to the bitter end. Meanwhile, elite mercenaries from the Uyghur and Arab contingents arrived, joining the fray. The Tang's vanguard forces clashed with the rebels' front lines. The rebels' second wave retaliated fiercely, decimating the first contingent of the Tang. The Tang's second wave surged forward, once more shattering the rebels' ranks. The subsequent rebel forces retaliated again, annihilating the frontline Tang soldiers. Then came the third, fourth, and fifth waves, each batch engaging until exhaustion set in, battling until no enemies remained before them. Both sides were evenly matched, the battlefield littered with the fallen, rivers of blood flowing. Ultimately, despite an initial numerical disadvantage, the rebels were defeated, the scene froze, and the records resumed. In this battle, the Tang elite suffered 70,000 casualties, while the rebels lost 60,000, resulting in a devastating loss for the Tang. Both sides maintained a 1-1 casualty ratio. In this grim victory, the Anshi and Biting forces nearly faced total annihilation. Fortunately, the rebels were left with little strength to mount further counterattacks. On September 28th, Chongzhen once again returned to the Tang. In Qin. Upon witnessing this scene, on the walls of Xianyang, countless soldiers clad in black armor tightened their grips on their long spears. In an instant, their garments became soaked. The visual impact of the Battle of Xiangji Temple was utterly terrifying. What manner of army could produce such formidable momentum? Even with over half their ranks lost, they did not crumble, renowned for their valor. The old Qin soldiers were compelled to introspect. What kind of faith could forge such a formidable force? They had never encountered anything like it. The end of the Qin dynasty. Xiang Yu beheld this spectacle, his mind instantly ablaze. Unable to contain himself, he burst into applause. Well done, Tang army. This is how battles should be fought. This is true victory or defeat. If all men were like that old fellow Liu Bang, hiding and seeking refuge, this conflict would be far too mundane. Resolute, he decided to seek out Liu Bang for a confrontation. If he is my brother, I shall strike him down. In the Han dynasty, Liu Che beheld the Tang forces engaged in mutual slaughter, and he felt a shiver run down his spine. This was truly terrifying. Was this the peak of the Tang army? If he possessed such fierce generals and such a formidable army, would defeating the Xiongnu not be as simple as a game? In the era of the Tang dynasty's Wuda, Li Yuan found himself utterly overwhelmed. His eldest son, Li Jianqing, thoughtfully rolled over a small cart, upon which Li Yuan lay in a state of despair. With trembling fingers, he pointed at the golden list, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "I curse you, Li Longji. These fallen are none other than the valiant soldiers of our Tang dynasty. Why did you not perish years ago? No, not merely years. You ought to have departed at least a decade sooner." In that moment, Li Yuan seemed to glimpse his great-grandmother once more. Exhausted, he uttered, "Let it all be destroyed." Beside him, Li Shimin was numbed by the gravity of the situation, fully agreeing with his father's sentiments. Had Li Longji been granted merely 10 fewer years, he would have been immortalized as a revered monarch. Had he lived 20 years less, he would have been enshrined as an unparalleled emperor. Yet, this rascal defied fate, living well into his 70s. How could this scoundrel continue to thrive? Was he consuming elixirs? In the Ming dynasty, during the reign of Yongle, Zhu Di was ecstatic to the point of delirium. However, his second son, Zhu Gaoxiu, was even more animated. Leaping 3 feet high, he exclaimed, "Father, grant me command of the army and bestow upon me the title of General of Heavenly Strategies. I shall raise a force of equal prowess." Zhu Di narrowed his eyes. "Oh, you wish to be General of Heavenly Strategies. Are you aspiring to emulate Li Shimin?" Zhu Gaoxiu shot back defiantly, "Of course. Li Shimin is my idol. One day, I, Zhu Gaoxiu, shall also ascend as the Heavenly Khan." Zhu Di's expression grew even more intricate. "But you are not the crown prince. How can you become the Heavenly Khan?" Zhu Gaoxiu shrugged dismissively. Once I wield military power, I could orchestrate a coup akin to the Xuanwu Gate incident. Zhu Di snorted derisively. Fratricide and patricide. Is it? Zhu Gaoxiu instinctively replied. Well, that is not entirely out of the question. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. What the hell did I just say? A cold sweat broke out as he turned to find Zhu Di drawing his sword. Father, let me explain. Across the myriad realms of history, reactions varied. Meanwhile, the assessment of events continued to unfold. Following the recapture of Chongzhen, per agreement, the Khitan soldiers are to plunder Chongzhen for 3 days. During the Jingnan period of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin, upon reading the contents of the Golden List, was nearly driven to draw his sword against Li Ji. These Khitan truly dare to pillage Chongzhen? You insolent wretch, Li Hong commanded. Let them deal with him. What does it matter if Chongzhen is already taken? With merely 5,000 Khitan soldiers, they shall be sent to their demise. How dare they make such demands? If I were to confront them, they would hasten to fortify the Great Wall. At that time, the eastern capital of Luoyang remained under the control of Qin, and the Khitan sensed that the Tang dynasty was reluctant to retaliate at this juncture. Adopting an aggressive stance, Emperor Li Hong had no choice but to compromise, yet he feared that news of the Khitan's plundering of Chongzhen would incite panic among the citizens of Luoyang, potentially leading them to aid in Qin in defending the city as the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Li Hong could not lower himself to plead with the Khitan prince. Thus, he dispatched his son, Li Chu, to humbly request the Khitan prince Yihu to alter his plans. In the Khitan encampment, Yihu recalled the Tang prince who had knelt before him in supplication. For the first time, he looked down upon the Tang prince from his horse, experiencing a surreal sense of disorientation. Was this truly the undefeated Tang of yore? Once, the Khitan had been subject to reprimands by the Tang. Yet that day, he found himself in a position to look down upon the Tang prince. This marked the beginning of the Khitan soldiers' audacity in the Tang realm at this critical juncture. Internal turmoil within the Tang could not be tolerated any longer. The prince, Li Chu, prioritized the greater good and thus knelt before Yihu's steed, which led Yihu to agree to relocate the plundering site to Luoyang. A man's knees bear gold. With this kneel, the Tang dynasty could never rise again. Li Yuan, witnessing this spectacle, descended into madness. Beasts, damned beasts. Since the founding of our Tang, have we ever endured such humiliation? Li Shimin, you shall kneel before me. Summon Li Chu. He must not kneel. Li Shimin clenched his teeth, cursed in Lushan, cursed Li Longji, and that opportunistic Khitan. I swear to eradicate you. During the reign of Emperor Suzong of the Tang, Li Chu observed the events depicted on the Golden List. His gaze dimmed. He too found himself powerless. It was said that the late Li Longji was foolish, yet his father, Li Hong, was scarcely better. His father only saw the throne, disregarding the welfare of the Tang populace. A war that could have been won was lost due to his father's suspicions. As the crown prince, he was often left to clean up the mess. His position as the Tang prince was indeed stifling. In the 23rd year of the Jingnan era, Li Shimin's expression darkened as he witnessed Li Chu kneeling before the Khitan prince. By the heavens, such indignity could not be tolerated. A mere Khitan dared to insult my Tang dynasty to such an extent that our prince must kneel. This is utterly preposterous. Li Ji, which capable generals do we still have at our disposal? Li Ji, battered but attended to the Golden List, recognized his father's intent and rallied his spirit. I have a penchant for warfare as well. I recommend General Su Dingfang. Li Shimin immediately acquiesced, issuing an edict. Bring forth the decree. Appoint Su Dingfang as Grand Marshal, commanding 100,000 Tang troops to rectify the Khitan menace. They shall not return until the nation is avenged. The eunuch promptly departed to announce the edict. During the Enshi rebellion, the citizens of Luoyang rallied to support the Tang, yearning for a swift victory over the rebels. However, they soon found themselves dumbfounded by the contents of the Golden List. They are not to plunder Chongzhen. Instead, they are to raid Luoyang. Very well. Their arrogance is astonishing. From this day forward, Luoyang shall contemplate adopting the surname, and the assessment continued. 3 days hence, the Tang army shall march towards Luoyang. At this moment, the recently defeated emperor of Yan and Qin hastily mobilized all available forces, numbering 150,000 infantry and cavalry, to defend the city. These troops were not the elite of the past, but rather hastily assembled militia. Their combat effectiveness was woefully inadequate, and the Tang army easily held them at bay, while the Khitan cavalry launched a flanking attack, causing the rebel forces to collapse in an instant. Realizing the dire situation, and Qingshu fled from Luoyang to Fanyang under cover of night. The eastern capital of Luoyang swiftly returned to the Tang.at. The moment the city fell, the citizens of Luoyang erupted in jubilation, for their Tang monarch had finally returned. Unbeknownst to them, their nightmare was only just beginning. The citizens' cheers could not revive the former glory of the Tang. Instead, they were met with the scythes of the Khitan soldiers. The 3 darkest days in Luoyang's history marked a moment of disgrace for the Tang, as well as a shame for all of China. Even more humiliating was the fact that the Khitans' plundering of Luoyang was a promise made by their Tang emperor himself. It is unfathomable that for 3 whole days, under the watchful eyes of the Tang army, the citizens of Luoyang were deprived of even the right to resist. Many did not perish by the blades of the rebels, but rather at the hands of the Khitan. The land belonged to the Tang, yet women and children became subjects of the Khitan, rendering Luoyang a desolate city in ruins. Bang, bang, bang. Yingzheng observed the scene, infuriated to the point of shattering porcelain. How could Li Heng be so utterly deranged, watching his own people be ravaged? During the era of Tianbao, Li Longji was driven to madness by this sight. He began to ramble incoherently. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am not a foolish ruler. How could I commit such a blunder? And Lushan would not rebel against me. I have treated him so well. Why would he turn against me? How could Lushan ever betray me? How could my Tang fail? You are all deceivers. My Tang soldiers cannot be defeated. I am the emperor, and I shall not err. This matter does not concern me. None of this pertains to me. Defeated, defeated. Ha! The Tang dynasty has fallen. Have I made a mistake? Did I truly err? The concerns of Li Yuan and Li Shimin have indeed come to pass. The two are so incensed they could spit blood. Damn you, Li Heng. Why did you not resort to trickery? How many of the old Li family do not resort to deceit? An emperor speaks of honesty, yet here I am, the emperor, speaking of integrity? Is there an emperor in this world who truly embodies honesty? Why did you not cheat? For heaven's sake, with the 2 capitals recovered, what harm is there in a little deceit? Can 5,000 troops from the Khitan really overturn the Tang dynasty? In the era of the Ming dynasty, during the reign of Hanwu, Zhu Yuanzhang, upon witnessing this familiar scene, felt such rage that he could almost shatter his molars. These emperors throughout history, must they always subject the common folk to further suffering? Have the people not endured enough? Moreover, in his quest to appease the Khitan, Emperor Su of Tang, Li Heng, even married his daughter, Princess Ningguo, to the Khitan. Yet, the Khitan Khan, unworthy of such a union, passed away the following year. However, according to Khitan customs, Princess Ningguo was expected to be buried alongside him. The vibrant Princess Ningguo refused to be entombed in such a manner. She resisted. She went mad. She slashed her own cheeks with a knife, demonstrating her loyalty to the Khitan Khan, thus earning the chance to return to the Tang dynasty. How tragically lamentable. In Chongzhen, during the Tang dynasty, Princess Ningguo now lived in seclusion. The imperial edict reminded her of her sorrowful past, causing her to reminisce about her tragic fate. Unable to contain her grief, she bowed her head upon her desk and wept bitterly. During the Qing dynasty, Emperor Qianlong could not help but reflect upon the rise and fall of the Tang dynasty, lamenting the fate of its princesses, mere pawns in the game of imperial power. The princesses of his own Qing dynasty, however, were fortunate. Their marriages were ones of privilege. After the recovery of the 2 capitals, Emperor Su of Tang, Li Heng, finally returned to the Chongzhen he had left 2 years prior. This city, ravaged by the flames of war, had long lost its former vitality and splendor, now steeped in solemnity and silence. In November, Li Longji, stationed in Bashu, received news of the rebels' surrender and hastened back to Chongzhen that very night. This Tang emperor, in his 70s, was astonished to discover the beauty of Chongzhen anew. How profoundly tragic was the Tang dynasty. At last, he realized the magnitude of his errors. The glorious Tang that once dominated the East would never return. In this world, there exists no remedy for regret. The sorrow of history lies in its absoluteness. There are no hypotheticals, and all that time has cast aside shall never return. Yesterday has become the past. Those who lived it can only remember this moment of shame through the annals of history. During the reign of Emperor Su of Tang, Li Longji, imprisoned within the depths of the palace, stared blankly into the void that in that moment. He felt a profound sense of remorse. If the imperial edict could grant him a chance for redemption, he would strive to be a better man. No, a better emperor. He eagerly anticipated whether the edict would reward him with an extension of life. With such a chance, he could reclaim his rightful authority. After Li Longji returned to Chongzhen, He was imprisoned in the depths of the palace by his son, Li Heng. All his trusted confidants were dismissed. Even Gao Lishi, who had accompanied him for half a lifetime, was exiled to the heart of Qin. At this juncture, Li Longji finally faced the divine retribution he so richly deserved. In the palace, he severed all ties with the outside world, becoming a true recluse. He languished in solitude for 3 long years before passing away in sorrow. 3 months after Li Longji's death, his son, Li Heng, followed him into the void. At this time, taking advantage of the chaos within the Tang court, the rebel forces once again marched southward and captured Luoyang. The Qin Shi rebellion continued unabated. The Tang army besieged Luoyang for months, yet lacked the strength to reclaim it. After Emperor Su's demise, Li Longji's grandson, Li Yu, formerly Li Zhu, became the emperor of Tang, and he found himself compelled to seek aid from the Khitan once more. The Khitan, having grown bolder, presented even more outrageous demands than before. After the recovery of Luoyang, the Khitan troops ravaged the Tang populace like wolves, committing acts of slaughter and widespread humiliation. The casualties among the common people were counted in the tens of thousands, and the scale of destruction was unfathomable. The fires within Luoyang burned unabated for over half a month. Remarkably, it had only been 5 years since the Khitan last pillaged Luoyang. Yet, what was even more intolerable was that the Tang imperial forces began to emulate the Khitan. Plundering their own people, the Khitan raided Luoyang, and the Tang forces seized the surrounding cities. While the Khitan pillaged for half a month, the Tang army continued their looting for 3 full months. Across the central plains, after the Tang army's onslaught, the populace was decimated, with homes lying in ruins everywhere. Those who survived, regardless of gender, had become mere shells of their former selves, wandering aimlessly, naked, with vacant eyes. After this, the Tang dynasty lost all support from the people. Its territory significantly diminished, and the Tang government lost command of its military, marking the beginning of the fragmentation of its provinces. That, on the other hand, due to the several appeals for assistance, the Khitan, who had been subservient to the Tang for a century, now found themselves elevated to nobility. Wherever the Khitan went, the Tang populace was forced to avoid them. Even military officers and court officials dared not provoke the Khitan. In the era of Wu De, Li Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically and tilted his head, fainting. In that fleeting moment, he felt a sense of liberation. To hell with it. Let today's assessment conclude here. To look further would be impolite. I shall faint as a mark of respect. Out of sight, out of mind. At the same time, Li Shimin trembled with rage, his beard quivering. How could our Tang dynasty endure such humiliation? A mere Khitan dares to plunder Luoyang twice. Furthermore, these Tang soldiers are vying for their share of the spoils. Is this truly the proud Tang army of your? Infuriating, utterly infuriating. That I fear from this point forth, the Li clan will never regain the people's trust. Li Shimin helplessly closed his eyes. Once trust is lost, it cannot be regained. The Tang dynasty stands on the brink of collapse. In the 3rd year of the Tang Dali era, the era of Li Zhu and Li Yu, Du Fu, residing in Bashu, beheld this heart-wrenching assessment. He shut his eyes in despair. Since the Qin Shi rebellion, prices have skyrocketed, and the common folk are in dire straits. The Tubo have raided Chongzhen multiple times. Even the empire's internal stability has begun to wane. Truly, a moment can lead to heaven, another to hell. Having personally experienced the Qin Shi rebellion, Du Fu was left despondent. Henceforth, he could only place his hopes for a better life within the realm of poetry. During the reign of Emperor Su of Tang, the Khitan tribes displayed expressions of satisfaction by the thousands. Once standing at the pinnacle of the world, the Tang dynasty now bowed its proud head before them. Through the looting of the eastern capital, they amassed wealth that could last for decades. What is this? The slaves have risen to song. The vassals have become the masters. At the same time, in Japan, a name bestowed by Empress Wu Zetian, still in use today, the Japanese were incredulous. The dastardly Khitan have perished. Life has been rather pleasant for the Japanese, and they could scarcely believe their eyes. Our celestial empire is being bullied by others. How is this possible? This is the Great Tang. At this moment in Japan, the Tang dynasty is regarded as sacred and inviolable. Their culture, Confucianism, script, and so forth have all been acquired through the envoys sent to Tang. Who learned from the Tang dynasty? The kimono worn by Japanese women has also been refined from the Tang attire. They hold the Tang dynasty in great reverence and consciously embrace the role of a younger brother to the Tang. Witnessing the current plundering of the Tang by the Huabei people elicits a sense of shared enmity in the Song dynasty. Upon seeing this, Xiaogo could not help but complain to Qin Hui, saying, "Look at what I have been saying. The common folk are incessantly clamoring for a northern expedition, and that Yufei, too, is always shouting for a campaign to the north. What good would it do to reclaim the north? Not only would we need to spend money on governance and disaster relief after conquering it, but we would also have to guard against the Jurchens taking it back, bit by bit. We exhaust the nation's finances? Just look at the Tang, which, in its quest to seize Luoyang, expended such great effort and resources, only to find themselves humbly seeking assistance from outsiders after reclaiming the north. The people wouldn't remember your merits. The result would be a court depleted of troops and resources, with finances in disarray. Ultimately, the north would still fall into the hands of local warlords, rendering all efforts futile. Isn't this a classic case of labor without reward? How foolish. Had we abandoned Luoyang from the start, we could have preserved our wealth and ease. Why find ourselves in such a predicament? Qin Hui hastily expressed his agreement, stating, "Your Majesty speaks rightly. That Yufei, being merely a man of arms, knows nothing of the intricacies of human affairs. He fails to consider that even if we were to reclaim the north, it would inevitably fall back to the Jurchens in due time." Zhao Go nodded in satisfaction. In the end, it cannot be held. Why expend such effort? This Yufei is surely a brute who understands not the nuances of economics, unaware of the most advantageous course of action. If he were to conquer the north, the sheer size of that territory would require an annual investment in resources to fend off the Jurchens, which would bankrupt our Song's finances. How then could I enjoy a life of luxury and ease? Surely, collecting protection fees would be more practical. As a minister, he shows a lamentable lack of understanding, entirely oblivious to the burdens of the sovereign. After Zhao Go concluded, he reclined on the dragon throne, wearing an expression that suggested the Song would have long since collapsed without him. During the reign of Emperor Suzong of the Tang dynasty, the Tibetan kingdom, under the leadership of King Tsongkhapa, seized the opportunity while the Tang had fully mobilized the Anshi and Baiting armies to quell internal unrest, leading an army of 200,000 Tibetan soldiers southward. They occupied over 50 prefectures and more than 150 counties in Anshi and Longyu, plundering a population of approximately 1.6 million from the Tang. Upon reviewing the inventory, Tsongkhapa burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Warriors, let us seize the moment amidst the Tang's internal strife and plunder Chong'an." The Tibetan forces immediately rallied, chanting, "Plunder Chong'an, plunder Chong'an." Observing the wealth amassed by the Huabei people from their raids on Luoyang, they were consumed by envy. Damn it, who wouldn't want to get rich? This Tang is so affluent. Failing to seize it would be a lifelong regret. Subsequently, as the Tang faced the twilight of the Lushan rebellion, their army pressed upon Chong'an. During the same period, a weary Li Longji, in the latter years of his reign, was tormented by the consequences of his own folly that had led to the Lushan rebellion, which continued even after his passing. "I am the sinner." In that moment, Li Longji's emotions were a tangled web of remorse, frustration, and unwillingness, tormenting him to the brink of madness. He knew he had become the Tang's transgressor. Yet, simultaneously, a flicker of hope arose within him. Might the inventory offer him a chance to prolong the era of prosperity? As the inventory approached its conclusion, it echoed, "After the flourishing Tang, there shall be no more Tang." In reviewing the life of Li Longji, he stands as both the reviver of the Tang and the architect of its demise. He personally ended the political turmoil of the Tang, diligently managing affairs to usher in the Kaiyuan era of prosperity, regarded as the pinnacle of feudal society. However, in his later years, he succumbed to indulgence, indirectly sparking the Lushan rebellion, thereby obliterating the glory of the Tang and all he held dear. The Lushan rebellion embodies not only his personal discontent, but also the discontent of the Tang and of China itself. When reflecting, when did the decline of the Tang truly begin? Perhaps it was in the 25th year of Qin that year. Li Longji heeded the slander of Wu Huifei, resulting in the execution of his own sons, Crown Prince Li Ying, Prince of Yi, and Prince of Guang. During the Kaiyuan era, Crown Prince Li Ying was once again taken aback, pondering, how could the Crown Prince of the Tang be Li Hong, and not me? It appears I did not live to see the Tianbao era. Not only me, but my two brothers also perished. Truly, this is my father's doing, killing 3 sons in a single day. Such is the nature of Li Longji. The Crown Prince bore no fault. Merely because Wu Huifei desired her own son to ascend the throne and whispered into Li Longji's ear, he condemned the Crown Prince to death. From this moment, the foundation of the Tang began to tremble. Loyal ministers no longer dared to voice their opinions in the court. Corrupt officials took pleasure in extorting the common people. It was also from this point that the Kaiyuan era of prosperity began its descent. In summary, the life of Li Longji is one of mixed reviews. Whether his merits outweigh his faults or vice versa, history will render its judgment, while we cannot alter what has already transpired. We can strive to change what is yet to occur. In the inventory of the 10 most discontented emperors, the 8th position is held by Emperor Xuanzong Li Longji. Evaluation. Average. Discontent index 8 points. Reward 1. The Tang's fortune extended by 20 years. Reward 2. 500,000 stones of potato seeds. Reward 3. 200,000 sets of heavy armor for the Tang army. Reward 4. Li Longji's lifespan reduced by 25 years. Rewards will be distributed in the 25th year of Kaiyuan. Rewards have been distributed. This inventory concludes. The next inventory will commence in 7 days. Please stay tuned. As the inventory concluded, the heavens roiled once more, and the sky momentarily regained its tranquility. Yet, the citizens across the myriad realms remained rooted in place, hesitant to move. During the Wuda era of the Tang, Li Shimin leaped with excitement, exclaiming, "I must say, this reward from the inventory is splendid. Li Longji has died 25 years early. Does that not grant our Tang an additional 200 years of life, with the foundation Li Longji has laid? As long as the subsequent emperors do not act recklessly, they could live off the legacy for decades." He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Who wouldn't appreciate a ruler who could generate wealth yet departed early? For the emperors to come, this is truly a boon. Meanwhile, the newly awakened Li Yuan, upon seeing the rewards, felt elated by what he deemed excellent news. The early death of Li Longji was indeed a tremendous blessing for him. Our Tang is saved, he mused, pondering what posture might transform such a dream into reality. Li Yuan could not help but reflect, when a wealthy man's father dies young, the child awakens from dreams with a smile. He could envision that in the 25th year of Kaiyuan, the Crown Prince Li Ying in this timeline would likely be overjoyed, not only spared from death, but also inheriting such a robust fortune. How delightful! He hoped the young prince was not a fool like Li Heng. Li Yuan recalled his own childhood, feeling a pang of sympathy for himself, having lost his father at the tender age of 8. What a profound sorrow that had been. His father had left him only a hereditary title of Duke of Tang and an endless supply of silver. Can you imagine? It was excruciating, at the tender age of 8. A child ascended to the rank of duke within the empire, destined to live a life devoid of financial concerns. Each morning, he awoke to the flattery and adoration of his servants, rendering all pursuits devoid of joy. His daily endeavors revolved around the incessant expenditure of wealth, spending, and more spending, flirting, and yet more flirting. The vast sums of money seemed inexhaustible, and the opportunities for romantic escapades equally endless. It is beyond comprehension to imagine the sensation of spending to the point of nausea. As for the art of seduction, what could an 8-year-old possibly achieve? Beyond a mere flick of his fingers, he was utterly powerless. The torment was unbearable. Reflecting upon his own childhood, Li Yuan found it to be exceedingly dull. He mused that such a life was scarcely one even a dog would desire. In the realm of the great Yuan, Kublai Khan was taken aback by the peculiar rewards inscribed upon the golden list. What? A reduction of 25 years off my lifespan as a reward? Is this truly a prize? How could the list dare to bestow such a gift? In the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang was left speechless. To employ such a method to salvage the Tang dynasty is intriguing. However, it is not without merit, for the Tang lacks not in military prowess or riches, but rather in capable leadership, whoever it may be. He hopes for Li Longji to live 20 years less. During the reign of Emperor Suzong of Tang, the once eager Li Longji was left in a state of shock. What? A reduction of 25 years off my lifespan. Is this truly a reward? Do you assume I am illiterate? Where is the martial virtue in this? Grant me a chance, dear brother of the list. I have reformed my ways. I confess to my past mistakes. Yet, disregarding the facts, do these Tang generals and court officials bear no fault? You cannot lay this burden solely upon my shoulders. I cannot bear such a heavy load. At 78, Li Longji recalled his 3 years of confinement within the imperial harem. Devoid of even a soul to converse with, now, the golden list offered no rewards to alleviate his plight. A wave of sorrow washed over him, leading to his sudden demise in the 25th year of the Kaiyuan era. As the Ministry of Personnel was drafting an edict to depose Crown Prince Li Ying, having barely inscribed the words "the foundation of the world," Li Longji unexpectedly passed away in deference to the will of the golden list. The ministers of the Tang dynasty promptly elevated Li Ying to the imperial throne the very next day. Upon ascending, Li Ying found himself in a state of disbelief. Is it truly this casual? How sudden? Just yesterday, they sought my death, and today I am made emperor. Only through the proximity of death can one grasp the essence of life. Upon becoming emperor, Li Ying's foremost task was to depose Empress Wu Hui. Naturally, she resisted fiercely, clinging to her ambitions of becoming the Empress Dowager. Li Ying was incensed. I have never encountered such unmitigated audacity. Wu Hui remained unfazed. But today you have. Li Ying fumed. Do you believe I would bestow upon you a death sentence? Wu Hui feigned panic. You dare? I am your stepmother. Li Ying scoffed. And what of it? Shall I grant you an award? Do you think I am like my great-grandfather Li Ji, eager to take you as my wife? Wu Hui retorted coyly. If you harbor such intentions, it may not be entirely impossible. If you disfavor Li Zhao and the others, I could still bear. Li Ying was left astounded. What on earth? The court officials were equally taken aback. The harem of the Tang dynasty was indeed scandalous. In the 24th year of the Kaiyuan era, Li Longji was no longer composed. My lifespan diminished by 25 years. The severity of this reward is staggering. At that moment, in a panic, he rushed back to the Tai Chi Palace, suddenly recalling the multitude of state affairs left unattended. To extend his life, he must put in extra effort. Moreover, there were numerous matters demanding his attention. He must deal with Lushan in the north, reclaim his daughter-in-law Yang Yuhuan, and address the unfilial Li Hong. Lost in thought about his impending tasks, he inadvertently collided with Wu Hui, who, startled, wept with the grace of a weeping willow. Your Majesty, Crown Prince Li Ying has designs upon me. Such disrespect from a prince towards his mother could tarnish the dignity of our great Tang. I beseech your Majesty to depose the Crown Prince and elevate Prince Li Zhao to the throne. In the past, Wu Hui's tears would compel Li Longji to capitulate immediately. However, now his mind was preoccupied with visions of his daughter-in-law Yang Yuhuan, leaving him utterly indifferent to Wu Hui. Moreover, having been chastened by the Golden List, he had no intentions of changing the Crown Prince. With a serious demeanor, he replied, Do not speak of replacing the Crown Prince again. Wu Hui was taken aback. Your Majesty's tone seems unusual today. Is it possible you have been unfaithful? Have I been wronged? At Li Longji's probing, Wu Hui instinctively nodded. Li Longji scoffed. What status does the Crown Prince hold? What kind of woman would be so discontented as to harbor ill intentions? Do not speak such nonsense again. As a concubine, you must recognize your place. Wu Hui stared in disbelief. This man, who just yesterday exhibited a different demeanor in bed, now denies recognition in the Qin dynasty. After Li Longji's assessment, Yingzheng remained silent for a long while. Through the life of Li Longji and that of Li Shimin, he witnessed the rise and fall, as well as the chaos of the Tang dynasty. Even such a formidable dynasty was perpetually accompanied by turmoil and warfare. A slight decline in national strength would invite incessant provocations from neighboring powers, beyond the flourishing eras of Jingnan and Kaiyuan. The populace of the Tang was constantly beset by the ravages of war. This weighed heavily upon Yingzheng's heart. A fortified fortress often begins to crumble from within. To govern the nation, to cultivate the family, to bring peace to the world, China has a long road ahead. Time flew by. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the myriad realms, it seemed as though everything had come to a standstill. Warfare had diminished significantly. Emperors ceased to attend court. Wealthy youths no longer frequented brothels. Officials enjoyed rare leisure. Even the nomadic tribes, who frequently disrupted the borders, had remained unusually quiet of late. Everyone eagerly anticipated the upcoming assessment to discover which Chinese emperor would be featured. Along with what compelling tales awaited, the live broadcasts of the Golden List provided a fresh form of entertainment for those inhabiting these historical dimensions, akin to watching television or scrolling through videos, offering them an entirely novel experience. During the 7 days of waiting, they frequently lifted their gazes in anticipation. Finally, the 7th day arrived. Everyone set aside their tasks, eagerly awaiting the event in the Tai Chi Palace of the Tang dynasty. The atmosphere differed from that of other realms. Li Yuan and Li Shimin exhibited remarkable composure, seated within the palace without any inclination to witness the Golden List. On the surface, they appeared utterly unconcerned about the upcoming assessment. Yet, their furtive glances towards the palace gates betrayed their true feelings. At that moment, Li Jianqing could no longer contain himself. If they wish to watch, let them. What is there to fear, even if this edition features our Tang's emperor? Does it truly matter? Could he possibly surpass the content of Li Longji's assessment? Li Jianxing called out to them. Father, brother, the Golden List assessment is about to commence, but aren't you both going to watch? Li Yuan cleared his throat. In recent days, he had lived in the shadow of Li Longji, fearing that the Golden List might bestow upon him yet another Li Longji. He felt a twinge of apprehension as he approached the upcoming inventory. What if it turned out to be yet another emperor from the Tang dynasty, perhaps one akin to Li Longji? The thought alone was exhilarating. Steeling himself against his unease, Li Yuan nonchalantly remarked, "What's the rush? The Golden List has yet to commence, Dr. Lang. You must remain composed. Just look at how serene Shimin is." Li Shimin casually propped his leg up, lifting his teacup to his lips. "These two are indeed remarkably calm." Li Jianxing silently scoffed. "You think I'm unaware that you two spend your mornings not attending court but obsessing over the Golden List?" He then discreetly ventured off to view the list. In the Han dynasty, Liu Bang was in high spirits today. The newly established dynasty was running smoothly, and he had unwavering confidence in his ability to appoint capable individuals. Thus, there was little for him to worry about. Aside from ensuring his old comrades did not rebel. That moment, the heavens began to shift. With a flash of lightning and a rumble of thunder, the sky tore open, and a fierce wind surged. Liu Bang's eyes widened as he scrutinized every detail. Let me see who the unfortunate soul is today. Meanwhile, in the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang, along with Zhu Biao and Zhu Di, stood atop the Nanjing city wall, eagerly anticipating the live broadcast of the Golden List, accompanied by a few dishes of snacks. As the list was about to be revealed, Zhu Yuanzhang grew animated. "You two brothers, take a guess. Who do you think will appear on today's list?" Zhu Biao casually tore off a piece of pig head meat and mumbled, "Who cares which emperor it is, as long as it's not one with the surname Zhu." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded approvingly and handed Zhu Biao a large leg of lamb. "What you say is quite reasonable. As long as it's not a Zhu, it's all good." Zhu Biao did not hesitate, devouring the meat voraciously. "Slow down, Biao. No one is trying to take it from you." Zhu Yuanzhang observed Zhu Biao's hearty appetite with delight. A boy must eat well. It's a blessing. Zhu Di watched his older brother devour the meat without regard for decorum, feeling envious and exclaiming in delight. Yet, before his father, he dared not indulge in such behavior, lest he receive a reprimand for lacking the demeanor befitting a prince. Thus, he reluctantly picked up his chopsticks and delicately selected his food. Then Zhu Yuanzhang turned to Zhu Di and inquired, "Fourth, who do you think will appear on the list today?" Zhu Di paused, pondering. It seems there aren't any emperors of note after the Tang dynasty. Counting on his fingers, he continued, "At least not from the Song dynasty. As for the Yuan dynasty, let us forget about that. After the Yuan, it's my Ming dynasty." "Oh no, could it be?" Zhu Di's chopsticks froze mid-air as he gasped. "Father, you don't mean it's going to be an emperor of our Ming dynasty, do you?" Zhu Yuanzhang was displeased by this suggestion. Where would there be so many unresolved grievances in our Ming? He certainly did not wish for any of his Ming emperors to appear on the list. One Zhu Di was already enough of a burden. Suddenly, Zhu Yuanzhang recalled a terrifying thought. Since the Yongle reign, this Ming dynasty was no longer his. It belonged to Zhu Di, the descendants of his eldest son, Zhu Biao, his grandson. Damn it, Zhu Yuanzhang fumed. All from the fourth S lineage. You cursed raven. If this issue turns out to involve an emperor from my Ming, I swear I'll be visiting your mother every day. Just look at that gluttonous mouth of yours, always eating. Have you ever known hunger? It's a disgrace for a prince to behave like this. Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? You're a bottomless pit." Zhu Di, bewildered by the scolding, stood frozen with chopsticks in hand. Unsure of how to respond, he glanced at his brother Zhu Biao, who was gorging himself, and then at his own chopsticks, which were still relatively clean, feeling compelled to clarify to his father who the real glutton was. "Father, I am not a—" "Silence. What I say is true," Zhu Yuanzhang interrupted. "Understood." In the Ming dynasty during the Yongle era, the over 50-year-old Zhu Di was sulking in the palace. Life was difficult for him. The second brother was competing with the portly fellow for the title of crown prince, which was thoroughly vexing. He had a good grandson who deserved the position. The eldest seat was untouchable. Scholar Jian once proclaimed, "A good grandson can ensure prosperity for 3 generations." But therein lay the problem. While the second brother had indeed behaved excessively, he couldn't outright condemn him, as he had promised him the title of crown prince during the Jingnan campaign. Now that the empire was established, He was reneging on that promise. It was a predicament for which he had no solution. He could only hope the newly started Golden List would keep the Han King quiet for a while. But what would happen after the list was revealed? Perhaps he could send the second brother to Yunnan. But that was something he was reluctant to do. Alas, it was a source of great distress. In the Song dynasty, Zhao Kuangyin was already seated as the Golden List began broadcasting. Let us see which charming figure will appear today. Is there an emperor from the Song dynasty in the Yuan dynasty? Hi. Kublai Khan proclaimed, I, from the Yuan, also deserve a place in this historical review. In the Qing dynasty, Qianlong was quite certain that this episode would feature either Chongzhen, Chai Rong, or Qin Shi Huang. He was profoundly familiar with Chinese history. Perhaps too familiar. Yet, the curriculum for the princes of the Qing dynasty mandated such knowledge. Without it, they would be compared to the Ming dynasty's Zhengde emperor. Do you wish to be like Zhu Hozhao? The mere thought made his head ache. In the Sui dynasty, Yang Guang languished in Jiangdu, watching as the Golden List slowly unfurled across the sky. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Is it possible for me to appear on the Golden List? I too have my grievances. Finally, the entirety of the Golden List was revealed. Ranking 7th among the emperors with unresolved grievances is Emperor Jingtai of the Ming dynasty. Emperor Jingtai was a feeble ruler of the Ming dynasty. His elder brother, as emperor, disregarded the Ming dynasty's realm and insisted on studying abroad. 200,000 troops were obliterated in an instant. Military leadership collapsed, and the Walla army marched directly towards Beijing, threatening the very foundation of the capital, prompting a chaotic retreat by officials. In that moment, the Ming dynasty was pushed to the brink of disaster. Emperor Jingtai, facing the crisis, was thrust onto the throne. Upon assuming power, he resolutely refused to retreat south, boldly declaring, in the Ming, there are only emperors who die in battle, not those who flee south. Thereafter, Emperor Jing'ai appointed capable ministers, actively fortified defenses, and with the assistance of Yu Qian and others, repelled the Walla forces, achieving victory in the defense of Beijing. Following this victory, he began to clean up the mess left by his brother, ushering in a brief period of clarity and prosperity for the Ming dynasty. Known as the Jing'ai Revival, during the Jing'ai era of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Qizhen, imprisoned in the southern palace, saw his brother Zhu Qiyu appear on the list. Overwhelmed with emotion, he could not help but exclaim, "What grievances does Zhu Qiyu have? He ascended from a prince to an emperor effortlessly. What is there to be aggrieved about?" Zhu Qizhen was stirred. If anyone should feel aggrieved, it should be me. I am the legitimate emperor, favored by all. That I was destined to be the son of heaven, merely a casualty of war. Why must I be confined here? Victory and defeat are common in warfare. I am but a monarch who has merely lost a battle, yet I am to forfeit my throne as well. It is I who cannot reconcile this injustice. The great Ming dynasty under Hongwu. Zhu Yuanzhang was momentarily taken aback. Damn it, Zhu Laosi, enlighten me. What on earth is happening? How did 200,000 troops vanish into thin air? A breakdown of martial leadership. More ruthless than I am. And what of this elder brother of Jingtai? As an emperor, he actually went abroad for studies. What could he possibly learn? Is it true that there are no teachers left in our Ming dynasty capable of instructing him? What kind of studies could lead to the obliteration of 200,000 troops? While he was studying abroad, the enemy has already knocked on our doorstep. Zhu Yuanzhang was seething with rage. He seized Zhu Di by the ear, pulling him close, and berated him fiercely. Zhu Laosi, I commanded you to relocate the capital to Beiping, and now the enemy is at our very gates. Zhu Di spread his hands in exasperation. Father, let me explain. You ought to blame the Yongle emperor, for my association with him is minimal. In the era of the Yongle reign of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di was initially stunned, soon followed by fury. What is happening? How did 200,000 troops simply disappear? How did the Walla forces manage to reach Beijing? On what grounds could they invade? When I was in command, they never exhibited such audacity. And this emperor, how could he have gone abroad for studies? Zhu Di ground his teeth in frustration. Who the hell is this emperor? And wait, is Yu Qian still around? My heavens, Yu Qian is still here. In an instant, Zhu Di's expression underwent a profound transformation. He analyzed in shock. If Yu Qian is still here, then this studying emperor, could it be the esteemed grandson? It was not unreasonable for Zhu Di to think this way, considering that Yu Qian was of a similar age to his esteemed grandson. Yet, he soon found himself perplexed. Is the grandson truly so inept? Moreover, where has my chubby one gone? In that moment, a multitude of incomprehensible thoughts flooded Zhu Di's mind. In the Qing dynasty, Emperor Qin Shi let out a deep sigh. He felt a certain sympathy for Zhu Qiyu of the Ming dynasty, to endeavor to stave off the impending collapse of a great structure. Born into a nation, to revive the state on the brink of disaster, yet meeting with a fate that denied him entry into the imperial mausoleum after death. How tragically lamentable, amidst the collective sighs of those present. The portrait of Zhu Qiyu gradually materialized a rather delicate and slender young man, mounted upon a steed, his gaze filled with trepidation, yet gripping his weapon tightly. His eyes were fixed upon the outskirts of Beiping. Today, let us delve into the life of the Jingtai Emperor through the lens of history. Before we proceed, for a clearer understanding, let us first peruse some information. Zhu Di, Ming Taizong, Zhu Gaoqi, Zhu Di's eldest son. Ming Renzong, Zhu Zhanji, Zhu Gaoqi's eldest son. Ming Xuanzong, Zhu Qizhen, Zhu Zhanji's eldest son. Ming Yingzong, Zhu Qiyu, Zhu Zhanji's second son. Ming Daizong died on the 3rd day of the 8th month in the 3rd year of the Xiande era. Zhu Qiyu was born in Beijing. His father was Ming Xuanzong Zhu Zhanji, and his mother was Wu Shi, a maid who served Zhu Zhanji when he was the crown prince. Qiyu, gentle and refined, embodied the virtues of a gentleman, which led Zhu Zhanji to bestow upon him the name Qiyu. Zhu Zhanji had 2 sons, the elder Zhu Qizhen and the younger Zhu Qiyu, the birth mother of Zhu Qizhen. The elder brother of Zhu Qiyu was Empress Sun, who had been Zhu Zhanji's childhood companion. Thus, from the moment of his birth, his elder brother Zhu Qizhen received nearly all of their father's affection. Zhu Qizhen was designated as crown prince at merely 3 months old. In contrast, Zhu Qiyu, due to his mother's status, was not favored by his father and was raised outside the palace, seldom seeing his father throughout the year. To be a royal prince raised outside the palace was exceedingly rare in the Ming dynasty. During the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty, upon reaching this point, Zhu Di was taken aback. Zhu Zhanji, come here. What is this about Empress Sun? Did I not select an empress with the surname Sun? Zhu Zhanji felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Zhu Di instantly discerned Zhu Zhanji's thoughts. You deposed her? You actually deposed her without reason? Zhu Zhanji hastily explained. Grandfather, the golden list states that I have only 2 sons, neither born of Empress Hu. This implies that Empress Hu is incapable of bearing sons. Thus, it is quite reasonable to depose a childless empress, is it not? Zhu Di was incensed into laughter by such reasoning. You, lad, deposed an empress for the sake of a so-called childhood companion. Is this the conduct of a wise ruler? Beside them, the portly Zhu Gaoqi was already scolding Zhu Zhanji. This is outrageous. You have only 2 sons, yet you still engage in favoritism. How can a prince of our Ming dynasty be raised outside the palace? Zhu Zhanji nodded repeatedly. Alas, father, I was wrong. I shall amend my ways next time. Zhu Di, increasingly enraged at Zhu Zhanji's dismissive attitude, thought to himself that Zhu Qizhen, born of Empress Sun, is nothing but a grand pitfall. I must observe how he pursues his studies abroad. At this moment, neither Zhu Di nor Zhu Zhanji noticed that Zhu Gaoxiu's expression had grown increasingly grim. Internally, he seethed, damn it, Zhu Gaoqi, Zhu Zhanji, Zhu Qizhen. Seeing these names vexes me. This old man constantly flatters me to become the crown prince, employing every means to ensure I exert more effort. And yet, the eldest still ascends the throne. This Jingnan campaign was all fueled by my efforts. Old man, do not push me too far, or we shall meet at the Xuanwu Gate. In the Changhua era of the Ming dynasty, upon seeing his uncle Zhu Qiyu atop the list of grievances, Zhu Jianxin felt a tumult of emotions. How splendid the Ming dynasty is, and yet it has produced this Zhu Qizhen. Nearby, the supervisor of the Western Depot, Wang Ji, listened with bated breath, cautiously advising, Your Majesty. This legitimate emperor is at least the predecessor. Zhu Jianxin snorted disdainfully. Am I well acquainted with the predecessor? Just look at the mess he left behind. It vexes me to no end. I've been cleaning up for years, without a single day of respite. During the era of Wuda in the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin and Li Yuan were aware that the inventory had commenced, yet they did not dare to venture out to observe. They awaited Pei Ji's report. Pei Ji soon rushed into the Tai Chi palace, hardly pausing for breath. Before he could catch his breath, Li Yuan impatiently inquired, Which dynasty's emperor? Pei Ji took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. The Ming. Li Yuan tilted his head. The Ming, you say? Well, then, All is well. Li Yuan adjusted his dragon robe and smiled at Li Shimin. As long as it is not our Tang's emperor, all is well. Li Shimin mimicked his elder, straightening his clothing and stroking his beard, swiftly following Li Yuan out of the Tai Chi palace. Page. The documentation continued that in his youth, Zhu Qiyu lived outside the palace. Lacking opportunities for royal education, the constant absence of paternal affection contributed to his somewhat timid disposition. Due to his weak character, he felt a sense of avoidance whenever he encountered his father. This behavior only served to further displease Zhu Zhanji. Over time, Zhu Zhanji came to regard Zhu Qiyu as this child is weak and of little use. At this juncture, Zhu Qiyu, though a royal prince, received no special treatment, living much like an ordinary child. He led a simple life, spending his days merely reading the classics. Zhu Qiyu did not particularly enjoy reading, yet his mother urged him that as a prince of the Ming dynasty, he must aspire to be a lord. He had to learn to alleviate the burdens of his elder brother. In that moment, Zhu Qiyu realized he was like a kite that had suddenly discovered its direction. As a loyal subject, he must bear the burdens of his elder brother in the future. During the Jingtai era, in Nangong, Zhu Qizhen found himself imprisoned in this place, gazing at the list of successful candidates. A disdainful smile crept upon his face. What a farce! What worries have you alleviated for me? Zhu Qiyu, you truly possess no shame. This throne rightfully belongs to me. It is mine. Zhu Qiyu, you scoundrel, you disregard your elder brother and usurp my rightful place. Your fate shall not be a fortunate one. Remembering the death of Zhu Qiyu's heir, Zhu Jianji, a cruel smile surfaced on Zhu Qizhen's lips. Zhu Qiyu, wait for me. I will soon reclaim what belongs to me. Ha! During the days of growing up, my father rarely visited, and Zhu Qiyu's memories of his brother and father began to blur. In the midst of repeated disappointments, this year, Zhu Qiyu turned 7. Then came the dreadful news. His father, Zhu Zhanji, had passed away at the young age of 38. During the reign of the Ming dynasty's Xianzong, the talented Zhu Zhanji was engrossed in music while watching the live broadcast of the successful candidates. Startled, he exclaimed in panic, "What? I am gone at 38. Is this some kind of joke? Could it be that the oath I swore back then has come to pass? Surely, this cannot be my fault." It was my uncle who acted first. Realizing that it was already the 9th year of the Xuande era, Zhu Zhanji became even more anxious. I have only a few years left to live. What shall I do? Is there any way to prolong my life? In the Hongxi period of the Ming dynasty, the freshly ascended Zhu Gaoqi was taken aback that my son is gone at 38. But wait, my son is only 25 this year. Does this mean I have only a few years left myself? In that moment, Zhu Gaoqi was also alarmed. His son had already ascended the throne. He must have passed away long ago. In the 22nd year of the Yongle era, Zhu Di, revived by the list of successful candidates, was left in disbelief. My eldest grandson is gone at 38. This means the list has granted me an additional 20 years of life. Can it truly take away 2 generations from me? Damn, Jie Jin has deceived me. The tally of candidates continued. Zhu Qiyu did not have the chance to see his father for the last time. After his father's death, Zhu Qizhen ascended the throne, adopting the era name of Zhengtong. At this time, Zhu Qizhen was merely 8 years old. Empress Dowager Zhong, Zhu Qiyu's grandmother, along with the 3 Yangs of the cabinet, jointly governed the state. Empress Dowager Zhong was the wife of Emperor Renzong, Zhu Gaoqi, and akin to the previous queens of the Ming dynasty, such as Empress Ma and Empress Su. She understood propriety, recognized the overall situation, and was a model of what a queen should be. Under the governance of Empress Dowager Zhong, the benevolent rule of the Ming dynasty was sustained during this period, and the Ming Empire experienced great tranquility. In the Qing dynasty, Emperor Qianlong, upon reading the contents of the list, could not help but scoff. What nonsense! The queens of the Ming dynasty are considered models. Where do they rank against my queens? My queens can command the very life and death of the empire, just like Empress Xiaozhuang. Can the queens of the Ming even dare to compare? And furthermore, who claims that the Ming dynasty is in a state of perfect peace? Are you unaware that Zhu Qizhen may take action? He will make the grasslands understand what it means to face a king's army. The wrath of thunder. Ha! You amuse me. Zhu Qizhen is but a fraction of my power. I am the complete sovereign. Zhu Qizhen can at most be seen as a partial ruler. In the 10th year of Zhu Qiyu's life, Empress Dowager Zhong and his brother Zhu Qizhen took it upon themselves to grant him the title of Prince of Chong, appointing the Duke of England, Zhangfu, to personally oversee the princely rights. Duke Zhangfu was a fierce general during the reign of Emperor Qingzu, a meritorious figure of the Jingnan campaign, and the Grand Marshal who reclaimed Annam. He was also the second Grand Tutor following Li Shanchang's. A founding minister during the reign of the Hanwu Emperor. As the only brother of Xu Qizhen, Zhu Qiyu received preferential treatment. Xu Qizhen personally selected palace guards for him, reallocating 300 soldiers and 50 lieutenants from the Imperial Guard for his immediate command. Additionally, Zhu Qizhen enriched the Prince of Cheng's household with 60 local chieftains from Yunnan, Guizhou, and Jiaozhi to manage the princely estate. This time, the bond between Zhu Qiyu and Zhu Qizhen rapidly deepened. During this period, Zhu Qiyu gradually began to comprehend the nature of the Ming dynasty. It was founded on martial prowess by the Hanwu Emperor, expanded by the Qingzu Emperor, and characterized by the benevolent governance of his grandfather and father. Zhu Qiyu yearned to become a warrior like his great-grandfather and father, yet, regrettably, he seemed ill-suited for military command. Fortunately, the Ming dynasty still boasted an abundance of valiant generals from the Hongwu and Yongle eras. The national prestige soared, and the borders remained tranquil. During the Wanli era of the Ming dynasty, Nurhaci scrutinized the list of successful candidates, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Is it true that the Ming's national prestige is soaring and the borders are tranquil? I refuse to believe it. Where is my great general, Zhu Qizhen? In the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin, upon seeing this, began to envy the Ming dynasty. The rulers are few, yet the empire runs smoothly. Why is it that my son cannot encounter a queen like Empress Dowager Zhang? She is no ordinary queen. She is the queen of his dreams. In the Song dynasty, Zhao Kuangyin eagerly anticipated the next tally of candidates. He knew that, typically, the turning point would soon arrive. Someone would emerge to stir up trouble. The power of the empire has nothing to do with Zhu Qiyu. He is merely content to live as a peaceful prince. As he grew older, Zhu Qizhen reached the age of 16, an age of maturity. Thanks to the early teachings of Empress Dowager Zhang and the assistance of Yang Shiqi, Yang Pu, Yang Rong, Zhang Fu, and Minister of Rights Hu Wei, Zhu Qizhen now resembled his father. A wise monarch, he managed state affairs with great efficiency, and everything appeared to be in perfect order. During the Jingtai era of the Ming dynasty, in Nangong, Zhu Qizhen felt a sense of satisfaction upon witnessing this. Do you see, my ministers? The list declares that I am utterly perfect. However, soon after the passing of Empress Dowager Zhang and the subsequent deaths of 2 of the 3 Yangs, Zhu Qizhen began to undergo some changes. This youthful sovereign seemed to have entered a rebellious phase, often opposing the ministers on various matters. Moreover, he grew increasingly close to the eunuchs, particularly a powerful eunuch named Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen was a ruthless individual. In his early years, in pursuit of his ambitions, he resolutely abandoned his wife and child and underwent a self-inflicted castration before entering the Eastern Palace. In the Qin dynasty, Zhao Gao felt a chill run down his spine and quickly reached down to grasp himself. Oh, Zhao Gao let out a deep breath, his expression relaxing. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he exclaimed, "Damn it, it's still there. You nearly scared me to death." This Wang Zhen is a truly ruthless man. He dares to take such drastic measures. During the Tianqi era of the Ming dynasty, Wei Zhongxian had already earned the notorious title of 9,000 years. He looked over the contents of the list of successful candidates with immense gratitude towards the formidable Wang Zhen. In the past, due to gambling debts, he was often beaten. Remembering Wang Zhen's rise to power, he decided to follow suit. In a fit of rage, he castrated himself and entered the palace, embarking on his own path to resurgence. Ultimately rising to the position of director of the Ministry of Rights, Wei Zhongxian could not help but marvel at how taking shortcuts through the eunuch path was indeed a viable route. During the Hongwu period of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brow, anger rising within him. He summoned Zhu Laosi and delivered him another beating. Zhu Laosi, look at the fine example you've set. Your great-grandson is following suit by employing eunuchs. Zhu Di repeatedly attempted to clarify. Father, allow me to explain. Not all eunuchs are the same, and you cannot condemn an entire group based on one individual. Perhaps Wang Zhen is a commendable eunuch? Zhu Yuanzhang retorted with fury. How can one who dares to harm their own kin be considered virtuous? Zhu Di responded, because Wang Zhen, possessing some education, ascended rapidly upon entering the palace, soon becoming a close aide to the crown prince Zhu Qizhen. After Zhu Qizhen's ascension, Wang Zhen naturally became the foremost eunuch. Upon acquiring power, Wang Jun began to reveal his true nature, especially after the passing of those who could restrain him, such as Empress Dowager Zhang, Yang Shiqi, Yang Rong, and Yang Pu. This fellow became utterly unrecognizable, disregarding even his closest relations to at this point. Within the Ming court, he feared no one but the emperor. When Zhu Yuanzhang established the Ming dynasty, he had decreed that eunuchs were not to meddle in politics. Later, Wang Jun directly removed that decree and tossed it aside. It was evident that, in his view, the question of whether eunuchs could intervene in governance was no longer dictated by Zhu Yuanzhang, but rather by Wang Jun himself. In the Qin dynasty, Wang Jun's audacity left Ing Zheng astounded. How could this eunuch so brazenly disregard the edicts established by the founding emperor? Was it that Zhu Yuanzhang had lost his resolve? Or had Wang Jun grown too arrogant? In the Hanwu era of the Ming, witnessing this scene, Zhu Yuanzhang was instantly enraged. "Where's my sword? I must eliminate this Wang Jun." Zhu Yuanzhang fumed. "Our rules, are they mere whispers in your ears?" Reflecting upon Zhu Di's earlier encouragement, Zhu Yuanzhang wasted no time delivering a sharp slap to the youthful Zhu Di's behind. Smack. Zhu Biao was startled, then quickly found amusement in his brother's predicament. "Oh dear, little brother's in trouble now." Zhu Yuanzhang questioned Zhu Di. "Is this what you meant by not condemning an entire group? Is this what you consider a good eunuch? Tell me, who holds authority in the Ming dynasty if not us?" Faced with the wrath of Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Di's legs trembled uncontrollably. In a moment of panic, he blurted out, Wang Jun, what on earth did I just say?" Zhu Di took off running. Zhu Yuanzhang, both furious and amused, pursued Zhu Di, delivering a punishing blow. The affection of a father can sometimes manifest in the harshest of ways. Zhu Di's backside felt the repercussions. In that moment, Zhu Di harbored a deep resentment towards Zhu Qizhen and his own careless words. "Damn it, Zhu Qizhen, why do you learn the wrong lessons instead of the right ones? Do you realize how much harm your actions can inflict upon your great-grandfather?" Wang Jun became the first eunuch in the Ming dynasty to overtly interfere in politics. His achievements did not end there. His greatest impact on the Ming was to pave the way for eunuchs to wield political power, leading to an unrestrained ascendancy of eunuch influence thereafter. Ming officials began to live perpetually in the shadow of eunuchs, though this was not necessarily a negative development. Empowered by the emperor's favor, Wang Jun began to cultivate his own faction, forming alliances within the court. Countless officials were eager to pledge their loyalty to him. He rapidly ascended to become the foremost figure beneath the Ming emperor. Soon, Wang Jun recognized a pressing issue. Maintaining his influence in the court required substantial wealth. To be a leader, one must not shy away from expenditure. Thus, this man began to amass riches through selling titles, seizing lands, embezzling public funds, and falsifying disaster reports. That he employed every conceivable method to enrich himself. Regarding this summary, officials in the later Ming period expressed their frustration. The emperor favored using eunuchs to suppress them. In the Qianlong era of the Qing, upon witnessing this, Xin displayed a disdainful smile. "How can this be termed as greed? It is merely taking your money to do your bidding." Furthermore, he added, "If one is not motivated by power or greed, what purpose does one serve in office?" Eventually, Wang Jun found that mere accumulation of wealth no longer satisfied him. He aspired to further his political ambitions, yearning to etch his name into history. He desired that centuries hence, people would still remember the formidable eunuch Wang Jun of the Ming dynasty. To secure a place in history, one must achieve remarkable feats. Wang Jun began to contemplate how to attain such accomplishments, initially focusing on governance. However, the Ming was relatively peaceful at the time, providing little opportunity for his involvement. Thus, he turned his attention to the north, where unrest persisted, and the current Ming military appeared quite formidable, seemingly ripe for action. Wang Jun's eagerness to act is evident in his decisive nature. He acted upon his thoughts without hesitation. Consequently, Wang Jun meticulously orchestrated an elaborate strategy. In this grand scheme, one side represented the Ming, while the other was the Walla. In the Han dynasty, Jin Bang's words caught Liu Bang's attention. What caliber is this Wang Jun? How can a mere eunuch wield influence over two nations? By what right? The Walla was a Mongolian force that had splintered from the Yuan dynasty, following the fall of the northern Yuan. Mongolia divided into two factions. One was led by the golden family of Kublai Khan, known as the Dada. The other was formed by other Mongolian nobility, known as the Wallad in the Great Yuan. Kublai remarked on Jin Bang's audacity. The matter of Mongolia's division has already been mentioned in your account of Zhu Di. It is not a particularly glorious topic. My memory is not so poor as to require repetition. The Walla had been driven to Lake Baikal during Zhu Di's time. After the ascension of Emperor Renzong Zhu Gaoqi, the Ming's northern border opted for a strategy of contraction, abandoning military confrontations in the northern territories to foster peace with the populace. Thus, the Walla gathered their belongings and returned to the northern steppes and the Hetao region, keen to gauge the Ming's stance. Regarding the Walla, Emperor Renzong's position was clear: you may reside here, but do not cause any disturbances. During the Yongle era of the Ming, Zhu Di grew displeased and began to question Zhu Gaoqi. What does this mean, elder brother? Have I not yet perished, and you already changed national policy? Zhu Gaozu interjected at the opportune moment. Father, I told you that the elder brother cannot be relied upon. Zhu Zhanji, seeing his father under scrutiny, wished to defend him against Zhu Di's accusations. However, at that moment, Zhu Gaoqi exhibited great pride, presenting an account book to Zhu Di. Father, you may review this year's treasury income and expenditures for yourself, or shall I read it to you? Zhu Di paused momentarily before donning a conciliatory smile. Elder brother, why take this so seriously? I merely spoke casually. I meant no offense. Zhu Gaoqi rolled his eyes, his voice elongated. Oh, is that so? Zhu Di lowered his posture further. Of course. I trust you immensely. Meanwhile, Zhu Gaozu's expression darkened as if he had consumed something foul. The Walla are quite pleased. They are good subjects and would never cause trouble. Thus, friendly relations flourished between the Ming and Mongolia. Before long, Zhu Gaoqi passed away, having ruled for a mere 10 months. In the Yongle era of the Ming, Zhu Gaozu's mood shifted from cloudy to clear. Zhu Di and his grandson were left in shock, particularly Zhu Gaoqi, who found it incomprehensible. What is this? 10 months. Such a matter can no longer be measured in years. In the 22nd year of the Yongle reign of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di was equally astonished. He never anticipated that he would not have to wait 2 decades. This very year, his eldest son would meet his demise. In that moment, he recalled the scene of his son laboring tirelessly on state affairs. Zhu Di felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Zhu Zhanji has chosen the path once trodden by Zhu Gaoqi, continuing the strategy of contraction and allowing the people to rest, while strategically withdrawing. Zhu Zhanji did not neglect to warn the Walla brothers residing in the Hetao region. Do not dare to come to the Ming court uninvited. Such an intrusion without the host's consent is akin to theft. This is against the law. During the Xuande period of the Ming dynasty, upon seeing the content of the imperial edict, the Walla were displeased. Oh dear, given the amicable relations between us and Ming, how could taking a few items make me a thief? Since you have labeled us as thieves, it seems only fitting to take a little more. Zhu Zhanji's warning fell on deaf ears, as the Walla brothers, having enjoyed a period of tranquility, brazenly pillaged the northern borders of the Ming. Zhu Zhanji, upon witnessing the Walla's actions inscribed on the edict, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. That I contracted my forces due to a lack of funds. Surely, you do not believe that I am incapable of waging war, to dare rob before my very eyes. As if I, Zhu Zhanji, do not exist, I shall swiftly strike against the Walla. Zhu Zhanji did not indulge the Walla. He would not hesitate to discipline them. After being subdued, the Walla brothers assumed they would once again journey to Lake Baikal for leisure. It was only a matter of time before the Ming emperor would begin to expel them. However, before Zhu Zhanji could initiate the expulsion, he himself perished after reigning for approximately 11 years. The Walla. Didn't see that coming, did you? Neither did I. In the Qin dynasty, Yingzheng was left in a state of shock. How can the descendants of Zhu Di be so nonchalant about their own demise? It appears that this grandfather and grandson duo did not live as long as others. In the 22nd year of the Yongle reign, Zhu Di wore a grim expression. Xie Jin deceived me. What do you mean by saying the Ming can prosper for 3 generations? Is this truly what you call prosperity for 3 generations? At this moment, the Ming was governed by a young ruler amidst national uncertainty, while the Walla were also severely weakened, and both parties were reluctant to engage in conflict, thus continuing negotiations. During this period, the Walla leader Eshan recognized that relying solely on the Walla would not be sufficient to challenge the Ming dynasty. They needed to seek an ally. The only viable ally was the Tatars, who consistently claimed to be the legitimate Mongols, of course, would not yield to the Walla. Consequently, Eshan dealt a decisive blow to the Tatars. killing half and incorporating the remaining into the walla. In the Yuan dynasty, Kublai Khan's expression darkened. What does this mean for the walla? Do you treat the descendants of Kublai Khan with such disdain? Do you not realize that I am a descendant of Genghis Khan? How dare you act in such a manner? At this point, the walla briefly unified the steppe, poised to sweep southward. However, the comprehensive national strength of the Ming stood as an insurmountable barrier. Moreover, for nearly a decade, the Ming and Walla had maintained trade relations, leaving the Walla with little desire to provoke the Ming. Warfare leads to death. Unless absolutely necessary, no one wishes to step onto the battlefield. Eshin could only conceal his ambitions for the time being. In the 14th year of the Zhengdong reign, Eshin, as per tradition, presented camels and horses to the Ming court. In exchange, he received essential goods such as cloth, tea, and salt. Each year, during the tribute, Eshin would inflate the numbers of horses and camels to secure more resources from the Ming. During these years, with Zhu Qizhen still a child, the ministers, seeking stability at the borders, granted Zhu Qizhen a transitional period of imperial authority, largely turning a blind eye to Eshin's actions. Wang Zhen intervened, ordering a personal inventory of the horses and camels presented by Eshin, deducting 4/5 of the total quantity and only exchanging resources based on the remaining 1/5. During the reign of Ming Yingzong, upon seeing this on the imperial edict, Eshin's jaw nearly dropped to the back of his head. That I am grateful to my elder brother Wang Zhen for providing a reason to wage war. Is it not reasonable for a victim to reclaim what was taken? What Wang Zhen offered is barely enough to sustain anyone. My walla cannot even survive this winter. To preserve my life, I must resort to plunder. Wang Zhen achieved his goal. To acquire resources for winter, Eshin had no choice but to march southward to pillage. Why did Wang Zhen confidently predict that Eshin would dare to attack the Ming rather than continue offering tribute for resources? Because previously, Wang Zhen had utilized his authority to ensure that the military in Datong sent the Walla tribe an annual supply of 100,000 bows and arrows, along with tens of thousands of sets of armor. Wang Zhen had adequately equipped Eshin for his southern campaign, and now he had provided Eshin with a legitimate justification to invade the Ming. During the Hongwu period of the Ming, Zhu Di's eyes darkened. Damn you, Wang Zhen. Are you leaving no path for me? Zhu Biao stood up and approached Zhu Di, offering sympathy. Fourth brother, is there anything I can do to assist you? Zhu Di pondered and replied. When father strikes me, brother, lend me your arm to bite. It would bring me some semblance of balance. Zhu Biao's expression darkened as he rolled up his sleeves, joining Zhu Yuanzhang to deliver a mixed martial arts lesson to Zhu Di. At this moment, Eshin was filled with confidence. He was well-equipped and believed he could challenge the Ming without engaging in direct confrontation. Merely seizing what he could and retreating, Eshin summoned his grand army to advance on 4 fronts. Attacking key military strongholds such as Liaodong, Xinzhou, and Ganzhou, Eshin personally led his forces to assault Datong. News of this returned to the capital infuriated Zhu Qizhen. On that day, after deliberation among the ministers, they concluded that the emperor had reached a point of no return and could no longer endure humiliation. Since the Walla dared to invade our Ming borders, they would take advantage of the military might established during the reign of Taizong to teach them a lesson. Thus, the court began preparations for military supplies, dispatching scouts to ascertain the strength of the Walla forces and discussing who would lead the northern expedition. After all, war is no trivial matter. One must be thoroughly prepared. During the reign of Ming Yingzong, Wang Zhen observed the ministers in a flurry of activity, filled with disdain. This is such an overreaction. The Walla are merely a nomadic tribe, perpetually lacking in resources. How could they possibly stand against the regular armies of the Ming? This is simply a matter of striking and winning. It will point 200,000 against 100,000. The advantage is mine. Wang Zhen found the minister's indecisiveness bothersome and urged Zhu Qizhen to lead the army personally. Zhu Qizhen was inclined to do so and coincidentally aligned with Wang Zhen, deciding to take command against the Walla. Presenting his intentions at the next court meeting. In the scene, Zhu Qizhen, youthful and fervent, shouted to the ministers, "These Walla clowns dare to invade our Ming. Once I lead the charge, I shall leave them in utter disarray." Making them understand what it means to face a king's army and the wrath of thunder. In the Qing dynasty, Kangxi found himself amused by Zhu Qizhen's display. Indeed, the war god of the Ming dynasty lives up to his reputation. Strength aside, the aura he exudes is extraordinary. Just listen to the fervor in his voice. During the Hanwu period of the Ming, Zhu Yuanzhang observed Zhu Qizhen's behavior with a sinking heart expressing concern. In warfare, the gravest error is to underestimate the enemy. This child has grown up without a father to guide him. Having never set foot in a military camp, he shows such disdain for his adversaries. This could spell disaster. As Zhu Yuanzhang conversed with himself, his hand inadvertently found its way to Zhu Di's ear. The young Zhu Di felt a tightening sensation, and once again, his backside began to ache. During the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di observed this immature side of Zhu Qizhen and was instantly filled with foreboding. This scene seemed strangely familiar to him. He recalled a young man in his 20s, equally oblivious to the vastness of the world, who, boasting of a million-strong army, believed himself invincible, disregarding everyone in the end. That individual was thoroughly dealt with and failed to even attain the title of emperor. Dear child, do not emulate Zhu Yunwen. Where are Yu Qian and Zhang Fu? Someone, please intervene. At this moment, Zhu Di was deeply concerned about Zhu Qizhen's command abilities. After all, there is a saying, a commander lacking competence burdens the entire army. However, Zhu Zhangji held a different opinion. He believed that a tiger begets no dog offspring and wondered how his illustrious lineage could yield an inferior child in the first year of Jingtai. On the grasslands of the northern deserts, in the camp of the Walla, the king's army, the wrath of thunder, Yexian glanced helplessly at Zhu Qizhen beside him and inwardly lamented, "Damn it, this little brat is doing just fine as emperor, yet insists on leading the charge himself. You, the esteemed emperor of the Ming, are you truly so idle? And yet, you choose to venture forth, only to be captured by me. What a predicament! I cannot kill him, nor can I send him away. How infuriating!" Noticing Yexian's gaze, Zhu Qizhen flashed a smile, displaying his gleaming white teeth, completely unashamed by the tally of casualties. Yexian sighed, turning his head away, utterly dismayed. Did this man possess no sense of shame? After all, he was an emperor, a person of high education. How could he bear such thick skin? Yexian cursed inwardly. This brat, what a burden! Eating my food, living under my roof, utilizing my resources. In a week, he can consume a horse. I wouldn't even dare to eat a cow like that. And on top of it all, he resides in a luxurious Mongolian yurt, as if on vacation. He sleeps with my sister, commands my brother, and even meddles with my mother. Who is the captive here, him or me? Is there no law? Someone, please rescue me. I am truly fed up. And on the Ming side, it's been almost a year. When will they bring him back? This is your emperor we are talking about, not some common dog that can be discarded at will. After the scene concluded, the narrative continued. Although the ministers were taken aback by Zhu Qizhen's decision, they did not find the emperor leading a military campaign to be entirely unacceptable. In the early Ming dynasty, it was commonplace for emperors to personally lead their troops, and the ministers had grown accustomed to it. With the emperor's decision to take command, there was no need to deliberate over the choice of the army's supreme leader. Thus, the burden fell upon the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works to prepare provisions and logistical support for the war. At this juncture, the decision to march north posed no significant issues. However, soon enough, problems arose that it was late summer, and the grain in the northern plains was yet to be harvested, necessitating further time to gather forces from the south. Yet Wang Zhun could no longer wait. He had prepared for this chess game for so long and was eager to reel in his catch. With this merit, his position would be secured. Zhu Qizhen was equally impatient. At 22, he felt as if he were growing moldy within the palace. He was desperate to prove himself, yearning to become a cavalry emperor like his great-grandfather. Zhu Di perceived Zhu Qizhen's inner thoughts, and darkness loomed in his eyes. Zhu Qizhen, do not presume that having read a few military texts qualifies you to command an army. You must maintain composure. Nearby the capital lies an elite force of 200,000. The two of us have decided. No more waiting. 200,000 troops shall march forth at once. Under Wang Zhun's meticulous planning, in the 14th year of the Zhengtong era, Zhu Qizhen declared his 2-year-old son Zhu Jianxin as crown prince, while hastily entrusting the regency to Zhu Qiyu, and urgently led 200,000 troops along the paths of Jiyong Pass and Huailai, advancing towards Datong. From receiving the news of the Walla's incursion into Datong to the army's deployment, only 5 days had passed. In the Qing dynasty, Qianlong could not help but chuckle. This is the first time I've seen someone rushing to deliver their head to the enemy. Quite amusing. The famed war god of the Ming truly lived up to the title of hero bestowed upon him by Yingzhou. During the Hongwu era, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a chill run down his spine as he read on. a sense of dread washing over him. What a dreadful strategy! In just 5 days, they have yet to ascertain the enemy's specific circumstances. It is as if they are merely delivering their heads on a platter. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang had already foreseen the outcome of this battle. Zhu Qizhen, do not assume that because your great-grandfather Zhu Di easily dealt with the Mongols, you can do the same. Zhu Di was a reckless man, and the soldiers under his command were equally fearless. Can you measure up? During the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di, Zhu Gaoqi, Zhu Zhanji, and Zhu Gaoxu wore solemn expressions. The four had already discerned that this battle would be a certain defeat. Zhu Di had fought against the Mongols for much of his life and was well aware of their capabilities. Without ample provisions and a clear understanding of the enemy's strengths and weaknesses, he would not dare to recklessly dispatch troops into the northern deserts, in the 14th year of the Jingtong era. On the grasslands of the Wala, Yexin, Tua Buhua, and Alatzi Yuan gathered in assembly, observing the gold list, indicating Zhu Qizhen's troops advancing from Datong. Yexin scoffed with disdain. Gentlemen, the fish has taken the bait. Now, let us witness the performance. Tua Buhua wore a grim expression but forced a smile in front of Yexin. Our Lambatar forces are limited. We can only hold back the Ming army near Liaoding and prevent them from aiding Datong. Yexin replied with a grin. Holding Liaoding is sufficient. With Alatzi Yuan here, we shall deliver a heavy blow to the Ming army this time. Alatzi Yuan added, rest assured, Great Khan, my tribe boasts 30,000 valiant warriors. Capturing Liaodong will be a breeze. Tua Buhua interjected, but do you possess the confidence to face the main Ming forces at Datong? Yexin calmly smiled. The Ming have enjoyed peace for too long. My Wala warriors have engaged in campaigns far and wide, achieving a military prowess comparable to the peak of Genghis Khan's era. The Ming shall undoubtedly be no match. At this juncture, Yexin cast a provocative gaze towards Tua Buhua, his eyes seeming to ask, are my Wala warriors not formidable? Do you Tatar not know? Tua Buhua gritted his teeth, feeling helpless. Zhu Qizhen claims to lead an army of 500,000. But this figure reflects the organization of the capital's troops. Since the reign of Rinxian, the Ming dynasty has abandoned the newer Ganta division, cutting military expenses and no longer deploying forces to the northern grasslands. The Ming army's borders have been fully relocated to the Hetao region. In this context, the army gradually fell into disarray, with desertions rampant in the camps, and the issue of soldiers receiving pay for non-existent service became severe. By the 10th year of the Xuande era, the 77 garrisons of the capital, originally numbering 430,000, had dwindled to just 250,000 from the 10th year of Xuande to the 14th year of Jingtong. The actual number of troops in the capital's forces has become increasingly suspect. Thus, the 20,000 troops accompanying the emperor on this expedition are significantly inflated. In reality, the number of soldiers at each garrison is far from adequate. In such circumstances, the capital must also retain a portion of troops for city defense. Therefore, the actual number of troops embarking on this expedition must be further reduced in order to ensure the safety of the emperor. The court had no choice but to withdraw 50,000 troops from the central plains to reinforce Datong and the 2 garrisons of Xianzhou. Thus, they barely assembled an army of over 100,000 for the personal expedition. However, this news was soon known to Yi Xian. Upon learning of Zhu Qizhen's personal campaign, Yi Xian remained entirely unperturbed, with Tua Buhua controlling the Ming forces in Liaodong and Alaji Yuan restraining Xianzhou. Yi Xian led 60,000 troops to directly cross the Ming Great Wall. Historical records state Yi Xian commanded 30,000 troops, but during the siege of Tumu Fort, Yi Xian's 60,000 were positioned behind, while Alaji Yuan's 30,000 were in the front, leaving the Ming army of only 100,000 infantry encircled at Tumu Fort. The first line of defense of the Ming dynasty that was besieged by Yi Xian was called Yanghe, a significant military stronghold under the jurisdiction of Datong, facing the onslaught of the Wala army. The Wala forces were formidable, having gained strength after incorporating the Tatars, reminiscent of the fierce momentum of the northern Yuan in its early days. Yanghe was in dire straits. Wu Hao, the right deputy general of Datong, stationed at Yanghe, faced the Wala and suffered defeat and death within a single day. On the 15th day of the 7th month, Song Ying, the governor of Datong, along with Duke Jingyuan, the commander-in-chief Wu Jinbo, and the left deputy general Shi Hong, each led 10,000 soldiers to rush to Yanghe for reinforcement. A great battle was imminent. Yet the 40,000 Ming troops were no match for the Wala and retreated in disarray. With the loss of Yanghe, Song Ying planned to retreat to Datong in an orderly manner. At this juncture, Guijing, the supervising eunuch of Datong, interfered in military command, resulting in the complete annihilation of the 40,000 Ming troops. The Marquis of Xining, Guaying, and Duke Wu Jinbo, Zhu Mian, perished in battle, with only Shi Hung managing to escape back to Datong on horseback. By this time, Yi Xian had already established his forces in Yanghe, severing the connection between Datong and Xianzhou at this moment. Zhu Qizhen had just departed from Jiong Pass, unaware of these developments. Remaining lost in their own delusions, they still naively believed that, with the combat prowess of the Ming army, the 20,000 troops stationed in Datong would easily decimate the Walla forces in one fell swoop, leaving them in utter disarray. During the Hongwu era of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang recalled with dismay that the remnants of the northern Yuan could completely annihilate 40,000 Ming troops. He reflected on the 9 great frontier kings he had established in the north. Had the 9 kings still been in place, how could the Tatars be so audacious? They would have long been subdued and compelled to submit. The 9 great frontier kings constituted the most formidable line of defense for the northern borders of the Ming, without exception. This thought filled Zhu Yuanzhang with rage, and he struck Zhu Di on the head. If you had properly defended the northern borders with your brothers, would the Tatars have had the audacity to act so brazenly? Zhu Di, feeling helpless, replied, "Isn't it because my nephew has not given me the opportunity to defend? If I do not rebel against my nephew, will he not have me killed?" Zhu Yuanzhang became even angrier. "We crafted our national policy so well, yet upon my death, all our ancestral teachings were disregarded." Zhu Yuanzhang pondered which aspect had gone awry, leading to the deviation of national policy. After much contemplation, he realized it was all due to Zhu Biao's untimely death. Thus, Zhu Yuanzhang raised his foot and kicked towards the watching Zhu Biao. "It's all your fault for dying so early for no reason," Zhu Biao, bewildered, thought. The fool was actually me. During the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty, cold sweat poured down Zhu Di's forehead. Does Zhu Qizhen understand the entirety of the Mongol forces? What distinguishes the combined might of Walla, Tatar, and Ula from the northern Yuan? In this situation, I must summon my father-in-law Suda and add Chong Yechen. Only then can we secure victory. Zhu Di fervently wished for a savior to appear and awaken Zhu Qizhen from his stupor. Liu Che squinted slightly. Through the examination of the imperial list, he had already immersed himself in the role of the Ming army. He could vividly experience the predicament of the Ming forces, a sensation that caused his palms to perspire. The valiance of the Walla reminded him of the Xiongnu to the north, after the deaths of Wei Qing and Huizubing, although his Han dynasty had repeatedly engaged the Xiongnu. Victories were few and far between. Departing from the capital for over 10 days, on the 1st of August, the 200,000 troops finally arrived at Datong. Among the defenders of Yanghe, who had perished in battle, the supervising eunuch Guijing, who had miraculously survived, finally encountered his superior. Guijing promptly reported to Wang Zhen about the harrowing circumstances of the battle at Yanghe and vividly depicted the combat prowess of the Walla forces. Wang Zhen was greatly astonished. The Walla, this fierce tiger, had grown so powerful that they were now beyond the control of the Ming dynasty. Upon learning of the Walla army's brutal might, Wang Zhen felt that this battle would be arduous. Zhu Di was furious to the point of explosion. He pulled his grandson Zhu Zhanji and kicked him. "I told you to replace the empress. You treat my words as mere suggestions, do you?" Observing the two of them, Zhu Zhanji was being kicked mercilessly. Zhu Gaoqi spun around anxiously, while Zhu Gaoxiu's eyes sparkled with delight, wishing to reward his father with gold beans. There is no chance of victory in this battle. Wang Zhen swiftly made the decision to order the army to return to the capital. Although he desired to achieve merit and fame, he did not wish to sacrifice his life here. However, Yi Xian's forces had already crossed the Great Wall, and returning via Huailai and Juyang Pass would inevitably lead to a confrontation with the Walla army along the way. Therefore, Wang Zhen suggested to Zhu Qizhen to take the Zijing Pass back to the capital. Of course, Wang Zhen believed it would be even better to make a brief stop in his hometown of Yu County on the way back. Zhu Qizhen would not refuse any request from Wang Zhen. He agreed, and the army set off from Zijing Pass back to the capital. Wang Zhen was so elated he could have almost soared into the sky. What did it mean to escort the emperor back to his hometown? It was a matter of rising to prominence and returning in glory, but this was not an ordinary return. It was a return as depicted in the poetry of Wang Wei. With this action, in the future, who among the people of Yu County would not bow to him upon seeing him? The 200,000 troops received the order to return to the capital, puzzled by the sudden change. Yet, they complied and departed from Datong, heading towards Yu County to return to Zijing Pass along the inner Great Wall. However, just 50 li after leaving Datong, a new order was issued from the central camp. The army was to return along the same route to Datong, retracing their steps through Huailai and Juyong Pass back to the capital at this point. A map detailing the Ming army's route as they returned from Yu County to Zijing Pass vividly emerged. Simultaneously, a map illustrating the routes from Datong, Xianzhou, and Juyong Pass also appeared, facilitating comprehension for the readers of the imperial list in the Qin dynasty. Ing Zheng was utterly speechless. What does this mean? The army's marching route can be changed at a moment's notice. They take 200,000 troops for a leisurely stroll to the border, then return home. Is this a joke? Are you emulating Li Jinglong, who led 500,000 troops on a month-long excursion without conquering a single city? In that moment, Ing Zheng truly wished to personally inquire of Ming's founding emperor Zhu Yuanzhang and the later capital mover Zhu Di. Have your descendants always been so abstract? As Zhao Gao, standing beside Ing Zheng, observed Wang Zhen's series of maneuvers, he stealthily cast a glance at Ing Zheng. He found Wang Zhen to be exceptionally domineering. Once the Zulong perished, he would need to devise a scheme to elevate Hu Hai to power. As Hu Hai's mentor, he too could emulate Wang Zhen, returning to his homeland with 200,000 Qin soldiers for a leisurely stroll. Merely contemplating this prospect filled Zhao Gao with delight. At that time, he too would etch his name in the annals of history. During the Hongwu era of the Ming dynasty, upon receiving the news of the 200,000 soldiers retracing their steps, Zhu Yuanzhang felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. The repeated defeats of the Ming forces at the borders indicated that this Yi Xian was no ordinary adversary. Zhu Qizhen's decision to retreat was indeed somewhat cowardly. Yet cowardice was preferable to outright defeat. If a conflict were to erupt, and the Ming dynasty were to suffer a disgrace akin to the Jingkong incident, Zhu Yuanzhang feared he would never find peace in death. Even in death, he would be unable to suppress the lid of his coffin, compelled to linger for decades, slapping his descendants in frustration. Beside him, Zhu Di also exhaled a sigh of relief. The return of Zhu Qizhen's 200,000 troops to the capital was monumental news for him. Otherwise, should those troops be completely decimated by Zhu Qizhen and that eunuch Wang Zhen, he feared his father would not merely chastise him with a belt, but would resort to a knife. During the Yongle reign, Zhu Di, observing Zhu Qizhen and Wang Zhen's series of misguided commands, found himself perplexed. He fixed a cold gaze upon Zhu Zhanji, who was curled up on the ground, demanding an explanation. Zhu Zhanji, eager to defend himself, was at a loss for words. Thus, emulating Zhu Di's tone, he declared, "Grandfather, I must clarify that I, Zhu Zhanji, have no association with the Zhu Qizhen on the list." Zhu Di kicked him again. "Don't you dare argue with me." This time, Zhu Di did not spare Zhu Gaoqi either, delivering a slap to the hefty boy's head. Zhu Depang, unyielding, retaliated by returning the slap to Zhu Zhanji. Zhu Zhanji, clutching his head and rolling on the ground, felt utterly aggrieved. "I haven't even brought Zhu Qizhen into this world yet. Why are you hitting me?" Witnessing this scene, Zhu Gaoxiu's eyes gleamed with excitement. He miraculously produced a whip and presented it to Zhu Di, proclaiming, "Father, this will teach them a lesson." Meanwhile, Zhu Gaoxiu joyfully directed his gaze toward the list. "Zhu Qizhen, is it? Young man, do you still have life left in you? Do more. I love to witness it." In the Han dynasty, Han Xian fixated intently on the contents of the list, his expression troubled. My goodness, the military leadership of these two Ming emperors, from Zhu Yunwen to Zhu Qizhen, is truly a torment. He lamented, "Spare me. I won't even know how to lead my troops after this." Once the marching map was annotated, the list continued to detail the situation. Concurrently, the arrows on the marching map indicated ceaseless alterations. The Walla army has crossed Datong, and the stretch between Datong and Weizhou is predominantly flat terrain. There are only two supply points in the middle, Hunyuan City and Guangling City, during the Jingtong era. The northern borders of the Ming dynasty resembled a sheepfold with numerous leaks. Aside from the two strongholds of Datong and Zuanfuzhen, other military outposts were merely for show, incapable of forming effective coordination. If the Datong garrison can withstand the Walla army, then the imperial troops are safe. However, should they falter against the Walla forces on the plains within the Great Wall, this nominal army of 200,000 could face annihilation. On the plains, cavalry can unleash 200% of their combat power. The Datong defenders suffered severe losses in their 2 defeats at Yanghekou and Erzwang and can no longer muster a large-scale military force. Thus, the seemingly safer route from the inner Great Wall back to the capital becomes increasingly perilous once the Walla army crosses Datong and discovers the Ming forces' movements. Zhu Qizhen's retreat to Datong. Along the paths of Huayan, Zuanfuzhen, Huailai, and Juyong Pass back to the capital represents the best and only option. I do not intend to absolve Zong. Please do not criticize me, although I will likely face backlash. However, I wish to convey that the incident at Tumu Fortress and the fate of the Ming dynasty is certainly not so simple. I have diligently researched for a long time before penning this. Ming Shilu states that Wang Zhen's reasoning for changing routes due to fear of trampling on his homeland's crops is untenable. Relevant Mongolian materials and Xianzhou Town Chronicles do not mention that the change in route was due to Wang Zhen. Recollections following Yingzong's restoration, although not explicitly stated, reveal that they encountered the Walla army immediately after departing Datong, leading to their retracing of steps. Wang Zhen is burdened with the blame alongside Yingzong. After all, in the eyes of the ministers, the emperor is never at fault. A deeper reason is that there were no alternatives. The route through the inner Great Wall back to the capital was entirely flat. Any encounter would lead to a unilateral massacre by the Walla cavalry. The Ming troops had not engaged in combat for over a decade. Their expedition rushed, morale low, and lacking any preparation, with commanders not on the same level, rendering them incapable of resistance. Thus, they could only retreat. In the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin gazed at the map on the list and the route chart for the Ming army's return to the capital. Lost in thought, he placed himself in the shoes of the Ming forces, contemplating the potential encounters that could unfold. After a moment, Li Shimin wore a troubled expression that he realized he could not immerse himself in their situation. He believed that if he were leading 200,000 troops, not to mention 200,000, even 100,000, he would charge at that Yixian without hesitation during the Warring States period. The God of Slaughter, Bai Qi, scrutinized the list, utterly baffled by Zhu Qizhen's actions leading the Ming army. What is there to fear? A mere few thousand Yixian are easily dispatched. Such trivial matters are beneath my attention. Why cower? Charge at him. In the Song dynasty, Yu Fei gazed intently at the list. Zhu Qizhen's actions bore resemblance to those of the 2 Song monarchs during the northern expeditions, both leading hundreds of thousands of troops northward, each contributing to the depletion of their resources. Studying the Ming army's retreat route, Yu Fei noted that at first glance, the marching route appeared sound, but upon closer examination, the gaps between various garrisons were too vast. Given the mobility of the Walla cavalry, they could easily traverse the terrain. This posed a significant danger. Yu Fei recalled the initial mention of Zhu Qizhen going to study abroad suddenly. He was struck with a chilling realization. Could this be the Ming dynasty's version of the Jingkong incident? The Ming army has maintained the outer Great Wall defense line for nearly several decades, despite suffering neglect during the Ren, Xian, and Zhengtong eras. However, the foundation remains. The Walla cannot entirely dismantle this front line in a short period. Referencing Zhengtong Linronglu, Wang Zhen is in a state of panic, since instigating the emperor to lead the expedition. All events have spiraled beyond his control. Now he cannot expose his prior act of providing weapons to Yixian, cannot prevent Yixian's southward advance, nor can he devise a comprehensive strategy to safeguard himself and the army. Wang Zhen can only watch helplessly as the troops walk into the Walla's trap. The Ming army's outer Great Wall defense line is largely situated below mountains and rivers, with few plains, where the Walla cavalry, which Yixian relies upon most, is severely constrained. Wang Zhen can only pray for the army's safe return to the capital in the Qing dynasty. Qianlong observed the unfolding drama with a sense of anticipation. Here it comes, the climactic moment is about to arrive. Prepare to be astonished, emperors of the Ming dynasty. During the Xuande period of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Zhangji never anticipated that following in his father's footsteps to contract the borders of the Ming would yield such profound consequences. He deeply regretted not intervening in the internal affairs of Mongolia, which ultimately resulted in the disruption of the delicate balance among the Walla, Tatars, and Ula. The unification of Mongolia under Walla was an unforeseen calamity. With a unified Mongolia, even he hesitated to assert that victory was assured. How could Zhu Qizhen possibly manage such a formidable Walla? At this moment, Zhu Zhangji was engulfed in worry for Zhu Qizhen. His beloved son with Empress Sunday, he fervently hoped that no misfortune would befall him. The narrative continues. Barely 3 days after the Grand Army departed from Datong, the city fell victim to a fierce assault from the main forces of Walla. The defending troops of Datong suffered near total annihilation, and the city was on the brink of being overrun. At this juncture, Zhu Qizhen remained oblivious to the fall of Datong behind him. Yearn, however, opted not to engage in a protracted battle for Datong, for he understood that should the Ming forces regain their composure and rally their might, a counteroffensive would be effortless. His objective had never been Datong. From the moment the emperor took to the field, his aim had shifted. He sought to obliterate the main force of the Ming army and capture the Ming emperor alive, using him as leverage to reclaim the Yuan capital. To resist the Ming in the north and south, thus, he led the Walla forces in pursuit of the Ming army, waiting for the opportune moment to strike a decisive blow. In the 14th year of the Jingtong era, Empress Qian, residing within the depths of the Forbidden City, was suddenly struck with alarm. For a fleeting moment, she found herself unsteady. Heavens, the forces of Yi Xian were gradually closing in on her husband, who remained entirely unaware. What could be done? At this moment, Empress Qian was utterly fraught with panic. She prayed to the heavens, hoping for a divine intervention to save her husband. What was more dire was that when Zhu Qizhen journeyed from the capital to Datong, the military stronghold of Xuanfu was already in a precarious state. Taking advantage of Zhu Qizhen's forces passing through Xuanfu, the 30,000 Mongolian troops of Asian began to besiege the northernmost military outpost, Meng. They systematically obliterated the military garrisons to the north of Meng, including Dushi Fort and Songshu Fort. Dushi Fort served as the front line against the Mongols, boasting military strength on par with Meng. After Dushi Fort was ruthlessly bloodied, the commander Yang Jun of Meng fled without a fight. Once Dushi and Meng fell to Yuan, the garrisons of Yunzhou, Longmen, Yongning, and Huilai hastily abandoned their posts. The eastern and northern flanks of Xuanfu had completely succumbed. At this juncture, it meant that communication had been severed between Datong and Xuanfu, and from Xuanfu to the capital. During the Zhengdong era, the ministers left behind in the capital felt their hearts rise to their throats. What could be done? They were powerless to rescue the emperor. The vicinity of the capital was devoid of troops. Reinforcements from Hunan and Shandong would take at least 7 or 8 days to arrive. Would the emperor endure? Even more terrifying was that at this moment, Xuanfu had barely 20,000 defenders left, barely sufficient to ensure their own survival, and could not possibly provide support for the emperor's grand army. The forces of Yuan were poised just outside the city, should they venture out. Xuanfu would surely fall. The commander of Xuanfu, Yang Hong, was a seasoned warrior, and precisely because of this, he recognized the disparity between the two sides and refrained from recklessly deploying troops to assist the emperor. His priority was to establish contact with the capital and report the emperor's precarious situation. Meanwhile, the troops accompanying the emperor on his campaign remained blissfully unaware of the dire complexities that had unfolded. They were on the verge of being ensnared within the encirclement of the Walla forces, facing imminent death. In the Hanwu era of the Ming dynasty, as the situation deteriorated, Zhu Yuanzhang began to panic. What on earth is happening? Could it be that Zhu Qizhen intended to bring about a repeat of the Jingkong humiliation? Zhu Yuanzhang felt that his fears might manifest any moment now. Curse Zhu Qizhen. During the Jingguan period of the Tang dynasty, the information on the golden list left Li Shimin perplexed. In a fleeting moment, he could not discern whether the Walla were invading the Ming or if the Ming were encroaching upon the Walla. In the Ming's own territory, the Walla were well informed, whereas the Ming appeared utterly blind. Had the previous Ming emperors made no investment at the borders? How could intelligence and military strength have degraded to such an extent? As the Ming army faced the Walla invasion on their home turf, Li Shimin recognized that Yi Xian possessed an intimate understanding of the Ming's defensive deployments throughout the north, even down to the precise number of troops stationed at each border outpost. When Yi Xian conferred with Tua Buhua and Yuan regarding the invasion of Ming territory, they had even prearranged the number of troops required to capture specific locations. Once Zhu Qizhen's forces crossed Xuanfu, the outcome was all but sealed. This was too abstract, Li Shimin thought. There must be an insider. The transaction must be halted. During the reign of Ming Yingzhou, Yi Xian, who had not experienced these events, gazed at the content of the golden list with a smirk. Regardless of whether Zhu Qizhen traversed the inner or outer Great Wall, he could not escape a major battle. Everything was within his grasp. It was merely a question of where and when the confrontation would occur at this moment. Zhu Qizhen was truly oblivious, perhaps still naively contemplating a contest of strength against Yi Xian's grand army. Yi Xian found this utterly perplexing. Zhu Qizhen truly perceived himself as Zhu Di, aspiring to gallop across the vast sea and conquer the wolf-haunted lands. Did he? He could indeed lend him a helping hand. The grand army, with hearts laden with trepidation, began their journey back to the capital along the outer Great Wall. The path was desolate, with numerous corpses of Ming soldiers exposed along the way, creating immense psychological pressure on the troops. Even Zhu Qizhen finally comprehended the true savagery of the Walad at this moment. Zhu Qizhen's heart was devoid of the past bravado. He had been thoroughly shaken by the blood-soaked scene before him. All he desired was to return to the capital with utmost haste. Thus, the Jinyui led the way, with the grand army following in an unusual tranquility. Neither the Jinyui nor the cavalry scouts detected any sign of the Walla. From Datong to Yangheku, and then to Huayan, they encountered no resistance whatsoever. On the 10th of August, the grand army returned to Xuanfu, and the troops finally breathed a sigh of relief, following several days of relentless rain and insufficient logistical preparations. The army was already facing a shortage of provisions, and morale was waning. The commander of Xuanfu, Yang Hong, reported to Zhu Qizhen about the situations in the eastern and northern regions of Xuanfu, which only heightened Zhu Qizhen's anxiety, prompting him to dispatch the Jinyui for an overnight reconnaissance. However, whether at Ming, Longmenwei, or Dushirfort, no trace of the Walla forces was discovered. In the first year of the Jing'ai era. On the southern grasslands, ACI Ziwan observed the golden list indicating the Jinyui reconnaissance towards the northeast of Xuanfu, and chuckled that, my 30,000 troops are already waiting for you in Huailai. Come, so I can wrap you up like dumplings. How could you possibly find us? On the 11th of August, the grand army departed from Xuanfu, proceeding according to the predetermined plan, traversing through Jiming Mountain, Leijiao Station, Tumu Fort, Weilei, Yulin Fort, and Juyong Pass. On their return, just as the grand army left Xuanfu and reached Leijiao Station, Yi Xian and the Walla forces appeared near the Yorling. Yorling serves as the swiftest route for relaying messages between Xuanfu and Leijiao Station. At this moment, the commander of Xuanfu, Yang Hong, felt his heart shatter. He knew calamity was imminent. With fewer than 20,000 troops in Xuanfu and 8,000 dispatched to escort the emperor, only about 10,000 defenders remained within the city. Facing Yi Xian's nearly 60,000 troops, any attempt to intercept would be akin to a mandish trying to stop a chariot, sealing Xuanfu's doom. Thus, Yang Hong chose to dispatch several dozen riders as messengers, urging them to hasten in pursuit of the grand army, aiming to connect with the emperor before the Walla forces launched their surprise attack. Time is life. The messenger disregarded life and death entirely, and ultimately delivered the news to the imperial camp just before the grand army was about to set forth. On August 13, the last remaining messenger from Zuan Fuqing delivered the message to emperor with his final breath. The Walla army trailed closely behind. Less than 50 miles away, Liu Bang of the Han dynasty furrowed his brow. He had discerned the truth. Since the expedition of Zhu Qizhen began, they had been led by the nose by the Walla forces. This left Liu Bang perplexed. Did crossing the Great Wall not mean entering the territory of the Ming dynasty, who was truly on whose land? All movements were firmly in the hands of Yeshen. In stark contrast, the high-ranking Ming military officials seemed woefully uninformed about the Walla's maneuvers. How could one expect to win a battle under such circumstances? This also reflected the dire state of the Ming military's defenses in the Hetao region. The connections between military garrisons could be easily dismantled. During the Southern Song, as he witnessed Zhu Qizhen's army being relentlessly pursued by Walla, nearly captured, Zhao Go felt immense dissatisfaction that it was one thing for Zhu Qizhen to be incapable of defeating them, but to lack a proper escape route was inexcusable. In terms of evasion skills, he was woefully inferior. Zhao Go beamed with pride, wishing he could travel back to the 14th year of the Yongle reign to teach Zhu Qizhen a few tricks of survival. In his own time, when Zhao Go fled south from Kaifeng to Linen, he had run for over a decade, even taking a leisurely 4-month vacation at sea, basking in the sun, enjoying beautiful women, savoring seafood, all while the formidable Jin army pursued him for years without laying a finger on him. Such remarkable skill was unparalleled throughout China. In the Song dynasty, Zhao Guangyi, upon seeing the predicament faced by Zhu Qizhen, remained utterly unperturbed. Thousands of troops were mere decorations before him. Was it not said that a donkey could travel 200 miles in a night with such ease? Across China, Li Shimin was equally unmatched in this regard. No one could catch up to his tail lights. That it is no exaggeration to say that if his skills could be disseminated and formed into an army, the likes of the Liao or Yel de Guang would be nothing but trifles before him. With a 200-mile head start, how could one possibly lose? During the Hongwu era of the Ming dynasty, panic ensued. Zhu Yuanzhang was completely flustered. The enemy was practically upon him, and Zhu Qizhen remained blissfully unaware. This was a prelude to total annihilation. Zhu Yuanzhang could not accept it. Though Zhu Yunwen had squandered 1,000,000 troops, they were his own men. Yet Zhu Qizhen was offering them up to the nomads. What was this? Was he not satisfied with being an emperor, leading a contingent of 200,000 abroad for a study tour? Zhu Yuanzhang was in a frenzy that a battered Zhu Di was no better off. With the enemy just 50 miles away, and with the speed of the Walla cavalry, what was to be done? Zhu Di racked his brains, pondering who had initiated the precedent of the Ming emperor personally leading troops into battle, thereby providing Zhu Qizhen with such an opportunity. It was him, Zhu Di. Well then, that was settled. Zhu Di was left in tears, realizing his father had been right. The beating he received was not in vain. Zhu Qizhen, using eunuchs and personally leading the expedition, was indeed following his example. During the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty, the aged Zhu Di witnessed this scene. His heart rent with anguish. He longed to trample Zhu Zhanji into the ground. "I told you to stop recklessly driving," he lamented. Good heavens, the Ming could have prospered for 3 generations, but here we are, already beset by a foolish ruler so soon after founding the dynasty. How is this any different from the Song dynasty? At this moment, the new generation of Ming nobles was largely inexperienced, having never endured the crucible of true warfare, rendering them incapable of bearing significant responsibilities. The old ministers, Zhang Fu and Duke of Chengwa Zhu Yong, could only strive to shoulder the burden. During the Yongle era, Zhu Di, upon seeing this, felt a weight lift from his heart. Thankfully, when Zhu Qizhen completely lost his backbone, there were still the Duke of England, Zhang Fu, and Duke of Chengwa, Zhu Yong, stepping up to take on the heavy responsibilities. Zhu Di was momentarily moved to tears. Good children, 2 good children, he thought. Like their fathers before them, Zhang Fu and Zhu Yong had risen to the occasion. Zhu Di was deeply touched by their actions. These 2 young men had lost their fathers early, back when they served under him. They were still mere boys. Now, they had become the backbone of the empire. It was a pity that at their age, they would be led into peril once more by the emperor, feeling indebted to Zhang Yu. Zhu Di was filled with rage. Zhu Qizhen, you wretched man, you have caused untold suffering. I truly wish to see your demise. Now that they had arrived at this juncture, what use was regret? It was all too late. In the depiction of the Golden List, Zhang Fu's image appeared, bathed in the glow of the evening sun. His silver hair seemed to shimmer with a golden huas, one of the last remaining members of the old generation of nobles. He stood up at a critical moment, proving through their actions that as long as they were present, the backbone of the Ming remained intact. General Zhang Fu, Duke of Chengwa Zhu Yong. These 2 seasoned generals, aged 75 and 59 respectively, approached their task with a resolve to meet death. During the reign of the Zhengde era, a commoner remarked, "This mess is entirely the result of Zhu Qizhen's obstinacy. He is a foolish ruler. Will this battle be winnable?" A voice of concern arose. In silence, the commoners surveyed the dispirited, demoralized troops of the capital and braced for the worst. Was the Ming dynasty destined to suffer a repeat of the shame of Jingnan? At the same time, Zhu Qizhen, personally experiencing the turmoil of the Tumu fortress incident, glanced at the contents of the Golden List, unable to suppress his anxiety. This cannot be my fault. I am not to blame. Who dares to claim absolute victory in battle? In this situation, I should be escorted back to the capital as soon as possible. The Ming troops around him were devoid of fighting spirit, and days of hunger combined with relentless marching were gradually eroding the last vestiges of will in Zhu Qizhen and his army. At this moment, a wave of sorrow spread through the ranks of the Ming. No one knew if they would ever return home alive. Zhu Qizhen finally grasped the true meaning of the phrase that war is no child's play. Regrettably, a bow once drawn cannot return. Due to his momentary impulse, the Ming would pay a heavy price. Zhu Qizhen's psyche, under relentless pressure, ultimately shattered. During the Xuande era, upon witnessing the contents of the Golden List, Zhu Zhanji was at a loss for words. The carefully selected crown prince had turned out to be such a disappointment. He could only hope this child would realize his errors in the future, that it was truly unexpected that my child, Zhu Zhanji, would turn out to be such a fool. Zhu Zhanji resolved to replace the crown prince the following day. Yet he was also worried about the Ming troops listed on the golden list. He sighed, perhaps if we fight while retreating, we can delay the Walla and safely return to the capital. At this moment, it was imperative not to give the Walla the chance to pick them off one by one. As he analyzed the situation, Zhu Zhanji could not resist the urge to engage in a game of cricket. During the Jingtai era, the capital's soldiers and citizens, having experienced the defense of the capital, were fully focused on the contents of the golden list. The Battle of Tumu Fortress had felt like the sky was collapsing around them, although they had managed to preserve the capital by relying on the Emperor Daizong. The Ming had sustained severe injuries. Regarding this battle that would determine the fate of the nation, they were all curious about the details. How had the so-called Son of Heaven managed to completely ruin an army of 200,000 step by step? The textual inventory proceeds in synchronization. The Duke of England, Zhang Fu, the Duke of Chenghua, Zhu Yong, the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Wang Zhua, and the Minister of War, Huang Yi, convened to deliberate. Ultimately, a most rational decision is reached. The Walla bandits, having triumphed in battle time and again, should be avoided, and a retreat to the capital is warranted. To gather forces before launching an offensive against Wallad in the Sui dynasty, Yang Jian awaited expectantly, believing that the Ming army would fight to the last. However, he was taken aback by their sudden shift in strategy, opting to retreat to the capital. This maneuver nearly caused him to wince in disbelief. He could not fathom how, in such a short span of decades, the once resolute Ming had softened in the Qin dynasty. Ing Zheng discerned the implications of the discussions among the venerable Ming officials. It was evident that the lives of the soldiers were to be sacrificed to preserve the emperor. Yet, Ing Zheng felt compelled to inquire, can such preservation truly be achieved in the face of adversity? Victory belongs to the brave. Retreat leads to disarray. Once the general direction was established, Zhu Qizhen appointed the Wu brothers from the Ming nobility, the obedient Marquis Wu Kezhong and General Wu Kaqin, to lead a force of 20,000 cavalry comprised of Mongols who had surrendered to the Ming, to cover the retreat. They aimed to buy time for the main army as the 3,000 cavalry had barely established their defenses. The Walla army, numbering 60,000, arrived with no respite, and a fierce confrontation ensued. The scene on the golden list once again depicted chaos. The Walla troops, consistently victorious, seemed nearly unstoppable. These ferocious cavalry from the steppes, from their advantageous position, unleashed a barrage of arrows that rained down, decimating the already overstretched 3,000 Mongolian cavalry. General Wu Kaqin fell amidst the turmoil, leaving only the obedient Marquis Wu Kezhong. Wu Kezhong showed no sign of retreat, dismounting to seize the arrows from a fallen cavalryman, relentlessly firing at the Walla forces until he was encircled and ultimately perished after vanquishing over 10 Walla warriors. The Golden List vividly recreated the circumstances of this battle. Although the carnage paled in comparison to the Battle of Xiangji Temple, it was nonetheless drenched in blood, the sounds of arrows slicing through the air, the neighing of warhorses, and the clash of weapons echoed incessantly, producing a similarly shocking effect. In the Yuan dynasty, Kublai Khan rose, clapping and laughing heartily, unable to contain his praise. "Ha! Splendid! This is the valor of my Mongolian men. Brave men on horseback, you are magnificent, capturing the Ming emperor and reclaiming my Khan's Yuan capital. Allow us to once again dominate the central plains." Beside him, Liu Bingzhong coughed twice, unable to suppress his urge to remind him. "Great Khan, what are you so excited about? This is not your lineage. Your descendant, Tu Ibuhua, is merely a subordinate to the current Khan. Even if the Yuan capital is regained, the Khan's throne has little to do with your progeny." Kublai Khan's laughter abruptly ceased. The Mongolian dance he had begun faltered awkwardly in midair, leaving him at a loss for how to continue. His expression darkened in an instant, having momentarily forgotten this crucial point. What to do now? An awkward tension filled the air. Who will provide a way out for this Khan? The inventory continued on the evening of August 13th, as the army had just advanced over 30 miles. News of the Wu brothers' defeat and demise reached the main camp. The combat prowess of the Walla forces left everyone astounded. During the Yongle period of the Ming, Zhu Di was equally taken aback. Should the Walla breach Jiming Mountain and Leijia Station, before reaching Huailai from Tomu Fortress, they would encounter a small plain that could not be effectively fortified. Zhu Di's palms began to sweat. He once again stepped on Zhuzhanji. Oh, dear grandson, the Ming may prosper for 3 generations. Curse it all, as Zhu Di admonished his grandson. He calculated the potential developments on the golden list. He thought that even if it meant a delay, they must buy time for the army to enter Huailai Way. Otherwise, engaging in a pitched battle would yield slim chances of victory. In a critical moment, the Duke of Changhua, Zhu Yong, volunteered to confront the enemy at Jiming Mountain. To fight to the death for the Ming Emperor seemed to be Zhu Yong's most fitting fate, as it was for Zhang Fu. Both distinguished dukes had fathers who perished valiantly under the command of Zhu Di during the Jingnan campaign. Fate appears to be invariably similar. After their deaths, their eldest sons would continue to uphold their noble titles, remaining loyal to the Ming Emperor. Zhu Qizhen promptly commanded Duke Zhu Yong and Marquis Shui Shou to lead over 50,000 cavalry to confront the enemy at Jiming Mountain. However, the same issue persisted. The Ming army had suffered from years of neglect across 3 reigns, leading to a significant dilution in their numbers. At this juncture, the 50,000 troops commanded by the 2 nobles comprised over half of their inflated figures. And even with accompanying attendants, they could scarcely muster 30,000, at best just over 20,000. Meanwhile, the Walla forces had already laid ambushes at Jiming Mountain and Yaour Ridge. This unifying leader of the Walla possessed an astute instinct for warfare. The outcome was predictable. The Ming army led by Zhu Yong was ambushed from both Yaour Ridge and Jiming Mountain, resulting in total annihilation. Duke Zhu Yong and Marquis Shui Shou fought valiantly, refusing to surrender, and were both slain in the fray. During the Hongwu period of the Ming, Zhu Yuanzhang was nearly driven to the brink of fury, his voice interspersed with a hint of desperation. I shall not rest until I have beaten you senseless and flayed you alive. How could you select an heir like this? Zhu Qizhen is determined to squander our Ming fortunes. Just as Zhu Yuanzhang rolled up his sleeves in agitation, the young Zhu Di had already found a perfect feng shui spot on the city walls of Nanjing. Zhu Di lay flat on the ground, face down, encircling his head with yellow earth. His hands spread upon the ground, eyes closed in resignation. His expression exuded tranquility, embodying the courage of a warrior facing the inevitable arrival of death. Zhu Yuanzhang charged forth, brandishing a stick to strike down. Ah, 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 Zhu Di's plaintive cries echoed throughout the entire capital of Yingtian. When news of the army's complete annihilation reached the central camp once again, it was already nightfall. The army had just reached Tomu Fortress, a mere 20 miles from Huailai Way. Yet this 20 miles became an insurmountable chasm for Zhu Qizhen throughout his life. The 30,000 Mongolian troops that had inexplicably vanished near Xianzhou reappeared, having occupied the Ming army's Huailai Way, encircling Zhu Qizhen's forces from the front and rear. During the Yongle period of the Ming, Zhu Di harbored no illusions, acutely aware of his rising blood pressure. At that moment, he seemed to witness his father Zhu Yuanzhang rallying the people. Zhu Gaoqi hurriedly consoled him. Father, please take it easy. Zhu Di waved his hand dismissively, stating that such reassurances were futile. After the inventory concludes, let Walla mourn as well. Zhu Qizhen was utterly panicked. Unable to contact the capital, he found himself trapped, with 30,000 Mongolian cavalry in front and 60,000 behind at a deadlock. In the Song dynasty, Zhaogo could not help but feel anxious for Zhu Qizhen. Oh, Zhu Qizhen, you are in dire straits. You have fallen into the encirclement. You are doomed. I bestow upon you the title of the High Sorghum River Chariot God of our ancestors. Run. In this critical moment, the Duke of England, Zhang Fu, once again stepped forward, ordering the entire army to dig trenches and fortifications at Tomu Fortress to withstand the onslaught of cavalry. By dawn, nearly 100,000 Walla troops approached Tomu Fortress. Given that Tomu Fortress was flanked by hills, the only feasible point of attack was from the front, where the Ming forces had already erected formidable defenses. At this juncture, the Ming camp resembled an impregnable fortress. For the Walla, there was simply no viable approach. The two parties thus engaged in a silent stalemate, glaring at each other for 3 consecutive days. The situation of the Tang and Ming dynasties caused Li Shimin to furrow his brow tightly. With no water and no provisions, it was impossible to hold the line. The demise of these 100,000 foot soldiers was merely a matter of time. What perplexed Li Shimin even more was the fact that this location was evidently in close proximity to the capital. Why was there not a whisper of movement from Beijing? Not even a semblance of reinforcements could be detected, not even a feigned attempt at support, which could have instilled some caution in the enemy. It was as if the ministers were completely indifferent to the emperor's fate. During the Hongwu period of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di finally sensed that something was amiss. And it was indeed very amiss. Under normal circumstances, the distance from Zuanfuzu to Beijing would ensure that information flowed freely each day. Yet, it had been nearly 10 days since the stronghold between Datong and Zuanfuzu had been overrun, and the emperor had gone missing. How could the Beijing side have received no news whatsoever? Not a soul came to provide assistance. Not even a pretense of assistance was made. This was utterly suspicious. On the 15th of August, the enemy sent envoys to the Ming army to negotiate peace. The enemy had cut off the water supply upstream of the Sanghan River, and the Ming army, nearly devoid of water and provisions, managed to withstand the onslaught of the Walla army for 3 days without collapsing. They had long reached the limits of human endurance. Upon seeing the enemy's willingness to negotiate, they eagerly agreed at this moment. The Ming army believed that as long as there was a possibility for negotiation, it was not yet a dead end. Seeing this, Li Shimin could not help but scoff. Foolish! Who was responsible for the decision to negotiate? Could it not be seen that this was a ploy by the enemy? Clearly, in a situation of being cut off from water and supplies, surrounded by the Walla army, the Ming forces had steeled themselves with the resolve to fight to the death. In such circumstances, would they not recall the tales of Xiang Yu and Han Xian fighting against insurmountable odds? Where had their education gone? Li Shimin was left incredulous by the command of the Ming army. If Zhu Qizhen had refused to negotiate, there might have been a glimmer of hope, but once he agreed to negotiate, the morale of the soldiers would undoubtedly wane. How could they continue to fight? By agreeing to negotiate, they fostered a sense of complacency. Driven by the fear of death, the instinct for survival would be amplified to an infinite degree. The commands of the higher-ups would hold no sway over the Ming army in such a state. This was a path to ruin. After both parties signed the peace treaty, the Walla army retreated. By this time, neither the emperor nor the direct superiors in the military could restrain the famished Ming soldiers. The Walla had retreated, and after 3 days and nights without water, who could still care about such matters? Hundreds of thousands disregarded the commands of their superiors and resolutely crawled out of their trenches, exerting all their strength as they frantically rushed towards the water source at this moment. During the Hongwu period, Zhu Yuanzhang had already anticipated the scene that was about to unfold at this moment. He felt as if the heavens were about to collapse. In the imagery of the Golden List, a chilling scene emerged. The earth began to tremble. And from 10 miles away, clouds of dust rose as the sound of thundering hooves approached. 1 rider, 2 riders, 3 riders. Almost in an instant, thousands of war horses appeared within the sight of the Ming army. The Walla army was returning, and they had no intention of negotiating. They were merely feigning negotiations. Their true objective was to annihilate the Ming army. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of Ming soldiers felt a chill run down their spines. The Walla army, akin to wolves and tigers, charged forward brandishing their swords. The distance of a few miles closed in an instant. The disheartened Ming soldiers found their legs weighed down as if filled with lead. Immobilized in place, during the Hanwu period, the refrain echoed, "Do not run. Under no circumstances run. If you do, it will all be over." At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes nearly bulged with despair. The Ming army was unable to organize an effective resistance, and the Walla riders began their indiscriminate slaughter. Before long, half of the Ming army lay dead or wounded, with only a few fortunate enough to escape. In the imagery of the Golden List, the Ming soldiers scattered like lost dogs, fleeing in disarray, completely devoid of combat capability. Lives, once vibrant, fell one after another in the vision of the Golden List. In the Qing dynasty, witnessing the feeble state of the Ming army, Qianlong could not help but sneer. After merely a few decades of establishment, the Ming army had already become so weak, no wonder they had suffered multiple defeats at the hands of the Eight Banners troops. It must be noted that the combat prowess of their Eight Banners soldiers surpassed that of the finest Mongolian cavalry by several degrees. At this juncture, Qianlong even felt a tinge of regret. There were no enemies left surrounding the great Qing Empire. He wished to lead a personal campaign, but found no place to wage war. Alas, why was there no short-sighted nation to provoke my great Qing? Allow me to indulge in the thrill of leading my own expedition. The scene on the Golden List shifted to the trenches of Tumu Fort. Here, In stark contrast to the disbanded Ming army, stood a well-equipped and disciplined contingent of the Ming forces. Unfortunately, their numbers were merely a few hundred, wholly insufficient to turn the tide. This was the Imperial Guard of Zhu Qizhen. Zhu Qizhen was acutely aware of what lay ahead. He had lost the will to resist and possessed no excess strength to do so. Within the trench, he watched the Walla army's massacre, slowly awaiting the arrival of fate. Meanwhile, outside the trench, Duke Zhongfu and the remaining few hundred Imperial Guards continued to fight valiantly. The scorching blood sprayed forth, dyeing the entirety of Tumu Fort into a sea of red. Under the relentless sun, the blood congealed into horrifying fissures, just like the current state of the Ming dynasty. It was riddled with wounds. The remaining soldiers of the Ming stood resolutely amidst the blood of their compatriots, awaiting their final destiny. As nearly 100,000 Walla cavalry charged, not a single one of the few hundred brave souls faltered. They fought to the death, for they were the emperor's own guard, the face of the Ming dynasty, and retreat was not an option. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Each Imperial Guard, with each wound they sustained, claimed the life of a Walla soldier beneath their steed. Ultimately, Duke Zhongfu and his few hundred valiant guards sacrificed themselves heroically for their nation. The Walla army, in a triumphal manner, surged into the trench, dragging forth the 6th emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Qizhen, who had oppressed them for nearly half a century. The emperor was captured, the army annihilated, and it had only been a month since the campaign began. In the Tang dynasty, Wei Zheng was so enraged that he slammed the table. What a fool! This Zhu Qizhen is truly a great fool. How could there be such a foolish and weak emperor? Is there not a loyal minister like myself by his side? This truly infuriated me. If you, Zhu Qizhen, were Li heir, I would not rest until you were sleepless. At this moment, Li Shimin felt a tightening in his chest. He hastily sought to soothe Wei Zheng. Xiancheng, how can you compare me to Zhu Qizhen? I could never be so foolish, Wei Zheng huffed coldly. And yet you dispatched troops to Goryeo without a hint of foolishness. Li Shimin's expression darkened, and he immediately fell silent. Ah, you, Wei Xiancheng, have caught me on my only blemish. Haven to you. During the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di personally bound Zhu Zhangji. Displaying a look of disappointment, Zhu Zhangji felt a chill run down his spine, hastily jumping to hide behind his father's back. The plump body tensed immediately. This child is truly a burden. Zhu Di then turned to face Zhu Gaoqi. Having somehow acquired a pile of weapons, look at the fine mess you two have created. As he spoke, Zhu Di hurled the weapons away, and Zhu Gaoqi dodged them one by one. Father, are you serious? The rotund figure had not finished his words when Zhu Di hurled various shields and arrows at him. He continued with his strategic withdrawals, abandoning national defense and neglecting the military. The military expenditures you saved suffice to cover a single day of plunder by the Walla people. Zhu Di bellowed, relentlessly swinging objects toward Zhu Gaoqi, who deftly dodged them, leaving Zhu Di himself utterly exhausted. Dare you evade? Zhu Di, in a fit of frustration, removed his shoes and hurled them at Zhu Gaoqi. Shouting, "No dodging allowed," the hefty man froze in place, and with a loud thud, the shoe struck him squarely on the forehead. Only then did Zhu Di place his hands on his hips, lamenting his own old age. Unable to wield a sword. During wartime, a general named Fan Zhong attributed all these blunders to Wang Zhun. If it weren't for his instigation of the emperor's personal campaign, if it weren't for his insistence on launching the army without adequate supplies or reinforcements, if it weren't for his interference in military command, how could the Ming have suffered such a catastrophic defeat? In his final moments, this Ming general lifted a heavy hammer and smashed the treacherous eunuch Wang Zhun into smithereens, leaving not a single intact piece of flesh to end the Qin dynasty. Good at the moment of Wang Zhun's demise, Yingzheng finally let out a long sigh of relief. Simultaneously, he expressed his bewilderment, wondering why Fan Zhong, before his death, did not take the opportunity to strike down Zhu Qizhen as well. If Zhu Qizhen's head had rolled on the ground, wouldn't everyone have felt more at ease? The defeat at Tumu Fort led to the annihilation of the founding nobles of the Ming dynasty, who had been inherited through several generations. The sword of the Ming has been shattered. The emperor was captured, indirectly causing the national spirit, cultivated by several generations of Ming emperors, to decline. After Zhu Qizhen, it became exceedingly rare for emperors to lead campaigns in person. During the Hongwu era of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang felt his blood pressure had skyrocketed. He could not rest in peace. This truly was an insufferable situation. What sins had he committed for the Ming to produce a Zhu Qizhan? Zhu Yuanzhang seized Zhu Di with fury, delivering 2 resounding slaps. Damn you, Zhu Laosi, were you cursed by a dog to produce such a descendant? You turned the Jingnan rebellion into this? When news of the Ming army's annihilation and the emperor's capture reached the capital the next day, the entire court was shocked. Zhu Qizhan had nearly taken away all the military forces in the capital, along with most of the high-ranking officials. Now, the Ming forces in the capital barely numbered over 10,000. At this moment, the officials of the Ming were nearly blinded by despair. The sky has fallen. At this time, some had already begun to pack their bags, preparing to escape to the south. The entire northwest region of the capital had almost completely fallen, leaving it vulnerable. Fleeing south was the choice in the hearts of most. Given the urgency of the situation, on the second day after the news of Zhu Qizhan's capture reached them, on the 18th of August in the 14th year of the Zhengtong era, under the regency of Zhu Qiyu, the remaining civil and military officials of the Ming convened the highest-level meeting of the empire. Should they choose mutual destruction or strive to survive by retreating south? The scene unfolded within the Ming court. The discussion on whether to retreat south commenced. The 21-year-old Zhu Qiyu encountered the highest power of the empire for the first time. This once indolent prince, unfamiliar with governance, was now confronted with such a pressing dilemma. He sat uneasily on the dragon throne, speechless, his expression one of helplessness, hoping the ministers would swiftly arrive at a solution. However, to Zhu Qiyu's astonishment, as soon as the court convened, the ministers unanimously expressed their grief that it was not a united decision to flee south, nor was it a consensus to wage a desperate battle against the Walla. Rather, it was a collective outpouring of tears. Both civil and military officials wept with an originality that was heart-wrenching, their sorrow palpable. Zhu Qiyu, who had never dealt with state affairs, was taken aback by the scene unfolding in the court. The minister's actions left Zhu Qiyu dumbfounded. What was even more bewildering was that, after their weeping, they immediately began to quarrel, with the southern and northern factions tearing into each other, creating chaos akin to a $0 purchase event. Zhu Qiyu was utterly at a loss, sitting in shock, his expression vacant. After a while, seeing Zhu Qiyu's lack of response, the ministers reluctantly put away their stormy expressions and began the meeting in earnest. The first official to speak was Su Chang, Su Yozhen. Apart from being a Ming official, he was also a self-styled fortune-teller. He earned the title of charlatan due to his consistently inaccurate predictions. However, it was not a significant issue since he never charged for his services. The reason he chose to speak first at this meeting was that he had taken the opportunity, after finishing his work the previous night, to divine the fate of the Ming. Su Chang employed all his learned skills, exhausting every adjective he could muster. The stars align favorably. The imperial star shines bright, and clouds shift to reveal the sun. In essence, this so-called fortune-teller's message was clear. They must migrate south. Following his words, the court erupted in an uproar. Yet, soon after, a considerable number of individuals rose to support him. After all, in the eyes of most, the capital was so vulnerable, facing an enemy capable of annihilating 200,000 troops with no chance of victory. The number of officials supporting the southward migration grew. At that moment, a completely opposing voice emerged. The foundation of our nation, the very essence of our state, lies within the capital. Those advocating for migration south must be executed. The speaker was Yu Qian, born in the 31st year of the Hongwu era, a native of Qiantang County in Zhejiang. Having read historical texts since childhood. In the 19th year of Yongle, he passed the imperial examination. Serving as an inspector in the 5th year of Xuanda, he was appointed as the right assistant minister of the Ministry of War. In the 13th year of Jingtong, he was promoted to assistant minister of the Ministry of War. This would be a loyal minister who would extend the life of the Ming dynasty for 100 years. When Yu Qian pronounced, "Those who dare to speak of migration south shall be executed," he subsequently asserted with conviction, "The capital is the root of the world. If we migrate south, it will be an irreversible trend." Would we not be treading the path to the demise of the Southern Song? Have you all forgotten the events of the Southern Song's migration, in the context of the Song dynasty? Zhao Kuangyin, who had been enjoying the assessment of the imperial examination rankings, was captivated by the turmoil of another court, who would not relish such spectacles. Yet, when Yu Qian exclaimed, "Would we not be treading the path to the demise of the Southern Song?" Have you all forgotten the events of the Southern Song's migration? He was left flabbergasted, his smile vanishing in an instant. What the hell? Is the Song dynasty finished? I just set up a kitchen. And it's already collapsing? Zhao Guangyin exclaimed in astonishment. Who can tell me what is going on? Am I caught in a scandal of my own making? Isn't the capital of the Song dynasty located in Dongjing? How did we migrate south? Why would we migrate south? Do we have international students as well? At this moment, Zhao Guangyin was no longer concerned about whether the Ming capital of Beijing could withstand the onslaught. Could someone please inform him of the current situation in the Song dynasty? Was there a descendant among his future generations more outrageous than Zhu Qixin? In the Song dynasty, Gao Lianghe, the chariot god Zhao Guangyi, was racing with the little Zhou empress in public, while a palace painter skillfully captured the scene. Just hold this angle for 3 more minutes, and it will be completed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guangyi became even more invigorated. Ready to floor the accelerator, suddenly, Yu Qian's words appeared before him. Zhao Guangyi was taken aback. The Song dynasty finished. Are you pulling my leg? Zhao Er was utterly bewildered. The court painter beside him was equally perplexed. What on earth? I haven't even finished my painting, and you've extinguished the fire again. I had just picked up my brush. Your Majesty, is it so difficult to endure for just another 2 minutes? This is the 3rd time today. Meanwhile, the deliberations regarding the imperial examination continued. After a brief period of tranquility within the Grand Hall of the Ming dynasty, a fresh wave of disputes erupted. Yu Qian's words resonated like thunder. The remaining elder statesmen in the court, resembling those who have just awakened from a deep slumber, broke into a cold sweat. Should the capital be relocated southward, handing over the imperial seat to the Mongols? And if they were to establish themselves in the north, recuperating for 20 years, it would be an arduous task for the Ming dynasty to avoid demise. Were these pillars of the court to become the slaves of a fallen nation? No, absolutely not. They could not allow the Ming to transform into the Southern Ming, those elder statesmen, who still possessed an understanding of the world's trends, no longer hesitated and rallied behind Yu Qian's viewpoint that a tempestuous debate erupted in the court, with both sides steadfast in their opinions. At this moment, the foremost figure in the current Ming dynasty, the Minister of Personnel, Wang Zhi, stepped forward. Some records state it was Wang Zhi, while others assert it was Wang Wan. These are 2 individuals who served successively in the same position. He unequivocally expressed his support for Yu Qian. Wang Zhi declared, since the establishment of our Ming dynasty, there has been no precedent for abandoning the capital and fleeing south. You all sulk at the slightest setback and speak of national downfall. Where has your usual pride gone? The court officials, finally roused from their stupor, chose to remain in Beijing. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qiyu in the painting no longer hesitated. Though he possessed a timid character and had not undergone the royal education imparted by Zhu Qixin, he still bore the blood of the Zhu family. Thus, he made an immediate decision to fight, never to flee. The scene froze at this moment. In the Han dynasty. Observing this, Lu Che furrowed his brow. One must know when to concede. Do not concern yourself with the losses of a city or a pond. Zhu Qixin had once exhibited such confidence. The king's army, the wrath of thunder. I hope you prove stronger than your brother. Thus, the most pressing issue in the court today was resolved. We shall engage in a decisive battle against the Walla Tartars. However, another, more severe problem lay before them. How can we defend the city of Beijing? Who shall bear the heavy responsibility of safeguarding Beijing? Following the battle at Tumu Fortress, not only was the capital devoid of soldiers, but it was also bereft of capable generals. Consequently, after nearly a day of intense disputes, Zhu Qiyu resolved to place the burden of defending the city squarely on Yu Qian's shoulders. Furthermore, he elevated Yu Qian to the position of Minister of War, granting him numerous privileges. This is the highest honor in the realm, as well as the heaviest burden. At this juncture, Yu Qian had never commanded an army and possessed no combat experience whatsoever. During the Yongle reign of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di was infuriated to the point of dizziness. The weight of defending the city was to be placed upon a civil servant's shoulders. One can only imagine the immense damage Zhu Qixin had inflicted upon the Ming army. Fortunately, he could live for another 20 years. By the time Zhu Zhangji was born, Zhu Di would see to it that he was weaned off. Let this wretched grandson starve. No, let him not even be born. Smash him against the wall. On the golden list, the scene re-emerged. With a heavy heart, Yu Qian once again entered the military camp of the Ministry of War. Here, he was to convene his first major meeting since assuming office. However, when Yuqian fully grasped the issues facing the city of Beijing, he realized the tremendous difficulty of holding the city. The capture of Chongzhen and the annihilation of 200,000 troops brought not only a shortage of military strength but, more critically, a severe blow to the morale of the Ming army. When Yuqian summoned the remnants of the capital's forces, he discovered that apart from a few thousand undisciplined second-rate soldiers, the rest were a motley crew of the elderly, sick, and weak. Moreover, at this moment, there were hardly any horses fit for running in the capital. Truly, it is said that a skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. What a dreadful situation. The elite forces had all been decimated, and to make matters worse, hardly any second-rate soldiers remained. How could they possibly win this battle? Thus, the urgent task was to bolster the ranks and uplift morale. After discussing with Zhu Qizhen, Yuqian issued the first edict from the Ministry of War. The contents of the edict are as follows. From this day forth, the following provinces and various levels of reservists, excluding main force troops, are to be summoned to Beijing for the defense of the city. First, the reserve troops, including the Nanjing Reserve Troops, Beijing Reserve Troops, and Hunan Reserve Troops. Second, the anti-Japanese troops, including the Nanjing Anti-Japanese Troops and Shandong Anti-Japanese Troops. Third, the grain transport troops, including Beijing Grain Transport Troops, Shaanxi Grain Transport Troops, Hunan Grain Transport Troops, Shandong Grain Transport Troops, and Nanjing Grain Transport Troops. Fourth, the Zhejiang Army, excluding those guarding against coastal Japanese pirates. Upon receiving the order, each army is to depart immediately and reach the capital in a timely manner for deployment. Any act of defiance will result in execution. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Di's emotions eased somewhat. That it seemed that at this moment, the Ming dynasty truly lacked any nominal main force troops. Apart from the border forces and reserve troops, all available main force troops had perished at Tumu Fortress. Zhu Di began to worry. While the issue of manpower had been temporarily alleviated, another problem loomed ahead. Who could say when the Mongol forces would arrive in the capital and how long they would remain? Thus, the subsequent challenge was ensuring an ample supply of food. With the entire army converging in Beijing, the consumption of food for so many mouths was staggering to imagine. With food in hand, the Mongols could prolong their stay for as long as they wished. Yet the pressing question remained. Was there sufficient food in Beijing? Zhu Di's concerns deepened. Beijing is short on grain, and the nearest granary is in Tongzhou. However, the pressing issue is that many small wall of forces are nearby. If we were to dispatch over 10,000 troops to Tongzhou for grain, they would likely fall prey to the wall of forces. At that point, not only would we suffer casualties, but the morale of the troops would further plummet. In this moment, Yuqian devised another strategy. All reserve troops, before entering Beijing, should take a detour to Tongzhou. Following that route into the capital as they pass through Tongzhou, each soldier must gather as much grain as possible, take as much as they can carry. For every 20 stones of grain, a reward of 1 tael of silver will be granted. The more, the better. Ideally, each person should be able to carry 500 pounds. For those unable to carry any, they should consume as much as they can. Tongzhou is quite close to the capital, and at this time, the main Mongol forces are still outside the city. Small detachments of Walla cavalry pose no threat to the large army. Thus, the issue of grain was swiftly resolved. After more than 100,000 reserve troops entered Beijing, with sufficient food, Yuqian issued another edict from the Ministry of War. This edict addressed the issue of weaponry. At that time, the capital was in dire need of arms, with less than 1/10 of the defending soldiers equipped with armor. Furthermore, the offensive weapons, including firearms, were grossly insufficient. In the direst situations, several soldiers had to share a single sword. Therefore, Yuqian issued yet another order. The contents of the edict are as follows. First, all personnel in the Ministry of Works are to work day and night to expedite the production of weapons. Second, all usable weapons from the Nanjing stockpile are to be urgently transported to Beijing. Third, send personnel to Tumu Fortress to collect the firearms and equipment discarded during the Ming army's retreat. Thus, the weaponry issue was also resolved. From August 19th to early September, once the war machine of the Ming dynasty was set in motion, in just half a month's time, soldiers from all over the Ming territory, apart from the border troops and southern army groups, had all arrived. The forces within Beijing had reached a strength capable of contending with the Mongols, totaling 220,000, with ample supplies, during the Hongwu reign of the Ming dynasty. As the dynasty teetered on the brink of collapse, This man, named Yu Qian, gradually set it back on course. Zhu Yuanzhang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the Ming dynasty still possessed capable ministers. Zhu Yuanzhang's heart, which had been nearly shattered, finally found some solace. Alas, where is that scoundrel? The fourth? Zhu Yuanzhang questioned with a hint of uncertainty. Father. A feeble voice echoed in response. Startled, Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed, "What are you doing lying at my feet?" Fourth brother? Zhu Di managed a wry smile. "Please, remove your foot from my body to eye in the grand scheme of things." Yu Qian displayed a remarkable clarity in addressing issues, leaving Xiao He genuinely astonished. It was truly a pity that this Yu Qian, the Minister of War, was not in command of logistics instead, for he handled matters with impeccable organization, a skill rivaling even the best, if only he were to be bestowed with a general of Han Xian's caliber. The Walla forces would undoubtedly be unable to breach the capital that is for the Walla. They had yet to experience the defense of Beijing, and the leader, with a smirk playing on his lips, observed Yu Qian's arrangements. Splendid plans. It seems all problems have been resolved. But tell me, how would you counter the great Ming war god, Zhu Qizhen? He relished the thought. After all, he is the emperor of the Ming dynasty. With the emperor in my grasp, would you dare retaliate? In the heat of battle, should any of you harm the emperor, your clans would surely face annihilation. His laughter echoed, as he envisioned his ace in the hole. If he were to capture Yuan Dadu, he would become the next Kublai Khan. On the 5th day of September, the court erupted into yet another debate. The Ming requires a new emperor to render Zhu Qizhen's authority null. The ministers fervently petitioned Empress Sun, Zhu Qiyu's nominal mother, urging the ascension of Zhu Qizhen's son, Zhu Jiaxin, to the throne. Yet, at this juncture, the boy Zhu Jiaxin was merely 3 years old, barely able to articulate his thoughts. Elevating him to emperor would once again teeter the Ming dynasty on the precipice of disaster. Consequently, the ministers united in their petitions, directing their choice of emperor towards Zhu Qiyu. However, 2 individuals promptly voiced their dissent in the court. One was Empress Sun, and the other was Zhu Qiyu himself. In the Song dynasty, Zhao Heng observed this scene with an unsettling sense of familiarity. What nonsense, he thought. Is this not a reflection of my own plight? The capital is on the brink of collapse, and they are pushing us forward. Is this not an affront to the honest? Zhao Heng surmised that Empress Sun would undoubtedly oppose Zhu Qiyu's ascension to the throne. Considering they were not of the same lineage, as for Zhu Qiyu's own reluctance, his reasoning was straightforward. Why was I not made emperor earlier or later? Why must it be when Zhu Qizhen has led the army to ruin and the Walla are at the gates? What does that imply? If I were to become emperor and the capital fell, would I be the one to bear the blame for my brother's folly? Is this not a grave injustice? How could I possibly explain such a failure to my ancestors? Just like Zhao Heng himself, he pondered, how does one justify such a position? Whoever desires to be emperor may do so. Zhu Zhanji has but 2 sons. With Zhu Qizhen studying abroad, the only heir left is Zhu Qiyu. Thus, Zhu Qiyu became one of the few figures in Chinese history who did not wish to be emperor yet had no choice but to assume the role. In the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin was displeased. What is this nonsense? What does it mean to not wish to be emperor, yet find oneself compelled to do so? Is this even a coherent thought? One must not believe in rumors or propagate them. On the 6th of September, Zhu Qiyu ascended the throne, adopting the era named Jingtao, which was to be known as the first year of Jingtao. In the span of merely 20 days, Zhu Qiyu transformed from a languid prince into the emperor of the Ming dynasty. Following his ascension, Zhu Qizhen was rebranded as the retired emperor, drawing upon a pension. Thus, the sole leverage that the Walla had over the Ming was rendered ineffective. Upon taking office, Zhu Qiyu issued a stern command to the stationed troops. They must not yield to the retired emperor's counsel and surrender the city. They could not allow the Walla to sustain their campaign through conquest. By late September, within the capital, preparations were complete. All that remained was the arrival of the Walla army. The leader of the grasslands, still basking in his recent triumph, was taken aback. Just prior, he had not only annihilated the elite forces of the Ming, but had also captured the Ming emperor himself. With this accomplishment, his prestige soared among the tribes of the grasslands. He had painstakingly united the various clans, leading an army of 100,000 Mongolian warriors, eager to leverage Zhu Qizhen's identity to plunder the Ming cities en route to Beijing. He could hardly contain his ambition for greater gains. Yet now, the news arrived that Zhu Qizhen had become the retired emperor. The leader was at a loss. Is this not an affront to the honest? The Mongolian forces divided into 3 routes. taking Zhu Qizhan southward, intending to exploit his status to loot the Ming cities along the way. However, Zhu Qizhan's imperial authority had been nullified, and the Walla faced relentless closed gates throughout their journey. With no other options, the Walla leader chose to bypass the Ming cities and head straight for the capital. Although Zhu Qizhan was no longer the Ming emperor, he retained the title of retired emperor. Thus, the guarding forces did not impede the advance of the Walla army. The Walla successfully breached Jiyong Pass on October 5th and arrived at the outskirts of Beijing on October 11th. Upon the arrival of the Walla forces at the outskirts of Beijing, Yu Qian convened another urgent meeting. He had not anticipated that the Walla would muster the strength of the grasslands once more. Mobilizing hundreds of thousands, during the Yongjing period of the Ming dynasty, the populace watched the announcements with bated breath. In terms of numbers, the Walla forces did not hold the upper hand compared to the Ming army. Yet their 10,000 cavalry were a formidable force, possessing unparalleled mobility. Conversely, the Ming, although numerically superior, struggled to concentrate their forces. The capital boasted 9 gates, and should they combine their troops at one, the others would inevitably be left vulnerable. The Walla, exploiting their agility, could easily penetrate the defenses, leaving the Ming unprepared to respond. However, to split the 200,000 troops across the vast capital meant that each gate would only be guarded by a mere 20 to 30,000 soldiers. Such a meager defense stood little chance against the Walla. As the anxiety among the Ming citizens grew, the announcements revealed yet another military conference within the Ming. In response to the Walla invasion, the commander stationed in Datong, Shi Huang, proffered his opinion that he argued that given the ferocity of the Walla, it would be futile to defend both the inner and outer cities. Instead, they should abandon the outer city and concentrate their forces within. "You fool!" Yu Qian reprimanded the military commander sharply, presenting his own perspective. The Walla, emboldened by their hold on the retired emperor, approached with arrogance. "If we were to abandon the outer city and retreat to the inner, we would only bolster the morale of the Walla. The Ming dynasty has flourished for over a century. The founding emperor, born of humble origins, could traverse the world and vanquish the tyrannical Yuan. Should we fear the likes of the Walla?" With Yu Qian's heartfelt words, the soldiers' fighting spirit was ignited. In the vivid imagery of the announcements, Yu Qian stood resolutely before the army, raising his voice in fervor. "Brave warriors, the enemy we face is the most elite of warriors from the grasslands. Are you afraid?